Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Diamond Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to Posh, Beck's other half, who is definitely now coming with the big bloke up front in the plane, obviously in first. She'll be coming with Bex when he lobs with the Galaxy to play the Jets in the very near future. And I just hope, let's face it, I just hope we can see her in action with the plastic. I've earmarked Erin Affair as a great set of shops in which Posh could do some damage. They've got some great shops there. I think they might have a David Jones and they might have a Borders. And certainly they've got, I think, one of those fancy coffee shops called, something like Island Coffee or something like that. It's in the shape of an island.
They might have Witchery there too.
Witchery, have they?
Yep. That'd suit her, wouldn't it?
It would. Barbecues galore, of
Barbecues
course.
galore.
Should be looking for something for, back home for the
makeup
boys.
shops. You can have your own photos taken there.
Wow.
It's a revelation.
And incredible. She'll be rushed off her feet, and later in the show we'll be revealing what Bex is up to while he's here. And look, I just hope Australians can get we're amateurs really when it comes to the retail adventure, and we can learn so much from international stars like Posh on what to spend, how to spend, and how to get somebody else to lug it home for us. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon. Do it, spell it up. What a weekend! Best weekend of 2010. And welcome to the live special Wills and Kate Get Hitched souvenir edition of the show. We dipped out on this on Friday. We couldn't squeeze it in, but today it's on. Many people have asked for it, and certainly today, with the help of the management and all the people who regularly work on the Life, we've been able to bring this Wills and Kate Get Hitched souvenir special edition of the show to you with great pleasure. And we're pleased to squeeze it in before we take a bit of a break, starting next week. And what a week ahead, though, just before we look at the weekend, what a week ahead. Ashes are up to the Gabba on Thursday. Warnie's TV show, which I'm licking my lips in anticipation for, kicks off, I think, Wednesday night. And we'll be going through his first show lineup later on in this show. We know Sting's involved. And doesn't Sting talk to kids? He still talks to kids. All that stuff, Message in a Bottle, Walking on the Moon, all those great songs.
10 Summoner's Tales.
10 Summoner's Tales.
That was the album that really got the kids in.
Mm-hmm. And there was something about Russians have...
Russians have their children too.
Yeah. I thought it was a bit of a clunky title for a song. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's Sting. And so he'd be on the first show. Yep. I don't know who else is going to be on the first show. As I understand, Darren Gough is an unlikely cricket correspondent, but a good get. I hadn't thought of Darren Gough in some time. And I'm not sure what Darren Gough was doing, probably living on the Gold Coast. But still with cricket, and the International Cricket Hall of Fame opened its doors for the first time at Barrel Oval, I think yesterday. It was a dream come true for lovers of the stump and the third leg. At the glittering snipping of the ribbons ceremony, the former PM John Howard said that the game, that is the game of cricket, will never lose its mantle as Australia's number one sport. It was this point that I lost interest and fell asleep, so I didn't get to grips with the rest of his argument. But I sort of remain unconvinced is obviously the line and length I'm tossing up in my good areas this afternoon. AFL and the pundits are already bagging the greater WS Giants. I'm not. It's a long time before the big G have to kick a Sherrin and Anger, and if anyone can get all the kids pulling in the same direction, Sheeds can. So I think while Sheeds is at the Giants' helm, there's hope. Rugby and the Wallabies come good against the Italians in Florence, one of my favourite places, Florence. I haven't been, but I just know it'll be great. I know it's my sort of town. Tune 32-14, that was on Saturday. The Big W are now back as warm favourites for the 2011 World Cup. Meanwhile, the Parrot, who once polished the side, squawked from the perch that the selectors should pick and stick, even if it means losing. That's what I understand here. Well, obviously I fell asleep again. But I woke up with a nightmare, and I understood that was what the nightmare was trying to tell me. A-League highlights, well, there were so many. I've only got 3, really, that I can squeeze in. Jets knock over the Phoenix 1-0. The Bling 2 up over the Glory. And the Roar and the FNQ play a 1-1 draw. The cream is certainly starting to rise in this world-class event. As Roy pointed out last week, when you look at the world soccer scene, A-League, then an awful lot of daylight to the EPL, distant third, the J-League. That's how it stacks up at the moment. This is The Life, the show about dreams and making your dreams come true. And now on The Life, let's unleash a man who has offered to make himself available to the happy couple. That's Kate and Wills on that first big night of the rest of their lives. I mean, should things go horribly wrong and tensions arise on that first night, this man can ease away first night nerves. And if the happy couple in the host of preparations have forgotten what goes where, he can get them back on track. Look, he's very hands-on with practical information, but there's nothing smart. I've seen him in action. There's nothing smutty or lewd about it. It's just, really good, solid advice, advice that young couples really need. And if things go, pear-shaped, he can often bob in with the first cup of tea of the rest of their lives to settle things down and get them back on track, as I mentioned. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the job by bellowing, "What caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp on this very, very special weekend, Spider?"
Yes, thank you very, very much, my H-berry friend. Thank you very much. And like you, I was most impressed with the Queensland Roar! The Queensland Roar! They look unstoppable, 12 wins on the trot. Now, I don't know if that's ever happened in A-League history. I don't know if that's ever happened before in A-League history. God, we'd have to go through, have a look through microfiche. But I don't think it's happened before.
Are you sure their records are on microfiche? I don't think that's been used for some time now.
Well, it's been going, it seems
12,
as if the A-League's been around all my life.
Yeah, true, fair enough, I suppose, yeah.
Been around, I can't remember a world before the A-League.
No, neither can I.
Must have been a pretty dull one.
Adelaide United, of course, I think got 13 without loss.
Did they?
Yeah, I don't know that
what
they won
league
them
was that? Not in the A-League. Was that pre-A-League?
I suppose so.
Yes,
PA
that would have been
League.
the Queensland League.
Well, Adelaide United would be great if they were in the
Q
Queensland.
League.
Q League, if they'd be great if Adelaide United were in the Q League.
Were they ever in the Q
No,
League?
they were never in the
Were they in the SA League?
I think so.
Nathan Horrocks, bloody hell. More about that later. I mean, what's the bloke done? What's the bloke done to deserve? Well, okay, so he didn't get many wickets.
No.
So he didn't get many runs. So people used to get a lot of runs off him. So, but bloody hell, what else? Apart from that, what's he done?
It's a pick and stick time, Roy.
I know it's time for pick and stick. He was part of the team. Horry. Can't remember a time when Horry wasn't part of our team. You'd have to go back to pre-A-League days.
Yeah, you would.
When Adelaide was in the Q League. The Diamonds scrape into the semi-finals of the World Netball Series in England, drawing with Malawi. Yeah. Now, I didn't know there was a revolution happening in Malawi netball. I mean, you could have knocked me over with a bloody feather. In fact, someone did come in with a feather and knock me fair over when I learnt that.
Remember, this is the team that took the
I know.
might of New Zealand.
What I'm saying is
to extra time.
Australian netball in trouble.
Yeah. Are you going as far as
yes,
crisis?
I am. I
Crisis?
think there's a crisis looming in Australian netball. A game we've dominated
For years.
since the A-League started. Well before the A-League, probably.
Q League?
Well before the Q League, sure. That is going back.
Records on microfiche?
Records chipped into stone. That's how far back you've got to go. Since we've dominated netball, I mean, that's just been a given. If Aussie netballers are involved, that's a win. A win in my mind. Not anymore. Malawi, draw. England maintains its unbeaten record against Samoa in a very fiery rugby union clash at Twickenham. You can imagine. I think you've been to Twickenham, HG. You've sat at Twickenham.
I've sat there.
You've sat and watched the Wallabies, haven't you?
I have.
You haven't watched England play Samoa.
No, I haven't.
Marcus North declares that Michael Hussey, I was really worried about Huss
Like it.
and Mitchell Johnson, Superhead Johnson. I was a bit worried about them, but Marcus North has declared that both of them, that is Hussey and Mitchell Johnson, will be, quote, cherry ripe.
He didn't say that, did he?
Cherry ripe, unquote.
He didn't
For
say
Thursday.
Snickers.
Nah, he said cherry ripe. In his Marcus North sort of way. Yeah, I'll be cherry ripe. Sorry, can you say that again, Marcus? I'll be cherry ripe. Who will be? Huss and Head. Now, last night's cricket fairy floss. It was fairy floss on Channel 9 last night. I don't know if anyone drifted that way. And it was the Brad Hodge show, really. Brad Hodge. I've heard people saying, why wasn't Brad Hodge pitched? Why isn't Brad Hodge in the team? I tell you why Brad Hodge isn't in the team. He's not good enough. He's very good at sub-test level. But put him at test level, he's found wanting. Sure, he scored 203, I think, against South Africa, that busted-ass outfit at the time. But in his other, what would it be? 8 test innings, averaged less than 20. Less than 20. So I've had enough of Hodge. I've had enough of him. He's retired from, first-class cricket, or from the 4-day cricket, as he should have done years ago. So don't buttonhole me with any Hodge talk anymore, because I've had enough. Speaking of Hodge, Hensby, 488.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Somebody else has written in, Warwick. He says, we were talking about Thai cuisine on the show recently.
Yes, we were.
Had him, he enjoyed the ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And he's walking around King Street Wharf in Sydney and on the weekend
Yeah.
and saw somebody had had sort of, what would you call it, a brand name of Thai,
Yes.
but it was I as in iPod or
Oh.
iPhone, not, as we were calling for, a mixture of Italian and Thai food.
So it was more information Thai.
Not bad. Correct.
Well, what does that mean?
Well,
Well, we don't know, do we?
no, we don't eat there.
But we know it's not a mix of Italian and Thai. Which
We
is
know
what
that.
we wanted.
That's
which
what
was-
we want.
Yes,
new
Thai.
fusion- Thai. This new fusion
Tom
cuisine.
Yum Goong with with
Tortellini.
Tortellini on it, yeah.
Or your curry puff ravioli. They were 2 standard dishes now, part of the Thai revolution that's happening in Sydney
Yes,
and across Australia.
yes.
It's just going to
Yes.
it's going to be a food of the era.
Yeah, I mean, sort of linguine with fish cakes.
Perfect.
Mm.
Perfect. Or just a conventional sort of, what would you call it?
Well, I tell you what, a fish cake wrapped in pasta,
Wow, now you're talking.
that could be beautiful.
And fish cake meatballs, in your
Yes.
spaghetti sauce.
Yes,
Mm.
why not?
Mm.
What
I
a sort
know.
of fish cake bolognese.
Fish cake bolognese, perfect. Now, Bex is going to be busy. He's going to be, I think he'll be going
This
to...
is David Beckham. David Bex Beckham.
Correct. Soccer star, David Bex Beckham, Thai fan. He's going to go surfing. This is because he's coming to Newcastle to play the Newcastle Jets with the Galaxy.
Yes.
He's going to recuperate at his luxury Seabill Hotel. This is all on next weekend. The range of activities include, ahead of the game, include surfing at Merriweather Beach and a visit to Blackbutt Reserve to fiddle about with koalas. That could be unsavoury, and I wouldn't want. I just hope kids don't get involved in that. Then he's off to. They're going to take part in some wine tasting in the Hunter Valley.
Oh, in the Hunter Valley. Okay.
Sandboarding.
Yeah.
Would they go to Stockton or
I suppose you could do it
on
there.
Stockton?
Yes, you could.
And sailing on Lake Macquarie and dolphin cruise at Port Stephens. God almighty, they're going to be knocked silly. The Jets will thrash them.
Yeah, what if they're not careful? Yeah.
The team arrive this Thursday,
Yeah.
and I know all the accommodation's been sold out in the Hunter area.
Oh, I know.
Caravan
I
parks, you'll
know.
be able to squeeze in and maybe pitch a tent.
Yes.
And apparently it's going to tip at least $1 billion into the Hunter Valley economy.
Is that right?
Yeah, $1 billion.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah, more than the V8 supercars.
Well, I find that hard to believe, but well, let's just see how it goes.
Yes.
But I think it's incredibly exciting, and if this works, there's no reason why. I mean, the sense I get is that Beckham would love to play in the A-League.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Any
It's just a gut feeling.
gut feeling?
And I tell you what, some of these other stars that are coming out in the Galaxy, I mean, you think Beckham is the star.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed Donovan Ricketts is in the team.
Bullshit. Is Ricketts coming?
Donovan Ricketts will be here as well, along with Landon Donovan.
Donovan Ricketts and Landon Donovan.
Yeah.
The two Donovans.
The two Donovans, yeah. When was the last time we had a team from America playing soccer with two Donovans in it? I'm telling you now, never.
Never. You're going back before they chiselled A-League records on the rock. I'm telling you.
Or even Q-League. No, you're right.
It's a long
You're right.
time
No,
ago.
it looks. I tell you what, it's a team brimming with stars. Chris Klein is coming.
Oh, yeah,
He's part
Klein.
of the team, part of the
Yeah.
midfield.
Nice.
Eddie Lewis is there. Sean Franklin is there. Omar Gonzalez is
Well,
come
I'm
with them.
describing Omar as the danger man.
He's a danger man, I tell
And
you.
a
So is
bright
Chris
light.
Birchall.
And now, Beckham, is there any suggestion he might play for, say, the Perth Glory for the next few years?
I think he'd like to be in the East Coast. Actually,
Would you?
He'll probably fall in love with Newcastle.
So the Jets, would Brooklyn and Romeo and Cruz, is it, go to school in the
Yeah.
area
Well,
there?
they could go to, I suppose, the Junction Primary. They'd be of the
Mm-hmm.
age to go to Junction Primary, which was a demonstration school years ago. Probably still is. Oh, very fine school.
Oh, well, that's
for the
sort of that.
Beckhams.
And
That's
the
a
shopping.
public school. There are private schools there as well, I suppose, in Newcastle.
And the shopping, as you pointed out, first class.
The shopping is first class.
Posh will never wear it out.
No. No. Well, there's Garden City,
Yeah, Garden City.
Katara Fair.
Qatar.
Although Katara Fair might be Garden City, they might be the one thing now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
What, they
But it's
grew into
great.
each other.
Yeah.
They
but it's-
tunnelled from one to the other.
Yeah, but it's just great.
But there's so many great other things, like I mentioned Erina Fair, which is a little
Yeah.
bit to the south of Arda,
Well,
but easily.
she'd love Erina Fair,
Oh, no.
wouldn't she?
It'd be fantastic. Just be fantastic. I mean, it'd be a one-person riot once she walked in.
Mm.
Look, it's great, and it's hard to imagine it's here so soon.
Yeah. Now, how long are they here for, HG? Do we know? I know they're sleeping overnight, so it's at least one night.
I think probably 2 nights.
2 nights.
But
All
they get
right.
enough. They'll be able to see some other A-League matches.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the Jets are doing this weekend. They'd probably be playing the Galaxy in an A-League match as well.
Yeah, they might well be too.
And I think
when are
this
they
is-
off to the Hunter Valley, and how are they getting there? Is it a bus? Are they getting
I
the bus
they'd
out?
have to get a bus from the Sydney airport.
To McGuigan's Wines, I suppose, or one of those.
Oh, yes, true. That'd be Sunday, and then back on the plane Sunday night.
Uh,
And I'm just wondering if do you see other clubs coming? I mean, would you think that Inter Milan might come, or AC Milan, or
sure they
you
would.
know, say
Real Madrid,
Real Madrid, you know,
Manchester United.
all those would they come? do you
They,
think?
of course, they would come.
Mhm.
Yeah, because Bex will spread the word. I mean, he'll be texting as soon as he gets here.
Texting, that's what'll happen.
Of course, he will be. He'll
Mm-hmm.
be saying, dudes, in his groovy sort of talk.
Mhm.
Get down here.
Yeah, have a look at this.
Have a look at Katara Fair.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, there's a couple of stories, sad stories, in the
Yeah.
on the slate today. Now, the Queensland government has decided to demolish Sally Pearson's training track at Griffith University.
No way.
Now, you remember that, Sally Pearson won the 100 metres.
Hero.
A hero,
Absolute hero.
Commonwealth Games hero,
Yes.
and Olympic.
She
Games
might have
hero.
silvered in the Olympics. Did she silver?
I'm
I think
pretty sure she
I
did.
think she did
yeah.
silver
in the hurdles. Yeah, the 100
metres
metres
hurdles. And he was a hero who turned out and ran the 100 metres as well. Or it might have been the 200 she ran.
No, the
The
one
400.
400 in the relay.
Yeah.
No one else
Nearly
could do
killed
it.
her. Nearly
Almost
killed her.
killed her. Took
Nearly-
2 years off her life.
That's right.
Running for Australia.
Running for
This
Australia.
is the Sally Pearson we're talking about.
Yep.
Now, the Queensland government has decided to demolish
Hmm.
the training track. I'm not exactly sure what the demolishing would involve. I suppose, they'd knock over the hurdles
Hmm.
and the place where the sand is for the long jump, and then they'd probably knock over the apparatus that holds up the pole vault. So they've got a fair bit of work to do to get all that down. And then they're going to build a 1,200 space car park.
Lord, is it
Pearson-
known as the Sally Pearson car park, HG, to rub salt into the wound?
Yes, maybe, or they might put a blue plaque on it and say Sally trained here.
Trained here,
Sally
yes.
Pearson trained here.
Yeah.
Pearson,
She might have been cruelly denied a gold in the 100 metres, remember, because she was disqualified for some obscure reason. She jumped.
She broke with the English
Yeah.
girl. This is ancient history. Now
Yeah.
you've got to go back and read your
Yeah.
stone tablets. But
Yeah.
she broke with the English girl,
Yeah.
and she was allowed. Both were allowed to run.
Yeah.
And afterwards, the English protested and said, "Well, if
Yes.
the English
If
girl
ours
broke,
is out,
yeah,
yours
yeah.
has got to be out.
Good on
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And then that person who won was subsequently found to be
Riddled
on the
with
gear.
drugs?
Riddled with drugs. That's right, on the gear. Anyway, now Pearson, who was trained at the track since she was a junior, is devastated. The government is planning to demolish the track and have not hindered a replacement, as in, somewhere else to train. I'm upset. It will be irresponsible of the government if they do not replace the track. Such a wonderful facility for the children and other athletes in the area. Having to find a new training track in the lead up to London 2012 is a hassle Pearson doesn't need. I'll say it is. Unless they put a training track on the roof of the car park.
It's not the same, though, is it?
No, not being on ground level because altitude. It ruins your stride.
Mhm.
Now, Roy, Watford Oval in
Yes.
in Lithgow,
Mhm.
where you played some of the best games of your career.
Yeah.
How would you feel if they decided to, for some stupid reason to put 1,200, car
Cars on
parts?
it. Yeah, I'd be devoed,
Devo, gutted.
I would. I don't think I'd ever get out of bed again,
Right.
I'd lose any reason to keep breathing.
Do you think that's going to happen to Sally?
Well, I hope not.
No.
I'm hoping that we can mount enough pressure, with Sally, for the government to see reason.
The three of
here.
us.
Well, I'm sure the people will get involved once they hear about it.
What a great idea. You mean a sort
A
of
people's
protest?
movement.
A people's movement
Yes.
to retain the Sally Pearson track at Griffith University.
Yes. Yes.
A sit-in, a nude
A
sit-in?
boycott
A boycott of what? Griffith
of the university.
Oh, that'll be easy for me.
Well, let's
Yeah.
just say,
You know how much I hate
okay,
universities.
no Triple M listeners are going to go near Griffith University. That's the
for-
first shot across the bow.
Right. If they, I mean,
Yeah.
can't they put the cars somewhere else and make people walk? We've got an obesity problem in this nation.
Mm-hmm.
I think we lead the obesity numbers
We do.
in the world.
Yes, we do.
Why not put the car park somewhere where people have to walk, even if it is across the training track?
Mm-hmm.
At least they're losing weight. They're putting their car somewhere. The track stays there. And, of course, they're doing something for themselves as well. This is all the people who are parking the cars. If we just stick the car park on top of the track, they'll just get out of there and walk straight to where they want to go, losing not a skerrick of weight.
Yes. Yes, I agree with you. I mean, it ticks a lot of boxes, doesn't it, to have the car park
Somewhere else.
somewhere else, even if it's, I don't know where. Where is the Griffith University, actually? What part? Is it near an urban area?
It would be in an urban area, a semi-urban area.
Yes.
Why don't they? I tell you what they should do is make the car park several kilometres from
That's
the
what I'm
university.
suggesting. That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I'm suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
Have it maybe, let's say, a good hour and a half walk. Yeah?
Now you're talking.
So that would make it, on average, maybe 12 to 15 kilometres from the university. But if you make the walking track attractive,
Oh, yeah, you've got to have trees and
Trees
maybe a
and
couple
things.
of bubblers along the way and stuff
certainly
like
a
that.
bubbler, yeah.
Yeah. Now, look, can I suggest also, as you decrease, let's say the current parking rate is sort of $5 a day, make it $4.50 to make it attractive to park over there
Yes.
and not seek car parking closer?
Yes, yes. Yeah, well, you'd make car parking closer illegal.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, we've got a note here from Nicholas. He says he's been raising funds for the rhino in Zimbabwe for the past 22 years.
The rhinoceroses of Zimbabwe. They're in serious trouble, aren't they? The
They appear to
rhinos.
be.
Yeah. Hunters.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Now, it's 100% voluntary, and they've raised over approximately $3.5 million in that time.
Okay.
David Gower has been the patron for 17 years.
Wow.
And they've got a fundraising dinner at Dalton House in Sydney, and they're just on the 30th of November.
Okay.
And they after more publicity. So if you are interested in the rhinos generally in Africa,
Yes.
make your way to Dalton House on the 30th of November. Now, Gower. It's 20 years this year since that infamous incident at, I want to say, the Gabba.
Oh, the aircraft incident?
Yeah,
The flying incident?
Well done. Well done.
The Snoopy and the Red Baron style
Exactly.
incident?
Exactly. They were in, the two miscreants were David Gower and John Morris. They took a Tiger Moth to the air during the 1991 Ashes flight. Oh, sorry, Ashes series.
Yeah.
They got a bit bored. Gower and Morris slipped away from the tour match against Queensland at Carrara. It was on the Gold Coast. They jumped into a Tiger Moth and flew above the ground into a storm of controversy.
Yes.
Before the incident on the 1991 Ashes tour, the only major link between the two men was that they were born on April Fool's Day, according to the person writing this article, whose remains nameless
Okay.
in the Courier Mail today.
Uh-huh.
He didn't think of asking Graham Gooch, the England captain at the time, but I knew he'd be unhappy with us flying, and that was the entire point of the exercise. I decided it was best not to mention it at all. Well, why would you? By law, pilots were supposed to stay 600 metres above the deck, but Gower got the pilot to swoop to 60 metres,
I'll be buggered.
with Lamb playfully pretending to shoot them down with the bat. Gower wished he had a water bomb. I assume Lamb was in the
Yes,
middle of
Lamb
the
would have been batting, probably. Yeah.
Very, very funny.
Very funny.
Great cricketer, Jape.
Yes.
Now-
But what was wrong with that? Is a little bit of publicity and a little bit of team building, morale building. Nothing wrong with that. Ticks all the boxes. You know, it's funny. It's
Involves
good
cricketers.
publicity. It involves cricketers in the nicest possible way.
You know, this Ashes series needs something like that.
Yes.
I'm-
I mean, it's not as if his Gower flew over and vomited on people. He didn't.
no,
He didn't. There was nothing untoward, nothing unseemly.
or they.
He didn't hang out his bare butt over the edge of the lip of the plane or anything like that. It was all
and drop a few nuggets.
There was none of that sort of stuff.
No, it was very tasteful. The duo slipped back into the dressing room. Goose asked, "That wasn't by you. That wasn't you two up there by any chance, was it?" Gower claimed he put on his best choir boy face and said something like, "Who me, heavens no." Red-faced manager Peter Lush thundered, "When you're not playing for England, that's not on."
Why not?
Oh, sorry, when you are playing for England, that's not on.
All right.
When he stormed back into the dressing room to confront the duo, Lush's mood darkened further. When told they were at an airfield posing for photos with the plane, Gow quipped to reporters after stumps, "Yeah, I'm flying by the seat of my pants, ... Lush summoned Gow to a meeting before the team hierarchy and Gow returned to the hotel, but only after finishing a bottle of 87 McLaren Vale Chardonnay over dinner. But the joke soon faded. Morris never played another test. Well, he wasn't much good.
No, he was hopeless, Morris, wasn't he?
Could fly a plane.
Yeah, he was
but
good with the tiger
hopeless with
moth.
the bat.
Yeah.
Team management fined both players £1,000, about $1,600 in those days, following a heated exchange at a hearing. Gow was initially furious, but his sense of humour got the better of him when he said £1,000 for a 20-minute flight is not good, ... but in these days of deregulation is scandalous. I don't know if I've done that justice, but anyway, the quote there.
Yeah.
Now, this is the bloke who's the patron, and supposedly there's a chance he would turn up, I suppose, to the Dalton House.
David Garrett be there. He'd be a very engaging speaker. He was a wonderful batsman.
Yeah, fantastic batsman.
Yes.
Very fluid.
Oh, very fluent left-hander. Very
Yeah.
graceful, elegant.
Yeah, graceful. He
Yeah.
had some big knocks.
Scored
against
quickly,
Australia.
too.
Scored quickly.
Didn't
That's
muck
right.
about.
We could be so lucky we had one like him at the moment.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's going to be a great day there, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Gower and the Rhino and all that. No, it's just all ticks all the boxes.
It does tick all the boxes,
Now,
yes.
Look,
yes.
just on the
Gee, there were characters in those days. weren't
characters, that's right. Morris, what a character. Hopeless player,
there?
but a
Yeah.
character.
Character. Great
could
for
fl-
team bonding.
Could fly a plane.
Yes.
Now,
So great for team bonding. I mean, just look at the English squad they've got at the moment.
well, they're all at
There are
Joe's
no
throats.
characters there.
And they're at each
Apart
other's
from
throats.
KP, but you'd
Oh,
hardly call
KP,
him a character.
No, he can't do anything.
No.
All he can do is sort of
Sulk.
sulk, and be disliked by the rest of them.
Yes.
Sometimes that's good for a team.
I suppose to
That's
have someone to hate.
This is the life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, it's not all bad news. It's not all doom and gloom on the cricket front. The Bradman Oval will be upgraded to become the world-class cricket venue under a $7.4 million state government overhaul of the heritage-listed Bowral complex.
No,
$7.4
million,
million.
yeah.
Now, haven't
But
we
haven't you
given-
got to put that to the 6.5 million
We
that
gave it
the
just-
federal government put in last year? We were there at the announcement when
We were.
Senator Brandis might have announced that at the Bradman dinner
The
went
Bradman
to.
Medal Dinner or
Yeah.
something like that it was. Don't ask me who won. Might have been Brett Lee. Let's say it
I
was.
don't know if anyone won. No, it was just a Bradman do, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah,
we
but
listened
there
to
was
Stan McCabe for a little while, didn't we? And someone else.
Yeah.
Remember that night?
I do. It's coming back to me clearly,
Yeah.
but I'm just wondering what
And
we're
Senator
doing there.
Brandis got up and said 6 million. We said it's not enough. And
Yeah.
we were right.
And so now they've got 13 million.
Yes.
There's 5 new galleries, new interactive displays, and club room will be built as part of the investment. New South Wales Premier Christina Keneally, arguably Australia's most popular premier,
Yes.
and I say that knowing,
Yes.
the irony of my comment
Yes, I know.
there,
Yeah.
John Brumby, are you listening?
Mm-hmm.
And announced today funding for the plans of the World's International Cricket Hall of Fame, yesterday this is, and officially be open to the public next weekend. The facility built in honour, to honour the legacy of, Sir Don, includes exhibitions on the origins and greats of the game with state-of-the-art interactive display and large-scale high-definition video.
Right.
The second stage of the overhaul will include an investment of $4.5 million towards new galleries and expanding the display content. Another $1.6 million will be paid for upgrade the Bradman Oval, world-class standard. The upgrade will include construction of new building, which comprise ground staff machinery, club room for local district cricket and match umpires, a scorer's facility and an electronic scoreboard. The government will also inject $1.25 million to assist with the development of school and community-based programs. Now, it's just madness. It's just madness.
Out of control.
It's exactly. Why don't we spend the money on unearthing some spinners?
Yeah, exactly.
Or another quick-
I always ask myself, does it pass the Don test?
What is
With
the Don
these things.
test?
Well, I ask myself, would the Don approve of this? I think the Don would be spinning in his grave.
he'd be
He
vomiting.
can see the crisis in Australian cricket. He can see how we're looking at a busted-ass organisation with our test playing status is now 5th in the world. 5th. Soon we'll be behind Bangladesh and Zimbabwe.
Wow, that's a big call.
I know, but it's going to be a fact.
I tell you what, thank goodness there's Holland and Canada are just propping the
Oh,
whole
sure.
thing. Otherwise, we'd be down the bottom.
Yeah.
Now, interactive.
Yeah.
These displays,
Well,
interactive.
would the Don enjoy those?
No.
No.
What I'm hoping, though, is that there'll be one which involves a cricket stump and a ball and a tank stand.
Well, there won't be.
No.
There won't be. And why do we need an upgrade of the Oval? Why not keep it as it was when the Don was there?
Exactly. To show people
It
how
was just
different-
ordinary. It was just somewhere you sit out in the cold and the wind, and if the cricket was on, oh, great. If it wasn't, you went home.
And chop
you know,
wood.
and chop wood. Now, why have we got to have this interactive rubbish?
I know.
Why have we got to have these things that no one wants to see?
Yeah, no one will.
You know,
know.
big bloody photographs of the Invincibles, the Who?
Yeah. Now,
Who cares?
yeah. Now, the other thing you've got to remember is the only people who'll be going to this are kids from places like, Caboolture, from Kyneton, from, say, Kapunda in South Australia, bus there under fear that they'll get the cuts if they don't turn up on Monday morning at 7:30 to climb on the bus to spend all day driving there, have a look for half an hour and all day driving back. That's the next day. I mean, that's the only people dragooned there, forced to go there, forced to experience the inhuman, interactive displays that teach them nothing about cricket, about the history of cricket, about the game, about the rules of the game, about the law of the game, about the culture of cricket.
No. These interactive displays, what are they actually? I mean, I've seen one of them, which is great. You sit in a chair and it looks as if you're sitting with the Invincibles. Well,
They
that's
haven't got
great.
that, have they?
Yeah.
And they print out a photo of you as one of the Invincibles.
No, you just sit there and other people watching think, oh, look at Roy. He looks like he's part of the Invincibles. Okay, next. HG, you get in. Oh, doesn't he look like he's part of the Invincibles? Well, he would if he was wearing the creams of that period, but he looks like a bloke in jeans and a T-shirt sitting with a lot of blokes from the 1930s. Hardly earth-shattering stuff, is it?
Make
It's not.
memories.
I mean, it's not going to put a man on the moon, is it?
No. Now, look, what I'm wondering about, and I just hope, I don't want to give people ideas, Wii. You know how you can play cricket with Wii?
Mm. Oh, yeah.
You can bat
yeah,
bowl the ball
or
up.
tennis, or
Yeah. Well, you see,
or
I'm just
shuttlecock.
Yes, well, it's probably pretty good for shuttlecock, but the rest of it's just rubbish.
Yeah.
And what the thing I find about is it's so demeaning, as though this is like cricket. Got nothing to do with cricket.
No, it
You know,
hasn't.
the terror of facing, say, Superhead coming in off the long run,
Yeah.
or the Rawalpindi Express.
Oh, Lord, now you're talking. The Rawalpindi Express. Yes. Or I imagine something, something like really like you can walk in and put on the Don's trousers and feel what it's like to wear the Don's trousers. And you think, oh, God, he was a little bloke. How did he fit into these?
That's
You
not
know,
bad,
pick
though.
up his bat. Pick up the Don's bat and you think, oh, God, it's a little bat, isn't it?
Well, that at least to be
Put his
better.
pads on. Well, that's not going to protect much.
No.
You'd get the feeling of what it was like to be, the Don.
And then go
Essentially
out
a little bloke.
and maybe face a couple of overs from somebody who was pretending to be Harold Larwood. If
Yes,
that's the right match.
Yes, that
That's
would be
I
the
haven't
right
got the
match.
times
No,
right,
no,
have I?
no, that's right. Bodyline.
Yeah.
I mean, Larwood was unearthed, from a mine, coal mining in Yorkshire, to murder the Don. That was essentially the plot hatched by Jardine and the Brains Trust there
Of the
at
MCC.
the MCC,
Yeah.
who think they have the home of cricket,
Mm-hmm.
with their interactive bits and pieces there. We've seen it.
Well, yeah.
It's just rubbish. You wouldn't wipe your
I-
date with it.
I tell you what's interesting about theirs, though, is you do see players who can, obviously, hit them with a stump, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Because we saw, was it Gadding?
Mike
I think?
Gadding,
Yeah,
yeah.
waddling about
We did.
when we were there.
Yeah, we did. We did. Well, you're not going to see Mike Gadding
No, that's what I mean. At
at the
Barrel.
Don's bloody rubbish barn.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, look, there's so much cricket filling up the pages of the paper.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to sort of keep up. But one
I
story
wonder
that's...
if they've announced. Sorry, actually, I wonder if they've announced that Hall of Fame bloody business, the 7.4 million added to the 6.3 million, and the 1.8 million that's coming in later, and the 2.9 million that's going to be needed to keep it going. If they've made that announcement just now because we're thinking of Thursday, and we're not, so we won't look at the minutiae of this
Oh,
ludicrous waste of money.
now, look, can I just...
Barrel.
Do you know what would have impressed me more with the Hall of Fame? That somebody like Merv Hughes said, I'll be in the Hall of Fame every Thursday from 9 till 10, signing autographs,
Yes.
talking to people about my experiences, and showing kids techniques.
Mm-hmm.
So as a bus might pull
Well, he's
up.
got time enough now. He's not a selector.
Well, I just
anymore,
picked
is he?
him as a name,
He's got
you
plenty
know,
of time. On his
I mean,
hands.
Rod Hogg could easily be just as valuable, or the mystery spinner, if he's still with us. Johnny
Well, how
Gleeson.
much would it cost? I don't think anyone.
Right, that's my point.
Anyone who's played cricket shouldn't have to work again for the rest of their life. They should just be living in Barrel and being at the Hall
Hall of
every bloody
Fame.
day,
I know. See, passing
just
on
in
tips.
case a kid comes past. interested in some aspect of cricket. And you can say, oh, well, you should talk to Merv.
He'll be here on
He'll be
Mondays.
here. Or, no, he's here all the bloody time.
Oh, he's here all the time.
All
oh,
the time.
Right. So you'd have an information booth with somebody in it
Yes.
saying, so they meet the people as they're coming forward.
Yes.
Yes, Sonny Jim, what are you interested in? I'm interested in batting. Well, it should say that. Well,
Is
AB's...
anyone in particular? Yeah, Damien Martin. Well, he's here. He's here. Damien!
How'd you come? There's someone
Somebody
to
wants
see
to
ya.
ask you a question.
Yeah.
Hey, Damien, yeah? Are you a dickhead? Because you're going to get a bit of that.
Oh, well, you've got to put up with that. You'll be counselled. Players will be counselled in how to handle the irate public. You know, like Michael Bevan, why were you so hopeless at Test cricket but so great at the one-day
Yes.
game? That sort of question would be
Yes.
difficult
That's right.
to answer. Now,
Brad Hodge.
Yeah.
Hodge.
Brad Hodge.
Hey, Hodge. Here.
Now, listen, I don't think Hodge is allowed.
Well, he's played Test cricket.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Well,
Oh, okay, we're going to have trouble here, aren't we? Drawing the line. I thought there would be a
wait,
glittering
wait,
do each
wait.
year.
Oh,
when
to
people-
usher people in.
Yeah, we went to an awards night the other night. I think it might have been for commercial radio.
We did.
And they had a Hall of Fame section, which I think allowed, was it Darren Hinch to go into the Hall of Fame? You know, the talkback announcer. And I said to you, it's going to be great because Darren has made himself available every Tuesday between 11 and 1
be in the
to sit in
hall.
the Hall of Fame and talk to kids if they're interested in radio.
Right.
I thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, right.
Signing autographs and playing tapes and telling people where he's gone wrong, how to put the ads into it so it doesn't look too stupid, all that sort of stuff.
Hook-throughs, that sort of stuff.
Hook-throughs,
Yeah.
exactly. Topics.
How to get people to stick around.
Exactly, and setting out your topics so as people aren't confused.
Building bridges across the ad breaks.
Exactly, yeah.
Like
And-
you do give a teaser like 2 and 2 equals, then you go to the ads. After the ads, oh,
Or remember before that break. And coming up, somebody say from Warnie's show, if Warnie shows was on,
coming
Darren
after the
Goff.
show is Warnie, yeah.
Well, Warnie, you'd never get Warnie. Be too busy.
All right.
But you get Darren Goff.
Darren Goff, right.
Yeah, Darren, what will you be talking to Warnie about this week? Well, the start of the Ashes as a surprise.
Yeah,
that
right.
sort of stuff.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, it's that sort of thing, all those
oh,
skills.
all right, okay. No,
Now-
well, I just imagine anyone who'd played Test cricket, if
They can't
if
be.
they were put on a government stipend just to hang around barrel.
Yeah,
Just
but my point is are we up to about, where were we up to?
300 odd.
Yeah, 300 odd.
Yeah, well,
Some of
that's
them are
cheap.
dead. No, 300 odd people playing cricket for Australia. What's the number? Are we up?
Oh, look, we're up to about 380. Let's say it's 400, but as you say, a lot of them are dead.
Yeah.
There's probably only 350 who are still active.
You mean breathing in and breathing out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, look, I don't reckon they
So
all
that's
should.
not an enormous amount to put
Yeah, but-
on the people of Barrel. They'd billet them out, obviously.
Yeah, but look,
And imagine how excited he'd be
if Brad Hodge was there.
yeah, g'day. You're going to...
Gilly's
you mind
here.
if Brad Hodge lives with you for the rest of the year?
While he does his gear down at the...
Yeah, while he
his-
works at the hall.
Yeah, look, okay, you and me, we work on radio, but we've got no desire to go in the Hall of Fame because the onerous duties.
Yeah.
We just can't do it.
No,
it's
you
just
can't.
inhuman what
Really.
that people expect. Same with cricket. Not everybody probably want to go in there. The others, but you have lives. They might like to be plumbers or doormen or work in a bar or whatever it is.
All right.
Um,
What, forget their cricketing legacy? Push that behind them?
Well,
Pretend it never happened?
I don't know that I'm just going that far.
What, go and see someone swinging the watch and get them to forget everything about it?
Well, I'm not advocating that either.
You are no longer Alan Davidson.
Well, in his case,
You are
he's-
no longer Richie Benno.
well,
So what would he do?
would they-
Hello, no name? Are you
Didn't
with
you
the,
play
are
for
you with the
Chris-
silver hair?
Yeah,
Get
didn't you-
out of the way!
Didn't you used to play for cricket for Australia? I never did. It's a lie. It's a lie. No, look, I think you've got to draw a line between some people might and want to be in the Hall of Fame because they don't like kids. I mean, just as a start off, well, they can't be blowed revealing the secrets of spin bowling to anyone.
Well, that's all right. You're allowed to have grumpy ones.
Yeah, grumpy ones.
Go on up and ask him.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Simpson.
No, I don't want to know. Get away from me.
How did you bat, Mr. Simpson? What? How do you bat? Piss off.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now,
Gee, that
this-
stopped abruptly, didn't
he
it?
did. I think
I
there
was
was a
expecting
mistake.
a fade, repeat and fade, repeat and fade.
No, well, I I think they might have, in transcribing that one into the system, they might have cut something off there.
I think they have. That's not genuine.
No, that's a little bit of an edit. I'm not opposed to the edit. Probably if they edited...
Well, it's denying people the freedom to be able to listen to it all.
Well, yeah, I'm not opposed to an edit saying be at the 8-second mark of that track. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Now,
there's trouble brewing with our Olympic bid. Look, this story hit me. This was just a rocket yesterday. Nobody recognises Alicia Coots in the pokey room at the Canberra Labour Club. I mean, that's the opening sentence from Claire and Jessica writing.
What do you mean nobody recognises? She's arguably our most exciting new Queen of the Pool.
And successful.
Successful.
5 gold, I think, in Commie Games.
At New Delhi, yes. She was the Queen of New Delhi.
Queen of the Pool. Commonwealth Games gold medalist, refills machines, clears glasses and takes the occasional turn behind the bar. She has no sponsors. She has spent the past year living on $17,000, the only money the Australian sporting juggernaut can afford to pay one of its brightest young swimmers. Cootsy's not complaining. From Brisbane, living obviously in Canberra to go to the AIS, considers herself lucky to be living the dream, but tells a story of financial hardship with no relish or malice. If she had a bit of relish, it'd probably make it a bit better. But Coots often has to borrow money from her mum to cover the rent, food and car payments. She has blown all her savings on medical bills, and more than once she has considered giving up swimming because of the financial strain. Now, Nick Green has picked up this story, Australia's chef de Michelin. I hate that. Chef de Michelin. It's just triad. He's voicing the panic across Australian sport about what might happen in London in 2012 unless the money is forthcoming now. Australia risk an embarrassing slip down the medal table. Could this be our worst Olympics in 35 years?
Oh, Lord, no.
Green says, my view is that I want excellence for the team, and we should be a nation to expect excellence. I will look at everything quite critically. Are we putting everything in place so as athletes perform at the highest level? The answer at the moment is no, we are not.
Oh, dear.
That's Green talking. But this is sad about Alicia.
Yes.
As you point out, one of the biggest stars in the pool.
Yes. Yes.
Look, where's it gone wrong? I mean, we're spending millions upon millions of dollars to keep these teams afloat. But
we're spending millions of dollars in barrel.
We are. Yes, with your interactive tank stand.
For your interactive bloody tank stand.
And opening up the Hall of Fame 24/7. And
just
staffing it with
something
players.
not right.
It doesn't. No.
It doesn't seem right to me.
It doesn't make any sense. Surely the barrel thing could be turned off for a year so as people who are training for the Olympics could get some money. I mean, if they were that stuck for money, we don't have to run the barrel 365 24/7.
No,
maybe the barrel thing should be shut down for a year.
Shut down, yes.
So as all the money from there can go to the Olympic thing.
Well, how many are in Alicia Coots's position?
I would say
a whole team?
Well, we send away hundreds.
We send away hundreds. Oh, but look, there are some, your Stephanie Rice doing the ads for Rice.
And Rice Bubbles. That's all great.
That's all great. That's great. Now,
see if Alicia...
hasn't Alicia been approached by anyone like your
well, the banana people, the banana promotion people?
Yes, or your sorbent people. I don't care who it is.
Or your Mortein people?
Yes.
Maybe if she changed her name.
What, to Sorbent? Alicia Sorbent?
To start... I mean, they'd have to go with a bit of fanfare about it. Alicia Coots, now known as Alicia Sorbent.
But it's sad, isn't it?
It is sad.
When our big stars have got to change their name.
Demeaning.
Yeah.
To a toilet paper to get money so as they can get to the Olympics.
Well, so they can bloody feed themselves to make use of the product.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, just before we go to the next item, look, this is even a sadder story concerning finance.
This is following up the Alicia Coots
problem of having to, obviously refill the poker machines and pick up the glasses. I mean, how much?
So beneath her, isn't it?
So beneath her. And you think, well, is that the only job she could get?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's great that a lot of these champions get to see what the other side of life is like. I think that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a time, I think, when they've earned the right to act like a champion and be treated like a champion. And I think Alicia Coots by virtue of what she did in New Delhi.
Mm-hmm. She was the only one who stood up.
Yes. Has etched her name into, dare I say it, swimming immortality.
Swimming immortality.
Mm.
Well, a big call, Roy.
I know it is.
But if any 5 gold.
Yep.
Now look, here's
Well, when you compare, I mean, she could be our next Libby Lenton.
yeah, she could be, or she could be Libby and Lethal.
She could be our next Lethal Liesel and Libby Lenton.
That's what I meant. Rolled into one. Now, championship. This is V8 Supercars. Same thing. Championship leader James Courtney is fighting an uphill battle to win the V8 Supercar series, with suppliers refusing to sell his team parts because of unpaid debts.
Oh no!
Dick Johnson, racing star, said the team's 41 staff were
God,
quite
they're running that operation on the smell of an oily rag.
They
aren't
are.
Only
Were
41.
wondering if they could buy their kids Christmas presents because they may not have a job. With his team falling apart at the seams amid an ugly ownership battle, Courtney revealed yesterday that his car has not received an upgrade this year. It leaves him to take on heavyweights Win Cup and Winterbottom with an inferior machine as he chases his first championship. The car is exactly the same as it was when it was brand new. We've not had any upgrades for 2 years. But what I don't like, I can understand is staff wondering if they could buy their kids Christmas presents.
I know.
I mean, here they are, week in,
Aren't they bringing
week out.
100 million into our economy every time they turn the motors over?
Well, exactly.
Where's
Australia-
all
wherever
that
they go.
largesse going? Where's that money going?
I don't know. You think that somehow a slice could be cut off to
Yes.
get let those crews buy Christmas presents for their kids?
Yes, even if it's a special one-off.
Bonus. Christmas time
yes,
bonus.
Christmas time bonus.
Present bonus.
Say from Arbib.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I hadn't thought of going there. I just thought, maybe in the 100 million, they could just maybe take, I don't know.
Well, couldn't we pinch
each?
a little bit out of the barrel?
Oh, wow, what a good idea.
The Barrel Hall of Fame.
You know, if
to
we
look
shut
after
down
Courtney's crew.
If we shut down the Barrel Hall of Fame, obviously we lose it every Olympic year, which is fair enough because that money has to go to pay for our athletes, and then maybe every other year to help the V8 supercars out. So that means at least now we're starting to look like something that's going to have kids there queuing up because it's only going to be open every other year.
Could we sell maybe the Barrel Oval
to China?
I don't know how keen I don't know how much the Chinese are interested in Don Bradman and the early
legacy
days,
of cricket.
the tank stand and the stick and that sort of stuff might be a bit lost on them. But someone in England might want to buy it. There's a holiday place.
You mean somebody with an odd sense of humour?
Well, I'm just trying to think of ways of realising its potential.
Yeah. Rather
than it being a drain on our economy, which it is, to the tune of 14 million so far, and we haven't even opened the bloody doors yet.
Yeah. I've got 2 words for you. Car park.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, speaking of V8s, this is a sort of V8 prize we give away probably every time this year. We've got a V8 Supercars water bottle, a V8 Supercars peaked hat, a V8 Supercars deck of cards, a V8 Supercars blow-up ball, and just to round it out, CDs, the songs from the best 100 albums, Australian albums. So it's a V8 sort of show bag with 5 CDs thrown in as well.
Are you suggesting if we turn the Bradman Oval in Barrel into a car park, but what are people going to be bothered parking there for? There's nothing to see. Unless we put a university there.
Can I just go back to the immortal words?
Could we move that university? Save
Griffith
Sally
University.
Pearson's bloody...
Griffith University.
Put Griffith University in Barrel.
Now you're talking. But if we build it, they will park.
So
people are like that. They think, bloody hell,
that is so true.
It's not that far from Sydney. Maybe I'll park it there and catch the train in.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Or let's park where the Don used to play. To be a real...
Yeah, to be something
where
there.
are we going today? Well, we thought we might go to the Barrel and park the car for the day. Right near where the Don used to play.
And remember, at certain times of year, they have a tulip festival, I think,
they
in
do,
Barrel.
or they might, yeah.
And they probably have other things there.
Yeah.
And so to be chockers on those occasions.
Well, you might be able to request, if you get in early enough, and say, well, I'd really like to park in slips.
Ah, well, not bad. Or Bay 111.
Yeah.
Or 87.
Yes.
Or 100. That'd be the one. You'd have to sell them off, obviously, at premium, the 100.
But they'd all have a story to tell. Every
Everyone would.
Yeah.
And you'd get individualised parking tickets?
Yes.
You have parked today in slot number 100.
Yes, you have parked today where the Don
Yeah.
hit a 4 moving on to 72
Yeah.
in 1918.
No, 1918.
He was
Imagine
about
that.
3.
Imagine that. I scored a ton in the car park today
Yes.
at Barrel.
Well,
Oh,
you
yeah.
get a lot of sickos who just don't want to get out of their cars.
Oh, well,
Just
you
park
would,
it all
obviously.
day.
I know. You'd have to shoo them out. On the hour, you'd have to send people
Well, you'd
in
have to have.
with, obviously gas and all that sort of stuff to get them out.
Now, the question, HG, is as follows. This is for women only, I think.
Yep.
Who is the grumpy old batsman in the Hall of Fame in Barrel? Who's the grumpy old batsman we talked about earlier
That number, Roy?
in the Hall of Fame in Barrel?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
It's Hot Lap Handout time, speaking of Mark Webber. And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Lisa, who's joining us from Barrel. How are you there, Lisa?
I'm great, thank you.
Now, Lisa, have you got along to see what's happening with the Cricket Hall of Fame there?
I haven't as yet, but we heard the grand opening was on last weekend.
Right. Does it look impressive, or does it look pretty much...
It looks great. I drive past it all the time.
Right. And are there buses pulled up out the front and hundreds of kids taking advantage of what they have on offer, or fairly QT?
I only see it normally going to and from work, so there isn't a lot of kids at that point.
Right. And
Yeah.
how if we knocked it down and built a car park there, could you think of uses for the car park?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right. Oh, that's
No
all
way.
right.
No way.
Oh,
we
that is
need we
disappointing.
we use it down here for all the kids and all the sporting events.
All right. Where do you park?
Around in the streets.
Oh, is there enough parking there?
Well, there's not enough
There's
parking.
plenty of parking.
All right. Now, did you really go camping in the Belangolo State Forest on the weekend?
Yes, we did.
And
Lord.
Is that a regular spot that you head towards there, or
Yes, we do.
right? Right.
Yes, but I don't think we will be anymore.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's just sort of set it off for us.
Yeah,
right,
no, I understand.
fair
Yeah.
enough. Now, listen, you're living in Barrel. Can you see the Oval from where you're living?
No, I can't.
Can you?
No, I
If
can't.
there was
It's
cricket
right
being...
near the hospital.
Oh, okay. So if there was cricket being played there, could you hear the bat on the ball?
Not at the moment, no.
No. Now, there are other events in Barrel, though. I'm right in thinking you have a tulip festival there, or is that
We
right?
do. We have the Tulip Festival and... Oh,
No, just stick with the tulip festival for a minute.
Yep.
Does that bring a lot of people to town and parking
It
their
does.
cars?
It does.
Where
Right.
they park?
Yeah. They park wherever they can find a spot up on the oval.
And are there complaints from either residents at
Yeah,
say,
like we're
council,
never coming back because there's nowhere to park.
or the council meeting saying, we've got to do something about the parking at Tulip Festival time, or in the local paper
Oh, there's always stuff in the local paper.
about parking?
Oh, no, not so much about the parking.
fair enough.
No,
Now, listen, can you park in the main street? Have you got to pay to park in the main street?
No, you don't.
No.
But you're limited to an hour.
Well, who's
Oh.
going to check it, though? Who checks?
council.
We have parking inspectors.
Parking inspectors.
And you see him walking around and around and around.
Well, him sounds like there's only one of them.
Well, I see one all the time.
Yeah, they all look alike.
If I
After
see
a
him
while.
coming, I run.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Are they dressed in creams? Are they...
Now, at the development, we're talking about, would people complain that the how do I put this? It's skewing the funding for sport towards cricket in the community, or are they fairly happy about it?
I think Barrel, we're all stoked about it. It's something that does bring a lot of people to the Highlands, and we're always interested in trying to improve the travel and people in the Highlands.
Yeah, right. So do you think it'll lift tourists? Do you want more tourists in Barrel,
I'll bring
Lisa?
them down. Look, everyone's allowed to have a look. It's cold. Bring a jumper.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Very
Yeah.
practical. Now, Lisa, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Lisa, who is the grumpy old batsman in the Hall of Fame in Barrel?
Mr. Simpson.
Perfect
Well-
answer, Lisa. And, of course, you won the V8 Super Pack and the songs from the best 100 albums. I was just going to ask, would you like a V8 Supercar event in Barrel?
Would I like a V8 supercar? Not really.
Fair enough. Thanks very much for being part of the life.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Now, Melbourne Cup winning jockey Blake Shinnon leading Sydney rider Peter Roble Well, they face apparently an extended spell on the sidelines after admitting they illegally placed bets on races in which they were riding.
Can't you do that? Well, when did that stop?
Well, look, the main problem is getting caught.
Yeah.
Now, look, the extent of their betting spree, as it's been described here in the papers, has rocked the racing industry. I find that very difficult to believe. Exactly as you point out. When did it stop? With stewards' evidence revealing their bets totaled more than 300,000 between July and September. This year alone, stewards believe this figure may be the tip of the iceberg.
No way.
I'd like to know how big the iceberg is. That's a hell of an iceberg coming at
Now,
you.
hang on. 300,000 is what they've put on.
Yep.
That's not winnings.
No. Revealing their bets totaled more than 300,000.
Right. And if you'd have to imagine.
Sometimes they must have
They
won.
must have won every now and again. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep going, would you?
You wouldn't, no. The pair were placing bets in separate accounts, largely connected with, I think, Blake Shinn's mum and Mrs. Robble. Now, what I like about it, though, and this is a beautiful thing.
Well, why? His mum might have been putting bets on.
I know.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, does that mean no jockeys' mums or dads are allowed, or brothers or cousins are allowed to put bets on
Or
anymore?
people they know.
Or people they know?
You know, that's it's guilt by association.
Yes.
You know a jockey, therefore you must be at it.
Yes.
No. I think we've got to allow jockeys to have a bet.
Well,
I mean,
cut them a bit of slack.
no, wait a minute. If they're betting on horses that they're riding, at least self-interest, you've got to back self-interest every time, don't you?
Yes.
I mean,
You've
otherwise,
got to,
it's just lunacy. You know, they're expected to go out there and do it for nothing. Now, Robble has admitted having 2,500 on a horse at Randwick on August the 18th when he was riding in the same race a different horse. I think the horse might have been Gear Son, and he was on Diamond Jim. Huh, Diamond Jim. Get it?
Yeah.
Diamond Jim.
How did Diamond Jim go? It won, did it?
Well, Gearson finished second and Diamond Jim finished fourth.
Oh, okay.
So-
And he had money on Diamond Jim.
Not sure about that. He had money on Gearson. I normally put on
Yeah,
Diamond Jim. Here we have one of the best jockeys in Sydney, a Melbourne Cup winner. This is Blake Shinn, obviously, putting 2,500 on the head of another horse. According to, that was the head steward suggesting that. Now, how about this? Shinn was remorseful but stressed. It was the only time he'd placed a bet on a different runner when he was riding in the same race, meaning normally he backed the horses that he was on.
Yeah, of course.
Now, my family brought me up to do the right thing, and that's why I'm disappointed and embarrassed, Shinny said. Even though I've gambled, I've always done my best on the racetrack, while he's been, flogging them. And Viewed, people who saw him on Viewed would remember, cut the horse in half. Robble maintained he had never backed a horse he was riding against, but admitted to placing bets on horses he rode, including $1,500 on a Connors trained Best Choice, who won on debut at Canterbury. He may not have been connected with in the race. He mightn't have had him ride in the race. He said, I've been spreaking the horse for 6 months. The biggest bet he revealed to the inquiry was $10,000, which Robble and Shinn had shared on Aussie Crawl, a Musselbrook maiden, on August the 27th. It won by 5 lengths, so they got their money back there. Now, what a lovely touch was that Blake Shinn came into the frame round about July the 17th, a close friend of Robble's. He began depositing money into an account and punting also. A review of transaction led to CCTV footage of Shinn putting money into an account and placing bets at several TAB agencies in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. He told the inquiry he was going into quiet TABs at Randwick, Kensington and South Sydney. Even though they are all close to the racing centre of Royal Randwick, Shinn admitted he would never go into a crowded TAB. He would look for a quiet venue so he could not be identified by members of the public, so he did not tarnish the image of racing. I'll rest my case.
Well, he's done the right thing there.
Completely the right thing.
Yes. What else could he do? What else could he do?
I know. Well, he's got to get the money on somehow. And
Well, couldn't he get a mate to run down and say, listen, mate, someone big who's unlikely to be thought of as a jockey. Someone really,
Correct.
Really big and heavy.
Like, I just immediately came to mind was Hoss from the Bonanza. To put the bets on for him. Because I always thought that was cruel.
Well, a Hoss lookalike.
Yeah, Hoss lookalike.
Yeah.
Now, look,
you could audition a few of them,
I could. He could.
Yeah. Come on in, yeah. Oh, well, you look big and silly, all right. Can you,
No,
can you run down to the TAB for
Put
me?
5,000 in
regularly?
the account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he'd get known around the place. Oh, g'day, Hoss. Come on in. What are you putting on this?
That's what gives some. Oh, no, you're back in Sydney, are you? No, look, I think that, it's just officialdom gone crazy.
Yeah,
it's not
it
as though they haven't got enough to do.
Yeah.
And, it's just that weird thing of why shouldn't they be allowed to bet on horses they're on? I understand that.
Why shouldn't they be able to bet on their horses
they're not on? And tell people-
Everyone's got to make a living,
Yeah, that's true.
haven't they?
That's true.
And that's the great uncertainty of racing.
Well, the glorious uncertainty of racing would be doubled if they were betting on things that they both thought and didn't think had a chance.
yeah.
Tip of the iceberg, though, that's the thing that staggers me. Because let's face it,
Tip of the iceberg.
even now, even if it was normal iceberg, the tip is 1/8 of 7/8.
That's right.
So times this by 7, they're punting in this period $2 million. $2 million.
$2 million, yeah. That's the suggestion, isn't it?
Makes Brendan Favola look like an amateur.
An amateur, totally. And if those two are up to it, every jockey in Australia must
Well,
be up to
imagine what their harder setup are like.
Yeah.
The people who, shut up about it, do it themselves and don't involve wives and fat people. Oh, sorry, that's unkind. Large people.
I tell you, have you noticed the number of large people who are hanging around TABs putting bets on lately?
It's just
It's
incredible.
got me scratching my head, I'm telling you.
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Roy, sometimes when, things are going bad for a sport, especially like rugby league, I know we've advanced the idea that all rugby league players should spend the time that they're not playing or training for rugby league in jail. It's a fairly simple idea. People describe it as draconian, but we think it would be a wonderful policy which would cut down, obviously problems created by rugby league players having too much money and time on their hands. Now, in the weekend paper, there's a lovely story about Israel Folau,
Oh, yes.
who said he could have ended up in jail if he hadn't played sport.
Is that right? He was attracted to jail, was he, HG?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how it works, but he says...
You know how a lot of people are. You think, oh, God, I'm sick of this freedom.
Yeah, that's why I just want to be inside where I've got less choice. For Folau, his choice was simple: pursue sport or get caught up in a cycle of crime like some of his mates. I guess I'm pretty lucky. He said, I had a lot of friends who grew up in the area. This is the Minto area of New South Wales or Sydney.
Yes.
And now some of them are in jail.
Is that right?
I could have easily been like that in jail with them. I think I was lucky that I had sport. At a young age, I always wanted to play sport and I always wanted to play NRL. That was my biggest dream, and it came true.
Right.
He sort of he doesn't want to turn his back on the code that saved him from a troubled life, but rather encourage other kids in the area to pursue their dreams in the way that he does.
Right.
The way Folau sees it, while rugby league has a tendency to discriminate against boys of a certain size, crime does not. That's an insight, isn't it?
That is, isn't it?
See, Hoss down at the TAB for shinnying them. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes that's all Hoss can do. With the AFL putting
He's
another...
too big to play rugby league, Hoss, was he?
Too slow, I think.
Too slow.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
They couldn't find a position for him. He might have been better in rugby union when they tend to,
Yeah.
accommodate larger people.
Yeah, sure.
He said that with the AFL putting another item on the sporting menu, it's a good way of putting it,
That is a lovely way to put it.
in Western Sydney, perhaps a few more budding athletes that wouldn't otherwise make it in rugby league will be rescued, obviously, tacitly, from a life of crime.
From life of crime.
I'm just wondering what you think about this.
Well, I think it's a fascinating theory.
And do you think that in court this week, some judges, when confronted with obviously young offenders, say for let's say for driving the car without being licensed, unregistered car, all that sort of stuff, sentence that person to say 4 seasons playing with South Sydney Rabbits instead of putting him in jail? Because let's face it, the jail's is chock-a-block.
Look,
We can't
I
fit more people in the
I
jails.
think it's a great idea, actually. I do. But you've got to, the willingness has got to come from the Rabbits as well. You just can't have a bunch of blokes turning up at the Rabbits hutch saying,
It's a game.
where are the Guernseys? Langy? Hey, Langy, you old bloke there. Yeah, you the bloody coach? Well, where are our Guernseys? We're going to play rugby league. You can't have that. It's got to be more organised than that, I think, HG.
Well, would you need a bus to go and pick them up and take them there and introduce them to John Lang, the coach? He is, obviously
Well, why not a dedicated team of criminals?
No, well, this is a dream that I've always had.
Yes, and you'd call them the criminals.
Or the black hats.
Or the black hats, whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
And they operate out of either one of our jails.
Mm-hmm. But could they have a coach?
Yes.
Yeah, who had to be a criminal or somebody who took it on as a sort of...
It'd be great to have
charity.
someone who's hanging around all the time and a lot of time on his hands, who's probably ticketed and done the course.
Yeah, you need him that.
And
Otherwise,
is keen to put some of his ideas into...
practice.
Yes.
Would they be a fully registered NRL side?
Yes, they'd have to be, yes. You'd have to get the NRL on board, to allow the criminals in. And they'd attract their own fan base, and you'd have merchandising and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
And you think that's a better way to go, to lump all the criminals in one team rather than spread them out? You know, like obviously Parramatta, Storm would have to take a few.
Well, then you'd have to have a quota system. You'd have to have, and how do you organise that, you know? You'd have to line them all up and then put the slide rule across them and say, oh, well, look.
Yeah, he can't run very fast.
He can't run very fast, but this big bloke here, this big stupid bloke, him. Yeah, we'll take him.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, it can't work that way. I think they've got to have their own team.
Would you like to see, though, the foundation of that team, especially because the NRL's changing, looks like it might be changing the rules under which it organises itself?
Yes.
As a first item on the agenda, the criminal side? Because I think that, you know, judges are looking for things.
Well, they're looking for escape routes for kids. And Israel Flowers really, I mean, there's no reason why he couldn't do a season with it. We'll go and talk to them at least.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, Jeff has phoned in to suggest this.
Jeff of Caringbah.
Yeah. It's a prison cup concept. Prison v prison. Obviously, Para v Long Bay, Goulburn, Silverwater. So there'd be quite a group that might go national.
Yes.
Taking Bowen Heads, who you'd always worry about playing.
I suppose, yeah.
But it wasn't that I was thinking of. I mean, it's all, that probably happens already. What I'm trying to get is a fully professional team of criminals in the NRL so as they can meet other people who aren't involved in crime and show the benefits of that sort of lifestyle and that sort of, you know, team. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be much of a difference team structure-wise. They'd still train all the time and do weights and do their recovery and go and swim in the sea when it's freezing cold in the middle of winter, all that sort of stuff. But they're just all criminals. And what happens?
Essentially, what you were suggesting is you don't want these young potential miscreants, these Folau types who just, you know, didn't quite make the rugby league bus.
Yeah.
Now you don't want them to go to prison. You want them to be to some sort of almost prison,
playing rugby league.
Playing rugby league.
It's a fate worse than prison. Playing rugby league. Yeah. But
are they allowed to go back to their homes at night? or do they live in a sort of rugby league hutch that's associated with the prison?
Okay. My big worry at the moment, thinking it through, is what happens if somebody's on a 3-month sentence?
Yes.
All of a sudden, we're only up to, say, March, and you start playing. Obviously, it's got to have work. But if there's a willingness to make it work, I'm sure
it's up to the judge's sentencing, though, actually. That wouldn't happen if the judge's sentencing was, all right, 2 seasons.
2 seasons, yeah.
2 seasons.
I'll appeal. 2 seasons with the criminals. I'll never do any crime again.
Yeah, too late.
Fair enough. Do the crime, play the time.
I suppose that's right. How many reserves are they allowed?
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Now, just before we go to the H lap, I noticed that Seth Blatter, this is vaguely on a different sort of tack with the criminal.
That idiot.
That Mr. Football, Mr. Soccer, is fueled lingering suspicions of vote trading deals between England's World Cup rivals, Spain and Portugal, on Friday after it admitted an investigation into collusion was dropped because of lack of evidence. Suspicion that the deal between Qatar and Iberian bids, worth up to 7 votes, remain among... Isn't that amazing that those 2 countries hold 7 votes out of 22?
How did that happen?
I know. Well, that's what I mean. It's just so stupid, this.
And we've got no votes.
We've got no votes. We're relying on Tamari.
Why haven't we got 7 votes?
We're relying on Tamari, who got dumped off the thing. He's
Yeah.
the Oceania representative.
Yeah.
Remaining among the 7 votes. Now, remain among the rivals and some executive committee members, despite the FIFA Ethics Committee dropping the case earlier this week. So what's happened is suspicions of a deal between Qatar and Iberian, etc., remains.
But they haven't got the tape. They haven't got the tape.
They got no tape, no. Collusion, you can't avoid it, says Blatter. But if in this collusion there's something wrong, then naturally somebody should intervene, like you, Sepp. But while the Ethics Committee said they had not enough evidence, they haven't said it's entirely clean, or to use his word, blanco.
Blanco. Is that what he means?
I don't think so. Blatter's comments will ensure questions marks over the 2018 and 2022 campaign linger until the final vote on December the 2nd. They came as he tried to draw a line under the allegations that have clouded the race. But do you think we should be spending more money on the bid, I suppose, is what I'm getting down to, if these things aren't blanco?
I think we've got to put up as much as it takes.
Perfect.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, we've got another V8 Supercars gift pack. We've got the blow-up ball. We've got the cards. Hours of fun there. And we've got the peaked hat and the water bottle. So you don't go, you've got something for your head and something for the inside, plus something for the car on the way there and the way home, especially if you're stuck in traffic. Songs from the 100 Best Australian Albums. So it's a 3 CD set. Songs from the 100 Best Australian Albums and the rest of the gear. It's a great prize with the V8 Supercars. I think they're turning up in Sydney on Saturday week or for that weekend.
And this is going to be the one HG. It comes down to 3.
I know. Frosty.
It's incredible. Winterbottom and Whincup.
Whincup, Winterbottom, and the bloke who's in trouble with his
with
payments.
With Dick Johnson driving.
Courtney, isn't it?
Yeah, Courtney, James Courtney.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting.
Wouldn't
and,
it
of course,
be
so beneficial.
Wouldn't it be a fairy tale if James Courtney, busted ass?
Yeah, hadn't touched the
team
thing on
can't get Christmas presents for the kids.
Oh.
And there he is, the champion.
I know. It's a beautiful, isn't it? It's a great story.
Same car. He hasn't even been able to put petrol in it.
It's bizarre,
since the start of the season.
Gives you an idea of how terrible the rest of the teams are.
Yeah.
If a
they can't beat Courtney.
Exactly. Okay,
now, the question. Sorry, HG. For all comers.
For all comers.
Who should Blake Shins get to put his bets on at the TAB? Who should he use to put his bets on for him at the TAB?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, who wouldn't in that situation? Roy, who are we talking about?
Oh, yeah, we're joined by Mark, who's joining us from the Blue Mountains. How are you there, Mark?
I'm well, guys. Yourself?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, Mark, what part of the Blue Mountains are you in?
I'm in Falconbridge.
Falconbridge, okay. Are you just passing through, or that's where you're living?
Nah, it's home sweet home, mate.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, you got warm days there yet, Mark?
Oh, yeah, it's not always that cold up here.
No.
Now, how far do you have to go to work at the moment? You're in the building game. Where's your job at the moment?
I've got a job down at Borkham Hills and one at Blaxland.
Oh, well, that's a sort of... do you try and work mainly in the area? I know that's a fairly big footprint there, but mainly in the area?
Try to stay in the mountains if I can, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And do you bill yourself as a mountain specialist?
I like to be.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, you're very keen on the NRL and the prison side. You think they could work?
I think they could work. I mean, they'd have plenty of candidates, wouldn't they?
There are plenty of candidates and plenty, I think, of go forward. Given that they were mainly people who might have ended up in jail instead of playing rugby league.
That's right, yeah.
And how do you think that, coming to you from rugby league to cricket, how do you think we're going to go on from Thursday morning, 11 o'clock Queensland time?
Oh, geez, I'm a bit nervous, I've got to say.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, where do you think the problem is? Do we need a good spinner, do you think, Mark? What's the problem?
Oh,
Are you worried about Superhead Johnson?
well, we need a couple of good bowlers and we need a couple of decent batters, and other than that, they're fine,
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think you've summed it up perfectly,
He has
Mark.
summed it up perfectly. Now, what about Pup? Should he play or not? He's got a buggered back.
Yeah, let him chance it.
Yeah, okay.
Couple of needles, he'll be right.
Needles,
Fair
good
enough.
man.
Now, Mark, let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
Mark, who should Blake Shins get to put his bets on at the TAB for him?
He should have Hoss from Bonanza.
Very good. You've won the Peak Tap, the water bottle, the blow-up ball, the deck of cards, all from the V8 Supercars, and you've also won for the truck songs from the 100 Best Australian Albums. Mark, thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
It sort of takes us away, but before we go, Shane Warner's dropped a bombshell into the England's Ashes camp by declaring they have made their biggest star, Kevin KP Peterson, feel like an outcast. Warner believes Peterson has as much batting talent as Sachin Tendulkar.
Wow, the little master.
Big Call says it's hardly any wonder the man they call KP has been in a prolonged run drought. Peterson enters the Ashes cauldron without a test century in 20 months.
Gee.
Unlike the little master, of course.
Yes, who's just banging them out, isn't he? He scored another 57 overnight against New Zealand. I think they're bashing up New Zealand in the third test.
And it's only passed 50 once. This is KP's only passed 50 once in through two matches on Australian soil this month.
Yeah.
KP's lean trot has a lot to do with the way he's been treated by England. He was forced out as captain in January 2009 and sacked from the one-day side earlier this year. The way they've treated him is ordinary, and he's been made to feel as if he's a bit of an outcast. KB might be the walking ego with the way he struts around, and sometimes he's unpopular with his own teammates, and he can rub people the wrong way. He does have an attitude, but he has to be made to feel important and like he's the man. If he feels like that, it'll give you everything.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true of a lot of people, isn't it? But certainly in the case of the man they call KP.
Kevin Peterson.
Yeah. You just got to say to him all the time, KP, you're great.
Yeah,
You just
give us a
KP.
ton, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we won't put too much pressure on you.
Yeah. You comfortable there, KP? Can I get you anything, KP?
Do you feel like an outcast,
Yeah,
KP?
KP.
Would you like another Monte Carlo biscuit, KP?
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah,
Cup of tea?
Can I drive you home, KP? Or do you want to go home in your own car by yourself? I don't mind. I'll follow you home if you like. Make sure you get home all right. You right there, KP?
Perfect. Now, obviously, it's the last week of the Life. For
we'll be back
2010.
Friday.
We'll be back Friday.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering if you'd agree to introducing, say, a mystery sound competition for the last episode of the year.
What a good idea.
That's a real...
Because that can change your life forever.
I know. And what's lovely about it, it's something different for the last show.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what that
What
is.
was that?
That's somebody
Wasn't
crushing...
KP.
No, that was somebody crushing a polystyrene cup in their bare teeth.
Oh, very close.
I missed. It hadn't changed my life. Anyway, thanks to the crew. We'll see you Friday for the final Life of 2010. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. Jim in there with the baggy green at a jaunty rake at the moment across the balding pate. Jim dedicates today's reads to supermodel Elle Macpherson, who has stepped up Siddle style to be our secret weapon in the 2022 World Cup bid. Now, we all know FIFA Supremo Sepp Blatter has a proven eye for talent, and Elle knows her football and how to get business done. I saw some pictures of her this week in the intimate range, and by golly, they were all business. It's tremendous, and when she turns up in that range, dressed to kill, Sepp will be putty in her hands, or in our hands. Yes, my very good friends, you can relax. December the 2nd, international time, maybe December the 3rd here. This one's in the bag. Now, look, sadly, if that's the good news, sadly, Posh is a no-show for Bex's trip down under. Look, I just say that there because I know a lot of people were keen to get a look at Posh shopping and to learn the techniques of a master or mistress, master-mistress, if you can get me drift. But sadly, she hasn't come due to shopping commitments elsewhere in the world. I mean, you just don't put 24 hours of shopping on pause to get on a plane to fly to Australia and back again, assuming it takes 12 hours to get here from America.
You can shop on the plane.
True. Yeah. Look, I think that...
Perfumes.
Yeah, she's got all those things. She's got to find new things not that aren't available on a plane. What she should do is fly, say, Air New Zealand to get here and shop with them on the way here, getting a lot of New Zealand-style tiki rubbish. And then on the way back, go with another carrier like, let's say, Qantas, where she can get stuffed koalas and all that sort of stuff, and Australian perfumes.
Which is the one that's got Chris World?
Chris, now,
Singapore?
Singapore, yeah.
That's beautiful stuff.
I know, it's fantastic. The high-qual stuff. And she might be able to get a nice Rolex from Chris Weld for Bex for Christmas. Chris Weld Christmas. It's the best sort of Christmas. And I'm not doing copywriting. Now, but it's sad that she won't be able to make it because I know a lot of people in the Hunter area, and there are tickets still available for Bex v Newcastle tomorrow night. A lot of people in the Hunter area, Qatar Affair, I know they had the police there sorting out security issues, and Erin Affair as well, where she was going to go ballistic, and Tugger Affair, if there's another fair in there. So that's 3, Qatar Affair, Erin Affair, Tugger Affair, which she won't be able to be visiting because she's not here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon when too much body's bellied up. What a week. What an incredible week. Best week of 2010 so far, and it's our final week. Yes, this is the final Life for 2010, but wait for it, big changes planned at Triple M for 2011. Exciting changes. I think we're going to be back to daring, edgy, and I forgot bold. We're going back to the daring, edgy, and bold rave that people loved at the start of 2009. And now in 2011 it'll return. And changes, let me flag changes, that could see, wait for it, Phil and Limo return to this dial permanently. I'm not talking about just for, the odd shift here and there, which they do at the moment. Phil and Limo back. Lips are being licked in anticipation. Cricket and Australia right on top from the opening ball at the Gabba. And it is the score at the moment, let me see, is 5 for 175. If you're in the car and can't have it on because you're listening to us, why haven't you got, internet in the car so you can look it up on the internet? Get real, get modern. Have somebody tweet you the scores every 30 seconds. That's one way of keeping up. Anyway, 5 for 175. They're about 100, or, what am I doing? The maths here, 85 behind. English first score with 5 wickets in hand. Now it's so easy to delude yourself into thinking the Poms have something to offer. They've got bugger all. Bugger all. It's the same old rubbish, the same old, has seen rubbish before, MCC-style rubbish. And incidentally, no surprises to see the smart money following the Life lead, i.e. 5-0 to us. And sanity prevails at the Gabba as the Barmy Army bugler, Billy Cooper, is allowed to take the instrument to the game. He blasted off yesterday with the theme from Neighbours and followed it up to the Lighthouse from the block. This left a lot of cricket buffs, scratching their heads, wondering what was going on. And Coops is about the only promotional wheeze Cricket Australia has left. Normally they promote it with people, bowling the ball and hitting stumps, but now they've got Coops doing the lot. And can I be the first to say this? Could Broad be Siddle's bunny? I know Roy will probably open with that, but I've trodden on his toes there. But could Broad, I can see him scratching it out now, could Broad be Siddle's bunny? I just let that dangle there tantalisingly as it, obviously comes to the second innings. The first person they'll give the ball to when Broad waddles out is Siddle. And incidentally, Sunday is Vuvuzela Day at the Gabba, and anyone with a horn is admitted free. So that's great. Rugby League, and just what did Russell Crowe blurt out on the Jay Leno show about GI's Coachwood and Myrtle pay packet? Apparently, the kid was prepared to play for nothing just to get involved with the Rabbits community, the Rabbits, outreach programs, the South Cares story, and wearing the Coachwood and Myrtle every weekend. And that is until Rusty got involved and offered him $1.8 million for a couple of matches next year, injuries permitting. And now the shoe, that is Ian Schubert, that is your head, contract. Well, I was going to say somebody who combs it, goes through it with a fine-tooth comb. I don't know what you call that, but that's what Shoe is, going through it with a fine-tooth comb. Auditor, looking for lice in the undergrowth, is going through it with a fine-tooth comb. Anyway, A-League, we're on to A-League already, and the F3 Derby came to life when, wait for it, Sasho Petrovsky found the back of the net deep into injury time. I think it was about the 97-minute mark. That's how deep into injury time it was. There was absolutely no pressure on Sasho. In fact, as nearly as we could tell from talking to the coach afterwards, they didn't know he was playing. It's one of those weird things. He snuck on. He found himself with a bit of free movement of the head, and there it was in the back of the net. 1-1, I think, was the final score at the Derby. Jets won, Central Coast won. And could we see Sasho's Bonts up front for the Socceroos in the Asian Cup knockabout? Look, I haven't ruled it out. And remember, as mentioned already, this week it's Galaxy v Nukes. Tickets still available. Racing. And first it was World Youth Day, and now Randwick is unavailable because of Kesha Fest 2011 on March the 12th, meaning that the time-honoured Randwick Guineas will now be run at Warwick Farm. I wonder if Kesha has a position on condoms and their use. If so, I'd like to hear it. I know the Pope, who was here for World Youth Day, has blossomed and gone right off the page, right off the reservation with his talk about condoms and their use and where they're permitted. I think Kesha should follow suit. This is the life. This is the elephant in your car. This is the home of dreams, and your dreams really can come true here on The Life. Now it's time to lock horns with a man who was voted, wait for it, Dreamer of the Year in a poll that kicked off our talkback Monday night. And thanks to everybody who got involved. I think we got through about 74 calls in 40 minutes. And then he followed it up with 1.87 million hits on our online poll for Dreamer of the Year. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we get him on the bellows simply by shouting, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp this week, KP?
Yes, thank you very much, Colonel Sanders.
Gee, you don't often call me that.
No, I know, I never have. And I'm right off mic. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm well away from the mic.
Yeah?
I've determined today to be the first to a radio show where I don't go anywhere near the mic.
Wow.
I think mics have been holding radio back. You did great. Been a long way from the mic. You got to shout a little bit.
It's a freedom. It's freedom. You're hanging looser than ever.
I've noticed.
Now, look, can I ask, why did you call me Colonel Sanders apart from to get on my wick?
Oh, no, well.
You don't have to get near the mic just to answer that question, by the way. You
Because
can stay where you are.
They've got someone to play the Colonel now. They've found this stupid old bloody actor who they reckon looks like Colonel Sanders to play Colonel Sanders in some sort of cricket promotion for fried chicken.
Get lost. Has the Colonel left us, has he already?
Years ago.
Right.
I don't know. Well, if he did exist, he might have done.
Yeah.
But he was.
Now, can I ask you,
I think he might have dabbled in polygamy.
the Colonel Sanders?
I think so.
Does anybody know his real name, as in, was it Reg Sanders?
It was Sanders, but he wasn't a colonel.
No, he made that up.
It was an honorarium.
Mhm.
You know, people just agreed that, you know, if they ever see him, they'd call him Colonel.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, Colonel.
Hmm.
Howdy. That sort of stuff.
How they hanging,
What
Colonel?
are you doing there, Colonel?
Frying some chicken.
Frying
Roy.
chicken.
Now, look, can I
Lemon and herbs and spice. 11.
now, listen, just before you go on,
Oh.
you mentioned Channel 9 there and the ads for the cricket.
Yeah.
What do you make of their new, much touted, coverage this year? I think I saw the boss of Channel 9 talking about it's the best ever. They've got it absolutely right. But I can't notice any difference to it.
No. Well, yeah.
The
they've
wagon
got-
wheel, sure.
Oh,
I get
yeah,
that.
the wagon. And they can do field placings. You know,
Oh,
like
but that's
imaginary
stupid.
stuff with little
Yeah,
pretend
no, that move about.
that
I've
move
seen
about.
that.
Yeah, it's stupid. I hate it.
Well, how's that improved?
Makes
their
me want to
coverage?
leave the house. In
Indeed.
fact, I do. I leave the house every time that comes on.
I tell you, when I leave the house, when Bill Laurie says it's all happening here at the Gabba.
I haven't heard that yet. I haven't been in the house when that's happened, mercifully. But I did see someone trying to pretend to be Colonel. I just thought, how stupid. How stupid. Anyway, I'm near the mic now. I've gone back to tradition.
But you can take a spell away from the mic later in the
No.
show.
Siddle. Now, are the poems finished, is how I was going to ask, but of course, is how I was going to begin the show.
Yeah.
But of course, I notice now. Hello, I better bring the mic.
Yeah, that's all right.
Let's just
I
get
tell you what,
to
if you go off mic a lot, I bet you this station plays Colonel Sanders ads to fill in the
No,
space.
it will probably. Or get him in, the bloke playing it.
Yeah, that's right.
It'll be
Yeah.
HG and the Colonel. Serena Williams, the Miss Australian.
Now go back to your original thought. Are the poems finished? And then you were going to
Oh,
say...
yeah, well, I was
and
going to do
now-
some talk back
no,
on that. But I don't know. I got a feeling now it might be, is Australia finished?
Well, 5 for
I've gone
181.
Yeah.
I don't think the...
Are
I
we
don't-
finished? Are we finished? Is it all over?
Oh, no.
Australian cricketers are dead? Are
Oh,
we,
yeah, Australian
Are
cricket.
we dancing around on the grave? Is it ready for that? Are we ready?
Well, I reckon you stick with the original topic. Are the poems
Ah, the
finished?
Pom's finished. All
Terrific
right.
talk
Yeah,
back
it is
topic.
a good talk. All right, we'll take talk back on that later. Serena Williams to miss the Australian Open,
Oh, no.
which is very sad. I mean, she's been a real fixture. A real fixture in promoting the Australian Open. Remember, it's the only Open of the Asia Pacific. Andrew Demetrio insists the AFL is not interested in Greg Inglis despite contract problems.
Oh, no, I bet you they'll change their tune.
I bet they change their tune if this falls over.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's going to fall over?
If
the
Shuey
English?
gets involved,
Yeah,
if Shuey
Shuey.
starts sniffing around, he'll find something.
Yeah, you'll find
You
something.
know what Shuey's like.
Oh, yeah. With that comb of his.
Yeah.
And the lice.
Yeah.
He finds them.
He finds them. Little Alicia Molik is preparing for the summer tour at the Bendigo International. And, you know, I'd never thought of the Bendigo. I didn't even know the Bendigo International was on the radar. But what a brilliant promotion for the city of Bendigo to have an international isn't this fantastic?
It's very, very go-ahead,
It's got to
Bendigo.
coincide with JA being elected.
It would be.
The member of
It would.
Bennelong.
Yeah. You know, Bendigo existed in the shadow of Ballarat for a while, but
Yeah,
now
I
it's
know.
coming out from the
well,
shadow
with
of
his
Ballarat.
international.
It's really back on the map.
And
People,
I
international.
say, JA, well done. I mean, so far, I don't know, the bloke's only been there 5 minutes. And he's got 16 international courts in Darwin. And he's got the Bendigo International. Oh, yeah. Now, who is responsible for Rugby League's missing $300 million?
What? What's this story?
$300 million is missing.
Right.
Now,
Do they think one person is responsible?
No. They think it's a conspiracy.
A conspiracy?
Yes, a conspiracy.
Right.
So I'll be very interested to know where this goes. And Rugby League, if you think we're going to forget this, we're not. A million reasons to keep reminding you. Now, the man they call Tiger Woods has claimed 2010 was worse than people could possibly imagine.
Oh,
what rubbish!
Get real.
I've imagined what it must be like for him. Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
There you were, you know.
Top of the world,
Top of
number
the world,
one.
You know,
Rachel,
Woods
you
by
can tell.
name, Wood by nature, clubs everywhere.
Yeah.
Club.
Yeah.
Come on in, babe.
That's
Next.
right. Mhm.
Suddenly it's, you know, cricket.
know.
Hensby, 491.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is
Now,
what-
Jason of Little River, he reckons
yeah.
the Colonel is Michael Clark dressed up in a fat man suit. Well, I can tell you that's not true.
Yeah.
Mind you, that might be Michael Clark's future. I don't think he's got a future in cricket.
That's true. Now, speaking of the ads, have you seen the one with Doug Bollinger?
No.
Oh,
doing?
yeah.
What, with the Colonel?
Yeah, with the Colonel.
Sit on the Colonel's lap? That
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
slightly sick one?
That one they show after 9:30 at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the adults only.
Yes.
That one. Well, that was predicated on Bollinger being part of the test squad.
Ah, wrong.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, Roy. What, the cricket, a bit hard to know. We're obviously coming towards the end of day 2. We've got Hussey on 58, Haddon on 13, and it's Australia 587.
Yep.
England, of course, made 260.
Yeah, well,
in the
that
first
260 is looking pretty good now, isn't it?
It
I
is.
mean, we thought that was a bit under par, subpar.
So,
we
yeah,
thought
well, yeah, I
yesterday.
noticed that term's crept
Yeah, I
into the
know.
commentary. I'm not sure that
Someone
I like
was
it.
saying, 320 would have been par
I have
on
no idea
that-
what that means.
on that deck.
On that deck, true.
Yeah. Par for that deck
Now-
yesterday.
You'd have to say there's not. Well, we're not meant to be unkind to the
Well, we don't
efforts
have
of-
a middle order, do we?
No.
That's what we've got to. That's the reality. That's the harsh reality.
Mhm.
Marcus North.
Brad Haddon's up to 13.
Yeah,
He's
well,
on strike at the moment.
North, you'd have to think is going to be weeded out.
And it looks as though
looks
Mitchell
like-
Johnson would be lucky to hang on to his spot.
Yeah, well, he bowled very ordinarily yesterday.
And what do you think of Clark? Has he got
Well, he's got those back issues, hasn't he?
back issues? He looked
Yeah.
as though he had back issues today.
Yes, he did.
And, of course, he's got the weight of this Colonel Sanders campaign, which looks as though it's,
Yeah, that's right.
people are recognising him already, where he thought getting in the fat suit. And
Would do it, but it hasn't.
No.
We all know it's him. And of course, and it's demeaning for a cricketer
It is.
to be known as the bloke in the fat suit with the fried chicken in the mouth
and the beard.
Yeah, in the beard. Yeah.
Man, it's not even November anymore.
and
What
you've
a
got
sort of
Punter who just can't bat anymore.
No, well, Punter, obviously he's there because of his field placings now.
Well,
now,
yes.
When we're in India,
Yes, he's
everyone's-
become a sort of Mike Brearley type.
he has.
Yeah.
Well, in India, of course, people bagged his field placings, which, let's face it, pretty ordinary.
Well,
but
Warney did.
Warney did, that's true.
Yeah.
they were inventive or creative.
Creative.
But
yeah.
yesterday I thought he was just first class with his field placings.
Yeah.
They obviously got the Siddle hat-trick. Just the pressure, the incredible pressure
The
of the...
incredible pressure. I agree with that.
Just a few things. Obviously, the decision to let the Coops in, Billy Cooper, the bugler for the Barmy Army.
Yeah.
I want to triumph that was because I think people are going to go to the cricket for the next 4 tests hoping to hear Billy really give of his best.
Yeah.
And do you think other people...
But is this the thin edge of the wedge? What if the Barmy Army next time, or even the next test, or even the next day, tomorrow, what if 20 of them turn up with trumpets?
trombones?
Well, what if you get a brass band happening? You get a tuba, you get cornets.
Well,
what if that happens?
Well, let's face it, sometimes the cricket can be pretty dull.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yesterday was lively.
That's true. But what I'm thinking about families.
Families. Yeah.
Families who might be sitting there eating their whatever,
their takeaway food.
Their takeaway food.
Or their carefully prepared packed lunch.
Yes.
Locale.
And you've got this town band, essentially.
Blaring in your ear.
Deafeningly blaring in your ear hole all day.
Yeah.
Well, it's not good enough, is it?
No.
I don't mind this clown Cooper, as long as he limits it to, let's say, 4 bars every 5 overs, and he's got to move, say, 120 metres
from where he last
tooted.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's
just
not
a
bad.
just a bit of common sense.
Mm-hmm. Now, would you like to see him work through a repertoire? So it's on the scoreboard. Up comes, next bill will be blaring at the third leg boundary, and he'll be doing The Lonely Bull by Herb Alpert.
Yeah.
Just to pick a number.
Yeah,
then he moves round.
Yeah. I don't mind that, but it just gives him too much focus, doesn't it? Gives him too much prominence.
I tell you what,
undue prominence.
Well, in some of these matches, undue prominence.
The only difference between him and anyone else there is that he's got a bloody trumpet
and he can blow.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Look, I just sort of think, unfortunately, one trumpet out there. It just looks a bit try-hard, doesn't it? As though sort of turn a weakness to a strength.
Yeah.
What?
I tell you what, though, HG, I do have a dream.
Do you?
You know how much I do love a brass band, and I do love a brass band. I would love 43,000 trumpets at the Gabba. Wouldn't that be something?
It'd certainly, obviously, I was going to say piss off the opposition, wouldn't it? The bombs. That'd be one in the eye for the bombs.
Wouldn't it?
Look, I thought you were going to say was that something different, which I've dreamed about.
What, 43,000 trombones?
Not bad. A test touring side, there was a brass band. So it was after the...
at lunchtime?
Yeah, not bad. Lunchtime.
Instead of going
at
out
6
for
o'clock,
lunch, they could...
set up with the chairs
Yes.
and play a couple of numbers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go overboard. Pick the simpler ones, Tijuana Taxi or, obviously The Lonely Bull. That's what you'd open with. And then move on to something, sort of like, I don't know, one of the hits.
Colonel Bogey.
Colonel Bogey, perfect. And then, sort of a brass interpretation of, say, Pipeline by the Chantays.
Yeah, maybe.
Which would be a lovely number.
Yeah. A couple of NXS covers you could do.
Right, and get one of the people who might have sung the national anthem earlier in the day to come out and sing with them to give you an idea of the breadth and range of some of our great Australian singers have. Now,
well, what a good idea that would be.
Look, Harmison, because the Gabba and Harmison go hand in hand now.
Yes,
and there was a lot of talk.
Does Harmy?
He's here.
Yeah, I know. Has he brought his trumpet?
Yeah, I think he has.
Okay.
I think he has. And
because Harvey blows.
He's a big blower.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's hardly without blow.
Yeah.
He said, I said at the time that I'll let the size of the occasion get to me. This is in his article with the Sunday Mail about the ball.
Oh, he opened up about the ball 4 years ago yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Went into second slip. Might have been Freddie Flintoff that fielded at second slip.
It was.
Yeah.
Look, at the time...
Has Freddie told his story?
No, Freddie hasn't. He's been rehearsing doing the Freddie. Still, which gives me the shits.
I tell you what, when he does open up,
it'll be magic, won't it?
That chapter he'll do on Harmy's ball, how he felt. I'd love him. I don't think anyone's ever asked him to take us through what it was like standing in second slip there. What a shock that must have been.
It was.
Yeah.
Now, he said, I said at the time that I'll let the size of the occasion get to me. Obviously, Ashes, opening up the Gabba, obviously important to make a big impression.
Yeah.
What I meant to say was the scale of it. But as to why and how it happened, it's still a mystery to me.
Mystery.
But see, what I think is there's another chapter yet to be written.
Yeah.
Mystery revealed.
Well, he's just hiding his cards, really.
He is.
He's going to play those when his novel comes out.
People suggested the ball must have slipped out of my sweaty hands.
I bet they have suggested that too.
Or that I got my run-up wrong. Or all manner of things, like a pigeon hit me, etc., on the delivery stride.
Yeah.
But I cannot put it down to any of that. All I wanted to happen was for a big hole to open up in the Gabba and for me to jump in it and disappear.
Wow, and that's before he bowled the ball.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy's just trying to get a score from the Gabba, but I think it's still 5 wickets
still
down.
5 far.
About 190,
Yeah.
round about there.
Yeah.
Anyway, look.
I think we're about 65 behind.
65
So it must be
behind.
195, something like that.
Mm. Well, that's getting close.
Yep.
In other words.
Yep.
If all the other batters can get, say, 6.
Yeah.
That
We could
gives-
end up with a zero-sum game.
Or par.
Yeah. I don't know what par is today.
No. I think they're waiting.
58 behind now, 58.
Oh,
so we're
Hussies.
5 for 202.
Right.
Hats!
Yeah.
19.
He's starting to cement his place in the side.
He is, isn't he?
He'll be moving up the order soon.
Yep.
Now, look, Daryl Summers of Hey Hey at Saturday fame believes that, or, admits that this weekend's edition of the show could be his last.
No way.
Well, this
I
is
thought it had just
devastating.
come back.
Well, it went to Wednesday. Now it's back on Saturday. I thought
Yeah.
it was worth another get. I'd like to see it return to the 7:30 in the morning slot, which is where it originally
On
started.
Channel 10.
Might have been Channel 10, but I think 9 could easily do it then because they don't have much on at all and they need something for kids. Channel 9 is yet to have discussions with Summers about the fate of the show.
Yeah.
It's in the lap of the gods.
In the lap of the gods.
Yeah, I believe we're delivering a really good show, but I
Yeah.
don't think it has had a chance to consolidate. What, after 30 years, it hasn't had a chance to consolidate? I suppose so.
Well, hang on.
Now,
Is
wait a
this
minute.
what Daryl's saying?
That's
It hasn't had a
Darryl saying.
chance to consolidate.
Yeah.
But I thought they did 8 shows on the Saturday night. I thought this was
easily.
the 8th coming up this Saturday.
Yeah, but it could have been 20 years that they were there before.
Yeah.
You don't think people have lost, the touch of Hey Hey on Saturday night? Sure, they tried Wednesday night,
Yeah.
which was a bit tricky.
I think
because
people got out of the habit of not going out until Hey Hey had finished on a Saturday night.
they went out earlier in that.
Yeah.
Now, last week's show averaged about 700,000 viewers nationally. I think we had a rough end of the pineapple this year. I'm not quite sure why he says that. I think that there is a good reason for Hey Hey to continue.
Yes.
But if it is too costly and has to go, then I guess one has to say, okay, we had a delightful run. A lot of people will be sad. Now, what I want to get your thoughts on is in the lap of the gods. I'm just wondering whether Mary McKillop could come to our aid here with Hey Hey. Do you think, the patron saint of television, Mary McKillop, could intervene on Daryl's behalf with the powers at Channel 9 and say, give the kid another
What, threaten them? Threaten them.
Well,
Who is the power at Channel 9?
Well, it's a hedge fund. An offshore hedge fund really owns it. But
there'd have to be a program. There'd have to be a Boxhead Lecky type.
there is
wouldn't
Dave Gingell. Big Dave Gingell.
Big Dave Gingell.
And he would be susceptible, for an interfaith vigil.
Is he a believer? Do we
Oh,
know?
yeah, of course he is. He believes in television. I think an interfaith vigil out front of, say, every Channel 9 in Richmond. I think it might be Bendigo Street, Richmond in Victoria, and then, of course, in Willoughby and Channel 9 and
Yes.
Tin
Well, I think it's
Street
got to
in
start
North
with the
Adelaide.
staff.
The staff.
I think it's got to start with the staff. Now, let's say, Tubby and Heels and
Oh, yeah. Gilly and Slats
Tony
and,
Gregg, each of those.
and Mark Nicholas.
Dressed as nuns.
At work tomorrow.
Yes.
Wow, what a lovely idea.
People think, hello, what's happening here?
And can I suggest at half-time they played Hark the Herald Angel sing on their trombones?
On their trombones.
as the nuns. And the ground announcer would say, and now, ladies and gentlemen, something for Daryl.
Daryl, yes.
Please welcome
Please welcome
the Blowing Nuns on the come.
our commentary team,
Mhm.
the Blowing Nuns. That'd be fantastic.
It would.
But
Now-
are people going to get the hey hey message though? From
will.
That? I just worry
They will.
it's not going to. It might be a bit muddied.
Well, I
People
think
are going to be thinking, oh, their heads will be reeling. Oh, hang on,
what's all this
the
about?
Blowing Nuns? What? Isn't
Yeah.
that Greggy?
Okay. In a frock. Look, what I think they have to do is put up a backdrop. Like a run through in the football.
Oh, okay.
So save, hey,
hang
hey.
on. Aren't we missing the obvious here? Shouldn't they have Daryl on drums?
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much, Jim. Now, another great, firstly, before I come to that,
Yes.
Steve of Ermington reckons Hey Hey at Saturday started at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Well, he'd know, I reckon.
And there's nothing wrong with it going back to 8 a.m. on Saturday
No,
morning.
there's not
says
a
there?
problem. No. Unless Steve's making that up. But Steve has no interest in lying. Why would he lie to us? He wouldn't. I'd say that's probably a fact.
Especially over such a trivial matter.
Yes, he wouldn't.
As the
But
starting
it's
time.
not his go.
I know, fair enough. Now, look, Warnie's show,
Yeah.
it was incredible, wasn't it?
Warnie is a natural, isn't he?
Yeah, an absolute natural.
Yeah.
Could you see
Hey,
him?
it's Warnie on Saturday night. How about that?
Fantastic.
Hey.
Can you see him reading the news on 9
Yes,
at
I
some
can.
point?
Yes, I
And
can.
nationally, I mean, obviously.
Yes.
if Nine decided to.
Yeah, and maybe you could take over from Buffett Gingell you were talking about.
Oh, well, yeah, that may be hard because he's got other commitments like his poker
Warnie?
comps. And,
Well, how hard is it to say, Cops LAC, yeah, have some more of that?
no, we're not.
Hey, AC tonight? Yeah, no, don't want that no more. No, I'll do that. I'll be just call Warnie, I'll be right. Just get some guests, I'll talk to them, that'll be great. What else? Okay, everything else is good. Hot seat. Just get ready to do twice as many, and we'll do that maybe every day. Oh, we do that every day of the week. Yeah, that's good. No, right. News. That's right. Current affair. Just get some crap. Get some loser. Annoy him a bit and photograph it. Like you're a real loser, mate. And we'll do a special on losers. That's how we'll start. All right. Leave me alone. I've got stuff to do.
You make it sound way too complex. Now,
Well, that'd do it, wouldn't it?
yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. You've hit the nail on the head. I think that's how they
We
program
could do a
most
couple of
television.
specials.
Oh, specials. Now you
Specials.
got me
Yeah,
interested.
Tony Gregg
What?
special. Tony Gregg and a band.
Wow. What, the Blowing Nuns?
Well,
First number?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want it too
You
much
don't
of a
want to
good
expose
thing.
everything at the same time.
No, true.
Next
true.
week should be a couple of weeks later, be the Tubby special.
Now,
Tonight live with Tubby Taylor. Hello, I'm Tubby. I've got some mates. Come on, Warnie, come on out here. No, I'm only kidding. Warnie's not. He's got his shows tomorrow night. Now I got Slats. How are you, Slats?
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Now, critics were mostly kind to Warnie's show, and he looks great, doesn't he? That
Well, what have they
weird-
done with his teeth? I mean, his
his
teeth are
teeth
just
and the
unlikely,
bonds
aren't
and the
they?
hair, the
He's
whole
had them
thing's-
bleached. I think they bleach teeth these days, and it can look just a little bit silly.
what with sort of White King?
Yeah.
They just put it on the toothbrush and scrub
they
it
do.
on.
They do. Yeah. They might use blue lights and stuff like that.
To bring them up as whiter.
Yes.
You know, some
so they're
people
whiter than white. They're so white that your eye can't really process the information.
Yeah.
So all you see is a glow, and you think, "God, that's not human. There's something wrong with that bloke. Is that a robot I'm looking at?"
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Then maybe that's how he gets all his work done.
Hmm.
The Tonight Show's a robot.
Yeah.
Now, look, other people were worried that their contrast knob had changed on their television, and all of a sudden the orange pallor was cranked right up in relationship
Well, you
to
will
the TV.
find that, actually, I think, with your digital televisions, that they try to compensate for the whiteness because it's such an unlikely white that you never see anywhere. I mean,
I know what you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
So
got
it can make your controls go haywire.
Mhm.
So people might have experienced this, I'm suggesting.
Well, the network, Gingen.
Complaints, were there a lot of complaints? Like my TV's not working since Warnie's
some-
come on?
Yeah, some of that order. The network was thrilled with Warnie's what's described here as maiden performance.
Ah, yes.
And we're looking forward to the upcoming shows and some great interviews. Oh, the interviews are just great.
Yep.
Warnie used Twitter to thank people for their feedback. I thought it went well for my first effort. Will hopefully improve.
Yes.
P.S. I thought Packer and Chris Martin were funny, insightful and entertaining.
Yep.
Richie and the Puppets, hilarious.
Hilarious.
Is that Richie Beno he's referring to?
I don't know.
Richie Beno,
Is he-
hilarious?
But is Richie working with puppets now? What sort of puppets? Was it Super Marionation?
Well-
Those sorts of puppets, like Lady Penelope, T-Birds, that sort of stuff, Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds are go. Come on, Richie.
Look,
Come on, Richie.
could I just suggest he's working with the Tintookies?
Oh, the Tin Tookies, is he? Richie Beno and the Tin Tookies. Hello, Richie.
Roy and HG. The Life on Triple M.
And just a quick update from the cricket. It's 5 for 220 Australia. They're exactly 40 runs behind now with 5 wickets in hand. But if that's the good news, the sad news is Light has interrupted play.
Yes, disappointing, isn't it?
It is incredibly disappointing.
Yep.
You'd think in this day and age we would have solved this problem.
Well, haven't they got lights at the Gabba? I thought they did.
They do have lights at the Gabba, and now it appears to be raining.
Oh, well, in
So-
that case, they
yeah.
did the right thing. And I tell you what, don't our ground staff get those covers on quickly?
Unbelievably quickly,
Yeah.
And what's good is that they're now starting to make a move, and we should be able to see this.
Yeah.
Here comes the tractor now,
Yeah.
and they were only called for about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
It's unbelievably
I
good.
know.
And here he comes.
I like
just
the way
one-
how they didn't anticipate either, HG. You know, they knew play had been stopped,
Mhm.
but they didn't bring out the covers.
Well, they didn't jump the
No,
gun.
they had to wait
Yeah, wait.
until officially requested by
the
Billy
umpires.
Doctrove. Billy Doctrove, it might have been.
Well, that's fantastic.
Bring the covers out now.
Mm-hmm. And
But look at them go. God almighty, they're efficient. You know, a lot of people say the people that put the nets up at Wimbledon, you know, when it rains there and they get the nets down and the covers across, they're the best in the world. I'd back our Gabba staff.
over them.
Over them.
And what about the Queensland barrier attendants as a group? Aren't they incredible at Doomben and Eagle Farm? They can get those horses in and start almost exactly on time.
You're absolutely right.
This is not once or twice. This is week after
in,
week
after
week after week of racing.
Yep.
It's just incredible.
It is incredible. You know, I just think when it comes to sports administration, right from the grassroots right through to the upper levels of administration, we're the best in the world.
Yeah, we mightn't have the players, but the administration is first class. And can I just put in a plug for those who manage the traffic around, say, roadworks and, or if someone
Our stop-go people.
Stop-go people. They're incredible.
They are the best in the world.
Mm-hmm. I think now university tests prove that. University of Flinders University.
I know we're the envy of the world when it comes to SG work.
Oh, indeed. Well, look, can I just say, when you have the calibre of people like Warwick Capper getting involved, it gives you an idea of that it's no easy job. Yeah. Training is rigorous, and the examinations, people get them wrong and they're dumped.
Yep.
And, of course, they're reviewed every 2 years to make sure their stop and go aren't being confused. Now, back to Warnie's show. Look,
because it only takes a mistake.
One mistake.
If you get two goes happening, disaster.
Complete disaster.
Complete disaster.
And often...
Two stops, well, it's not a disaster. That can be just tedious. You know, you think, well, I've been waiting here for half an hour, but they've been waiting for half an hour as well. What's going on?
Now, the other thing is, as sure as certain, if there were two goes going up, it'd involve some sort of visiting dignitary, some big international, artiste.
Yes.
And a car accident, all of a sudden, headlines around the world.
Well, that's right.
People ain't
well, let's
imagine,
Australia. Beck's getting off at
exactly.
Say,
Posh.
Williamtown Airport.
Yeah.
Going
in
to
New South
Newcastle. Yes, for the match tomorrow night.
Comes
Imagine if the stop-goies had double goed and he'd got cleaned up and killed.
Well, it doesn't bear thinking about.
It doesn't bear thinking about. Exactly. I mean, our reputation would be besmirched across the world. We'd be a laughingstock.
Indeed. Now, going back to Warnie's show, the Melbourne radio veteran interviewer, Neil Mitchell, said yesterday Warnie was better than he expected. I think a lot of people...
That's a big rap, isn't it?
Better than he expected.
That's a huge rap.
I think a lot of people would have been expecting something worse. They would have been expecting it to be amateurish. Oh, well, I never thought of that for a minute. And it was in places.
Yep.
But overall, I thought it was good for what it was. It'll get better, Mitchell said, adding that he would like to see more live interviews.
Yes, I would too.
A lot of the interviews were pre-recorded on tape.
Yes.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
No. It's just that when they're live, they have much more immediacy.
That's right. And
things
can go wrong.
Edgy. You think,
can go wrong.
Well, that's right.
You can double go.
Yeah.
Now, look, one of the things I wondered was whether you thought that a band would have helped.
Yes, I think a band. Inevitably, a band will get involved. Now,
the Blowing Nuns?
Whether it is Tony Gregg and his Blowing Nuns, jury's out, because there is talk of Greggy having his own show.
I think he'll save
Tony Gregg.
Yes, he'll save the Blowing Nuns for that. What I'd like to see is What Shoe Theory.
Brett Lee's latest outfit.
Now,
that'd be a slightly more pop, wouldn't it? And Warnie's very pop, isn't he? Well, he had Sting on the show. That's how pop he is.
Well, Warnie singing. Can you see that happening? And remember, we had. I think you were prosecuting Richie Benaud as a singing act on his show a while ago.
Yes.
Do you think that could happen? I mean, I'd
like to see him back on with the Puppets if it went well. Sadly, I missed Richie and the Puppets. No. But I tell you what, I'm interested. I hope they get that up on iView or.
However, YouTube.
Yep.
Now, look, bloggers, they said that...
he's very much a blogging culture person, isn't he? And
tweets. He tweets all the time. I know. He could probably get 100 tweets a day.
Yeah, easy.
From Warnie. He said the show would be more enjoyable. He's a bit sort of picky, I think. Yeah. The end result is a middle-of-the-road vehicle with training wheels instead of being a must-see rollicking ride that hits the odd pothole and gets over it.
Who's saying this, Neil Mitchell?
No, this is David Knox, a TV Tonight blogger. Okay. So he's sort of damning with faint praise. Yeah. Others say it was refreshing. It's a very affable bloke by any standard, while others criticised it as dull. puerile questions. One reader adding, the host's delivery was as unnatural as his tan.
Oh, dear.
Good job.
Well,
I
I'd
loved
say
it.
they've got television problems. It was
Yeah.
overcompensating for the teeth.
This is The Life. Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, it's raining at the Gabba, so there's no cricket. So the umpires did the right thing and offered the light to the Australians, and the Australians took it.
I wonder if they had advice, Billy Doctrove and co, from, say, the Bureau of Meteorology, HG. Well, they can do that now into their ears. Rain coming.
All right.
200 metres away, bearing down.
Fair enough, in your direction.
Yeah.
Batten down the hatches.
Yes.
Now, look,
Alert ground staff.
they're first class. Aren't
First
they? I know we
class.
were talking about that before we got to the track. Now, look, can I just say that I don't know whether it's a good idea sending Elle Macpherson to represent us at the FIFA top-level conference concerning the decision-making about the 2022 World Cup.
Yes.
I mean, sure, she can do the business. There's no doubt about that. She's an international business identity.
Well, she has her own underpants now, doesn't she?
She does. She has her own underpants, and they sell incredibly around the world.
Are they the one Temptations you were talking about? Is that what they're called?
Intimates, I think they're called.
Intimates.
Intimates, yeah. Look, I don't know how they compare with say, the Pat Rafter pants.
Oh, okay.
But
But they're not
certainly
intimates for men, are they?
They're intimates for women.
Okay.
Now, look, yeah, well, the female-led campaign, obviously the Governor-General's going over. Kylie Minogue is also in talks to attend. Whether Kylie goes or not is a separate matter.
Yeah.
I
Does
mean,
she do underpants?
Yeah,
Has she got her own underpants?
She must have her own range. Yeah, her underpants. So it'd be great.
Has the Governor General got her own underpants?
No,
she's the
I don't
only
think
one
Quentin
who
Bryce-
hasn't.
She's the only one who hasn't. She's underpantless at the moment. I'm just wondering if, this female-led campaign, obviously Nicole Kidman fronted the bid video, which we might talk about a bit in a minute, shown around the world, highly praised by FIFA officials. Intense security surrounding and secrecy surrounding the presentation.
Right.
There are suggestions that Elle might turn up as the character from Sirens. Now, people listening to this show may not remember the biopic about Norman Lindsay, in which Elle played one of the nymphs at the bottom of the garden.
She played a model, didn't she?
She won a nude model.
A nude model, yes.
Yeah, and some of her best work was done when she was strapped to a skateboard and dragged through the Blue Mountains.
That's right.
Now, I'm just wondering if she may reprise that part for the, for Sepp and the crew.
Sepp Blatter.
Well, you see, that's what I think. I think she's not there for for sort of because of a knowledge. Can I be?
Is she associated with soccer in any way?
I was just going to say that. Can I be completely unkind? I don't think she's there for a soccer knowledge.
Right.
It's slightly demeaning to me to have to say this. If she.
Well, what about Nicole Kidman? Is she known for soccer knowledge?
No, but look, I'll
Kylie Minogue.
Yeah, but Nicole isn't going. She just appears on the film. That's
okay. That's different.
I don't reckon Kylie's going to show up. She'd be mad to. Just not that I've got any sway with Kylie, but I think it'd demean her to show up. Now we've got, obviously Elle showing up, and she's not talking about A-League or J-League for that matter. No. She's not talking about Sasha Petrovsky's last-minute equaliser in the Jets v the Central Coast Mariners.
No.
She's there in her intimates. And basically to Sepp, copper gig of this. Can we do business together?
Well, do we know if Sepp's responsive to that sort of thing, or is he going to...
Well, he's in world football.
I suppose they would have taken advice. What is Sepp really like?
Perfect. Now, the bid consultants convinced it can have a defining effect in the last moments of the campaign, this appearance of Elle.
Oh.
They've seen everything. They've seen the footy. They've seen the parliament. Didn't the parliamentarians look stupid the other day with their scarves on?
Yeah. Bit try hard.
Very try hard. Now, the film directed by Phil Noyce, featuring various bid ambassadors, including Olympians Kathy Freeman and Ian Thorpe. Now, F1 driver Mark Webber.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And soccer star John Aloisi, talking against the backdrop of iconic Australian scenery.
Oh, that must have just looked fantastic. I guess they would have used, say, Uluru. Mm-hmm. They would have used, say, the Opera House.
Mm-hmm. The MCG.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, or, say, I don't know.
Maybe Auto Alley.
Or it's the sloppy jalopy shoppy.
Oh, the jalopy shoppy, sure. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, well, I've never seen any of that in the world.
Parramatta Road or Pennant Hills Road, somewhere along there. That'd be good.
Westfield boss Frank Lowy and soccer CEO Ben Buckley will also make speeches in the 30-minute presentation of the 24 members of FIFA next week.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're going to decide the 2018. Lowy had hoped until recently the Prime Minister would be there. Her office said her schedule had ruled it out. Instead, obviously, Quentin Bryce will lead the delegation, the Governor General.
Yeah, right.
Now, having Elle there, I mean, is a really, I think she's the linchpin, really.
Yeah. She could really
bring it home.
Yeah, she could, couldn't she?
I
tell you what, why couldn't we have... I noticed that when Bex landed, he was greeted by New South Wales Premier and arguably our most popular Premier, Christina Keneally.
Yeah.
Who pressed him about...
The World Cup.
The World Cup and how Australia...
How are we going?
Yeah. And he was most impressed with how Australia was going with its bid.
He loved the scarves in Parliament.
He loved all that.
He thinks he's a master stroke.
Yep. He loved the facilities that he'd seen. Not that he'd seen that many just being at Sydney Airport, but they must have flown in a certain flight path that enabled him to, look out
say the SFS and the Randwick Racecourse,
that sort of thing, yeah. And he was most impressed with what he'd seen. Now, if that could get back to Blatter, if we could pay Bex...
Say $300 million?
I don't know, 40 million or something like that.
40 million, okay.
Let's not go overboard. Just for him to turn up or phone Sepp.
Yeah.
Just phone Sepp from, say, wherever he's staying, the Nova Castrian in Newcastle, or wherever he's staying, Noah's or whatever it might be.
Yeah,
just say, hello, Bex here. Look, I've had a look at the facilities.
Top marks.
And it's full marks, yeah.
Do you think
I'm on board?
Do you think that would compromise his representation of the London bid?
Oh dear!
Are
they paying him as well?
I'm pretty sure they're paying him, but we could top that easily. We could find out how much it was.
Find out how much it was that they're paying.
And then say, now listen, Bex.
Yeah.
You're speaking up, and we like what you're saying about the London bid. How about saying it for Australia?
Yes.
Name your price.
Well, if he could phone Blatter and say, listen, Bex here, Newcastle, it's great. Now. London is just crap. It's a toilet. It's rubbish.
Give it to Australia.
Yeah, give it to Australia because they're really great. They're really great. It's wonderful here.
Can I just point out that maybe...
And their A-League is really good.
Yeah, better than the EPL.
Yeah.
Now, look, can I just point out that Elle... Do you think Elle's the right person? I don't mean to be unkind here to Elle.
All right.
But she only reads things she's written herself.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't got time to read anything about football because she doesn't write about it.
No.
And she probably knows, a little bit about, designing underwear because she wears it, obviously. Shouldn't we get, I don't know, somebody who really knows more about, I don't know, the international world of obviously football, but, the intrigue.
Fozzie, Les and Fozzie. Oh, no. That'd kill it stone dead if Les and Fozzie walked in there.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
And I think next year we'll be having every third Friday will be ACDC only. We haven't
Is
got
that official?
It's not official, but we're working on management to come around to that.
Okay.
Just going to finishing up with this film, you mentioned Fozzie, of course.
Oh, yes.
Former Socceroo SBS chief football analyst. Gee, that gives him a handle, doesn't it?
Analyst? What's he?
Former Socceroo and SBS chief football analyst, Craig, no mention of his real name, Fozzie Foster, said while there were far more important components to Australia's bid than the promotional video, meaning obviously Elle in the intimates, that's the most important, that's our major prong, the significance of the final presentation could not be underestimated. Quoting Fozzie, if FFA are spending considerable time and money on this final product, that's Football Federation Australia, then clearly they believe it is likely to have some influence. Australia will be the first to make its presentation to FIFA on December the 1, and Elle will be leading the charge, obviously, mincing on. Fellow bidders, Korea, Qatar and US and Japan follow the same day. Each competing nation for the 2018 and 2022 World Cups given 30 minutes to sway the votes, with all nations having produced special videos to accompany their crucial final pitch. FIFA will announce its decision the next day on December the 2nd. Now, the Football Federation Association spokesperson said the film's content was a closely guarded secret. We've already winkled out famous people standing in front of iconic Australian objects. Now, I'm just wondering if the clocks at, say, Flinders Street Station would be there, or Federation Square, or, say...
Well, you'd have to imagine there'd be a beach involved, wouldn't there?
Yeah, true, like Bondi Beach.
Bondi Beach, maybe.
Yeah.
You'd think. The Blue Mountains, perhaps.
Blue Mountains, yeah.
You know, I can see maybe Thorpe by the Three Sisters.
Thorpe.
In front of the Three Sisters, you know, hello, everyone, I'm in Thorpe.
When you come to Australia, don't forget
to visit the Three Sisters. Yeah, they'll kick a goal for you.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, the Sticky Wiki is on pole. This is an incredible invention. Firstly, it's an exciting Aussie invention, and it's something new to cricket. Oh, don't we need that?
Oh, my word, we do.
It's virtually, what I'm describing it is the Australian version of the IPL in one bag.
Yep.
It's an effective backstop, no more looking for balls. It's innovative design. It contains the game into a space in your backyard. Portable, sets up in minutes, packs up in seconds. Versatile, suitable for the MCG, your backyard, your balcony or park or school. The Velcro stumps create excitement. If it sticks on your route, onto the stumps, the full kit includes backstop, which is set up by camping style by, obviously guy ropes and so on to hold it up. There's a bat, which is terrific, very light, any kid can carry it, and 6 balls, plus a carry bag. So have you got an idea? Do I need to explain it more carefully? What it is an effective, like a theatre scene of a
But
backdrop.
the secret is the Velcro, isn't it? So if the ball, you don't have to chase the ball if it's not struck, it just sticks to the back wall.
does.
Is that it?
Yeah, it does.
Well, that's brilliant, isn't it?
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Here's a bit more detail. It's a portable backstop with Velcro stumps and sticky balls. It's the ultimate wicket keeper. It contains the wayward bowling style of the young and not so famous. Mm-hmm. It is the definitive umpire if it sticks you out, obviously, to the stumps, so you can go and have a look and see if you've got him.
Of course.
The Sticky Wiki, there is simply more time for more cricket. You're not looking for balls and resetting the stumps. Oh, I used to hate that.
Yeah, I did too.
Because I never kept my eye on the ball.
Yeah.
And when it ended up in the Salvation Jane or Patterson's Curse, I had to go in and find it, and I always looked in the wrong spot.
So what happens here if someone's really batting well, HG, and they, say, bash the ball out of the backyard onto the back of a passing truck, and you're playing, say, in Newtown in Sydney, and the truck is going to Perth?
Well, that's all right, because you've got 5 other balls.
Yeah.
Just have to accept that's a loss. You'd invent local rules. Obviously, into the truck, you're out.
Truck, you're out. Yeah, right. Into the truck, you chase the truck until you bring the bloody ball back.
Sticky Wiki is an innovative cricket tool that creates a learning environment with just the right balance of good practice and good fun. The great thing is they're all Kookaburra balls with the Velcro attached.
Oh, great.
So, you can lose a couple of teeth and crack obviously a skull with it. And if you can get them on the right length, on that rather bit of concrete that Dad put there, some years ago, I forgot about it.
You jag it off a crack into someone's nose or take out their front teeth.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah. So Sticky Wiki, that's what we're giving away. And you just need one of them. It's a terrific prize. And with Christmas around the corner and the summer holidays, perfect.
It could solve a hell of a lot of problems.
Send them out in the backyard and set up Sticky Wiki. Now, Roy, the question.
Oh, this is for women only.
Women only, correct.
Okay, the question is as follows. Who should the new buffhead to run Channel 9 be? Who should be the new buffhead to run Channel 9?
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
It's Hotline Pound Out time. Who are we talking to?
Hi, we're joined by Kathy, who's joining us from Carrum Down in Victoria. How are you there, Kathy?
I'm good, thank you.
Now, Kathy, will you be watching the cricket tomorrow? Should the rain clear up in Brisbane?
I imagine I will, given that Peter Siddle's doing very well.
Yes. Did you see his hat-trick yesterday?
I did. They had it on TV at work, and I was very impressed.
Very impressed indeed.
Now, obviously, where do you see the match at the moment? Are you evenly poised, or Australia slightly back in the driver's seat?
I think we're slightly back in the driver's seat, but you don't want to get too excited too early.
Yes.
We don't know. Who are the batsmen would you be dropping now, Kathy? Who would you be saying, with the second test approaching, listen, we won't need your services? Marcus North, would he be still in the team?
New South Wales, is he?
No, he's West Australian.
Oh. How many New South Wales players they got in there?
Oh, well, there's Pup. What about Pup?
Would you think Pup would hold his own?
I'd like to think so. I hope his back goes all right.
Yeah, but waiting in the wings, we might have someone like Cam White, Victorian.
Yeah.
Would you like?
Now, see, I like that solution.
Yeah, there you go.
There we are. Okay, Pup's out and Cameron White comes in.
Very good. I think
okay. Now,
what would vote for that?
Yeah. Now, Kadich, will we get rid of him, New South Welshman? Okay, who would we replace him with? Say Brad Hodge, bring him out of retirement?
Brad Hodge, definitely.
Okay.
No, we
Well, it's
can't.
starting to look like a team, isn't it?
Now, are you surprised how ordinary the English side was yesterday after the big build-up?
No.
No, fair
nothing.
enough. No,
No.
no. And it's almost as back to the last Ashes where obviously Harmison bowled that ball that ended up in Freddie Flintoff's hands at fourth slip. It's almost that sort of performance yesterday from him, only this time with the bat. Now, how's the North Melbourne Footy Club going? You're looking forward to big things this year. How have you gone with the draft and so on? Are you pleased with what's happening there at North Melbourne?
To be perfectly honest, I have no idea, but I am hoping that we improve on this year. We've got a lot of good young kids that played quite a few games last season, so I'm hoping they got the experience under the belt.
And what sort of dog do you have before I let Roy set out the question for you?
She's a Kelpie cross-border collie.
Oh, right. So you have to do a lot of exercise with the dog?
I should be.
Yeah, take
I
her for
don't.
walks and let the dog have a run around and all that sort of stuff. No.
I should, but she loves the couch just as much as I do.
Oh, well, fair enough. Well, you're lucky there because that Kelpie cross can be a very
Kelpies
energetic
usually
dog.
like running around.
Yeah, chasing things.
Yes.
And, they round up everything.
They do.
She does. She rounds up the cat and she rounds up the other dog.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, now, Kathy, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Kathy, who should be the new buffhead to run Channel 9?
Warnie.
That's absolutely right. Now, the sticky wicky, I hope I've described it correctly for you, which is a sort of backdrop that acts as a wicket keeper. Would you have a home for that at your place or maybe relatives or...
If my husband doesn't use it, then I certainly will give it to relatives.
That's very good. Well, Kathy, have a great holiday when you get them, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much, Jim. Now, we broke a story a while ago concerning jockeys Blake Shin and Peter Robble betting on races. Now, they've been hit with lengthy disqualifications by Racing New South Wales. Shin was disqualified for a total of 15 months after pleading guilty to 8 charges, and I've got to thank Ray Thomas at the Murdoch Press for these insights. He's been disqualified for a series of racing betting breaches and the use of the mobile phone in the jockey's room. Right. Robble was given 12 months disqualification after pleading guilty to charges including race betting and providing stewards with misleading information. Under Australian rules of racing, jockeys are not allowed to bet on any thoroughbred race, whether they're riding in the race or not. Both disqualifications periods are effective immediately, although both jockeys indicated they would appeal. Robble has decided against seeking a stay of proceedings, relinquishing his 4 rides at Randwick tomorrow. Shin is currently out with a broken ankle he sustained at Flemington on Melbourne Cup Day. And Robble's wife Elaine and Shin's mother Carol were fined $7,500 for being a party to the jockey's breaches. Roy, it's too much, isn't it? It's too much. I mean,
it's far too much. Do you mean to say that any pillow talk you might have
about horses, or especially sometimes you say things in your dreams.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You mean you can't even share a bit of information with your mum? Is that what they say?
It is.
You can't say to mum, I'm riding Rootin' King tomorrow, mum. Well, he might be worth a bet. He's running pretty well at the moment, the King.
And I've got, Mum, I've got, from the other bet we put on, I've got $100,000. Would you like to put that on the King?
Yeah.
You don't tell anybody, though.
No, don't tell anyone, Mum. Mum, I'll get $100,000 here. Can you
put it on the King?
Put it on the King for me. Because it looked a little bit wrong if I do.
Yeah. And if I did, what I'd do is I'd take out a couple of less well-attended TABs where people don't recognise jockeys, especially because of the way they talk, and I'd put it on there.
Well,
because I've got the interests of racing at heart. I don't want to bring it down into the gutter. It gets enough knocks. People like Ray Thomas writing for the Murdoch Press always bagging racing because they don't know what's going on. Jockeys have to make a living. And we make a living riding horses and betting on them because other people just bet on them. Now,
there's always the news reading option, isn't it, for jockeys?
Well,
that's never been tried, has it? When Warnie takes over at 9.
You bet the first person he's going to get in is Blake Shin.
Blake Shin to read the news. G'day. I'm Blake Shin. Here's the news.
Leading Sydney jockey Blake Shin, that's me, and Peter Robb will have been hit by length in his qualification by the Racing New South Wales for league and race betting.
Oh, that's the way to go.
And now here's Kenny with the sport. Now,
Yes.
so that is sad news.
Now, it'd be
but-
Robert with the sport,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
Peter Robb.
Yeah, thanks, Blake.
And then the handback would be great.
Yeah.
What do you
Back
got?
to you.
Yeah.
What are you doing for the weekend?
Exactly.
Right.
Well, Blake,
Hit a horse.
Blake, I've got 3 certs for you tomorrow. Race 1, number 2. Race 4, number 6. And race 9, I'm going for a real roughie, Rooting King, 100 to 1. Get on. Now, the other thing I think is, should we have a whip round? I mean, it's Christmas time. It's the time of giving. You got to think of these hoops doing it tough if their appeal is denied.
Yeah.
I mean, it's draconian, this stuff. I mean, it's really, and don't tell me lots of other, jockeys aren't at it.
Sure.
What
do you think they're all at it, HG? They're all at it, really.
I do.
Yeah,
I think they've just got to.
They've just been unlucky, these two. They've just taken a bullet for the team, aren't they?
Taking a bullet for the team. I could have put it better myself.
Yeah, right.
Now,
Well, why couldn't some of the sponsors? I don't know.
what a lovely idea.
you know,
Hang on.
say-
I might be able to put my hand on it.
Yeah. Let's say AV Jennings was a sponsor. Maybe
Well-
could give them a house.
Oh, that is a beautiful idea. A house from A.V. Jennings. Thanks very much, Mr. Jennings. I've never thought of living in a house before. I've always lived in flats, but now I will. You mean, like, I tell you what, how about this? I don't mean to be local about this. There's a race sponsored tomorrow by the Triple M Grill team.
Well, maybe they could get.
Eddie up.
No, I was thinking they could maybe get Blake in to be part of the show.
What a great idea.
You could bring insights, valuable insights.
Sydney City Toyota sponsor another race. How about a car each, boys? Oh, sorry, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
How about a car each, boys?
Yeah.
Yes, please. That sort of thing.
Well, if they got a house and a car,
And Sharp Handicap. Now, could that be the
I suppose
manufacturer of?
manufacturer of televisions
Yeah.
and things, yeah.
And here's a good one that they'd enjoy. The Randwick Betting Auditorium sponsors a race. Maybe they could give some of the money back.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't mean that in the right sense. Give some of the,
Oh, you mean maybe they could give them money to gamble with? I didn't think they were allowed. I think that was the
No.
problem.
What is meant is the money they've lost. Because they didn't know. That was the irony of this.
Yeah,
was
right.
they didn't always
win anything.
Oh, well, they may. It appears they won something
All right.
in the original story. What they didn't do is win all the time.
Ah, why not? What went wrong?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, an email from Peter. I just wanted to say I felt a bit underwhelmed watching the Warnie show the other night. I'm not sure if I'm more disappointed that the show was so bland or the fact that Channel 9 didn't proceed with the original idea and create the Hank Doot show.
That's
instead.
right, the Hank Doot show. Is that still possible?
Well, that does look if Warnie gets the top job, apparently.
Yes.
The inside mail was that this is Peter again. The inside mail was that Channel 9 much preferred the Hank Doot show over Warnie. But since the Dutch government's repeated refusal to extradite Doot along with Verbeek and Jan Ram for crimes against Aussie football, the plug was pulled on the Doot show. Is it just me, or would it make for far more compelling TV viewing to see Hank chat along with his Dutch mates Verbeek, Rab, etc., and interview, say, Andre Rieu and Peter van der Hoogman, instead of watching Has-Been Shane, well, that's a bit unfair, Has-Been Shane talk about himself with Alicia, who, open brackets, who is no Ali Langdon, close brackets, and Big Merv Hughes. Surely I'm not alone here.
No, he's absolutely right,
lovely
isn't he?
email, isn't it? Could be.
It is a great email.
In running for
This has
Dr.
come from
Dan's
Peter.
email of the year.
Peter Bowman.
Mm-hmm.
Right on the money. I mean, the Hank Doot show.
Would be riveting.
It would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Would be great.
It would be fantastic. Look,
Yeah.
I've just got to say, his lineup there is first class.
Oh, it is. Peter Van den Hoogenman. That's
forgotten
great.
about him.
I'd forgotten about him completely.
Now, look, there is another.
And Rude Hewlett he could talk to as well.
Rude Hewlett would be very good. Now, there's another one here from email from Simon. Let's be honest, the tailenders for the Poms were probably the worst in history. Good opening sentence.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it?
There's your talkback topic right there.
Yeah. Are the
Tailenders
tailenders
for
the
the
worst
Poms.
in English history or the worst in history? Yeah. What?
Pryor couldn't hit a pumpkin, and Broad, open brackets, Siddle's bunny, close brackets, is complete rubbish.
Yeah.
So not surprised to see Siddle got his hat trick. If anything, I thought he should have done it better and got 5 in a row.
Oh wow,
Big call, isn't it?
it is, isn't it?
Well, I'm not against that idea. I think Siddle probably underperformed. He had one very good over. What he needed was something to
He's
go
got to
with
string a few overs together, hasn't he?
has.
So he's got to, if you could do bowl with that passion, say for 10 overs, you could end up with 30 or 40 wickets in 10 overs, couldn't he?
Now, Ted wrote, the Fairfax Press have branded Nathan Horrocks a test discard.
Yes.
Does this make Jason Frazier test discard 1 and young Horry test discard 2? Could we see a future Could they see a future after cricket of the duo, say, performing at licensed clubs as a double act?
Oh, the two discards.
The double discards.
What, on Channel 9, maybe their own show, after the Hink Doot show, could be the double discards.
Yeah. Interviews.
Yeah, well, they could talk about spin, couldn't they?
Yeah, there's so much to talk
So
about.
much Nation Horrocks couldn't. It'd just be spinners, different spinners coming on. Like, you might remember him from years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Higgs.
Oh,
Hey, Jim, how are they spinning these days, mate? Oh, I don't really do much anymore.
Yeah,
no.
that's right. Well, and you could interview, is it Swan, the English spinner?
Yes.
That'd make a riveting
Fascinating.
session.
Be fascinating.
Take us through ball by ball at the Gabba today.
Yes.
Don't it take you
Yeah.
several
What do you
hours?
try to do with the ball? How do you get your flight? I noticed with your flight, you're really doing some interesting things with the ball in the air.
That's right.
How's that going?
It's just
Yeah,
like
well, I try to keep it interesting. I want to get the ball up there and just
Try
let
to-
the wind do a little bit.
the cooker to do the work. Not much to me. I often liken it to a Qantas 380
Yeah.
coming in.
I just try to get good areas.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, cricket, it's all in the news, and there's now talk of staging an NRL 2020 match. This is going to be a big
Look, I
draw.
heard about this. I found this a very exciting idea.
Stars like Benji Marshall,
Yeah.
Lottie Dukiri,
Mm-hmm.
Wayne Bennett, etc., is set to pick up the bat and ball for a one-off game. At the moment, it's penciled in at the Drummoyne Oval next February. But they won't be able to contain it at the Drummoyne Oval. They'll have to go to the MCG for that. Imagine if you got GI and what'd be great if the Giants let Israel Folau play.
Yes.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? Because they're stars, huge stars.
Fantastic, yeah.
And I think the MCG is the natural venue for it. And imagine the gate that'd go
Or
to
the SCG.
the SCG. Well, why not tour it?
Yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah.
pick a team online like they do.
Yep.
Let's call them, Tigers and Eels.
Yep.
And anybody can play who's a
Yeah.
registered rugby league player. And I'll tell you what,
Now,
most-
is this just random teams with rugby league players, HG, or are they representing their clubs or anything like
well,
that? Do we know?
well, that's the difficulty is I'm just wondering if it could be the Philip that cricket needs, rugby league players
Yeah.
playing cricket in the off-season on a knockout basis, 2020 style.
Yeah.
So to be Sharks, Storm, FNQ, Cowboys,
Yes.
obviously...
How many rounds should we have? HG, do you think?
two.
Two.
And minor premiers, don't worry about the finals.
Yeah,
It'd
right.
keep them busy, keep them out of trouble.
It
There'd-
would.
There'd be
Give them
less
something to focus on.
focus on
Yeah.
and keep them fit.
Yep. Well, you've got to remember a lot of these football sports were created to keep cricketers fit in the wintertime. Well,
Correct.
how ironic
That it
that we
go
should be
full
using
circle.
cricket now to keep footballers fit during the summertime.
It's fantastic.
It is a
occupied.
brilliant idea. It's just brilliant.
And I'll tell you what would help. I think a lot of players would look forward to the cricket in a way that if they had a
Yeah.
bad season, say, with the boots,
Yeah.
that with the bat, they might be able to have a better season, or with
Yeah.
a ball, obviously, and
Yeah.
that would encourage them,
Yeah.
confidence game, winning's
Yeah.
everything, etc.
Yep.
You've heard the stories before.
Yep.
But if they could win at the cricket, imagine, like, let's say a team down in the dumps at the moment, like the Cronulla Sharks, imagine if they topped the footy comp.
Yeah, if they won
Footy
the
cricket comp.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
and imagine
what a
what
fillip
supporters-
that would be for
the
them, for
supporters.
their mojo. They might get their mojo
Oh,
back.
yeah, what a lovely idea.
Yeah. No, I'm all for this. I think this is a revolutionary and
And-
very exciting idea.
And imagine...
And imagine if they could bring their dogs, just to spice it up a little bit, HG. Let's say each team's allowed 2 or 3 dogs as part of their, just to add to the circus nature of it. And if they were dogs that could retrieve balls, so you could put them in positions.
yeah.
So that'd be really funny,
I know, and I just hope you're just going to leave it there and not.
No, I'm not suggesting any of the Monahan sort of stuff. No, this is all above board. It's family entertainment. There's no reason why, dogs could get other animals involved.
Yeah, like an elephant.
Yeah.
Well, look, I don't want it to cheapen it either. I think there was something elegant about just having rugby league players playing cricket, but rugby league players and their dogs already, I think,
What?
It's a hard sell.
Difficult to market, do you think?
Yeah, it's
Difficult to get sponsors?
Well, it's not a tight fit at the moment, or it's too tight a fit at the moment. Now, look, we might have to develop that idea in the off-season.
Yeah.
But here's one. This was...
I'm not suggesting the Dogs play themselves. You've got to have the rugby league players there, or bloody well no one to go and watch it.
I know, I understand that. I understand that. Yeah, no, I didn't get that.
It wouldn't be the same if it was,
No, it's got
the
to be...
Sharks' dogs versus the
no.
Bulldogs' dogs.
No, well, it'd be just dull.
It'd just be dull.
Nothing would happen.
Because it'd be unstructured. You couldn't train the dogs to
that's right.
do it if
That's
humans weren't there.
Well, I'd like to think, let's take a player like, I mean, I don't want to, get players into trouble here, but Nate Miles, who's a great dog man.
Is he?
Imagine Nate, if he could whistle, so as when the ball was, say, dispatched to the square leg boundary, Fido or Spite on the, could race off and get it.
Well, that's exactly
that's
what
you mean.
Yeah,
I understand that's what you mean. But
now bring it back here, dickhead. Back here. Oh, Christ.
Now go on, Nate, chase him. You're the only one who can get him to drop it. And that's what would worry me. And then what I would worry
the
about,
dogs would have to be trained a little bit.
Yeah, trained,
naturally.
fully trained.
Yeah, fully trained dogs, yes.
Now, one thing we haven't dealt with, that's all good. One thing we haven't dealt with this year is Matthew Hayden's biography or autobiography.
Oh, yes.
And he's
Never take a backward step or something. Is that what it's called?
Correct.
Or always moving forward?
Yeah,
or
something like that.
Get them on the tonk or here I come.
He's always opening up on things like on Harbhajan and cricket, cricket politics and the changing face of Australian cricket.
Oh, yeah.
And he talks about Simo, of course, Andrew Simons. Simo was missed by the Australian team for reasons people probably would never appreciate. The dressing room was poorer for his absence. This is, of course, when he got, sort of moved on.
Yeah.
He was a roll up your sleeves, she'll be right, mate sort of guy. Simo keeps life very simple, and you can't, well, he says a word I can't say here, really bullshit him. Someone who keeps it as simple as he does. Towards the end of his career, he was very good at breaking down the barriers with the Gen Y boys, the only guy capable of doing it. He'd say to Michael Clark, that's Pope, mate, worry less about your hair and whinging and more about the team, and you'll be a better bloke for it. Clark would respond with, turn it up, Drew. They'd have a good laugh and it'd be a good result for the team. Simo also had his say in Antigua during the 2007 World Cup when Shane Watson, obviously not impressed by the smell of the dressing room, lit a scented candle. It obviously comes in a lot of, boxes and pads and, sweaty stuff lying around. So lit a scented candle. Simo turned to our manager, Steve Bernard, and quipped in that stone-faced way of his, have a go at this. Do I really want to play for Australia anymore? What, I was devastated. The Gen Y culture covered a lot of different areas of lives as blokes became, how can I say it, less blokey. Spirit-based drinks replaced old-fashioned beers. Conversation topics would include shoes, hair and clothes. Simo never saw himself as bigger than the game and never let anyone else become bigger than the game. This might sound strange given the troubles he's got into for disobeying team rules. One of Simo's weaknesses, extremely stubborn, much like myself, as in Hayden. If Simo thinks something isn't right, his opinion will not waver a centimetre, no matter how persuasive the counter-argument is. Lovely insights there.
It is an
into
insight, isn't it?
a terrific Australian, and probably we won't see his like again, will we? I mean, who's the new Simo? That's our talkback topic tonight.
Who is the new Simo? Yeah. What an interesting question. And who's going to be our next Superhead Johnson?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, we got Dougie Bollinger.
Well, he's hardly a superhead, though. He hasn't got much ink.
No, true. Is that what makes a superhead?
Oh, I don't know.
No, fair enough. It's got to start somewhere, don't it?
It's got to start somewhere, yeah.
All he's got is name like Bolly.
Yes.
That's about as far as you go.
Yeah.
But, they're big holes, big boots to fill.
They are big boots. Yeah. But they really... I mean, he was a special cricketer, Andrew Simons, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was...
Yeah, sort of harkened back to a different era, didn't he?
More to Tomo and Simo era. Tomo and Lily.
And Lily, yeah.
Well, that's a long way back, but maybe somewhere in the middle there, when Merv Hughes came into the game and livened it up there for an hour and a half.
Yeah, no, I was going back as far as, say, Spofforth.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Well, just before we come to the prize, which is a cracker, all those great things we've given away in Hot Lap. Can you remember the digital radios we gave away, Roy?
Yeah, I do.
Tool Week. Remember
Tool Week was outstanding.
I know, it was incredible this year.
The drills.
The drills, the percussion drills that you could screw or drill with. It was just incredible. And so many of those great, DVDs
Aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier. With Mel Gibson, sadly, we haven't got any of those today. And 30 years of Triple M, so you could have the radio station in your car and you didn't have to listen to it ever again.
Outstanding.
Because it had all the tracks. Outstanding. I think we might have given away the Barassi biography.
Yeah, we did.
Which people loved.
Yeah,
and people have made so many people happy. I think overall we've given away in 2010 $4.9 billion worth of merchandise. It's a tremendous effort. I mean, management have been so generous to this.
They have. Well, sponsors.
Sponsors and management have been so generous to the program itself. And obviously we'd like to take a moment and thank them.
Yeah.
And the final prize is, of course, another copy of, or another packet of Sticky Wiki. If it sticks, you're out. This is an exciting Aussie you've mentioned. I might, a bit of a testimonial here, gives you an idea. When Pete and I first started talking about Sticky Wicket, I didn't get it. After all, what did a Canadian basketball player know about cricket? Well, now that I'm an Aussie mum of 4, I get it. I get backyard cricket, I get sport, I get kids need to be active. In many Australian homes, there is constant battle against kids active and away from electronic nannies. I want nothing more than to see my kids active, healthy and having fun. I want to see my kids off the lounge and enjoying the Aussie sun. I want to see my kids unplugged and in the dirt.
Yeah, right.
So it gives you an idea of how far Australian society's got from, being able to understand. This is a great backstop with the stumps in Velcro, the ball, 6 balls in Velcro, and there's a bat. It's suitable for backyards, balconies, interiors. If you've got a large space in your lounge room, move the chairs back and set it up. It's just fantastic. Mm-hmm. Kids' hours of fun and plenty of fights about the rules.
Yep.
It's got it all. So
fun for all the family.
There's a copy of that for the final Hot Lap handout question for 2010. Roy.
Yes, the question is as follows. How many dogs should each of the NRL 2020 teams be allowed to field in their matches?
Mm-hmm. That's all right.
As part of the team.
Mm-hmm.
How many dogs should each of the NRL 2020 teams be allowed to field?
Roy and HG. This is The Life on Triple M.
Yes, it's Hot Lap handout time. Roy, who are we talking to for the final time in 2010?
Yeah,
Sorry.
final time. Sorry, actually, we're joined by Dean, who's joining us from Wentworth Falls. How are you there, Dean?
Oh, good, thanks, guys. No, great to get through. Never been on a radio station in my life, so I'm a first-timer.
Isn't that fantastic?
Right? What prompted you to call up then, Dean? You knew the answer, obviously.
Driving up the highway, and you said to ring. My mobile phone was sitting there, so I thought, why not give it a go? And before I realised it, I'm talking to Triple M.
Oh, well, that's very good. Now, how far are you from home now?
Mate, about 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect timing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fantastic. Now, how often have you tried to get through on a station?
Never, ever.
Right,
never,
this
ever.
is the first time. Gee, beginner's luck.
Isn't that easy, eh?
Yeah.
It is that easy. Now, where do you've obviously caught up with the cricket scores and what's happening there. How do you see the game at the moment? Equally poised or slightly in Australia's favour, or a fair bit in Australia's favour?
Oh, mate, I think there's going to be a result. That wicket today looks like it's starting to break up a bit, and I think if Hussey and Haddon can kick on, I think we're in for a good show over the next couple of days. I think we need to be at least 80 to 100 runs ahead, though.
Yeah, at least.
With that deteriorating wicket, yeah.
I think
Feel sorry for the groundsman up there. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you reckon it's just the rain? Because normally they're a good pitch there in.
Yeah, it's just been hard. It hasn't been warm enough for them, I think.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Well, they've had too much rain, haven't they?
Now, is this experience talking here? Because you're a golf course manager. Now, you obviously understand a bit about the relationship between the weather and, preparing
keeping greens green.
Right.
Well, that's it. Everything you do at work revolves around the weather. So you've got to be on your toes, especially coming in the summer. With the humidity and the wet weather. And
And do people complain a lot about the golf course? I mean, the state of the golf course, not so much that might be rubbish on it, which is easy to fix, but the greens are too quick or too slow, or.
Mate, it's 50-50. Half of them think they're too quick, and the other half think they're too slow. But, mate, I've been doing it a few years now. It sort of goes through one ear and out the other one, I guess.
Is there a secret to maintaining the greens? Is it to do with the amount of water you allow on there? Is that what it's all about, Dean?
It's pretty high tech these days, mate. It's there's uni courses available now. You finish your degree and you think, you're done and dusted. Then you get another 3 or 4 years doing a uni diploma, and there's a lot to it, mate. Yeah, it's not just
it's not just the water.
It's just getting out there on a Saturday morning and running the mower over.
But if you wanted to, people wanted to have a green in their backyard, would you be looking at soil type and grass type? That'd be your first ports of call. What sort of grass would you go with? A bent grass or a cooch or a rye?
Yeah, up in the mountains, mate, you can't beat the old creeping bents. Yeah, they go pretty good up here.
Beautiful.
Within a few months, it'll be full of the old poas, so it wouldn't matter what you gave them, really.
Now, you mentioned there that you can do a uni course in it. Have you?
Oh, mate, I haven't. It's I haven't gone down that path yet.
No.
It's a lot of work and it's a lot of study. And
Have you spoken to people who have?
yeah, I have actually. Yeah.
And how do you think your knowledge learned on the job obviously compares with theirs? Obviously the practical nature of it must be a big part of it.
Yeah, I think if you got the big budgets on the city courses and the money to spend, I think it might be warranted. But when you're limited, if you're only to about $100,000 a year on maintenance, I don't think it's really justified. Yeah, to be honest, mate.
Now you'll be playing golf on the weekend. Are you playing the course you work at or somewhere else?
Definitely not. No,
No.
I'll be playing one of the neighbouring courses. Yeah, just having a bit of a sticky nose as we do.
Well, I suppose you'd get a bit picky too with other courses.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, good. Good.
Now, Dean, we could talk golf courses all night, but let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, how many dogs should each of the NRL 2020 teams be allowed to field, Dean?
I believe it was 2 to 3.
Do you think this concept can work, NRL players playing cricket?
Oh, mate, like you said, I think it'll be good for the Sharks.
Yes.
Wouldn't definitely help their campaign, the way they've been going lately. I'm a bit of a Sharks fan from way back. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, Dean, you've got one of these sticky wicket backdrops which allow you to bowl with a Velcro on the ball, and then should it hit the stumps, obviously you're out. It's a great invention. Have you got kids yourself, Dean?
Oh, yeah, I've got a little 10-year-old.
He'd love it. Perfect. Well, Dean, have a great holiday when you get it, and thanks very much for being the last customer on the Life in 2010.
Roy Slavin and HG Nelson. This is The Life on Triple M.
And, Roy, that's the final track for 2010 on The Life.
What a great year it's been,
An
2010.
unbelievable year. Drama, excitement, intrigue, and obviously the collapse of cricket.
Yep, and a bit of sport.
Yeah, sport. Yeah. Now, obviously, we'd like to thank Matty, who's helped us throughout the whole run with his wonderful work. Chopping the sounds together was just a tremendous effort, often in trying circumstances. I mean, he doesn't complain much, but that studio works in, it leaks.
It's inhuman what he's got to
It's
put up
inhuman. Light, he has to do it all by feel.
with. All by feel, I know.
And, I said before he was cutting with tape and a Chinograph pencil on a block.
Yes.
He's had to go back to that because that's the only way he can do it in the day.
1950s technology.
1950s technology. But he's brought some wonderful sounds to the show and a regular contributor and unsung. Ned, of course, has learnt what the phone is this year. He didn't have a clue what a phone was beforehand.
When it made a noise, he was scared of it.
Originally. Now he realises it's his friend.
Yep.
And then to get the that final button there of the Dean, I think it was, who was the first time he'd rung a radio station. That was a good get for Ned.
That was a good get, yep.
And then we've got Garfield, of course, who's been magnificent.
Yeah.
And the show couldn't exist without him because, let's face it, he cracks the whips and tells us what to do.
He does.
Otherwise, we'd be lost totally. Skip, well, he began the year as he carried on and wasn't here for a lot of it. He's a man who enjoys ill health.
And sailing.
Yeah. Those two go hand in hand,
don't they?
Yeah. And we are still hopeful that he'll restage the
funny
swim.
Thing, whenever he's sick, his boat's missing.
Well, his boat's not there. That's right. It's an odd combination of illness and boats.
Yeah, baffles the police.
Roy, it's been great to pack down again with you, and we'll be back next year for more of the same.
Yep.
And it's been a wonderful year, and thanks very much to everybody who's listened, and keep listening in the new year. We'll see you
have a great Christmas.
2011, and great holidays. Keep safe. See you next year. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Oh, yes, thanks very much indeed. Gentleman Jim Daniels in the Triple M Soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads, the first show for 2011, no surprises really, to the Horse of Hope charity. This is something that both Roy and I have done a lot of work with over the what I call the downtime, the last couple of months. It's just tremendous, and the news at the top of the show is wonderful. The concrete has been poured for Horse of Hope House. This has been a dream that Roy and I have had for years, and now it's coming to a reality. And with your help, this magnificent facility will open for its first intake of kiddies in 2013. As you know, it's a simple idea of getting kids to meet their stars of the track in intimate circumstances where they can get to know each other a bit better and share ideas about life. That's Horse of Hope in a nutshell. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much is Billy enough. What a week! Ha! What a week! Best week of 2011. Best week of the year ever. And we're in a newish decade, if you know what I mean. Haven't had a look at all the records, but I think it could be the best weekend of the decade. I know I'm going out on a limb there early, but wait till I set out some of the ideas and facts. AFL and the Saints kick off 2011 season in the best way imaginable with a New Zealand drug scandal following hot on the heels of a sex romp offshore photo shoot. A tremendous way to promote the game early on in the season, and great work from last year's grand finalists. Olympics, and our Ian does a skippy. As everybody knows now, he's spearheading, first heard it first here, spearheading our London Pool Golden Tilt. He's got nothing to prove. He's just doing it for an airline and that fabulous tan. I mean, Abu Dhabi, I don't know it well enough to know where you get a tan like that in Abu Dhabi, but by golly, he only has to just look at me a couple more times and I'll be there. And I know how I'm going to get there because on that airline flight when you go, I think it might be with, I don't know, Cathay Pacific or one of those great airlines.
Could be Emirates.
Could be Emirates.
Or Gulf Air, one of those.
Ian farewells you on and greets you when you come off. I don't know how they do it. It's just great. It must be a hologram of something they've got tricked out there. Anyway, Ian's back. That's great. And can I just say, Ian's always, whatever Ian's touched, it's turned to gold. Who can forget his work with pearls, his soy milk, his organic water, and, of course, let's not forget the Audi ambassadorship. Many people have bought Audi cars. They're going through the roof around the world because Ian Thorpe drives them. And I just hope that in Abu Dhabi they've laid on an Audi for him and he doesn't have to resort to cab charges because that'd be just too cruel for a champion. Anyway, look, London, should I say football, and the Golden Generation says sayonara in the Asian Cup. 1 blot, 1-0, don't argue, 1 donut. It was against the Blue Samurai, if you were sleeping. It was only last week, you know, that I realised that this was the farewell of the Golden Generation of Socceroos. I didn't realise, I just thought it was, you know, Schwarzer, Neil, Kale, obviously, Kalina and all them. I just didn't think of them much, really. But they were a golden generation. Look, obviously, for millions of football freaks, me and Fozzie, they'll always be known as Generation Dull. Rugby League and Plod get their man. Big Willie, one half of the Mason twins, cracked the case wide open this week. It was beautiful to watch KR-bound Willie. There's some problem with Willie going to KR, that is Hull Kingston Rovers, to play rugby league. Something to do with red tape. Anyway, to watch Willie swing the telephone book and get those crims singing like birds, it was magic. And more punt news, hot on the heels of Rabbits. That is the South Sydney Rabbits. That is the Rabbitohs inking a deal. Remember them? They were the team that didn't want punting anywhere near the club, and poker machines in particular. Anyway, those Rabbits have inked a deal with Star City Casino, looking hot on the heels of that deal. Now the Melbourne Storm have linked up with Crown Casino. By golly, if you're in rugby league, I just hope there's enough casinos to go round. There's Jupiter's, of course. There's Burwood. There's the one in Darwin. I suppose there is enough, really. And remember, the first night of Rabbit Magic at Star City is March 1. Imagine playing lucky envelopes with the Burgess brothers, or chasing the lady with Roy Azatazi, or try your hand at blackjack with G.I. hurling the cards at you, or why not step up to the roulette wheel and have Johnny Sutton spin you up a fortune. You know it's going to be great. You know you want to get involved. Cricket, and just how bad is punter's finger? That's our talk-back topic for the week. Look, we've set an easy one for the start of the year. Often our talk-back topic can be pretty difficult. Really difficult things like, in the tennis open, who's going to win, Murray or, I've forgotten who he played, Djokovic, of course. Anyway, Djokovic or Murray, hard ones like that, which are really difficult, but this one's a really easy one. How bad is punter's finger? Now, look, you've seen it all on the news. You've read the reports. Can he get to the ODI Cup in a few weeks' time? Yes, this is the Life, the home of the plumber smile. This is the elephant in your car and the home of dreams. And remember, dreams really can come true on the Life. And now it's time to lock horns with a man who refused to rule it in or rule it out this week. I've made mention of this in media comments in the build-up to our blast-off today. He's had quite a few bangs during the holidays, and he said to me off air just quietly, they're coming out pretty well. That's good enough for me. I believe he is London-bound in 2012, heading up our shotgun shooting tilt. I don't think Michael Diamond's available, so this bloke's prepared to step up. He's going for gold with a hefty Macquarie Bank sponsorship package tucked into the hip pocket. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the last set of 7? Ryan?
Yes, thank you very, very much, HG, and hello, listeners all around the world, and welcome to another great year here on Triple M. And Ian, I mean, you've mentioned Ian. He's electrified the world.
He is. I can't stop mentioning him.
I know. I just want to talk about Ian. If we're going to have a talkback topic, punter's fingers, great. How bad is it? Tick the box, real, not so bad, okay, buggered, whatever it is, just phone up and say, I think it's buggered. Good, thank you, next. But, Ian, that's the question. That's the question. Just tell us what you think.
Yeah.
Ian.
Why?
How?
Yeah.
Whoa! Now, my principal concern, I was excited like you. I had to sit down. I was shooting pigs. I was having a whale of a time. Bang, 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 squeal, squeal, you beauty.
Ian!
Out with plastic bags, chop off the bits you're going to eat, put them in the bag, into the boot. You're laughing. You just leave a bit of junk around for, other things to have a bit of a go at.
Yeah, fertilise.
Fertilise, thank you. A bit of blood and bone.
Yeah,
Couldn't the nation do with a little bit more of that? Of course it could. What worries me about when the news came through that, man, was back. That man,
yeah.
The big-footed bloke.
The tan.
The tan, the black outfit.
Yeah, hey.
Can't use that anymore,
No,
of course.
sadly.
Illegal. Red tape, gone berserk. Nanny state. Why can't Ian bloody get into one of those bloody big black bags and swim? I love the look of that with the red head.
Talkback topic?
Ian. How? But should he be training in Abu Dhabi? I mean, that's the question. I mean, we've got this beautiful Ian Thorpe swimming centre here in Sydney.
Yeah, of course we have.
Not a million miles away from where we're sitting.
Yeah.
If we listen carefully enough, you could probably hear someone training there. You can.
Yeah.
Well, that could have been Ian. And imagine all the kids going, let's go and have a look at Ian.
Yeah.
Got him. Oh,
Hey,
hi.
big, isn't
Ian, how you going? Ian! Now, okay, putting that to one side, and it's very, very
Hard.
difficult to
Yeah,
do.
no, it's hard. Yeah, I agree. Why, bugger it, let's talk about Ian.
Will the black line hold enough interest for him? That's the question. Back to the black line. He's probably forgotten all about it.
Oh.
He thinks it's all about swimming. It's
Not-
focusing the mind on the black line.
No.
Don't think of anything else, Ian!
I think in Abu Dhabi they got a red line.
Do they
That's
really?
That's why he's training there.
That's what brought him back, the red line.
Well, to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. Oh, the derby.
God, it's beautiful.
The
isn't it?
nightlife.
The nightlife. Yeah. God, the after hours activities.
So much to do. Let's go on.
Almost too much to do.
Come on, Ian, let's come out and have a look at some sand. Isn't that great? Okay, back to the pool. Go on in, you get rugby league!
You beauty!
Oh, I wish
Thank
Ian was
goodness.
playing rugby league, but he's not! What a year we've got in store for now. The Dragons, I noticed they've started the year in the bottom of a coal mine.
I know I couldn't work
What's
out what
going on
they're doing.
there?
Dragons to the rescue.
What's going on?
I missed the whole...
I thought we had
run,
professionals
time.
working our coal mines these days. It's open cut, that sort of thing. Get the bombs in there, blow it up and dig it out, put it in the train, off it goes. You beauty. Burn, burn, burn. Air conditioning in China. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Keeping the Chinese cool. Now, don't know about the Dragons down there, but they seem to be an old-fashioned bloody pit. Where you get kids in there because they're little and you give them picks and chip away, kids.
Yeah, that's right. See you in 10 years.
Yeah. Xavier Doherty, the latest long line of injured Aussie cricketers. What's going on without training practice? I don't know. Now, should Steve Rebillard be given another year with the Sydney Kings? Now, there's his topic for you.
Oh, what a great talk.
What a great year it's been for the Kings so far. I think they've won about 3 from 15.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. But he's got plans for next year. I think he wants to turn it around. I think he's going to turn it around.
Big mistake.
I'd be, well, show him the door. I think there should be a protest, a march this week. Get rid of Rebillard. Now, Weber, that makes it clear. Weber! Isn't it good to use that word again? Weber! Haven't thought about Mark for weeks. Anyway, he's back on the radar. Now, he's said this, that he aims to be number one this year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord.
Well, wait a minute. I've got a quote here.
Why does he do this?
I know. Weber said he'd be going flat out for the title right from the start.
Oh, God.
I'm approaching this year head on.
Oh, no.
Again. Head on.
Head on.
Head on praying's
Yeah, I
more
know.
like it.
I know.
What
I
a
know.
stupid idiot.
I know.
I mean, I don't like the bag of bloke.
I don't want to bang the bloke at all.
I know, he's
He's not
lovable
a bad
clown.
driver. I mean, if you got in the cab and Mark's beside you, think, oh, well,
Where to, sir?
50-50 chance of getting there. At best. Now, speaking of web, a carry web, that is Kari Webb, that is the funnel web, says she can reclaim the world #1 again this year. I mean, what sort of delusion? I mean,
It's been a week of
it's
it,
been
really.
a week of total. Well, I mean, we've got mental cases, haven't we? Absolute mental cases out there. Ian and Kari Webb. Who would have ever put those two together before?
And Webber to make up the third.
Oh, yes, the
leg
third
of
prong.
Thanks. The third prong.
Okay. I didn't know. Is there any talk of Ian and Kari Webb?
No, I haven't heard any, but if you have, give us a ring.
Okay, there's your talkback topic.
Are they an item?
And Kari Webb. No, could it work? Hensby 503.
Lifers with communication skills.
You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Yes, Roy, Captain Tan, I mean, we can't stop talking about him. Look, can I just...
Is this Ian?
Ian. Captain Ian Tan. Look, in the 100 metres freestyle, Ian's best time is 48.56.
Oh, hang on, that'd have to be 100 metres, yeah, 48.56, yeah.
Yeah. Now, that was the 2004 Athens Olympics.
Yep.
The current world record is 46.91. So that's a whole second and a half quicker.
Lord.
Now, a Brazilian lad called Cesar Filho has that at the moment. Now, that... I'm not sure whether they could knock a second if Ian could knock. He can't swim 48.56 yet.
No, he can't.
But he'll be able to get to that pretty close, and he could knock a second off that. But then it gets harder in the 200 free.
Yeah, which was Ian's event, really.
Ian's event, yeah. He's 1 minute 44.06 seconds. That's 2001 World Championships when he swum that. Now, the current world record is 1 minute 42.
Oh, dear.
2 seconds quicker.
Yep. Just
At
about.
2009 Paul Biedermann from Germany. And then when you get to the 400 metres freestyle, I reckon he should nip that in the bud and say he's not going to do the 400 free. I mean, I don't mean to give other people advice, but I wouldn't...
Has he laid out plans for the 400, do we know?
Yeah, I think he's prepared to go up to 400.
Well, he's going 1, 2 and 4, is he?
Yeah, but remember, these what would I call it, ballparking, because obviously reality will kick in sooner or later and he'll think, oh, maybe the 200 free relay might be about all I could tackle in the end.
He could anchor that, maybe.
Anchor that, yes, bring it home.
Bring it home.
Now, in the 400 free, 3 minutes 40.08 seconds, that's the 2002 Commonwealth Games record. Now, that's a long time ago. 2002 is, it's the best part of 12 years ago by the time you get to the Olympics. Now, the current world record holder is much closer. He's 3 minutes 40.07 seconds, so it's 100th of a second difference. So they've hardly moved that. Paul Biedermann again of Germany.
Looks like Biedermann's going to be his nemesis at this stage, doesn't it?
Except,
has Biedermann said anything about Ian's comeback?
No, Biedermann's been very, very
quiet.
stumm, if I can use a German word, about the comeback. I tell you one thing that worries me also is we haven't factored in Phelps.
No.
Now, Phelps, of course, has been,
Is Phelps going to look at freestyle, is he?
Oh, well, I hope so. He's going to do a lot of what we call bong work, but that's slowing him up at the moment. Once he's off that, he'll be back in the pool full time.
Good. Mm-hmm.
And one of the things they're comparing and contrast is Phelps's shape, body shape, with Ian's. And Ian looks a bit old and lardy up top, I think, is the main criticism, compared with the rather sculpted, svelte
more athletic
shape
look
of Phelps. Do you think there's anything in that?
Well, there might be something in it, but remember, Ian's always generated his power from the top half. Sure, the big feet have chimed in, but he's been largely a top half act, whereas Phelps relies more on the total body.
The total, yes, and the enormous length of
yes,
his arms.
Yes,
forget it.
that's right.
Sorry, microphone, which are just enormous.
Yeah, that's right. No, I don't think the body shape's going to worry Ian too much. No, I think he's just got to get his time down. That's all.
God, you've hit it on the head as usual, Roy. Haven't you? He's just got to get his time
down.
Well, have you any idea?
Have we got any ballparks on what his time is at the moment? Has anyone has he been in the pool?
Well, I was talking to people
over at Derby. Has he been in the Derby pools?
Well, he's been in the AD pools. Now, I've heard some people. I'm doing the Cold Classic on the weekend, and a number of people they're very, very well connected, as you expect in the world of swimming. They think that Ian's swimming 4.5 minutes. for the 400 metres, which isn't a bad number when you look at it. I mean, all he's got to do is knock 1 minute, the best part of a minute off that.
Yeah.
And, of course, in the 200 free, that's the one that's presenting him with the challenge now. He's up to about 5 minutes in the 200 free. I mean, it's counterintuitive. He can swim 400 metres quicker than he can 200.
Yeah. Is anyone going to be coaching him in Abu Dhabi? I mean, is he just himself and a stopwatch?
Well, it's going to be.
He'd have a sponsored stopwatch, obviously.
Well, and I think he's going to be hand timed a lot of the time, which can. And if you know what it's like, you've done it yourself, I know. You click it on and then start swimming, but you forget to take into account the amount of time it takes you from the click to get started on the swimming, to dive in.
And to fish around looking for it when you're finished, looking for the bloody thing to click it off again. That can slow you up or give you a time that is disappointing.
Yeah. Look, what I'm trying to get to why? Is this...
Ian question mark, isn't it? I mean,
we're back to there,
we're back to there because there are so many questions and there are no answers. There are no answers. There's just conjecture. Can he roll back the years? And if he did roll back the years...
What would it look like?
What would they look like? And would his time, if you roll back the years... I mean, is Murray Rose thinking, well...
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Look, I tell you who I'd love to see back,
John Conrads.
Neil Brooks, the Aussie Express
man.
Greg Fasala.
Yeah.
Put the old firm back together again.
Yes, well.
Who can forget Moscow?
I know.
4x100.
Yeah.
Gold. Thanks very much, Norman May. Yeah. Look, can I just come to the other point? It does appear...
Speaking of which, is Norman May thinking to himself, well...
2012.
I can still speak.
Now, going back to Mr. Tan...
Yes.
I did see some unfortunate people suggesting that the Tan had done, undone all the good work that the Cancer Council had done in promoting slip, slop, slap and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, really?
But
yes.
can I point out...
But hang on, that's predicated, that criticism is predicated on there being something natural about Ian's tan. Now, I don't think Ian's silly enough to...
go outside in the sun.
Stick his bonce in the sun. That's just madness.
No, true.
It looked to be painted on, skillfully... but painted on.
No, I agree.
But it had that sort of... It wasn't quite matte enough. It was like a gloss he'd put on.
Would he done that for the media?
I suppose so.
Because, let's face it, we're talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. Yeah, it did draw attention to itself, didn't it?
It did. I couldn't
you weren't only looking at his head, you were looking at his head.
Now, Roy... I know...
I like the look, don't get me wrong.
No, I'm getting used to it.
Where do you get that paint? That was my first question.
Now, after Ian finished swimming all those years ago in Athens, there's a gaping hole in his life, and he filled it up doing lots of things, like standing around in Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City in China.
Right.
And
he's big in China.
He's so big. And those great pearl range that he had out was fantastic. Look, I am not a pearl wearer.
No, nor am I.
But I'm sure if you were, they'd be the ones you'd get.
Ian's pearls.
Yes. Now... Then there was the soy milk, that we mentioned before, and the organic water. Then remember the television...
organic water, I mean, it was so tasty, wasn't it?
Was it? Look, it changed my ideas about drinking water.
Yes. Was that marketed into Japan? Because Japan fell head over heels for Ian, didn't they?
They did. That was the thing that got him away, more so than the swimming.
Yes.
Organic water. Now, remember the television shows, and I think these were... Basically, Ian found that when he had time on his hands when he wasn't swimming, there was nothing on television for him to watch.
No.
So he decided to make some television of his own.
Yes.
Now,
I don't really remember the shows too clearly.
I don't either. There was one about recycling and one about light globes and stuff like that sort of thing. Then he became a student at university, and I want to say he went to Macquarie University, and I think he was majoring in psychology.
Oh, okay. What is it, means of self-understanding or...
Yeah, I suppose so. Swimming, how mad are you? Yes. Do you have to be to do it, etc.?
Give him something to think about.
It would. Then, of course...
When you're succumbing to black line fever.
That's right. Why do I feel nuts when I dive in?
Yep.
Then in between time, he became, as I mentioned earlier, part of the wonderful Audi Ambassador program.
That's right.
And
he
also...
did an enormous amount of work for that, didn't he?
Valuable work. I think that it's been acknowledged he's won the Angela Merkel Medal this year.
Is that right?
For his work with
Audi.
His work with Audi.
Yep.
So he's done a lot of things. He's done a real lot of things.
He's had 4 or 5 careers.
He has. Why?
Yeah.
Look, can I avoid? I'll shoot the elephant in the room. Is he broke?
You mean does he need
Does he need help?
Does he need to get wet again? Well,
Remember, I raised this because this.
we never knew how much he was getting. I mean, the ambassadorship, sure, it looks like a hell of a lot, but really it's just a car, isn't it? I mean, you can't,
You can't sell it.
You can't take the bonnet in and say, I want some bread. Can you?
Or the spare wheel for a bottle of
Because there
milk.
hasn't got a spare wheel,
No, it's
probably.
got one of those weird wheels.
Yeah. Yeah. And as for the water, we don't know how well it went. And the soy milk, I mean, I haven't seen it advertised anywhere. Can you buy it in this country?
I don't think so.
Ian, soy milk.
I think it's sadly.
And these pearls, how many people are queuing up to buy pearls? You know, Mickey Moto, sure, I can understand because there's a fair bit of profile there. But Ian's pearls, I haven't seen much advertising.
No, it does appear like it's one for your, hopefully,
Yeah.
promotional largesse on behalf of companies, if that's the right way to put it.
Well, I hope
And
Ian's
Ian
being
benefits.
paid to get wet again.
Yeah, thanks.
The Life is Sydney, here on Sydney's Triple M.
It's been a big week for punting in the rugby league. And, obviously, do you feel as though the game's sending mixed metaphors or mixed messages with the involvement of Star City with the Rabbits and the Crown Casino with the Melbourne Storm? They're the sort of fronted jumper sponsors for those clubs.
Yeah.
And the
Well, that's got to be
problems...
good. That's got to be great.
Oh, it's got to be great for rugby league.
Of course, it's got to be great for rugby league.
I mean, but then on the other hand, we have Ryan Tandy, who's just
Well,
a
he
rogue.
went a little bit too far. Well, allegedly.
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 Perfect. Now, I noticed
But I
that...
want to know who dudded him in the Cowboys.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, couldn't they just kick the bloody goal? Everyone, ding. Everyone a
Yeah.
winner.
Do you know what?
Couldn't Tandy have, or
Okay.
one of them said something to him, go for goal.
Do you know what my thing about this is? My thing about this is that, in fact, more money was made because he didn't kick the goal.
Oh, Lord. That could be right.
They
So
sucked it all
was
in.
a double bluff.
Double bluff. That's why everybody's pretty happy.
Yeah.
Nobody apart from Tandy seems to be down in the dumps about it.
No.
The game itself seems to go from strength to strength.
Yeah.
We have, obviously, the NRL, a beautiful story from Peter Bedell. In the Courier Mail, the NRL has defended the integrity of Rugby League's $400 million gaming industry as North Queensland welcomed the fresh probe into betting activity on last year's Bulldog-Cowboy match. I think that's the way to see it. It's the systems are in place.
Yes.
Well,
alarm bells rung, didn't they, at the right time?
And the fire was snuffed out.
Yeah, it was.
Do you worry, though, Roy, and I made these comments an hour ago when we came on air, do you worry that, in fact, with the Rabbits and the Star City, that, somehow the Rabbits are going to have to get in bed with Star City in some way?
Well, I assume they are in bed with Star City, and there's no harm in that.
No, good.
You'd imagine the clientele and indeed the management at Star City would be looking forward to the boys turning up after a match.
It'd be great. And how about Rabbit members? Could they get a discount?
Of course
say,
they
maybe
would.
If they lost a couple of hands.
They
of
might get a
blackjack?
couple of free chips as they come in.
What a lovely idea. Free chips that you could either buy hot chips with or use as gambling.
That's it.
Lovely idea.
Yeah, lovely idea.
Just show your membership as you come
That's
through.
right, for a family night. Can you take the whole family to Star City?
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I
No,
don't know
I think
how
you
family
can.
friendly it is.
Wait a minute.
I mean, they've got a creche there, put the kids.
Oh, yeah, they have. This called
They
the
can
car
play
park.
video games or
Yeah, video games. You can play them in the car, backseat of the car. Now, listen, what I think is important here, and you're absolutely right, the family-friendly nature of it all. It's a great night out. See, that's what I think. Rugby league is in the entertainment business.
But it also is a family game.
Perfect.
Yes.
Star City is the entertainment business, and it's also a family-friendly venue.
Yes.
They have
Well, as far as we know. I mean, that car park's great.
And remember, of course, it's patrolled now.
Oh, okay.
In the old days, it didn't used to be patrolled. It was all,
What are they looking for in the car park?
that the kids are safe.
Oh, okay.
That they're locked inside the cars and they're not roaming around smashing windows and getting into trouble.
All right.
And they're watching and doing their homework
Doing
or,
their homework, yes,
playing
good.
video games in the back of the car.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's win-win-win, isn't it?
Win-win-win indeed.
Yeah.
And I've got to say is that
So it's sort of Star City could be, or the Star City car park is what I'd call an accelerated learning centre.
occasionally visited by, number one, Rabbit players.
Yes.
Just in case, the kids were getting a bit bored. Look. Here
Oh, here's Roy Asatasi.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
I'd love to know what happened on the St Kilda trip to New Zealand.
Yeah.
Obviously, the boys loaded up on prescription medication beforehand, knowing how much to take of what, combining with a few beers.
Do they go to
Producing
the Boiling Springs, HG? Do they do that
I
sort
think,
of thing?
I think they did a fair bit of that.
Yeah, good.
I think that's code in St Kilda. in Moorabbin for, obviously combining medication with alcohol. Let's go to the Boiling Springs.
Quite an altitude there. If you the altitude can do crazy things to you if you're not used to it.
Do you think that the club should ask the players to say what they did as a warning to other young people who might be tempted to follow? And when I mean young, I mean 12-year-olds, 13-years-olds, who might be following in their footsteps, looking up to them as role models.
Yes.
I've got
mistakes they made. Maybe they could do it. Tell mistakes we made in New Zealand. Is that how you see it?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. And maybe, 60 Minutes could do that. That'd be a great
Alison
story.
Langdon, that could be her first story.
I know, she signed. And to 60 Minutes, that could be a first story.
Yes.
I mean, I know she's slated to talk to Joe Cocker, a fresh look at Joe.
And Sting, I think she might be talking to.
She's talking to Sting?
Well, I don't know. I'm just surmising. Stories that might interest her.
They're great stories, though. They're fantastic 60 Minutes stories, too.
Yes.
And Sting's been here and changing nude in his into his yoga gear. I mean, I've hardly read anything else this week apart from...
My understanding, he was doing his yoga in the nude. Is that what they... Is that?
I think that was the backstory.
Bikram yoga or something.
Yes, nice and hot.
Yes.
And, of course...
you nude up and then you form different shapes with your body and you test your flexibility.
Perfect.
Yes. Well, that's a Langdon story. So you can cope with that. Just pixelate out the dirty
tools.
bits. Yeah.
Now, what I was going to say was, God, she's got her hands full and she's hasn't even begun.
And she's doing the St Kilda story.
Story. Now, remember a while ago...
What went wrong in New Zealand?
What went wrong in... Yeah,
what went wrong in New Zealand?
Yeah. Now, can I ask, remember a while ago Rugby League got into trouble, and it might have been a dead rubber in State of Origin.
Oh, yeah.
Can you remember this? A couple of years ago, the boys got on the Still Knocks and mixed it with Red Bull and grog.
Yep.
They had a whale of a time.
They did.
It was just unbelievable. I think they...
Funniest night they've ever had, many of them said.
It was funny, even though we couldn't remember it. The way this was tumbled, they appeared to appear at a kebab shop about 3 a.m. when they should have been home in bed, obviously preparing for a big one against the Blues, and ordering kebabs in the most unusual and arresting manner.
Yes.
And so they were dobbed in. And so they were asked to...
Did their behaviour in the kebab shop draw attention to itself?
It did.
It did.
Okay.
They looked like a bunch of footballers. Yeah,
a bunch of footballers. Slurring the words.
Yeah. Get your kebab! Bab!
Sorry, sir, what's that?
Kebab!
You want to...
Come on! More! That sort of stuff.
They like the garlic sauce at that time of night. Now, I was going to say, after that, there seemed to be a fair bit of chat in the newspapers about what they'd done and what not to do. And go, if you're going to do this, grind up the Still Knocks, then add the Red Bull to it, and then put the vodka in later. Now, that's what I want to hear.
A vodka bomb. You'd call that a vodka bomb.
A vodka bomb, yeah. That's what I want to hear from the St Kilda Football Club concerning the adventures in New Zealand last week.
When you're in Papatoetoe, don't put too many bombs in.
Correct.
That'd be it?
Yeah, that'd be right.
Yeah, right.
Now, what's happened is St Kilda captain Nick Riewoldt has launched a passionate defence. I need a little bit of backstory here. You might remember during the holidays as well that people with their social media on their phones were charging up to Nick and showing him the offending pictures of him away on holidays, earlier on.
Oh, yes.
Anyway.
But he wouldn't have been embarrassed by any of that, would he? Was he role modelling at the time?
He was role modelling at the time.
Good.
And he was modelling the junk, as you'd call it too, at the time, in a rather lewd and suggestive manner. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah.
I mean, an art critic like, I don't know, Eddie Capron down at the New South Wales Art Gallery might have a different view of it.
Yeah, right.
He might think it was, sort
of
art.
Yes.
Well, or, as it might have appeared, say, in the Renaissance time. Blokes standing around looking as though they want something to be getting on with. Now, anyway, he's launched a passionate defence of the embattled club, claiming outside forces were conspiring against them.
What would these outside forces be? The altitude in New Zealand? Did this St Kilda shoot pay an homage, say, to Bill Henson's work, HG?
Well, look. Sadly, you've got to remember that Bill Henson's got into trouble for snapping, a different section of the community.
Yes, true. That's true. That's true. But it did have that sort of feel. That
it certainly did.
Awkward looking. Makes you feel awkward.
It does. It certainly makes you feel awkward. And you wonder what the audience for these snaps were. That'd be just my observation.
Yeah, right.
Now, anyway, coming back to Nick's thing about the problems in New Zealand.
Oh, the
in
world's
altitude.
conspiring.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Speaking at the annual general meeting attended by the players, this would have been good. We declare the meeting open. The first item of business is the minutes from last year's annual general meeting. We through them. Players sit around yawning.
Yeah.
Discussion of height of goalposts, costs, all that sort of stuff. Then there'd be
Travel costs. Yeah. Cab charge dockets that have disappeared.
Then there'd be the Secretary's report. Cab charge dockets disappeared. Secretary's report, Treasurer's report, any other business. All of a sudden, Nick's up on his feet. Now, he fired off an extraordinary us against them barrage at the AGM.
Gee.
To the players, this is Nick, to the players, we know what we stand for. There's a lot of people out there at the moment who are trying to break us down, but we know what we're about, and we're not going to fracture. We're the ones who are going to come out on top. You can be sure of that.
Wow. This sounds like the lyrics of a great song.
It's not bad.
Isn't it? Read that again.
Well, hang on. I can't do it justice because
No,
I
I
can't
know.
quite get the money.
Yeah.
To the players, we know what we stand for.
We know what we stand for.
That's right. Great. There's a lot of people out there at the moment who are trying to break us down.
People are trying to break us down.
But we know what we're about.
We know what we're about.
And we're not
And we're going to take it anymore.
Very good. That's right. Rock and roll and noise pollution. Now, we're the ones who are going to come out on
We're
top.
not going to take it. Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Now,
How did they respond at the AGM?
Well,
on their feet, dancing?
on their feet. Hats in the air, shorts in the air, hot night, Saint Killer. Now, but the Saints appear to be concerned about a potential foreign membership. That can't be right. In the wake of the New Zealand saga and the latest swing of sand of the golf club.
They'd have a lot of New Zealand people queuing up to be members, wouldn't they?
They would. And would you think that there is any evidence that forces are conspiring against them? I mean,
I can't
at the AGM, they didn't mention anybody by name. People like, they could have easily mentioned, say, Darren Hinch,
Yes.
just to take one name of Melbourne media. Neil Mitchell, or somebody at some other club like Mick Malthouse. He seems to be always at them, bagging them.
Is the Sydney media beaten up on them?
I don't think so, no. You mean would say, I don't know, Piers Ackerman write an op-ed piece in the Daily Telegraph about it?
Yeah.
I don't want to give Pierre's ideas. He's got heaps of his own. He's got climate
Channel
change.
7 News,
Channel
Chris
7
Bath, today in St Kilda AGM, a new hit song was released.
It is, as you say, very easy to turn that into something that I was thinking of living on a prayer. Bon Jovi, they were here at the end of last year. I just wish Nick had put these ideas to him.
Yeah. I mean, he's a natural. He's a lyricist, isn't he?
Yes. I must say, in the footage of Nick Riewold's speech, he appears to get a set of footy cards before he gives the speech from obviously the club president. And don't tell me that look doesn't, go with a clip.
Yeah.
For
for the music
song.
video for the song.
music video for the song.
Yeah, we aren't going to take it anymore.
Or
I've got a feeling this might have been written before, though, this song. It's ringing bells. I don't know. Something Freddie Mercury would have.
Ah, perfect. Well, Freddie Mercury, don't get me started. God.
How long since we've played Mercury on this station? We used to be Mercury compliant at one stage.
We were completely. People accused us of, having a mercury
too much
poisoning,
mercury, yeah.
mercury poisoning policy. We never did.
No.
I still hate that suggestion, that allegation that we played too much Freddie. But I tell you what, I am putting together: Ian, Freddie, and Nick.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's just line them up and see how they get on. Now,
Yeah.
there was a terrific promotion for Triple M and the Queensland Floods. Obviously, we did it for the people of Queensland, and a rugby league match of Golden Oldies.
Yep.
We tried to see it, and I think I put your name forward here as supporting this, was the Legends of Origin concept, where it would be a 3-game affair to be held at this time of year, obviously starting off, say, late January, nice warm night. People want a bit of rugby league. They don't see the current heroes. No. They see heroes of yesteryear. Oh, yes. Play 3 series of matches, Queensland v New South Wales. Simple idea, simple concept.
Yep.
The Lou, I called it, the Legends of Origin. Yep. Obviously, you'd take it to Melbourne for one of them. And
tour it around the world, couldn't you?
Tour it around the world. Of course you could. Remember that time, I think the Rabbits went to Jacksonville in Florida.
They did.
And they played the league.
About it.
They still talk about it. I reckon it could go. That'd be the first leg. Long Beach, California, where they had the 87 State of Origin.
State of Origin.
They're completely
They
State
still
of Origin.
talk about it.
They still talk about it.
It frightened a lot of people, the the rigour, the violence, the aggression of rugby league. But once you get over that hurdle, you start to see its beauty. I don't think America's ready for it.
And let's face it, a lot of people in America love betting on sport. Next Monday's Super Bowl would probably be terrific. If only we could get.
Can you get exotics there, like first knock on? Who's going to be?
Or you mean
responsible for the
in
first
rugby
knock on?
league? Yeah, of course you can.
Good.
Yeah, they can do all of that for you. You know,
beautiful.
you can get your spreads and your, sort of how many times the whistle will be blown in the first half, all that sort of stuff.
Yep, good.
And now, what I'm trying to get round to, though, that a number of the players mainly the New South Wales players, are still suffering from this match the other night, which raised money for the Queensland floods.
Yeah.
Now, people are blaming Gordon Tallis. I think that's quite unfairly, or unfair to blame Gordon Tallis. The article here by James Phelps says in the Murdoch Press says there are also injuries coming to light as the x-rays and hospital visits continue. Mm-hmm. Now, we have here the backdoor Benny Elias. He's been unable to move his elbow since the match.
Is that right?
Mark Geyer
didn't have weak elbows in his day.
No.
What's he been up to soften those elbows?
Well, remember how he used to show the ball?
Oh, yes.
That sort of takes a lot of straightening of the elbow.
I suppose it does, yeah.
And
but there's no evidence he's been showing much ball.
That's what I mean.
In the intervening years, is there?
Therefore, it's become weak.
Oh,
just
lack of practice.
Lack of practice. That's right. Mark Geyer has been to a physiotherapist, a sports masseuse, and a Chinese naturopath to stop his lower back, ankles, biceps, and shoulders from aching.
Gee,
he's got hit all over.
Did he get cleaned up?
Lower
Like car
back.
accident style.
Ankles, biceps, and shoulders from aching.
Yeah.
Brett Camorley, he's using compression pads to help him sleep and cope with the pain in his neck and shoulders, while Bulldogs' Terry Lamb woke up on Friday morning unscathed. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
Eric
He's
Grove,
okay.
He's okay. Terry Lamb's okay.
Okay, Bar's all right.
Yeah, Bar's all right. He put on some great hits, brought back so many memories of Ellery Hanley.
Did he? Oh, really?
No.
Was there a reenactment of that
There
moment?
was.
Not that it was State of Origin. It wasn't. It was
wasn't.
grand final. But
Grand
even
final.
so.
Yeah. No, he gave fans.
Yeah.
He reeled back the years or rolled back the years and gave fans something to remember.
Right.
It was just great. Eric Growth is having an ongoing physiotherapy. Greg Alexander, who is one of 4 players who injured their hamstrings, also required 3 stitches be put to put his tongue back together.
Dearie me. Did someone try and rip his tongue out?
I think that's what happened.
Well, he used to run a little bit with his tongue. A little bit loose.
Hanging out.
Yeah.
He'd often stick it out and say, have a go at this.
Yeah. Well, somebody did, obviously.
What
And his reflexes aren't as good anymore, pulling it back into the mouth.
Exactly.
Are we going to do that Elton John special next Friday?
Is that Elton
I heard
John
it
Day?
mooted, but I just didn't know whether someone was pulling my leg or not. I think it's a great idea if we do it, but
Right.
is there any talk? Any whispers you've received? No.
Look, no, I haven't.
Okay,
I haven't.
good. I can
Elton
just
John
hope.
special. Look, I'm not saying it's not in.
No, okay.
I'd love to hear, your song.
Your song.
Go right back
yes.
to the beginning and
Yes.
play them through chronologically. That'd be
Yes.
terrific. You could easily have Honky.
Honky Chateau.
Well, you could play
Honky
that.
Cat from
Yep,
Honky Chateau.
You could play that all the way through.
Yeah,
Honky Chateau.
Never Dates.
No.
Song for Guy.
Oh, Lord,
I mean,
beautiful.
no words, but just so.
That could, I tell you what, that song for Guy, you could set the Nick Rewald lyrics to that.
Could you? Yeah,
It'd be a different sort of song.
melancholy.
Yeah,
though.
it'd be a different
song
song.
for
wouldn't it?
Guy. Anyway,
That's all there. Now, the Bathurst 12-hour race this weekend, there was practice today.
Good.
Qualifying tomorrow from 8 a.m. Qualifying again, another session at 1:30, and the 12-hour on Sunday from 6:15 a.m.
Good.
It's a terrific event.
Great concept, isn't it? The
Great
12-hour.
concept.
Yeah.
Great concept. Just to sit there all day, watch the cars go round, and I think
Hopefully it's going to be warm enough in Bathurst. It's going to be hot enough for it.
I don't think it will be.
No.
I'm worried that unless it's under 45 degrees, we won't see the best of the cars. And I do notice, I hope I can put my hand on this quickly enough, that there's a lovely car going round, the Wagga Wagga racing driver, Hayden Pullen.
Oh, Hayden Pullen.
He's got a Chevrolet Corvette Z06. Obviously, Chevrolet Corvette made in probably 06, which will compete in the 12-hour.
Good.
The car's sponsored by Climate Skeptics Party and bears the slogan, CO2 ain't a threat, a carbon tax is.
Yeah, wow.
Isn't that fantastic?
Great that the races are getting political.
I know, it's been really good.
Yeah.
That's a really good,
And what great timing.
What,
45-degree day.
I know.
Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Floods.
Cars blowing out.
I mean,
fossil fuels.
exquisite, really.
It is perfect, isn't it? And you've got to say...
The sponsors must be over the moon.
Have you encountered the Climate Skeptic Party? I mean,
No, I haven't, no.
Who would be some of their
luminaries?
Leading lights, I was going to be.
Yes.
It'd be fantastic. Fantastic thing.
Yeah.
Wagga-based, obviously, and, with a fantastic, simple slogan. I mean, you've got to cut the message through. You've got to get the message through with simplicity.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, what is their message? What, CO2 is good for you? Is that it?
Not
is that
bad.
What they're going with?
Not bad. CO2 is good for you.
Burn, baby, burn. Bring it on.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I know. And as you point out, with the weather brewing up nicely, it's, look, I don't know. I just hope the car can last the distance.
This is Hayden Pullen we've got to keep our eye for in the Chev.
I mean, it'd be terrible if the car,
Yeah.
somehow overheated.
Yeah.
In the first couple.
None
of
of
days.
those cars are sponsored by, like, Green Party or any of that nonsense, are they?
I hope not. I mean, they'd be...
Are the shooters behind any of those cars?
Well, look, surely the marshals would weed out Greens or, any of those, sort of people who, how would you put it, with the...
Looney Tunes.
Thanks.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, how about this for the first Hot Lap handout of the afternoon? Keith Richards' autobiography simply called Life. Keith on Life. That's great. But it doesn't end there because the Rolling Stones, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones, the legendary Rolling Stones concept film restored and remastered includes classics like Brown Sugar, Tumbling Dice, etc., etc., etc. That's great on DVD.
Life. Is that a good... I thought you'd have used something like Sticky Fingers or something.
Oh. Or one of his title tracks,
Yeah.
Tumble and Dice.
Yes. Race with the Devil.
Or
Sympathy for the Devil.
Now, also, we've got Pearl Jam Live on 10 Legs. And, because people love this stuff whenever we give it away, the Krusty Demons.
Oh, yes.
This is a DVD of the Krusty Demons.
I never tie the Krusty Demons.
No, doing things like jumping over floods.
Go up again, boys.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Do that backflip again.
Yeah.
Jumping over helicopters, jumping over floods, jumping over cyclones, all that sort of stuff.
Have they ever jumped over a rugby league team?
No.
That's what I'd love to see.
Well, what a way to bring next grand final, obviously, in October this year. Why not have the Rugby League Cup arrive with a jump off the top of Homebush Stadium?
Maybe they could leap out of a helicopter.
That would be
Krusty
brilliant.
Demons.
Here they come. And two, ride down, bang on the ground, drive around, lap of honour.
That's it.
Salutes all round. Deliver the cup to say whoever the new leading commissioner is. I don't know who's going to be the commissioner of rugby league. Yeah. Anyway, this is a great prize for some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, the question is, HG, whose tongue has lost a yard in pace? Joined by Kim, who's joining us from St Mary's. How are you there, Kim?
Oh, good, thanks. How are you?
Very well indeed. Now, Kim, I notice you're a Mad Dragons fan, which is great. You must have been very excited to see the boys, or photos of the boys in the coal mine.
Yes.
What was that about?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just quoting here, I think, from Benny, your coach. It's a good team-building thing. More than anything, it's good to learn to work together under a bit of stress and under different conditions to what we're used to. But I can't see anything they did in the coal mining that relates to rugby league.
Did they take a ball down there at all? Were they practising their passing in the dark?
I think they probably were, actually.
Wow, and they've all seemed so kitted up with their breathing apparatus and their suits, their special suits, and the hard hats and stuff like that. It's just fantastic. Obviously, the big question is, can they do it again this year?
I think they can.
Right. And you don't think that the other teams will be really trying to work out how to, obviously defuse the Dragons, if I can put it that way?
I think they may do, but I don't think they will succeed.
Right, very good.
Because their game is built on defence. Their defence is great, isn't it, Kim?
It's very good, very good.
Do you find their defence much more attractive than their attack? Do you love it when the other team has the ball and the boys are going to man up?
Yeah, and they're running up and they're hitting up against them. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that white wall with the big red V coming at you.
Yeah.
And will you go to many of the games this year, Kim?
Oh, yeah, I try and get to as many games as I can, actually.
Right,
So.
and do you go, obviously, around the Sydney area? Do you go interstate at all to watch them when you can?
If I can, I can. But, I actually go to a few Penrith matches as well because Penrith's not far, so CUA Stadium, so yeah.
So that's your second team, the Panthers?
Panthers are my second team.
Yeah.
And would you have a jumper?
I certainly do have a jumper.
And
It's an old jumper.
An
so-
old jumper. That was my next question. You don't upgrade each year to the new strip, so to
I
speak.
know, otherwise I have, too many.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
And it's too much of a hard choice which one to wear. So
Has your jumper got the penfolds on it?
it has.
Very good. Well, they'll become collector's items sooner or later.
Yeah, that's true.
And do you wear it elsewhere apart from going to the rugby league?
Like to dances?
No, not to dances.
No, fair enough.
Maybe to a barbecue.
Yes.
Or would you, let's say you had to go shopping, just to do grocery shopping, for argument's sake, like to Woolworths or Coles.
To Coles, yeah, if the football season was on, definitely.
Yeah, right. Good. And do you think it's lucky to wear it? Like you think, it's let's have a look at the fixture. Oh, the boys are playing Friday. I might have to wear my jumper Friday to help them out.
Yes, certainly.
And when they're losing and they're maybe playing,
I still wear it.
Still wear it. Yeah. And do you wear it to the game? Say if you're going to Cogra Jubilee Oval, do you take your Guernsey? Do you wear it?
Yeah, all the time. Every game I go to, I wear it.
Now, occasionally it hasn't happened that often recently, but the Dragons get behind.
Yes, they do.
You're home there. What do? Do you stay in the same place or do you move, hoping that by you moving in front of the television it'll
change their luck?
Change their luck.
Well, I move around and I yell at the TV, so I think that helps. The boys can hear, so...
Have you ever had any of the boys sign this jumper?
No, I haven't. I'd love them to, but no, I haven't.
But couldn't you go down and just hang around outside the dressing rooms when the boys come out? Just say, Benny, do you mind if the boys sign this? Have a texter in your hand.
Yeah, that's a great idea, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks like you've got your work cut out for season 2011. Kim Letroy sent out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, Kim, what did I do? Here we are. Now, whose tongue has lost a yard in pace?
Greg Alexander.
It was a very entertaining game the other night, wasn't it, Kim? I noticed you watched it or you listened to it.
I've seen bits and pieces of it because I actually play competition tennis, and that started back on Thursday. So I IQ'd it and just watched bits of it.
Now, how's the competition tennis going? It sounds as though you've played it for a few years.
I've actually played for about 20 years.
Right.
We won the first week, but we actually lost last night. So 1 from 2 is not bad.
No. Did you watch any of the Australian Open, Kim?
I loved it.
Yeah. What went wrong with Sam Stosur? I missed the match.
I don't know. I was very disappointed with Sammy. Yeah, I really don't know what happened with Sammy. It was like she didn't really come to play.
So it was her head wasn't ready.
Her head wasn't ready, that's it.
Can I just ask in the competition how many make up a team in your competition?
For tennis?
Yes.
4, 2 men, 2 ladies.
Oh, fair enough. And you play singles and doubles?
Oh, no, I'm too old for the singles, just the doubles.
Fair enough.
Doubles and mixed doubles or just doubles?
Yeah, doubles and mixed doubles, yeah.
Good.
Okay, well, Kim, you've got Keith Richards' The Life, and on DVD you've got a couple. You've got Ladies and Gentlemen, the Rolling Stones to go with the Keith Richards book, and the Krusty Demons, obviously another, blasting effort from them of, some, stature. And finally, Pearl Jam Live on CD. So, Kim, thanks very much for being part of The Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much. Look, we have been advised that there's been an accident on the Harbour Bridge which is causing massive delays for people, I think, heading north from Sydney. I hope I've got that right. So we're just trying to think of alternative routes apart from the tunnel, just avoid the area if possible. The Gladesville Bridge, of course, with the new Iron Cove, bus lane may be a better option, or delay your trip if possible, or just sit in your car and listen to Triple M and The Life for the rest of the hour, and then obviously the tremendous programming that takes over after we finish. But there is a problem on the Harbour Bridge. If you can avoid the area, that would be fantastic. And I was just thinking, it is difficult sometimes when you get into certain bits of Sydney, even though you're not going to the part that's affected by, or, where the accident is, it can rapidly build up, especially at this time on a Friday.
Knock-on effects, yes.
The knock-on effects, that's right.
Yes. Yes, the whole city can become a bit of a car park.
It can, and I was thinking that even, the tunnels were put in to ease this. Sometimes they're not much use either.
No.
But look, there
would
is
you
a
be
problem.
calling for the Cornelia government to perhaps invest a little more? I know there's not much time left between now and next month to put in a few more tunnels.
Well, I love a tunnel.
I know you do. Maybe we get the St George players too. They've done that tunnel work now. They've got some experience of coal mine tunnels.
How about they could put
What a good gesture that would be, say, for the Dragons to start work on another tunnel. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what would be great is a tunnel that went, say, from Homebush to Oakey Jubilee Oval.
Oh, to Kogarah.
You know,
from Kogarah to, say, Manly. Now, there's a tunnel the boys could work on.
They wouldn't take long, I'm sure. I mean, because once you get obviously it seemed to be mainly the first underground.
Well, you get Flegg.
Well, Flegg, obviously. SG Ball.
Yep.
And I reckon you could get a Golden Oldies digging team too, to take that tricky, what I call shoulder shift between 4 in the afternoon and midnight.
Dead right.
You'd get lots of Dragon players coming back down.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, there wouldn't be...
Dogwatch.
There'd be a fans team.
24-hour thing. Oh, fans could get involved. Just bring a pick.
Just bring a pick. And I tell you what, Kim sounds as though she'd be an ideal person
to organise.
Well, you know, social media these days, you could whip that up in about an hour and a half.
You could have the Dragon Army, each with a pick.
Dragons to the rescue, each with a pick. I like that. You know, they'd have on your Facebook side, obviously, they'd have times and you know, slots and availability. You just write, you know, obviously tick the box where you want to go.
Well, we started at both ends, like having a lot of the Manly boys up. Sorry,
you're thinking
get the Dragon boys up to Manly, digging the end out.
Yeah, no. Look, I don't want to cause problems by putting a lot of St George people in the Manly area at the start of the season. Might be okay at the end of the season when it's all done and dusted. And Manly finishes last. So, you know, obviously not many people with tickets.
No.
On the other hand, getting Watmo with a pick in his hand, I like the idea of that.
I like that idea too. But they may not like the tunnel coming out right in the middle of Brookie.
No, fair enough.
Brookvale Oval.
Are you worried at all about, you know, local council red tape with regards and RTA?
And who's going to be with the theodolite? Like someone we're going to call the designer. Mm-hmm. I suppose Wayne Bennett have to be.
Yeah, just digging that direction,
Betty with the theodolite. Yeah, you keep it going, boys. Go down about, 100 metres.
How deep would you have to go to below the harbour? 100 metres, do you?
Well, you'd have a minimum 100 metres, you'd think.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah, look, I think...
And how wide is it going to be? It's going to be, what, four lanes?
2 each way, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, you can do it on, you know, sandwich style, one on top of the other.
True.
Look, there and back. Maybe that's what has to happen is the Manly boys dig the top tunnel and the Dragons dig...
the meeting in the middle could coincide with the second round meet.
Lifers with communication skills.
You want to get involved? I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Now, look, to be even-handed, you know, it's not only rugby league and the AFL that has its problems with various, bad boys. How about this? At least 3 sumo wrestlers have admitted fixing matches in the latest scandal hit the great sport. Japan's sports minister, or the Japanese sports minister, told a parliamentary panel on Thursday that more than a dozen sumo wrestlers have traded wins or fixed fights in the recent past. It's rocked Japan. The Prime Minister, Naoto Kan, said it was an act of betrayal. You know, obviously they're alleged.
Well, it's so important culturally to the Japanese, the sumo.
It is. It is.
You know, it's a bit hard for us to understand here. I mean,
Thanks.
We know our rugby league is very close to us, and we, you know, it represents us culturally. You know, especially after hours. You know, everyone wants to, you know, be like a rugby league player.
They do.
After hours.
They do.
Same in Japan. You know, the Japanese people dream of being really big and fat, but with tremendous flexibility
and power, with it. They're not just lumps of lard sitting on the couch potato style.
No.
They can move about, and they can move a weight similar to them about too.
They can. And I think it's what they do with their testicles that really is a bit of a wake-up call to the Japanese, being able to insert them back inside the body.
Right.
So that when you do get reefed, it doesn't...
hurt.
Yeah.
Or there's no pinching.
No.
Of the, protruding
no potential rupture.
Yeah. Well, Khan, this is the Prime Minister Khan's comments follow media reports that Tokyo police had uncovered text messages from the mobile phones of sumo wrestlers that implied they were fixing bouts. Such claims have long stalked the 1,500-year-old sport.
Yes, it's that old.
1,500 years. Where does that take it back to? That takes it back to 500 AD, I suppose.
500 AD, yes.
Roughly.
Yep. But you've got to remember that rugby league was a very old sport by then.
I know, that's true. Probably, I think from our researchers, we think it's over 2,000 years old at 500.
Close to 3,000.
3,000,
People are thinking.
And it went into the dark ages, of course, in 500s, where it was played, you know, out of the gaze. Undercover, that's right.
That's right, in forests.
Dings and dells, when away from the prying eye of red tape officials.
That's right.
Now, the 1500, which is...
Those Roundhead Puritan games were, I mean, they still talk about them.
They're very uncompromising both in attack and defence. It has, obviously, sumo has its roots in Japan's native Shinto religion.
Nice.
But confessions are new. Japanese sports minister Yoshiaki Takaki said the head of the JSA, the Japan Sumo Association, had told him Ministry 3 wrestlers had confessed to fixing results. Roy, I know you've been a big fan of sumo. Do you think it's been going on a long time? Is this just the tip of the iceberg, as it is obviously suggested at the rugby league? It's the tip of the Ryan Tandy?
I suggest it's been going on in sumo HG since 500 AD. Would be my feeling. I mean, some of those bouts we've looked at, and we used to regular viewers, especially when we were in Japan. There was nothing like, let's go to the sumo. Beauty.
Yeah, no.
And we saw some extraordinary bouts. You think, how did that bloke
beat that bloke?
You know, you got this thundering bloke who maybe, let's say 400 kilos up against a bloke 60 kilos. And all of a sudden, the big bloke finds himself tipped out.
Outside the ring.
Yeah.
Look, I've got to say is that I've, obviously made a fortune out of sumo over the years.
Yeah, well, who hasn't? Yeah.
Now, it looks like there might be a need for another tunnel.
Oh, really?
I think if we could, just somehow put the F4 underground, it might help it.
All right. A second F4, like an F4A under the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's going to build that one? What teams would be involved?
Yeah,
with
what
that
a good
one?
question. Look, I just hope that we could,
rope in Penrith, maybe
Penrith and maybe Steelers. I know the Steelers aren't in the club anymore. Aren't in the comp
there
anymore.
Might be some old Steelers about who
want to swing a pig. Help out Sydney. Now, look, apropos of the sumo scandal, I do notice that the NRL, that's the National Rugby League, they're going to have a meeting of Players Agents Accreditation Committee next week, and they're going to consider banning managers from betting on NRL games. Now,
how does that work? Where the managers just get made to do it for them? Or?
Indeed. Well, commission agents.
Yeah.
The people. There'll be an industry.
Our managers are the best in the world. Our rugby league managers.
Fact. Absolutely right, Roy.
They do a great job.
I notice one of the managers has admitted placing bets on the Cowboys to score first in the match from a penalty goal, but says it's an option he regularly gambles on and has done nothing wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can't bet on an option like that, I mean...
Give it away.
Give it away.
Now, when it comes to, let's see, International Tennis Federation, now they've had this problem before.
What, players tanking and...
Yeah, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
but how they got
Can
around...
you get bets on whether someone's going to serve an ace, say, in the fourth game?
Of course
first
you can.
point? Good.
Of course you can.
Okay.
Of course you can. Now, the ITF, that's the International Tennis Federation, they've banned the following people from punting on the tennis. Coach, trainer, therapist, physician, management representative, agent, family member, tournament guest, business associate, or other affiliate or associate of any player, as well as players and tournament staff.
Lord almighty.
I mean, it's inhuman, isn't it? I mean,
well, the rate this is going, there'll be no one eligible to bet.
Well, correct, except for people who work for Channel 7. Just to take an arbitrary network who might cover the tennis every so often.
Are they allowed to bet?
I think so.
Can Bruce have a bet, even though he's calling the game?
Yeah.
Because could he have a bet that he says something silly, like on the fourth game, third point?
Tell you what would be great. Yeah, that's right.
Going to say bugger or something like that, something inappropriate?
I tell you what would be great is, when's he going to introduce Henri Lecomte?
Or when's he going to point out the new shows coming up?
Roy, one story that has been a very big story is the success of the Socceroos in the
Asian Cup.
Asian Cup. It was just tremendous.
Weren't we great?
It was, and that's in Qatar, where we'll be playing in, I think, 2022.
Yeah, that's right.
So green shoots, do you see that?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And that experience, the boys will pass on their impressions, what to do when in Qatar, where the best part of the ground is, that sort of stuff.
Training routines.
Yeah.
Distance to travel in the bus and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And what do you make of
tricky wins you get there?
Tricky wins, fluky wins.
Yeah.
And it does look as though the World Cup now may be at a more, where the temperatures aren't so high at a different time of year rather than the middle of summer. Right. Now, what did you make of the golden generation? Obviously Harry, Tim, Mark, etc. Can't go on forever. Lucas Neal. Can't go on forever.
Of course. I mean, they're all great. The thing about the golden generation is you name any of those players and you just think, oh, what a great. They're greats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the only thing that disappoints me is that there's still time left, I suppose, that we never saw them in the A-League. You know, I just would love to see them in the A-League. Just to say goodbye. One season in the A-League, just so people can go and thank them.
Well, I think that's a brilliant idea, and I tell you for why is that I read Fozzie's article in the weekend paper, and he says season 6. This is how he opens season 6.
Season 6 in the A-League. Is it season 6 already? I know. It's like it only started. Well, about 6 years ago, I guess.
Season 6. Mark it in your calendar as the moment the A-League grew up. It was when a humble and likeable young man walked from the captaincy of the finest football team in the country, the Brisbane Roar, straight into the Socceroos starting lineup and looked the part. No, he did more than that, didn't he? Rather, he took the national team by storm and made a statement for every A-League player now into the future.
Wow.
See what I mean? You're absolutely right. If only we could get the golden generation to come back.
Yeah.
And let's face it, they don't need money.
No, they don't.
They're millionaires, most of them.
Yeah.
So they could just have a knockabout in the A-League, passing on tips,
skills and experience. Yep.
We have nothing to fear, he may well have been shouting as he passed and probed and led the way with a man-of-the-match performance for Australia against the Australian team overwhelming Uzbekistan on a magical night in Qatar. That's Fozzie.
Yep.
A magical night in Qatar. Fozzie. Look, and Uzbekistan's, people think they're easy beats. They're not.
No. They're one of the great teams of the world. I mean, it's their golden. It was our golden generation against their golden generation.
We ran them out of town 6-0.
We did. We kicked their bloody butts in, didn't we? Their golden generation. I mean, it was just hopeless.
Yeah. We're good enough. Every well-placed pass said. This is Fozzie. We're good enough. Every well-placed pass said. The A-League got me here as he slid another penetrating pass through to David Carney for Carl Valera to score. Matt McKay made more than a statement. He hammered a nail into the coffin of A-League adolescence and planted a great neon sign flashing, "Time for respect."
Gee whiz.
It's incredible. It's amazing to think of this competition that no one goes to look at. Well, relatively speaking.
Yes.
Is now the premier competition in the world.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's right up there. Actually, just as a writer, has anyone ever examined the sanity of Fozzie?
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, just before we come to the prize, what a tricky problem you've set. For
establishing the sanity of Fozzie.
I don't know how you go about it.
How do you do it?
I don't know.
What do you do? I don't know. Just give him a set of Cuisenaire rods and see what he does with them. One of those Recherche bloody dot drawings. See if you see something weird in it.
Well, he's bound to. Now, Keith Richards' Life, that's available. We got 2 DVDs, The Rolling Stones, ladies and gentlemen, and the Crusty Demons. Now, the Crusty Demons, I should have gone through. The Demons include Robbie Madison, Jackson Strong. He's fantastic. What he can't do with a bike. Seth Enslow, Cam Sinclair, and Kame Saul. So it's a great lineup. People talk about the Crusty Demons. Yes. That's the golden generation right there.
Because they live on their bikes, One of them hasn't been off a bike in 3.5 years.
I know.
Does everything on the bike.
The tricky bit is...
Going to the toilet, I know, but he's managed that.
Pearl Jam live on CD's the final thing. All comers are going to answer the following question, Roy.
Yes, who will be in charge of the theodolite in the building of the new Cogra Brookvale Tunnel? We're joined by Josh. He's joining us from Blackstone. How are you there, Josh?
Good, thanks, boys.
Now, Josh, did it get hot in Blackstone today?
I'm not sure. I was driving my truck all around the city, mate, but it certainly was hot in the city.
Yeah.
Now, you've just come off the M4, which has been terrible, you're telling us.
Yeah, it's an absolute disgrace, mate, yeah.
And how long...
From Blacktown to Penrith, I believe.
Right, and normally you trip home. I suppose if you're driving all around, you don't have a normal trip home. But would you normally use the M4 to get home?
M4 or M5, mate. Yeah, M4 is usually a bit better than the M5.
Yeah. Right, and tonight it's just been a standstill, and the car, a truck has jackknifed on the M4.
That's right, yeah.
And was it still jackknifed when you passed it?
Still jackknifed there. I don't think I know what they're doing there.
Yeah, right.
Creepers.
Yeah, right. Wow.
That's not good.
Now, just changing the subject slightly, Josh, were you excited when you heard that Ian Thorpe was coming back?
I love Thorby back in the day, sure.
Yeah. And you can see him going on with it, can you?
I'd love to see him get a medal, but if he doesn't, then it's all a big waste of time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Would you like to see Murray Rose come back? Maybe John Conrad's?
I think we need to see a lot more comebacks, mate, don't you think?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Do you think this says something rather ordinary about Australian swimming? That somebody who hasn't been competing at the top flight for some time is able to make a comeback and set himself for the 2012 Olympics.
Maybe might need to go back to the grassroots, mate. Who knows?
That's right, and unearth some new swimmers.
A new Thorpe.
A new Thorpe. But I thought we found a new Thorpe, you know. Can you remember that?
Yeah, we did find one, didn't we?
A 13-year-old. Same size feet, and a 13-year-old who was breaking, all the age, whatever you call it, times for the various...
I hope we haven't lost him to another sport.
Oh, that'd be terrible. And do you think could you imagine what Thorpe has to go through to do it, though? Do you swim at all, Josh?
Oh, I did when I was younger, mate. It's pretty full on. You've got to be fairly fit, don't you?
You do. You've got to be very fit. And the weird thing, it appears the main way you get fit is by endless laps.
Endless laps.
They say, of course, I think that Grant Hackett could have swum from Sydney to Athens and back by the time he completed what he had to do to win the medals in Athens in 2004.
I think it would have been better if he did that, mate. He'd be more famous, wouldn't he?
I think you're absolutely right, Josh. And
I don't think that's a swim anyone's done yet, HG, swim from Athens to Sydney.
Well, I tell you what, you know how there's a very big Gallipoli celebration coming up, obviously, in, what would it be, 2014?
Yes.
We're sending over surf boats to have a surf boat challenge there.
Yeah, in the Bosporus,
That's right. And now I'm just wondering if people should be thinking about swimming there.
A swim to Turkey.
A swim to Turkey, which is obviously not a million miles from Athens, but I'm just thinking...
no, if you got to Athens, you might as well kick on.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, I'd love to see that as a sort of...
Would you go Sydney-Athens or Athens-Sydney?
No,
Sydney-Athens.
Sydney-Athens, and then kick on.
Just blast off north and then head left, I guess, go through...
Hang on a minute. Dawn.
Yeah.
On that one day, 25th of April, 1914, who do we see? Splash, splash, splash. Over the horizon, onto the shore, just in time to make the speech. Did you ever... Thorpe, I didn't want to put the weight on him.
Wouldn't that be great to see Ian, to see that suntan come out of the...
It'd be something.
It would be something,
Well, don't tell me that respect, etc., celebration...
Because if anyone could time it, Thorpe could, just to get there at dawn. Just breaks the water... As the first sun ray hits the back of that head.
Fantastic. Anyway, Josh,
magical.
Yeah, that's right. People would even be your memory forever.
Yeah.
You'd be talking about your grandkids. Who'd you see at Gallipoli when you went? Thorpe? Ian?
Yeah, we were there. We saw it.
Mr. Tan.
Yeah. How'd he look? Oh, really tan.
No, Josh.
Josh, who will be in charge of the theodolite in the building of the new Cogra Brookvale Tunnel?
I believe that'll be Wayne Bennett.
And do you have an interest in rugby league at all, Josh?
Certainly do. I love the Panthers, mate.
Panthers, good.
Panthers. Well, they might have a cracking year this year. Robbed of injury a bit last year, but plenty of great players. Now, you've got the Life. You've got, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stone. You've got the Crusty Demons and you've got Pearl Jam Live. Thanks very much for being part of the Life, Josh. Look, it's been a tremendous effort by many people, some of whom, are familiar with the Life listeners. We've had, obviously, Skip.
Skip back, yeah.
He took the boat out.
Yes. Went to Tasmania and found it too cold.
Mm-hmm. And he found some fish.
Yep.
Who he tried to teach to smoke, as nearly as I can tell.
That's right.
And Garfield, of course, who's done an excellent job. Just steady hand on the tiller.
Yep.
And when Skip goes a bit silly, isn't it great to have Garfield there, just
absolutely
bringing the boat round into the wind.
Someone who speaks common sense.
And Jake and, of course, Maddie.
Have Jake back.
Yeah, Jake's breath of fresh air to get Jake back and helping out Maddie.
Yep. And Anna, of course, who's sitting on the phone.
Yeah, she's off to a wedding tonight, Anna, so she got an early mark. And it's great to be back with you, Roy.
Yes, marvellous, HG.
Yeah, and the issues, if you said to me when we packed up at the end of last year, we'd be talking about Ian Thorpe's tan on the first show, I would have said, you're joking. But there you go. We spent 3 hours, it just seemed like 4, talking about Ian Thorpe's
Well, there's another hour to go. We'll talk about it off air.
Yeah, and we'll be taking all those calls about Punters' Finger.
Right.
Is it fixed?
Yeah,
We just want yes or no.
Yeah.
And as Roy points out, we don't want to force our ideas down your throat.
No.
You force them down ours. Anyway, there'll be more life next Friday, and obviously there'll be a million things we can't even think about between now and then happen, and we'll talk about them. Thanks very much for being part of the life. See you next Friday on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M Soundproof booth. And Jim today has dedicated the reads, or his reads, to the Horse of Hope Ambassadors program. It's something Roy and I put together during the week. We were amazed at the response of the general public, worldwide, internationally speaking. For instance, Qantas skipper John Travolta and Deal or No Deal star Andrew O'Keefe have agreed to help with internationally, that is, with the Horse of Hope fundraising through the Ambassadors program. It's just great. They get a horse to take home, big name horse, something like, So You Think, one of those top flight to take home and have at their place for a week in return for their efforts with the fundraising. It's just great. It's something simple, some simple way of putting back into the, this great charity, which is bringing joy to kids around the world. I mean, when we had this dream years ago, we thought we might be able to buck up a few kids in Lithgow and maybe Nuriutba. But we're bucking up kids now with the Horse of Hope around the world. And when you see So You Think going to Ireland and doing all that great work it's doing with the kids over there, the horse is doing with the kids over there, it's just wonderful to be associated with that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. A Friday afternoon at that. And remember this afternoon, it's all classics. It's all, Barry's gone silly. It's classics. Classic sounds. What a week. Best week of 2011 so far. Weekend of the year. Easily. AFL. And wait for it. The first wake-up call. That's right. Ding-a-ling-ling. The first wake-up call of 2011 has been spotted. The clang chimed out in Hong Kong, and it was the Bulldogs who heard it. The ring-a-ding-ding call is timely given the NAB Cup blasts off this weekend. I couldn't have picked a better week for a wake-up call. Apparently the boys got on the terps and started running amok in the traffic, which is not seen as a good thing from the Western Bulldogs' perspective going forward. Completing the perfect to build up to 2011 this week. That is the NAB Cup bounce this week. The Big SK skipper, and sultry nude model, Big Nicky Riewoldt. He had to apologise to fans for the use of the dirty words after last year's granny loss. Now, the Triple M management have asked me not to use these words, and I'm more than happy not to do so because, obviously we're presenting a family show here on a Friday afternoon, of classics, obviously, but we don't want to scare anybody from, listening to us on the off chance that dirty words, obviously Nick Riewoldt style might crop up. They won't. They won't. Fact. Rugby union, and there's just a few more sleeps until the game of with the crazy rules kicks off again I've described it as a season of full-on fun this time. I think it's up to 15 teams now, isn't it? Super 15. And I was lucky during the week. The reason why I mentioned this was I caught a glimpse of the new Melbourne franchise training, and they look very, very exciting. The Melbourne, and I've forgotten what their name is. Rebels. Oh, good. Phew. Rebels. I was going to struggle there.
They are rebels.
Oh, they're black hats.
Rebels.
A lot were just training in their jock straps.
Yes.
It was that rebel.
Yes.
It was bizarre. It was a princess
trash talk too.
Oh, they got that trash talk, and they love talking trash to the others. Now, football, and Kiwi Golden Boot Smelts was at it again, getting one in the back of the net in the 84th minute. It was not enough, however, as the Mariners surged in the major semi-final with a demolition job of Smelts' side, Gold Coast United. Mariners meet the Brisbane Roar in the big one. I think that gets underway this weekend. Now, rugby league, and in a move that will excite all league lovers, the PNG bid. Remember that, Roy and I are ambassadors. Kummels are fun, that one. They've signed a sports sponsorship deal with the Brisbane Broncos. I've said that wrong. A shorts sponsorship deal with the Brisbane Broncos. This multi-million-dollar deal, inked this week, allows the words Kummels are go in 2012 to be plastered across the back door of every Bronco player. And as part of the deal, the Broncos will play 9 matches in Moresby. It's a breakthrough rugby league has been waiting for and is sure to electrify rugby league in our nearest neighbour to the north. And the league, this is big news too, the league, I hope you're sitting down for this one, have inked Bon Jovi. That's right, Bon Jovi as the sound of the 2011 competition. Remember last year we had Wes Carr? He was just great. In previous years we've had, the Hootie Gurus. We've had Thin Lizzy. We've had, obviously, the poet, the poet, the Northern Beaches poet and writer. Tom Keneally. He penned that beautiful
Blow
thing.
that whistle, ref.
That's the one, Roy. Blow that whistle, ref, a beauty. It captured everything about rugby league.
Simply the best.
Simply the best. I was getting there. Simply the best. Yeah, so there's been some great one. Now it's Bon Jovi. I just wish they'd got that great song we were working with from Nick Rewalt last week. I think We're Not Going to Take It was the title of the song that Nick, penned for his spray at the AGM. I mean, We're Not Going to Take It. That's rugby league in a nutshell. Cricket, and should cricket generally, or Cricket Australia or Australian cricket or supporters of the game, dump the Alan Border medal? You know, obviously Watto won. It was great for Watto. He might have 2 on the trot now, but it was a very glum affair. Very, very glum affair that had many calling, and this was long before the Terps started speaking, many calling for the AB to be junked. Certainly, I'm sure AB wouldn't mind. I mean, it's been a burden around that bloke's neck for years, having a medal named after him, and people think he could play. And that's our talkback topic of the week when we throw open the lines in about 3 hours' time. Is the AB stuffed? Now, look, don't feel as though you have to rabbit on, as Roy would say. Just a yes or no will do, and then move on. Let others have a go. I mean, don't hog the airwaves with your theories about AB, how good was he, the all-rounder teabag, can it work, etc. Leave that alone. It's all ancient history. Yes, this is the life. This is the home of Plumber's Smile. This is the elephant in your car. The home of dreams, of course, and your dreams really can come true on the life. And now it's time to lock horns this week with the man who's confirmed he's heading up the Lithgow T20 competition, a consortium, should I say, for the 11-12 season. He's roped in Lindsay Lohan and Liz Hurley, who's obviously cricket mad, to help out with the heavy lifting behind the scenes. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin. What caught your eye in the swelling soup of the sporting swamp during the last set of 7? Chic. Eddie?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Now, Ian is said to be training the house down.
Is that right?
Yes. He's doing slow, measured laps, is my understanding, which I think is the right start for Ian. It'd be stupid just to hop in the pool and swim flat out. No one wants to see that yet.
No. That could be 4 years away.
4 years away, exactly. He's got till... When's London? Next year?
Yeah, but...
Well, he's got 18 months. So, good. Keep it going, Ian. And there might be a little more Ian news later in the program. I think we have some very exciting Ian news. He's linked up with some with an Egyptian specialist.
Can I just put you on the spot and ask whether you think this program, I know I haven't talked to you about this before. Ian's show should be the official sponsor of Ian Thorpe's Tilt in London, or do you think if it powdered out, we'd look stupid? Difficult question.
It is a tricky question. Can we just throw the lines open on that one?
Fair enough.
Good. Now, Mr. Cricket. Can we win without him? That's part of our talkback this afternoon. Can we win without Mr. Cricket? And is this the greatest one-day side in the world? That is the Australian team, even without Mr. Cricket. With Mr. Cricket's brother is in there. He's not quite Mr. Cricket. He's almost. Well, he's not very good, is he?
He's not.
Let's face it. Of the two potential Mr. Crickets in the Mr. Cricket family, only one really picked up the baton.
Of Mr. Cricket.
And the other one's sort of... I don't know what the opposite of Mr. Cricket is.
Mrs. Cricket.
Mrs. Cricket, is he?
He's Mrs.
He's quite happy with that?
He's fine with
Very good. Shane and Liz, are they made for each other? That's our talkback topic for today. Just yes or no? Yeah, I reckon they are. Too long. We didn't need the reckon they are. Just yeah or no. Thank you. Rugby League, the new theme song. HG's mentioned John Bon Jovi. It's very exciting. I haven't heard it yet, but I think I know what it's going to sound like.
Don't worry, you will.
Up and exciting.
Yeah.
Are we going to play it today? Can we? Yes, good. So wait for that. We'll let you know when it's coming up. Now, and the call is very strong now for the Central Coast Bears to become a reality. And how long have we been on the Bears case? Well, not very long, really, because, we approached the Bears years ago when the Kummels were talking to us about ambassadorship, and we said to the Bears, would you like a couple of ambassadors with access to the airwaves? No, they said. Not interested. It might have been Greg Florimo we were dealing with at the time. And we said, well, that's fine, Greg. Yeah, all the best. Years have passed. Still no Bears. And the Kummels are looking pretty good. So, no talk of Bears sponsorship on the back doors of the Broncos. No way. Andrew Simons is to go to Bollywood. That's right, in India. That's right, films. Making films. He's to star in a film with Wasim Akram, Graham Gooch and Herschel Gibbs.
Oh, what a lineup. That's your dream team right there.
Dream team of a film, isn't it? And I assume it'll have songs and stuff in it.
They'll do them all.
Oh, they'll do them all.
Gooch, God,
yeah.
he can hold
that
it,
Herschel Gibbs.
Oh, Herschel Gibbs.
He could be
Great
anything.
feet.
Yeah, he could be anything. And wasn't Akram. He was always the actor, wasn't he?
He was.
Wasn't Akram. But that'd be great. I don't know what Andrew Simons' role is, but I assume he's the hero. And I assume Herschel Gibbs would be his nemesis.
Oh, lovely, yeah. Or in their code, Bunny.
Yeah. What are you looking at, sort of stuff, from Herschel Gibbs.
Whack over there with the bat.
Yeah. Tennis rocked by match-fixing allegations? I don't believe a word of it. Not tennis. Couldn't be. Carrie Webb, our Carrie, she's on track to win the Australian Ladies Masters. I'm tipping her at least. She'll certainly be playing on the weekend. Bernie Ecclestone has threatened to take the GP, the Formula One GP race away from Australia. Could I say Australia would be relieved?
Thanks.
If it was to go, Bernie, we don't give a bugger about it. Honestly, we don't. If it was in Sydney, we might care, but we don't. Hensby, 503.
The Life is Sydney, here on Sydney's Triple M.
Well, of course, last week we previewed a rugby league song written by Nick Riewoldt.
Yep.
This
we aren't going to take it.
That's right. Now, this week, the Game Inked has been widely reported, the Bon Jovi tune, and it runs along the lines, this is our house, this is our time, this is our night, are you alive?
Are you alive? We can listen to a bit of it, HG.
Yeah. Look, I just want to set the context here, if I can, before we come to it.
Yes.
Because get up, get up, get up, get up, time to fly. I mean, that's pure rugby league.
That's rugby league.
Are we going to raise the roof? Open brackets. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Close brackets.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Don't go off too early. We're going to touch the sky. Open brackets.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Close brackets. Everybody with me. Let me hear you now. Yeah. Chorus, this is our house.
Yeah.
These are my people, mister. This is my town. Or in other words, what are you looking at?
Yeah.
This is our house. Ain't nobody going to knock it down.
No.
Ooh, 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 ooh. This is our house. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's hear it. Beautiful, isn't it?
That's great, isn't it? I can see it. Can't you see it with the pictures, of big hits and tries, whistle being blown?
Fantastic. Do you think it should have a line in there, though,
What, dedicated simply to rugby league?
Yeah, like, let's put our boots on, or
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, pants up. That sort of thing.
Yeah, these are our shorts.
God, these are my people. Pants up, people!
Oh, yeah. Now, what's amazing is the way this comes about. You never believe this. West Tigers captain Robbie Farah believes rugby league's international profile would receive a huge boost if Bon Jovi were to perform the NRL theme song on Grand Final Day. I tell you what would have been better was to get Bon Jovi to perform the NRL's theme song at the NFL halftime entertainment last Monday morning. That would have been amazing.
That would have been amazing, wouldn't it? Why was that? Were they approached to have just a demonstration of rugby league at halftime? Because that'd be great entertainment. They'd love that.
Wow.
Yeah, the Super Bowl.
I think they had the Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah, they did.
And they had a lot of people dressed up with lines
I know,
on.
and people thought it was a bit dull.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
I didn't. I thought it was the greatest light show I'd ever seen.
Is that right?
That's why I tweeted that. Greatest live show I've ever seen.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I saw that tweet and I didn't think it was you.
Lifers with communication skills.
You want to get involved? I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Now, Roy, could the rugby league have done better than
with
Bon
the song?
Jovi?
I don't think so. I think Robbie Farah's right. I think this is going to really turn the international audience out there towards rugby league when they know of the association of someone like John Bon Jovi with rugby league.
Well, look, he recently bought an autographed guitar.
Robbie Farah did?
Yeah, a Bon Jovi guitar at an auction.
Wow.
And then he gave it back to John Bon Jovi,
How
and the
close
band.
are they?
They're pretty
Robbie
close.
Farah and
Pretty close.
John.
I think that's how it works.
Close, yeah.
I think, he'd probably be able to pick up the phone and say, have you got any old songs you don't care about.
So
you know.
I'm assuming Robbie Farah teed set all this up.
Oh, he would have.
Because, John Bon Jovi just wouldn't give a song to
David
league.
Gallup.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know,
he wouldn't do
Nathan
it.
Hindmarsh.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it.
That's right.
It had to be the Farah connection, I reckon.
You see, West Tigers jerseys signed by the entire team.
Yeah.
They were presented to, obviously
John Bon Jovi
and the band.
Wow!
During last year's
SG
tour.
Ball, Flag, the whole set,
the whole lot. They all signed it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And it's a coup, according to the NRL. Obviously, this is a massive coup for our game. Farah said. I think it's great to have someone of his stature in the music industry supporting us.
Yes.
I think he showed when he was out here that he has an appreciation of our game, and if the NRL could get him to come out here and play at the grand final, it'd be massive for the game and attract worldwide publicity.
Yeah.
That's the thinking. Why doesn't the game? I mean, is it all up to the players?
Isn't it? A vision. Robbie Farah's got vision, hasn't he?
Oh, it's just incredible, and to think he did all this. He did all
this by himself, off his own bat.
Yeah, somebody else could have rung up Wolfmother.
Yeah.
And probably said, that song they play on Triple M, the theme to the live.
Yeah.
Could we have that for the rugby league? I like that. No, would be the answer.
No.
But these guys, they see the value of it internationally for them.
Yeah.
See, it's not just, it's a two-way street, this.
That's right.
Maybe in the parts of, I don't know, England, where rugby league is big, Bon Jovi don't sell.
No. But you don't care. It's the places where rugby league hasn't got the prominence that it should have, perhaps. That John Bon Jovi's going to really cut it there. And when people see John Bon Jovi, doesn't matter whether they're Chechnya or wherever, they're going to think rugby league.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Just finishing up on the Bon Jovi, they'd written the song with international sports marketing in mind.
Did they?
Yeah.
With rugby league in mind, is what you mean.
Thanks.
Yes.
How callous of me. With rugby league in mind. And it had been used. It's also been used by CBS to promote NFL coverage and New England Patriots home games whenever they play it, whenever a touchdown is scored.
I hope that doesn't muddy the message of rugby league in the United States.
No, what a difficult problem that is.
Yeah.
No, it's got to have all hands to the wheel, all heading in the same direction.
I would have thought so.
Now, this is what worries me here. When he wore a South Sydney jersey on stage at Star City during a concert just before Christmas, the NRL was convinced Bon Jovi would be a good fit for the game.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
I mean, I know.
How
does that work?
Anyway, fantastic. I would have. Yeah, well, if the jersey fits, you fit the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as simple as that.
That's right.
That's the way it works. Well, that would be their thinking. They wouldn't have thought of rugby league.
Just imagine
had it not been for Farah organising the South skirt. Why he didn't get the West? I don't know. But anyway.
Now, look, what I'm worried about is just imagine if they sent around a small. Somehow they get
wrong
mixed up.
size.
I know. Then he wouldn't have worn it.
It wouldn't have been a good fit. Yeah.
Luck, so important.
Yes.
That was a bonus. Tristan found the song, and then I spoke to Paul Daney, who was the promoter of the tour, and we have since been in negotiations with Universal Management and Bon Jovi's US management about the rights.
Right.
That's coming from, obviously somebody connected with the rugby league.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that's all been sorted out. Do we know what John Bon Jovi feels about, say, the Bears coming back or the Kumuls getting involved? I mean, is there any talk of going to Papua New Guinea, maybe doing a concert in Moresby, wearing a South Guernsey, if it fits?
All of those things are possible. Where he's a little less certain is whether the rule that's being played in these trial games of regathering in your own half, six more, is a bit technical. He doesn't understand that detail of the game.
No, okay. Well, you couldn't expect him to at this stage, I don't suppose.
But he'll get there.
He'll get there, of course.
Gee, just imagine that day when he first sees his first match. I mean,
aren't they sending him tapes? I mean, I assume Farrell would have sent him
live.
Oh, live, sure.
Oh
yeah. I mean, tape's one thing, but live.
The use of the ball and cock in public lavatories was unlawful until after World War I. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Roy, look, just one other thing before we leave the tune of rugby league. I'm just wondering if I could propose an idea to the rugby league.
Yes.
That they have one song for rugby league and it's recorded by different acts. So is what might happen is, say, you decided Simply the Best was the rugby league song, and so since Tina, there would have been the Hootie-Garoos doing Simply the Best and Wes Carr doing Simply the Best, and now we've got
I'd love to hear that.
It would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Now, look, this would save a lot of people who can't be blowed learning a new set of lyrics every time. that's always a challenge to me.
Yeah.
But can I just say on this occasion, there's a lot of whoa, yeah up there.
Well,
yeah,
I think you need
close
that
brackets.
in a rugby league song.
You do.
You need where you feel compelled to join in to say, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think this song does it.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's stick with this one.
Yeah,
and
all
next year, say, let's get, I don't know, the Black Eyed Peas to do it because they were so great at halftime at the NFL.
Yeah.
I know you thought they were dull, but,
Yeah. Well, as long as the light show's all right.
Yeah, true. So next year, the Black Eyed Peas can do this song.
Yeah.
And then the year after, we might be able to get Thompson, the band from, Croatia.
Croatia. Because rugby league will be going through the roof
It
there.
will by then. Now, speaking of going through the roof, we've had the rugby league poll, and I must say, I just think rugby league people should be left alone for a little while.
Yeah.
They're polled to within an inch of their lives.
Oh, yes.
And I take my hat off to the people who have recently responded because, let's face it, all your rugby league weeks, all your daily newspapers are running polls all the time. There's that daily poll you've got to get involved in. You feel there's online polls, etc. The poll results concern sort of a very simple set of questions. Where should the next expansion team be located, or when they expand the competition?
Yes.
Where should the team come from? Now, 50% or just 51% thought the Central Coast.
Bugger. Yeah,
Then the next lot.
That'd be the Bears, would it?
The Bears. Now, then there was Perth, bugger again.
Perth?
Yeah,
No
Perth.
way. We tried that. The Western Reds. They were rubbish.
Horrible, yeah. Now, then there was Brisbane.
Well, we've already got a team there. They're called the Broncos.
Yeah, now then it gets very thin, down to either Queensland, Ipswich or Adelaide.
What about the Kumuls?
Thanks.
Were they given that as an option?
No, they were only teams on the Australian mainland. That was all they were allowed to do. If you'd put the Kumuls in there, I bet you would have got 70%.
Well, 80% in the polling I did.
Did you do some informal
I
play
did
on the bus on the way to work?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. 80%.
80%.
And did you have to strong arm any of those?
Oh, I eventually had to let them off the bus.
Only when they said Kumuls.
Got it.
I hope. Now, do you want the NRL to expand in 2013? What sort of question is that?
Well, obviously, yes.
Yes, thanks. Good. 70% wanted to expand in 2013. Why not 2012? Anyway, should the NRL expand the number of teams in the competition?
Yes.
But can you see my problem here?
Yeah.
Is people are getting exhausted with this.
I know.
The
They're
same
so
question.
obvious.
Yeah.
Were they asked, do you like rugby league? Did they ask that one?
No. What is the ideal number of teams in the expanded competition?
100.
Yeah.
Carlingford legalised the use of a ball and cock in a toilet in 1889. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Now, look, this is very sad news that Big Bernie Eccleston, I use that word big advisedly, doesn't need the Australian Grand Prix on his F1 calendar.
Yeah.
Now, the Telegraph got this with the debate about the value of the race once again rekindled.
Yeah.
Eccleston was strongly hinted Australia would be one of the first races to be axed as he eyes more lucrative markets.
Where would they be, I wonder?
Well, a good question.
Moresby?
Certainly Moresby. And I tell you what, I think Africa.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the African countries are screaming out for it now. I'd love to see it. So
Well, we've got to decide whether we really want it or not.
Well, exactly. Eccleston says his Formula One management company, which controls all contracts, does not want to expand the program. He thinks he's got enough races as it is. Some will have to go. 20 races is enough. This is Bernie talking.
Yeah.
If we have some new races, we need to, others will have to fall. We don't need Australia, for instance. Now, the issue of whether Victoria should bid to extend the current contract when it expires in 2015 was resurrected by the Melbourne Lord Mayor Robert Doyle. He questioned the value of the event. Eccleston said he had always backed the staging of an Australian round of the Grand Prix, but following Doyle's comments, the people of Melbourne appear to have second thoughts.
Right.
But Grand Prix Corporation and big events man Ronnie Walker called Doyle's remarks sad and said the international exposure of the event generated was priceless.
Wow.
This is an annual debate, and now it's a sad thing for the mayor of a major capital city to come out as publicly against a major event like the Grand Prix. It's still the largest sporting event on a single-day basis in Australia. It gets huge overseas audience. I'm saying it's great value. Now, other places in Australia could put their hands up.
Well, it was in Adelaide, the
It
Blue
was.
Thunder. We could revive the Blue Thunder down
What
under.
a brilliant idea.
That was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That really put Adelaide on the map, didn't it?
It did. Millions of people still bump into me.
I know.
And say,
Can
Adelaide,
I
isn't
go
it
to
great?
Blue Thunder?
Yeah. Well, no, you can't.
No.
But you can still go to Adelaide.
Yeah. Where?
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Roy, this pool in Qatar where Thorpe is going to train. I mean, we flagged this at the top of the show. It's a beautiful pool.
It does look good.
Now,
it's 50 metres, is it?
50 metres. Mohammed Abdul El-Assam is the former Egyptian 50-metre butterfly champion. He was good. He was good. He
blew everyone in Egypt away.
Yeah, especially in the butterfly, which was a foreign stroke when he introduced it.
He was the only one who could do it.
Yeah, they thought he was mad and they put him in a mental institute for some time, as I understand it. Anyway, he's escaped and he's more than happy to help rebuild Australia's greatest swimmer, according to the Daily Telegraph.
Right. Is he just putting his hand up like out of the blue? Because things are a bit wobbly in Egypt at the moment, understandably.
And he would be looking for a job, a safe job, say...
in Qatar.
Now,
poolside. Now, that pool, is it 3'6" one end and 6 feet the other? Is it going to be familiar to Thorpe? You know, when he dives in, he's not going to be found wanting.
No, I can't
in the depth
answer that.
stakes.
Well, I think we should Google
Everyone
this.
can get the 50 metres right, but it's the depth that's the killer with these overseas pools.
I know, and they've got to be of a certain depth before they can be Olympic standard. That's what people do. And the temperature.
It's water volume. It's water volume.
Yeah, and the temperature. They all Olympic swimmers wanted about 25, 26, and they can tell if it's a degree either side of that. Now, I don't know who in Thorpe is, said El-Assam when I spoke to him.
Good.
I thought that was a perfect start.
It is good.
Because ignorance
they can
is
get
bliss.
to know each other.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And their interest in swimming.
Yes.
And I'd love to see, how about this? Because you know what I'm seeing now? You can see where this is headed. Skippy 2.
It is Skippy 2, isn't it?
50 metres from Ian Thorpe fly. The world won't know what's hit it. Sure, what we're expecting is free up to 400. 50 fly from Ian.
Yeah.
And he's got the coach to take him there.
Well, with this bloke, yes. Yeah.
Roy, the Armed Forces Officers Club and Hotel in Abu Dhabi, according to the coach, Thorpe's new coach, it's the best pool in the Gulf and we'll be happy to help him.
Good.
The Armed Forces Club lays claim to being one of the only two 50-metre pools in the UAE. And seeing as Ian Thorpe plans to set up training base there, there's a good chance that, obviously that's where he'll be, say, on the night before the Olympics in 2012.
Is he a member of the Armed Forces Club?
No, what a good question. You have to be a member.
Yes, I know that. But can you get temporary membership,
Associate membership.
Yes.
Pool use only.
Yeah.
Now, the membership is...
Because they won't know him there. He's just going to appear as if he's a tourist with really big feet.
Yeah. His membership is 6,000 dirhams. I might be pronouncing that wrong. That's the local currency.
That's what it costs. How much? 6,000 dirhams.
Yeah, it's about 2,000 Aussie dollars. And they've got a state-of-the-art gym. They've got a fighting centre, a 10-pin bowling alley. So when Thorpe needs a bit of a break from the black line,
yes,
the rattle of,
he can
roll a few strikes.
Okay. Is there anywhere you can get a beer?
Got a basketball court, PlayStation, and an Xbox room. Now, what a fascinating question that is about the beer.
Yes.
Because after a big hit out, there's nothing better than putting the feet up.
Absolutely. Black line fever, you've done that for, 12 hours.
Now, when
suddenly El Avram says, righto, Ian, tweet, out you get. That's enough.
And Ian's looking for a 4X. Something like that, slake a thirst. Now, only two people were swimming in it when the Daily Telegraph got there and took a bead on it. It's empty now, but you should see it at night, said Thorpe's coach. The UAE swimming team train here. All the best swimmers in the Middle East do. We have an Egyptian 50-metre champ. He comes every day. There's shops, hairdresser, that's what Ian needs, sporting goods store, and assortment of eateries.
Well, that's all good. That's ticking a lot of boxes for mine. What about tanning?
Yeah, tanning.
Is there somewhere where you can top up
your tan?
Melanin, wise?
Look, can I just say, I think you unravelled this last week. What I was hoping there would be a paint store there that'd have that special paint that he's using.
Right.
Because that's a barrier between you and the sun. Sure, it begins to crack off after a while and you have to apply more.
Yeah.
I'm not sure long-term whether I'd recommend it to anybody.
No.
And exactly what colour is it?
Yeah.
I suppose you take a chip off what you've got, take it into the paint store.
They'd have a colour spectrometer there you could run it through. Because Ian would have his own specific colour mix, one imagines. So he'd just peel off a bit of skin. suppose, run it through and say, is this what you want, sir? Yep.
Can you give me a brush with that?
Give me a 2 litre.
Now, can I ask whether this is all adding up to,
to gold success.
Thanks.
In London. Well, it's an odd route, isn't it? He's chosen. He's chosen. And is this bloke genuinely putting his hand up as the man to steer Ian? Should Ian be going in that direction?
Look, can I just say, I think that this chap is probably the lifeguard / local
at the
coach.
Armed Forces Club.
At the Armed, if you and I walked in and said, we're just here for a few weeks, we'd like to improve our swimming. We've got no ambitions. He'd said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What stroke do you do?
Yeah.
Have you thought about fly? That sort of stuff.
Yeah, because
50
I do
metres.
fly. I'm the 50 metres Egyptian champion. Yes, and you think, wow, it's say fancy.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Eddie Maguire. Oh, how often on this show do we apologise for Eddie Maguire's behaviour?
Once about every week.
Yeah. Look, he's gone off. Can I use this term? I don't like using it.
Is half involved?
Yeah.
Okay.
Half is involved. Half cocked. Again, about the Greater Western Sydney Giants.
Yeah.
Can I say he's described it as the land of the falafel?
Right.
Obviously there were other comments which we can't repeat.
Oh, right, I didn't realise.
You went on a bit.
Okay.
Now, I'm hoping that we could put together maybe Eddie's Kebab House tour, where he could do some meet and greeting people and just have a look at Western City, you know, pretty well, Roy. There's so much there to like. The Blacktown Shopping Centre is fantastic. Cabramatta. It's a little bit of Vietnam in Sydney.
Yep.
I don't think there's a falafel house there.
No.
But Eddie could easily get a very nice, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there's the Canterbury Bankstown Leagues Club, which I think is one of the great leagues clubs. Don't know if you remember, actually, when we were last there, that foyer with the, you've got almost a waterfall.
You have.
There.
Yes, that's incredible.
It's
it
just
is.
Awesome.
It's a bit weird on a winter's night, though.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Look, Eddie seems to think that people will get tired of playing for the Greater Western Sydney Giants.
Right.
And they'll get tired of the choicest foods available.
Right.
I noticed that the Western Sydney minister, David Borgia, now he'd be one of Christina Keneally's top blokes.
Yeah.
I must say this portfolio.
David Borgia. Is he the minister?
He's the Western Sydney minister.
Right. Okay.
I'm not sure that I can picture anything he's done for the area. Not that that's necessarily
No,
a
I didn't
drawback.
even know there was a minister dedicated to the area.
No. Well, you live and learn.
Yeah,
anyway,
right.
he says
he's not the former mayor of Parramatta, is he? David Borgia. Is that the same bloke?
Could easily be.
Well, I thought he was a Liberal person.
Well, he swapped sides.
Fair enough. Well, okay.
Now, there's more to Western Sydney than our awesome falafels. That's his opening comment. That's his opening salvo in riposte to Eddie Maguire.
Okay.
That's chic Eddie. Look, it's a blunt message from Big Dave. This is part of his response to the AFL chief and television personalities, Eddie Maguire, after Eddie stirred a race storm on radio, obviously in Melbourne and Sydney.
Right.
Eddie's comments are quite frankly ridiculous and offensive to the people of Western Sydney. Western Sydney is a fantastic place to work, live and raise a family. Yep. Just ask almost 2 million people who live there.
Yep.
I just hope that show of Eddie's doesn't take a hit in the Western Sydney area.
The Hot Seat.
The Hot Seat, Millionaire.
Yeah. Gee, that's a good show.
It's a real challenge for...
Some of those questions are so hard, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a real...
You really have to know your stuff.
It's a brain buster.
Now,
show.
The people of Western Sydney are proud to live where they are, and we don't frankly give a care about the view of Melbourne's multi-millionaires. They tag, everyone knows Western Sydney is the home of great food. This is Borgia, the Aussie meat pie, the Vietnamese noodle, the Indian curry, and the falafel.
Yep.
Perhaps Mr. Maguire would know how the great Western Sydney is if he actually visited places like Granville, Parramatta, Blacktown, Cabramatta, and Auburn. Our Western Sydney tour, on the tour, Mr. Borgia wants to show Maguire the region's parks, rivers, schools and restaurants, and he wants to take him particularly to Parramatta, Blacktown and Penrith, and obviously Lebanese restaurants would be a highlight there for both lunch and dinner.
Yep.
Can it work? Can we have this hands across the water, or is it better to have bickering sections of the Australian community when it comes to football?
What a good question. Well, look, I don't want to say too much about it. I don't think actually, but all I can deal in is facts. Fact: no one in Western Sydney has much of a regard for Eddie.
No.
I'd say Eddie would be universally loathed in Western Sydney.
You know those posters you put up last night?
Yes.
Of a circle around Eddie with a target on him?
Yes.
What amazed me is normally the council comes around and rips them down, but they've all stayed up.
I know. In fact, more went up, HG.
Now, look, Warney and Liz Hurley, I suppose we've got to talk about it.
Yeah. Isn't it exciting, though? It's to have someone like Liz Hurley here in Australia.
Yeah, hooking up with our Warney.
That's just wonderful.
And, look, are you seeing this as something that can last? Or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I've got a good feeling about it. I think they were sort of made for each other in a way. I mean, Liz is not the sharpest tool in the box. She's
no, unfortunately, choice of words.
She's not particularly liked at all.
Is she called Eddie at home?
Almost. So for someone like Shane to reach out, hands across the water, and say, here we don't think much of you, but come on over anyway, and we'll give you a great time. And that's Australia, isn't it? We tolerate people who are sometimes stupid, don't we?
Can I ask whether her, I think it was a tweet that she's loving it here. Did that ring true to you?
Yeah, look, I think it did. I think it did. And isn't it great that they're keeping us informed as to what's going on? And where they're going for tea, what they're having.
And what about, meeting the parents? I thought it was a bit quick. Because as nearly as I can tell, they've spent about 3 days together.
Yeah.
All good, all quality, high quality.
Sure.
And, of course, in the back of my mind, I've got the shark hovering there. I don't know why.
Oh, Lord.
I not because there's something going on between Shark and Hurley.
No.
I don't think that's all.
Have they ever met?
I think they might have.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That had never occurred to me.
I was just thinking...
The shadow of the shark.
Yeah, thrice
I hope
married.
it doesn't come between them.
Yeah. Oh.
The shadow of the shark. Or are you suggesting that, like Chrissy Everett-Lloyd, this might be...
Just another stop.
Another stop along the way.
Of tricky romance road.
Yeah. Well, bugger it. I mean, they're just a couple of young kids.
Yeah,
Let's let them enjoy each other just for a little while.
And could you see,
I mean, there's no talk of marriage, is there? Although meeting the parents...
Well, see, that was what I was getting to. Meeting the parents so soon.
Yeah.
I mean,
But they might see her as a star, and they might have thought, isn't it great having we've got a star coming. Who?
What?
Liz Hurley.
Yeah, what are we going to cook her?
Yeah.
Tripe in white sauce with a parsley garnish. Run outside and get some parsley, will you, Fred? Well, that could be possible. Do you think that's what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
The parents
I think
cooked?
so, yeah. Oh, for sure. They'd have rustled up what they're comfortable with, leg of lamb or something like that.
Can I ask, where does it go to from here? I mean, look, I don't want to, look, as you point out, young lovers, you want to give them a bit of space. Yeah. But this is getting big now. I mean, a police escort home from the... I mean, they're going to...
Taco Bell's. Where did they go? Somewhere like that?
Yeah, I think Taco Bell's in Brighton.
Yeah.
Now, look, I just worry that it's going to get out of control in the way that, people... That the overseas problems are going to creep into Australia, which until now has been mercifully free from the paparazzi. And I'm going to say this now because I haven't said it before, that killed the People's Princess. Do you know what I mean? That forced the People's Princess, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I can see that happening here with this couple.
Yeah.
Because they're insatiable for Hurley news overseas.
Yeah, well, it's probably true. Well, I suppose they're doing the right thing by being so public with everything. It wouldn't surprise me if they threw the doors open and just let anyone
come on
in and have a look.
Do you worry that the police, normally who, have...
Well, they've got criminals to chase,
exactly.
Crime won't better things to do.
Yes, that's right. But now they're going to have to send a special detail on the Hurley Warn, a detail.
Right.
They'll have to get them in and out of places.
Yeah.
Or will it calm down and people just get on with other things in their life, like, say...
Well, how much further can it go? I mean,
no, that's the point.
We know it all now, don't we? I mean, they love each other. They enjoy each other's company.
They've met the parents. Would you?
All they'd need to do is just stand outside the house in the street
and wait
for the press to go. Then the cops would probably leave. and after a while, the people would leave.
Yeah. How long do you reckon that'd take?
20 minutes.
Now, look, going back to Sheeds and his Greater Western Sydney lot, Sheed urged all off-contract players under the age of 25 to delay signing deals with their clubs because the Giants had the ability to offer contracts of a lifetime if they're good. He forecast that up to 30 players would delay negotiations until the GWS picture became clearer as they hone their search to ground 8 existing AFL stars. Now, this is completely the wrong message, isn't it? Because as we know, the best way to riches in the AFL is to play rugby league. Izzy Folau, Carmichael Hunt, I rest my case. Yeah. If you were...
They wouldn't have to kick a ball again for the rest of their lives. They're right. They're set. They're home and hosed. They've got their super. They're done.
Right. The weirdest thing is you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Is it doesn't matter if Folau and Hunt don't kick a ball.
No.
They can't get out. They'll have to be paid out of the contract.
Yes. Yep.
And Izzy, incidentally, his grand final entrance with the Greater Western Sydney Giants has been delayed.
Yes.
Because he's ruled out of the NAB Cup clash. He's got some sort of problems with his ankle. Potential major blow. Yeah. Prize recruit will not play because of medical staff are taking cautious approach with his return from surgery pre-Christmas ankle surgery.
Right. I didn't know he had ankle surgery. How did he get his ankle injured in training?
Well, I hope so, because duty of care. I mean, what's the club
What are they doing with him over there?
Exactly. Well, they're putting him on some sort of training thing, which is obviously his body can't handle.
Yes. He's built for rugby league.
Of course he is.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on poll, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize, as you'd expect. And the 100 best albums, Australian albums, now the book. So this has got, great records like Hunters and Collectors, Human Frailty, that came in at number 18.
And there's a bit of an essay about each.
There is. Like The Saints, I'm Stranded at number 20, and a page written about the Saints and what they meant to people, how good were they.
Right.
Split Ends, True Colours.
So it's a bit like an encyclopedia in a way,
of the top, the top 100 albums.
Yeah. But it's a sort of coffee table book, isn't it?
Yeah, coffee table with great illustrations
or
and
a
record
book you could
covers.
just leave in the toilet.
It's a real toilet read, this one.
It's a toilet read.
And sometimes I'd suggest a toilet read because you can pull the pages out if you're stuck.
Yes.
But I wouldn't recommend
the book
this.
wouldn't suffer.
I wouldn't recommend that here because I think the gear might slip.
Oh, I haven't tested the paper. Is it that
high quality
equatorial
rainforest.
Threatened rainforest
species
paper?
That's it.
Yeah, good.
Now, plus, we've got songs from the best 100 albums.
All
This
right.
looks like a 3 CD
So you could
set.
listen while you wipe.
And rip. And we're throwing in somebody who knows all about that sort of gear, Keith Richards' The Life. So it's 2 books and a CD pack.
Yep.
Terrific prize. Women only, you can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is as follows, HG. When Ian buys his tan paint in Abu Dhabi, what quantity does he normally order?
Mm-hmm. Roy, who are we talking to?
You're joined by Michelle, who's joining us from Gaimea. How are you there, Michelle?
Hi, guys. I'm great. I love you guys. How are you going?
Well, we're going very, very well indeed. Now, I notice you're a bit of a Roosters fan, Michelle. How are the Roosters going to go this year, do you think?
Oh, well, hopefully they'll come first rather than second. It was a shocking grand final, but we can get back. We'll do it well.
Are you happy with Brian Smith, coach?
Yeah, I am. I like him. He's good.
Yeah.
So far.
Now, this is the question du jour, really, is your response to This Is Our House becoming the rugby league song for 2011.
Yes.
You may not be familiar with it. Are you familiar with Bon Jovi on, the whole Bon Jovi, thing with rugby league, how long it's been going on? Well,
no.
This Is Our House. I'll give you a sample of the lyrics. This is our house, this is our time, this is our night, are you alive? Get up, get up, get up, get up, time to fly. We're going to raise the roof, open brackets, oh yeah, close brackets. We're going to touch the sky, open brackets, hell yeah, close brackets. Everybody with me, let me hear you now, yeah, 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 yeah. Does that talk to you as rugby league, Michelle?
Look, I like Bon Jovi, but I think there should be an Aussie band singing it. It's an Aussie game.
Yeah, right. Did you enjoy Simply the Best? Do you remember that long back?
Tina Turner, yeah, look, I did.
And did you like that? Did you think I'd rather, Kylie Minogue singing it?
No, look, I don't know. I liked the ones that you guys liked before, the What's My Scene. That was good. I liked that. That's my team.
Yeah. But don't we want to, appeal to an international audience? So you're having John Bon Jovi. I mean, everyone in the world's going to know about rugby league.
You're right. You're right.
And would you like to see John, say, in China when he's next there doing his concert, this is the song we wrote for rugby league?
And go the Chooks.
Yes, and
right.
go the Chooks.
Perfect. Now you're thinking. And what I was thinking of, what I was going to say was that the images that accompany this on the big screen, because they'd be playing to over 1 million people every night in China.
Easy.
Would be, they might have 30 or 40 screens around, big screens around, would show highlights of, say, last year's grand final, obviously with a focus on the Chooks as opposed to the winners.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And so that would see the idea, and then there would be hundreds of people going away from that. No, I've said that wrong. There would be thousands, literally, I've said that wrong. Millions, or hundreds of thousands every night going
millions
away.
Of Chinese people saying, rugby league?
Count me in.
How can I get more involved?
Yeah.
Where can I access? I know there are website restrictions in China, HG. Do you know if the rugby league website?
It's been black for some time.
Black for some time, I know. Yeah. But surely the foreign minister, say Mr. Rudd, could speak to his counterpart and just say, listen, rugby league.
Let it go. Let it fly.
Yeah.
I tell you who'd be a very bad person to send over to do that job, the Minister of Sport. Be that as it may, Michelle. Let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
All right, go ahead.
Now, the question is, Michelle, when Ian buys his tan paint in Abu Dhabi, what quantity does he normally order?
2 litres. Yay!
Yes. Well done, Michelle. Do you think it looks like a paint as opposed to a natural tan?
It doesn't look natural, let me tell you.
No,
I don't know
that's
what it
fair
is.
enough. Okay, you've got the 100 Best Albums, you've got the book, and you've got the CD pack, and you've got The Life by Keith Richards. Michelle, good luck with them Chooks in 2011, and thanks very much for being part of The Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Now, look, Monday night, you and I were lucky enough to get along to the Allan Border Medal. It was a big day Monday. Obviously, we watched the Super Bowl and then, backed up for the Allan Border Medal.
Yeah.
The stars were all there, I saw Punter, I saw Matty Hayden.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Cricket came together. I thought that was a lovely touch.
Lovely.
At first, I couldn't work out who was wearing the frock. They looked so great, so glamorous. Is it time to consign the AB medal to the Ashcan of history?
I love the AB medal. A lot of people criticise, say it's a bit dull, a bit drab, not much happens.
The same cricketers get the medal all the time. And, there's only one or two are any good. And in an Ashes losing series, or, if you know what I mean, in the summer.
You're in a room with a lot of losers, and you've got to pick a winner from the losers. It's sort of like the best of the losers.
So it's
a bit better when we were world champions. So you felt as if the AB medal meant something.
But you said in your opening comments, and I agree with you entirely, that this one-day side we're sending to India is the best in the world.
Yeah, I think so.
And could be our best ever.
Yeah, it could be the best ever, yeah.
We've won it, I think, 4 times, haven't we?
3 times.
3 times, the one-day cup.
Yeah.
So we were able
probably
to
only been going 3 times, isn't it?
I
think we've won every
6.
time.
Maybe 5 or 6.
5 or 6. I don't remember us ever being beaten.
No, well, there you go. And you think this team could be the best ever? And that wasn't there. That wasn't there on Monday night, was it?
No suggestion, was there?
No, just the Glumbies and stuff like that. Now,
but I was so proud of Watto.
Yeah. Oh, well, it was great that Watto got it.
Isn't it great for Watto to have 2 of those medals in his drawer?
Yeah.
So whenever he's down the dumps,
he can go to that top drawer, move the socks aside, and there they are.
Wow, it was real. It did happen. There was a time, when neighbours, say, weren't you Watto? Yeah, I sure was. Didn't you win the AB twice? Yeah, come and have a look. Yeah, was that your sock drawer? Yeah.
God, you've got a lot of left socks. Yeah, they are. Now, look, do you think it's rather... Look, the only thing that bothers me about it is a couple of things, really. Firstly...
Is this the AB medal or
AB medal.
Watto's sock?
Oh, no, I like Watto's sock drawer. It's fine. And it's a good place to keep the medals because, Crims won't think of looking there.
They never think of looking there.
They wouldn't.
Especially if they're inside a pair that he rarely wears.
Yeah.
Cunning.
I know.
Because very rarely does a thief leave wearing a pair of your socks. I can tell you a fact, never happens. I was talking to a copper about this about 2 weeks ago.
How did that come up in the conversation?
Oh, one thing leads to another.
Bare feet.
Blowing the bag, no worries, mate. Hey, listen, by the way...
Bare feet at crime scenes.
Crims.
Yeah. Are they on the rise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Have you ever known breaking in a person to leave with a new pair of socks from the sock drawer? No, mate. You're right to go now. You know how these things happen.
I do. I'm always being bailed up and asked to contribute to obscure funds when I have
that happens too. Yeah.
Now, do you think it's
that's
a little...
after you've got out of the car and spread them.
Yeah, that's right. Now, can I ask whether you think that this works as an event for what I call it, the wives and the wags and so on?
Right.
I might have, obviously.
This is the AB medal.
The AB medal. It seems to me...
I love having the wives and girlfriends there. They had a different... and they able to look at the players through a different dimension.
Yeah.
Through a different prism.
Mm-hmm.
You think, what the hell does she see in him?
Now, one of the things that I'm worried about with regard the Allan Border medal is Dry Town. Look, it does appear there's a story, Crash Craddock got this for the Daily Telegraph during the week. Australian players were told not to drink alcohol during the Ashes.
Oh, I thought during the Allan Border medal.
No, well, I'm worried that the Allan Border medal is next.
Oh, Lord.
How did you go getting a drink the other night?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah,
no worries. I just sent AB out to the bar and...
He came back?
Did.
Yeah. Now, drinking, and had to go during the night, obviously running the drinks. Did he seem
Well, you can never tell with AB.
No.
No.
He didn't disappear?
No. He just sits and bit of a smile.
Mm-hmm. Drinking now is seen as not great, says Ryan Harris. Guys are basically told not to drink. Heading into the Ashes, it was said to them, if you drink, you put yourself at risk of injury and missing out. When I came back into the one-day squad last year, we were banned from drinking. When asked whether the two Ashes teams mixed, I was all pretty serious, to be honest. When I was there, we didn't go into their dressing room and they didn't go into ours. I was a little bit surprised. We didn't go in for a beer, but it was a very big series and they were very serious. They may have been told not to talk to us. A couple of times when I was bowling, I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't. Yeah. God, it sounds miserable. No wonder the AB medal was miserable event.
Yes.
Obviously, Dougie Walters found that, he lamented the custom of dressing room drinks that he had cherished had disappeared.
Yes.
The change was recently neatly summed up by former fast test bowler Jason Gillespie, who said that when he started his career, the beer was put on ice. Now it's the players put on ice. Yeah, I think they're missing out on something because I learnt more in the 2 hours in the dressing room, whether it's ours or the opposition's, than I did in 4 hours on the field or 6 hours on the field, Walters said.
Well, that's true.
There would have been a few fast bowlers in our day who would have been very happy about a booze ban. The game is a bit serious these days and players are compensated for, staying off the piss. Yeah. He mightn't have said it in those terms. Yeah. I'd add a little bit then.
Who was sponsoring our cricketers this year?
Well, I nearly as I can tell, it was VB.
Yes.
A terrific beer.
Well, it's a bad signal to send out that the boys can't enjoy a beer.
Well,
the sponsor's product.
I'm just worried if the VB should get their money back.
Yeah. I've got a feeling this might lie at the root of our test culture, the problem with our test culture at the moment.
Do you think players are going home and playing PlayStations instead of, getting into the rooms and learning?
Well, perhaps they're going back to their rooms just to sit in front of the mirror and wonder where they're going to put another tat. Now, if that's the case, and I hope it's not, then we're in serious trouble.
Oh, yeah.
We're in real big trouble. I can remember, HG, back with Stacky in the old days, you'd come off the field at the end of a day's play, you'd sit down to have a few beers. And I mean, you'd have a few beers. And I can remember on 3 or 4 occasions, there'd be a knock at the door and you think, oh, well, we better finish up now, blokes. And time had come, was the next morning. We had to go out and play again. That's how good the night had been. Yes. Were we wanting for anything? No. We were learning cricket culture, the law of the game.
And remember, of course...
The mores, the social mores.
Just imagine...
The stories.
Oh, the stories, the stories. And I love some of those tats you did while you, with the quink ink and the top of the compass and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
They were great.
They were great.
Sure, they had a feel of Russian...
They had a rustic sort of look about them.
Yeah, they did.
Primitive art it was, HG. You just you get a match head,
burn it,
and you'd burn it in your arm. You'd put something stupid there, depending on the time of night. You might put.
And sometimes you obviously got a ton, and so I think if I look at you,
I got a ta and forgot how to spell it.
The use of the ball and cock in public lavatories was unlawful until after World War I. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
I bumped into Matthew Hayden the other night, and he
doesn't take a backward step, does he?
No. Well, he played in the semi-professional era when the dressing room drinks were encouraged, and the more sober, serious era which followed. So he saw the best of both worlds, and recently declared the game would do well to chill out a bit and moderate an approach between the two extremes, and that seemed to in his thoughts would serve the players well.
Gee,
now,
that's wise. Isn't it? That's wise counsel.
That's Haydos.
Yeah, not taking a backward step.
No. Now, Roy,
standing his ground, doesn't he? You can say whatever you like about Haydos, but he stands his ground.
No, he's good. He is good. And he's got that television show, which is fantastic.
I haven't seen this. What's it called? Standing my ground?
Standing my ground. Digging in the ground I'm standing on.
What, digging a trench?
Trench that I can stand in. Now, where does it put all those, like you went away with Stacky on so many great tours, obviously tours not only to England, but to all parts of the world, really. All parts of the world, yeah. And there was always somebody there prepared to have a crack at the records. And Dougie Waldorf might have had a go.
He did.
Once.
He held it for a while.
Yeah. Now, then there's Booney holding the record.
Booney holds the record.
And some people say Merv Hughes had a crack. Others, plenty of other names have been put forward.
Yes.
I mean, that is something which Australian cricket is justifiably proud of.
But they were different days.
I know.
Different days. I mean, you'd get onto a plane and you'd be on your 20th beer. And, often the captain would come down and say, "You boys all right?" You'd say, yeah, we're all right.
You're getting enough beers?
How's the plane going? He'd say, "Yeah, well, we're still up here, aren't we?" And then we'd laugh. And he'd say, "Well, what do you boys like to come and have a go?"
Yeah.
And you'd say, "Yeah.
It was a
no
different
worries."
time. Yeah.
So you'd go up and you'd take over the plane.
How often did you land it coming into Heathrow?
Well, in all fairness, the co-pilot did most of the work, But it was very funny, Sure, you could sense a bit of nervousness on behalf of some of the passengers who weren't cricketers.
That's right. When you asked them.
When you were talking to them, talking them through them. So, just hang on, just put your seatbelt on. Yeah. It's all right. I got control here. Haven't I, Eddie? And his name wasn't Eddie. And he'd say, "Excuse me, my name's not Eddie." And that sort of stuff, anyway.
And there was often a couple of photos of you leaning out of the front of the plane, the cockpit, with a,
with the window open.
Yeah, the window open. Thumbs
Which
up.
unsettled people because a lot of stuff got sucked out.
On the way down. It did.
It was a different time.
Yeah, true. And what was incredibly different is you'd often have a platypus in your bag that you'd be shaking at the press.
Well, that's right.
Yeah. I mean,
that's right, just something to take over.
I know.
But you can't do that anymore.
They won't let you.
They won't let you.
No.
We'd often take a couple of parrots
because
because you get a good price for them. Some of those markets, if you manage to get them there alive.
Well, yeah, that was the trick.
That was the trick.
Yeah,
because often with the window open and the air
things
being sucked out, often you'd lose your parrots.
Lifers with communication skills.
You want to get involved? I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Look, emails, and we must thank the listeners for sending in the emails. Look, there's this terrific email to start with. James writes, long-time listener to the show via the podcast. He's listened to the show in UK, Uruguay and Cambodia. He said he just noticed the story, which you drew attention to at the top of the show, of Roy Simons pursuing the acting career.
Oh, yes.
According to stories online, the semi-retired all-rounder will make his silver screen debut in a film, in the film Patiala House. I hope I've got the pronunciation.
Patiala House.
Yes, alongside former cricketers Wasim Akram, Nasser Hussain, Graham Gooch and Herschel Gibbs. And he did provide us a link to a bit of a fleshing out of this story.
Is it based on the Raja Rao novel, HG?
Doesn't appear to be.
No. Okay. Good.
That doesn't mean it doesn't knock it off, but the former Pakistani paceman Wasim Akram and ex-England captains Nasser Hussain and Graham Gooch and South Africa's Herschel Gibbs are going to be in the film, along with Roy, of course, released this Friday. The film stars Akshay Kumar, a noted actor, will certainly more for his action roles than his skills with the bat and ball, and tracks the tensions between a traditional Punjabi family, or father, should I say, and his son in the West London suburb of Southall.
Oh, right.
My character, Gatu, wants to be a cricketer, but his family is opposed to it. So I'm trapped between ambition and my father. Oh, it's an old story,
isn't it ever?
It's a very old story.
Wow, that's a story that's been waiting to be told for so long, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see the scene. You're not playing cricket.
Yeah.
I want to play. You're not playing cricket.
Yeah. It's my life.
Yeah.
You know, just because you're a tailor doesn't mean I have to be a tailor. I mean, they're beautiful lines, aren't they? He wants me to work in the shop, obviously the tailor's shop.
Yeah.
Whereas I want to play cricket for England.
Yeah, you can see the tension, can't you?
Director Advani said authenticity was essential, with cricket providing the backdrop to the immigrant family drama. Sutherland has the highest concentration of people of obviously South Asian origin outside the subcontinent.
Yep.
The script is reminiscent of the Bender Like Beckham. The film's about cricketer's life, and therefore we have taken many cricketers as actors so we can get the real look. Roy brings an incredible sense of authenticity to his part. He's playing the scoreboard attendant, though.
Well, let it test him a little bit, wouldn't it?
Would.
Yeah,
you know, because maths, not his long suit. 4, 10, 15? No, 14, you know, etc. Akram is rumoured to be playing the young Gattu's bowling coach. It's the film's shot at test grounds, including the Oval in South London. Advani, the director, insisted, though, that cricket is not the central thrust of the story, but the immigrant life and the generation gap. What worries me, though, is sometimes they take liberties with the, you know, those dance sequences. Roy,
oh, that's true.
Where scantily clad women come out and dance
on elephants.
On elephants while they're playing cricket. I've never seen that.
I've never seen that before.
And you know, they have fun at cricket's expense. You know, like third leg. You know, slip, all that sort of stuff, square leg, all those sort of things. They have fun at it.
Yeah.
It's not right.
Well, it sounds, we'll have to wait and see. I just hope Andrew Symonds is okay, because he's got that very tricky line, you know, morning, boys. Very hard to make that sound right, make it sound natural, you know.
And as though he's a scoreboard attendant.
Yes. Morning, boys. No. Just pull it back. Just be normal. Morning, boys. No, we've got to hear it.
And then the other thing would be one of the other characters, like Wasim Akram, joke, 15 and 5, Roy, or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
19.
Do we know what the scoreboard attendant's name is? No, we don't.
No.
Probably Dick.
Or Percy,
or Perry.
Or all three.
Or all three.
Now, you've got one.
I've got one here from David Hall, HG, who is a regular correspondent. David, I thank you for your observations. He says, I've been watching the first couple of days of federal parliament, haven't we all? And I've been waiting for the Minister for Tennis, J.A., to be called up to give his report on this year's Australian Open and the summer tournament season, which would include tournaments like the Hopman Cup and the Kooyong Classic. Do you know what's going on and why he hasn't been asked to give the report yet? Well, I don't know what's going on there. I didn't know he'd been appointed Minister for Tennis.
Do you know what?
I assume he's the opposition spokesman for tennis.
Yeah. Do you know what worries me? It's gone to committee. They're going to have to redact a fair bit.
Right.
You know what it's like.
Yep.
I had one pretty story from the Australian point of view. I think we've got to gild the lily here a lot.
Right.
I mean, Tomic was our best.
Tomic was our best.
Yeah, that was a real surprise.
Yeah, surprise packet, wasn't it? I mean,
now,
it's a sad state of affairs when Tomic's our best, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you know, now I think about it, you know, there was that story of corruption in tennis.
There was.
Yeah. Now, when you think about it, how is it possible that Australia has not got anyone in the top 50? You know, what's going on?
We've only got little in the top 100, I think.
Yeah. Do you think maybe Australians are taking the money to stay down the bottom?
Oh, I don't dare think. Is that why JA isn't making the report?
We lost at Fed Cup on the weekend.
I know.
That looked fixed to me.
Yeah.
Sam Stosur losing?
Oh.
It's worth an inquiry.
Now, there was another tennis
But I would say about JAH, he's got a terrific spot. He's behind Tony Abbott all the time.
Ah, right.
So
he must be on the way up.
Yeah, well, he must be. So if people think, oh, gee, J.A., I haven't seen him for a while, what's he look like? Just have a look at Question Time, and you get him all the time.
Yeah. That'd be worked out, wouldn't it? Put the familiar faces, you know, behind Tony, make him look as though he's, you know, ruling the nation.
Yeah, doing something.
Now, there was another one from about the tennis. Did you get that one? Evan, I think it was.
Oh, yes.
I was watching the tennis last night and interested in a comment from one of the Woodies.
Yeah.
He gave me an interesting description of Andy Murray, a regular-sized, rather big-ass Scot. That's how Evan just sees him. One of the Woodies says, Andy Murray is what I'd describe as a tennis player. I was somewhat confused by this insight and hoped you could shed some light on it. Also, are there any other tennis players on the world circuit at the moment? And could, we point in the direction of some, as a point of reference.
Yeah.
Like,
I think I know what he's getting at.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Jim Courier, Jim wasn't a tennis player. He could just hit the ball hard and regularly get it in.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't make him a tennis player.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I would say Roger Federer is a tennis player. He thinks like a tennis player.
Right.
How
about Rafa?
He's got strategy. Rafa, I don't think Rafa's a tennis player.
He just hits the ball hard.
He just hits the ball hard and most of the time it goes in.
Mm-hmm. Tomic?
Tomic.
Coming back to the
I think Tomic is a tennis player because he tries to play with the mind of his opponent by slowing the ball up, changing the speed on the ball, mixing with their heads. That's what a tennis player does. Tennis player mixes with your head.
Right.
Just doesn't hit the ball. He's playing with your head as much as the ball that's coming at him. That's what makes a tennis player. I think that's what the Woody meant.
Right. Geez, insightful.
He is.
Now, when we look at the women's side of the competition,
yes,
can I suggest Aussie Kim Clijsters?
She's a tennis player.
Mm-hmm. How about Jelena Jankovic?
No.
Sharapova?
No. She just hits the ball hard.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is something to it.
Right.
I think the Woody does bring some insight.
Right. Was he a tennis player?
No.
Carlingford legalised the use of a ball and cock in a toilet in 1889. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Hard to imagine that it was only then that they are permitted all of that. Don't know what they did without him. No. Now, anyway, one from Richard in the emails. Shane Watson, Allan Border medalist. Now that Shane Watson is the newest AB medalist, will he continue his ambition and study from the sidelines to become a Spitfire pilot? This was a story that broke about the middle of last year that he spends a lot of time, thinking about planes and wanting to fly Spitfire.
Oh, I thought it was because he was the new Keith Miller.
Yeah. No, I think
Keith.
He did.
Spitfires.
Oh, yeah, no, that's absolutely true. But I understood that this was a hobby of his.
Oh, right.
Remember Bill Harrigan, the rugby league referee, used to go down to Goulburn and fly one of the Polish MiGs. Yeah, they've got down there. Well, I'm not sure where you know.
I'd love to see Watto in a MiG.
Yeah.
The Spitfires are just a bit sort of
dull.
Last year's model.
Yeah.
We've got to get in something of now.
Well, and then he's also got a question, would tanned Ian swimming to Gallipoli be literally a true hands across the water gesture? Wouldn't that be a lovely idea?
Yeah.
I think we broke that story last week that Ian's planning to swim as part of the celebrations in, 2014.
Yes.
That he'll swim after winning gold at the Olympic. His next swim will be from Sydney to Gallipoli.
That's right.
Arriving on that morning,
yes.
Bursting through.
Yep.
As the
surprising
dawn
everyone at the dawn service. Just this splish-splash. Anzac Cove. Out comes the big-footed one.
The trumpet and the bugler in the background. Now, if you want to get involved with the show, you can by going to thelife@triplem.com.au. Thelife@triplem.com.au. It's a terrific, painless way to be part of the show.
Yeah, how long was it? Does he know how long it'll take him to swim from here to Gallipoli? And where's he going to stop? Is he going to take some respite, some breaks, like stop at Singapore for a little while, put the feet up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'd do. Would you like him to cheat and start in Perth? Or would you love to see him dive in, say, at the Opera House steps, a jaunty wave, and then make a beeline for the heads and turn left, I suppose?
Go left.
Yeah, go left and then up the coast past Brisbane. Yeah. Maybe pulling into Brisbane for a wave. I wouldn't think he'd be getting out of the water in Brisbane. Off he'd go and make first landfall Singapore. Living off the sea as he goes.
Yes.
What'd be trouble? His only problem would be getting past the avalanche of boats that are on their way here through the Ashmore Reef area. Once he clears them,
he might be able to warn them off.
Yeah,
wave at them
and point in another direction.
That's right.
Anyway, then he's Singapore.
Yeah.
Then I think he's got to go. Never mind how wobbly it gets in Egypt through the Suez Canal, and then turn.
Is there going to be some diplomatic issues there? Will we have to smooth the way?
I'm pretty sure we will,
because they would be surprised.
To see alone. Well, the Somali pirates, once they get a sniff, will be out in their boats too, trying to capture him.
The Somali pirates. That's going to sort him out.
Down. Yeah.
But he'll be cunning. He'll dive under.
He will.
He'll have a straw, breathe through.
That's right.
Underwater.
I will have thought of everything.
He's thought of everything.
Yeah. Because these things you can't just, dive in, say, the Opera House
Or he
steps
might
tomorrow.
swim in the dark when he's going past there.
Perfect. And you're right, though, that there will have to be diplomatic clearances.
Yeah.
But I imagine DFAT will put a crack team onto it.
Yes.
And probably have all that done, probably at least a year out from when he dives in. And I tell you what would be lovely, if he could tow Jessica Watson in a boat behind him with supplies. Because she knows her way around that part of the world, having done it a couple of times now. Well, by then she would.
Well, maybe there could be an army of volunteers that want to swim with Ian. Wouldn't that be great? 100,000 Aussies swimming into Gallipoli.
The Life is Sydney, here on Sydney's Triple M.
Now, the Sydney Swans are back at training, and they're doing an odd thing with one of their, less accurate kicks for goal, Lewis Jetta. They are making him wear a blindfold.
Well, that's going to be good.
Yeah, well, the principle is to make Jetta relax completely, visualise his run-up, instead of do it, obviously, trust his instincts, execute the clean kicking skills like it's second nature. They call it the Jetta mind trick. It's a bit different, but, gee, they've gone out of a limb with a name for it, haven't they? The Jetta mind trick.
The Jetta mind trick.
Now, it's a bit different, but you get used to it, and then you transfer it all into what you do with your eyes open, Lewis Jetta said. It's about teaching you how to be more relaxed when you're kicking and going through the whole process. You need to be able to relax with your eyes closed, and then it's easier with your eyes open. Instead of trying to kick the goal, it's just a matter of letting it happen. I tried once and missed, and then this is with the blindfold on, obviously, and I tried it again, and it went straight through. It's been going good so far, and I've been kicking goals with it, and it's been working for me when I've got my eyes open too.
Well, that's got to be good, isn't it?
Now, Roy, often you used to go into the nets with a blindfold on, didn't you? Because you said you could feel where the ball was.
Well, you smell the ball, HG. Players used to talk about, these beer sessions we used to have, in the days gone by when you're allowed to have a few beers after a day's play. Players used to talk about being able to smell the ball, and I poo-pooed it for a hell of a long time. Until
you were facing Wes Hall, I think.
I put the blindfold on and just said to the blokes, just throw a few down. And you could smell it. You could smell it. Sure, there are other things you go by, sound, that sort of thing, but it was the smell that I took away from that as the most important thing. And once you've smelt the leather up close, you know where it is.
Did you have to open up another part of your olfactory system to take it on board, though? Or did it come absolutely naturally?
No, absolutely naturally. Well, okay. The thing was to put your head in the kit for a while. And so you get a smell. You get to think, that's what, I understand that now. I got that. And then take the ball out of the kit and smell it as well, Right. And
so you knew what you were looking for.
You knew what you were trying to sniff out. So when the balls came down, you weren't surprised by the odour. You knew it. That's the cricket. As it went whiz past you. Then you think, well, next time I smell that coming that way, I'll put the bat there. And sure enough, the only bugger was if you ever had a cold. Couldn't bat.
No. Just
had to say to Skip, listen, mate, I got a bit of sinus.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize again, but sadly, it's exactly the same as the first prize of the Hot Lap handout today. In other words, we've got the 100 best albums. This is the book.
Oh, the toilet book.
Yeah, the toilet book. Now, look, if we just try and give you a flavour of it, if we start with number 1... I'll give you the top 10, in other words. This should give you an idea of the line and length. Well, I've lost it. They've obviously made Midnight Oil number 1, Diesel and Dust.
Yes.
Then number 2 is AC/DC's Back in Black. Number 3, Crowded House, Woodface. You're sort of getting the feel for it. Yeah. Number 4, Cold Chisel's Circus Animals. Number 5, Born Sandy Devotional by the Triffids.
These are is this the order of the best-selling albums of all time?
No, these are just what the people who put the book together, let's see, O'Donnell, Creswell and Matheson think.
All right.
Okay. They just had got around a few beers after a game of cricket and put this list together.
Okay.
If I go to 100, what scrapes in down the back end, which is often more revealing than the top end,
Yeah.
99, Men at Work, Business as Usual.
Oh, yes. Well, that was a very fine album.
Yeah, Who Can It Be Now, Down Under, all that sort of
All
stuff.
of that, yeah.
And 100, I can't find the page for the 100. I must be able to have it. Oh, they're glued together. No surprises there.
No surprises there, so there is no 100. So
Anyway.
it's only 99.
Oh,
Isn't it
I know
funny
what's
they
happened.
call the book 100?
Yeah, but you know what's happened. Somebody at work here's taken it to the toilet.
Ah,
Found
that's what's
himself,
happened.
you know.
Yes, yes. Well, that's where you'd start too. That's a cunning wiper.
Okay, and songs from the 100 best albums. Well, there's quite a lot of them. It does appear there's about, I can't do the maths quickly enough because I'm not Roy Andrew Simons in the film, but there's at least 5 CDs here and there'd be about 19 tracks on each. So, it's almost 100 tracks.
Yes.
And we've got Keith Richards' Life, which will take you more than an hour to read. I mean, this is an extensive book. It's got lots of things in here, pictures and obviously lyrics and all sorts of things there from Keith. And it's all about rock and roll. Stones, baby, Stones. And all comers who can answer the following question are more than welcome to get involved.
Yes, the question is, HG, what was the greatest threat to the parrots taken on the plane by the Ashes tourists?
And who are we talking to? Roy.
Yes, we're joined by Mark, who's heading towards Crow's Nest by the looks. How are you there, Mark?
Good, thanks, big fella.
Now, how's the traffic?
Traffic's quite light at the moment, given that I'm heading towards Croydon rather than Crow's Nest.
Oh,
but that's okay.
Croydon. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I only had CRO here, and I just took a guess.
That's all right. Pleasure to be on the show, gents. Great fan.
Now, apparently, I'm just learning here as well that you're that you're a bit disappointed about Warnie and Liz.
Oh, look, when I used to go to university many years ago, we had a rule in the house that all sensationalistic type programs would get turned off or the channel would be changed, so we never watched soapies. And this is just another soap. It's for people who have nothing better to do.
Gee, that's a bit harsh, though, because, it might turn into be the romance of the century, like Sharky and, Laura originally, and then he had to move on to Chrissy Evett, and then he had to move on to the current squeeze, whose name, sadly, I've forgotten.
Might be a sort of Burton Taylor thing, though, HG. I mean, they might love each other so much and then love each other so much they hate each other.
Yeah, but look what happened to Liz. Didn't she get married 8 or 9 times?
Yes.
And once to a bloke who came to fix her wardrobe. She got a bit...
Larry someone or other. Fortensky, that's right.
Yeah.
Came to fix the wardrobe. Next thing they were married.
Bread and Bell.
And honestly, how long would that marriage last?
Yeah, no.
The Fortensky marriage?
Another squeeze. No, the Shirley marriage.
Well, look, but what I think is, I take your point really, but what I was going to say was, isn't it great though that 2 nations, England and Australia, can be linked by such ordinariness?
By a king-size mattress. Absolutely.
Well, correct. Captain Snooze, he's done his job. What are you up to over the weekend?
Going to the races tomorrow to celebrate Bucks weekend, and then the Dish Lickers after that.
Wow. Is it continuing on the Bucks theme?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
You wouldn't think about going pig shooting?
Oh, if someone offered me the opportunity, I'd grab it with 3 hands.
Yeah,
and, Sunday, they often have the racing at Menangle, the trotting, which is, there's the thing, the third prong to the thing. And when are the nuptials?
Probably 3 weeks' time, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. And will everybody go from the races to the
dogs?
To the dogs?
They will. They will. Whether they kick on after the dogs is to be questioned. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well,
if
that's
the leave passes,
a great day.
Yeah. If the leave passes run out, then sadly some will drop off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough.
And so then mainly on Sunday it'll be recovery time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, Mark, what was the greatest threat to the parrots taken on the plane by the Ashes tourists?
It would have been getting sucked out the window.
It's so obvious when you think about it, isn't it? Because, they'd be flying around in there, especially if they got loose from the luggage. So you put it in the racks above the seats.
Yeah, well, we took them in our pockets.
Yeah, you walk.
Trouser pockets.
You walk on luggage.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Did you have cargo pants in those days where they had extra pockets down on the leg?
No, but they were just a generous pocket, generally speaking. A pair of slacks. We used to call them slacks. Got your slacks, Stacky? Yep. Yeah, I'm wearing them. What's that in your pocket? It's moving about.
That's my parrot. Wow. So, Mark, you get the life of Keith Richards. You get the 100 best albums. Maybe 100th album isn't there for the obvious reason. And the songs of the best 100 albums. So, good luck on the weekend. Good luck at the races. Hope you're back a winner and don't fall over. And thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Look, very big week coming up. Obviously, they'll get very big. I think I'm writing saying the Charity Shield is on this weekend. Right. Now, this is Souths and St George, so you've got the reigning premiers. Yes. Obviously, they won't be fielding their full-strength team against the team that, you know...
disappointed so much last year, but has rebuilt magnificently.
Yes, and he's trying to be, you know, obviously thinks itself as a fair chance of being premiers.
Contender this year. Mm-hmm. Souths, the Bunnies,
Now,
and we've got the Crows boy.
Yeah, he's playing with the Dragons.
Yeah.
Now, look, the other thing is that it'll be not bad conditions for rugby league by the time tomorrow night comes around, if I read the weather correctly.
I think about 23, almost perfect.
Yeah, you see, last weekend they were playing in 42 degrees.
Yeah,
well, that's
very hard.
Very hard. No matter if you've got a Bon Jovi song, you're not going to, arc it up.
No, you're not.
In that sort of heat, because
but there might be a bit of water around HG, so the handling might be affected.
Well, I've often said ball security early in the season makes or breaks it.
It does. And I hope it doesn't rob the game as a spectacle.
Yeah, for the people who go along.
Yeah.
What sort of crowd would you expect?
I'd
say
expect
400 or 500?
40 or 50,000. I would have thought. Where's it, at the SCG?
No, it's not the SCG. I think don't quote me on this for God's sake. I think it's the SFS.
Oh, okay.
You know, so we could, 40 or 50,000 would be a good roll up there.
Well, it's always very popular, the Charity Shield.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think it's robbed a little bit this year because a lot of the stars aren't playing.
Yeah, you know, and Willetton...
I don't think GI's playing.
I don't think GI is, no. And I don't think the younger Burgess is.
No.
But, you know, I think Sutto and Chrissy are playing.
Good.
And I did see the South
Is Fubby playing? Fire up bitch?
Yeah, Fubby's playing. Good. Yeah. Look, I did see that the Souths coach was saying it can't all... the pack has to step up this year. They felt as though their halves were in the South's, land were running the ball up too much or having to do too much work. Because they got big Dave Coltrane-Taylor in that pack.
Yeah.
And the Burgess boy.
Yeah, well, I hope Coltrane's playing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are going just on the strength of seeing the Coltrane. Toot. Yeah.
Now, it's been obviously a great afternoon here on The Life, and we've got a lot of people to thank for making it possible. Yep. What I noticed is our technical, area's been a bit bare today.
Yes. Don't know what's going on there.
No. Are you worried about that at all?
I am.
Yeah. And, I know you talk to management quite a lot. Have you brought this up with management?
No, I haven't at this stage, but I've threatened to. I said to them today, I'm going to talk about this next week if things don't change.
Of course, the phones have been wonderfully handled by Anna, who's done a terrific job and a great, addition to the team.
Yes.
We tried to get her last year, but for some reason it wasn't possible. But this year she's there all the time for the people who want to ring up. Mm-hmm. And, of course, Garfield, oh, God, he's magnificent.
Magnificent. Yeah. He's been organising the podcast while doing the show.
I know. So if you want to listen to the podcast, you can go and listen to it.
It's there already.
I know. It's just incredible, isn't it? People in Uruguay often tune in knowing the time difference and knowing that Garfield's on the job. And, of course, Skip.
Yep.
He's not even taking the boat. He's not even talking about taking the boat out this weekend. He's got that boat. He never uses it.
Yeah.
And, there's something gone on here. I don't think he can sell it, I think he's too embarrassed to say, well, look, I've wasted all my money on it and now I can't sell it.
Yeah,
I can't.
It doesn't go. It won't float.
Mm-hmm. No room for carrots.
Unless you want to have a, wet bot.
Do you know what I think we could do, though? Is I think we could palm it off in a hot lap handout one day.
Auction it off. Oh, yeah, give it away. Why not?
Well, that'll be our task next Friday, giving Skip's boat away to some lucky listener who then can have a wet bot. Join us then for The Life when we come back with more of the same next Friday afternoon. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Thanks very much indeed to Gentleman Jim in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads, this is very sad news to start the show, he's dedicated his reads to Six Cedric, who's died suddenly this week. The King of the Kids was struck down with the Dicky Ticker last Wednesday night. Regular listeners will know that Six Cedric was one half of the Eat Well, Play Well, Stay Well team who did such valuable work for rugby league and schools across the nation. Healthy Harold, the giraffe, led the side out. And when Six Sid died in March the 22nd, 2009 from lung cancer, Cedric stepped up and took over and provided that all-important alternative view, which is so now in modern society. Cedric had been feeling poorly for some time. He hoped to get through the 2011 season, but it wasn't to be. A memorial service will be held at St Cedric's, Oberon. That's his spiritual home, of course, on Monday at 2 p.m. It'll be a day for all rugby league supporters to show how much they cared about Cedric's contribution to the greatest game of all. And we do send on our condolences to Cedric's family and all his friends and well-wishers, of which there are many, many, mainly rugby league people, of course, obviously. Of course, the Eat Well, Stay Well, Play Well message wasn't aimed at, footy players as in AFL footy players or footy players as in soccer players. Wasn't aimed at soccer players. You've got to have your own Eat Well, Stay Well message. Get your own Healthy Harold if you must. Anyway, obviously, it's not the position of providing the alternative healthy viewpoint, or the alternative viewpoint is unhealthy. It's obviously got a bit of baggage with it now. And while there is sadness at Cedric's passing, the good news is that Sick Cyril is going to step up and fill those shoes that can never be filled and partner Healthy Harold throughout the coming season. So it's Sick Cyril and Healthy Harold coming
Is Gastric Gary going to help out HG?
Look, I've got to say, Gastric Gary is going to have to sit on the bench for a while until we can sort out problems up front with the message that Sick Cyril is delivering to the kids. But I tell you what, it's good that we're thinking beyond Sick Cyril, because when I saw him this week, if he lasts half the season, I'll be amazed.
Right.
The bloke is...
Still, we don't want to give Gastric Gary too much hope, do we? Okay.
We don't. Ladies and gentlemen...
line that we tread here, isn't it?
It is. It is. I mean, you want to acknowledge their role
in
the Eat Well, Stay Well, Play Well message. But Healthy Harold seems to get all the publicity.
Yes.
And Sick, I'm pretty sure that Sick Sid died of a broken heart. I know I've never said this to you on air before, but because he just didn't get the recognition he deserved. No raps.
Yeah, love your work, Sick.
No.
Didn't get any of that.
No. And Sick Cedric, obviously, well, he was taken before us by, obvious illness. And I just hope Sick Cyril's got the stamina. I think Sick Cyril is made of tougher stuff.
I hope so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much sport will be barely enough. What a week! Best week of 2011, and some say week of the decade. I mean, I know the decade isn't that old, and haven't had time to really go through the records. I've been so, knocked about by these deaths to the Eat Well, Stay Well, Play Well message. Anyway, AFL and the NAB Cup, and triumph, an absolute triumph. Everyone's talking about it, and tomorrow the Kevin Sheedy Giants take on the Sydney Suns and the Gary Ablett the Sydney Swans and the Gary Ablett Suns in, wait for it, in Falafel Land. That's where they're going to be playing, in Falafel Land, and I'll be there. And this is the round of the NAB Cup we've been waiting for. 2 new teams and a whole new venue ahead of them. Rugby Union and the Melbourne Reds, just how good are they? That's our talkback topic. We don't need much from you, for God's sake. A word like great or rubbish, get your idea, get your emotion across. Shut up, move on, and let someone else have a go. So you don't have to stick with great or rubbish. They're just thought starters, really, on whether they're good or bad. They could be cactus or terrific as well. And the Rebels take on the Tars in the season opener tonight at the Stockade, formerly Amy Park. WATT. That's all you have to text me, WATT, or tweet, do it whatever you email me if you like, old school, WATT. What about those Tars? Incredible. Rugby League, and I've never known the fans to be gagging for it as much as they are at the moment. I mean, I've never known Rugby League fans to want it more. I mean, the Legends of Origin, of course, kicked in the door. What a concept. The Legends of Origin for the flood relief, and I just hope they can get those other 2 legs together soon. All-Stars Clash last weekend, the Charity Shield last weekend. I mean, they've given all those great events, have given the people a sniff, and then now they want the full smorgasbord and all you can eat for $5. Racing, and Typhoon Tracy has run the last race. After the Orr last Saturday, at the Heath, trainer Peter Moody decided Trace can rack the queue. I love those double initial horses. I get a lot of success with them. Typhoon Tracy just said, get in the queue, put it on, and you'll be a winner. Cricket, and what is going on in India? I mean, who can get their head around a side whose bowlers take no wickets in a one-day fixture and then they call it a World Cup warm-up? No wickets, Australia, with the bowlers. They got one out, run out but no wickets. Anyway, this is the life, the home of the plumber smile, and certainly is the elephant in your car, but it's the home of dreams. And your dreams really can come true here on the life in the next 3 hours. And now it's time to lock horns with rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the gargle simply by asking what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7. Captain Good Vibes?
Yes, thank you very much, Diarrhea Dan. Should he ever be needed.
Yeah, gee.
I know he's there.
I know.
Back up to Gastric Gary. Back up to Sick Cyril. Back up to the healthy message of rugby league. Speaking of which, Benji Marshall. Now, it's not often Benji Marshall speaks. In fact, if you ask me how have we ever quoted Benji Marshall on this program before, I'd say no.
Never.
No, never. In fact, I don't know anyone who's ever known him to speak. He's a very, very quiet...
Taciturn.
Reticent.
Reticent.
Yeah. Anyway, he's nominated Parramatta as the dark horse of this year's premiership.
I know, it's a big call, isn't it?
Dark horse.
I know.
An
eel, it's a dark horse.
Yeah.
Don't think it works, does
Don't
it?
think it works.
No.
But the whole concept of the dark horse, I'd forgotten all about it.
And I tell you
Who
what,
was last year's dark horse?
I think Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs.
Were they the dark horse?
Yeah, they did win.
What
Terrible.
about 2003?
Oh, 2003.
Parramatta again,
Parramatta
probably.
would have been.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it could have been the human face of bowel cancer, the Manly Sea Eagles.
Manly Sea Eagles. 2003 dark horses. I don't know why there is an award given out. Part of the Dally M's. Dark horse for this year. Parramatta Eels. What, Mo?
How fast
What's
was
he
going?
doing? He's lost his licence, God almighty. Have we got to organise some sort of driving pool for
I
the
think so.
fans? For the fans, just make sure there's a car with a driver in it outside his house 24/7, in case he feels the need
To go somewhere.
to go somewhere. Where do you want to go? What, Mo? Australia playing like busted asses. Now, HG's pointed this out. This, of course, what's happening in India with the One Day World Cup. And I just worry there might be too much pressure coming on Mrs. Cricket to fire.
Oh, yes, you're right. I hadn't thought of that.
Because poor old Mrs. Cricket is carrying the baggage of Mr. Cricket for a start.
Yeah.
Whereas Mr. Cricket was pulling Australia through.
Yeah, now.
I mean, he was the go-to fellow. So obviously it falls to Mrs. C to
pick up
where Mr. C dropped the bat because of might have been a hammy.
Yes, correct. Yeah, he pulled it. I can clearly remember.
I know, I can remember
He
it
was
too.
turning, remember?
He
He was going
thought-
back.
Yeah, he's running.
Yeah.
Quick single,
Yeah,
Bobby
but
Simpson style.
They didn't call him through.
No, I didn't call him through.
He went back.
He had
and
to go
twisted it.
back.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, that small event, that call of, no, wait, go back,
Yeah.
was a great opportunity for Mrs. Cricket.
I know. It's opened the door.
I know.
God, crisis is a funny thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. The ICC bans Twitter. Oh, that's how disappointing is that? I want to get Mrs. C's bloody twits.
Thoughts.
You know, going
Tweets.
well.
Yeah.
Oh, phew. You can go to bed then. Rest, you know. Bit of pillow talk. How's he going? He's going well.
Good.
Spectators, on the other hand, are allowed to use mobile phones at PGA events now, HG, so long as they are used in designated areas. Isn't this refreshing on behalf of the PGA? They're so ahead of the game, aren't they?
So far in front of cricket.
I know. You want to make a call, you just go to the designated area. Just saw the man they call. What was he doing? Spitting. Did you get it? Did you get a photo? Yeah, I got a photo of his gob. Now,
Have
of
you
course,
noticed that before, by the way? With
the man they called? Yeah.
He loves to spit,
He's
doesn't
a
he?
gob artist.
I know. You know, I think per individual player, more people spit in golf than any other game.
Oh, yeah.
At team games,
Yeah.
I reckon AFL's right up there.
Yeah. Well, punter spits.
Yeah,
He spits
punter-
in his
oh, yeah.
hand before every ball.
I know. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Don't know why he does that.
But I don't mind that because at least he's cleaning up his own rubbish.
Yeah, true.
Mind you, where it goes after that, I've no idea. Rubs it against the flannels, I suppose. Ends up in our sewage system. Eventually.
Poor old Mrs. Punter.
Poor old Mrs. Punter, yeah. Oh, God, look what you've done to your creams. Anyway, the man they called has apologised for spit. He was fined.
I know.
Undisclosed amount.
I know.
We don't know. Red Bull suggests it's possible that Weber will be driving for them in 2012.
Oh.
How silly is that? Hansby. 507.
Hurstville and Malabar enjoy the annual Festival of the Cock until September 1897, after which time it was outlawed under the Live Animal Act of the New South Wales Parliament, introduced by Sir Henry Parkes. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, look, starting with a little bit of bad news, is the Matthew Johns show, which was, I think, a great find for Rugby League and Channel 7 last year, has been sidelined so far this year. So much so, I think Matty's had to give up a career in television and go back.
Well, that's a great shame because the show did very well.
It was incredible.
The problem was a programming problem because the sister program in Melbourne that might have been hosted by Peter Hellier
fell over.
Yeah. And so it was difficult to find a fill-in program in Melbourne, apparently.
Right. Is that the backstory?
That's my understanding, yeah. But it was enormously... I felt the Matty Johns show could have gone anywhere. You know, you could...
Could have been anything?
Well, it could have gone into Melbourne.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't know why they weren't brave enough to do that. Because
I don't know.
I think now, especially with the Storm and,
and the Rebels
going so
all
well,
of that.
The Rebels,
and the profile of Shane Webke in Melbourne.
Yeah, well, the profile of all of them, all those Storm players. Right. I mean, remember Greg Inglis's boat?
That's right.
Remember the story that was? How big it was and how valuable it was, and the fact that it wasn't part of the salary cap. And
that's right.
They had a bumper year last year.
They did.
Wonderful promotion.
Yes.
Look,
but it is sad to see great talent, pushed aside.
Look, I just hope it's somehow, what would I call it, hiatus, obviously, about to come back, be relaunched and rebranded.
Yes.
But, look, we've lost a few sporting legends recently. Shane Warne's show didn't last that long.
No.
I think the trophy room on the ABC's already,
what
off.
a shame, yeah. Good.
And Matty Johns' show. So there are three great shows.
Yeah, but the footy show's coming back, isn't it?
The Channel 9 footy show certainly would be back very soon.
Good.
And maybe Matty could go on to that. But the sketches and things, or the actual ideas from the Matty Johns footy show. Remember
the Don Kirk.
The Don Kirk.
Yeah.
And the players who went to the fans' homes when the fans weren't there and, you saw what the fan had collected from, say, the Penrith or the Parramatta Eels or, Manly. And
real insight, wasn't it?
A real insight. And it was great to see people like Watmo having a beer in the fans' place and stuff and all those sort of things.
People love that.
Trying on clothes and stuff like that. It was just fantastic.
Yes.
And they were something fresh too.
Yes.
And the other thing is that it's not as though, and I don't mean to be unkind with rugby league, it's not as though you find the talent of Matty Johns every other day.
I think every team has their own Matty Johns. Uh-huh. I've been arguing at Channel 9 for ages now to give the player out of each club their own show. You see, I think Watmo is a walk-up. I'd love Watmo to have his own show. Just call it Watmo.
Yeah, it'd be more Jackass, though, in his case.
Oh, well, I don't know. Let's just see what he does.
No, true. Fair enough. Look, you're right. Why should I want him to fall off a bike or, ride the bike off the top level of the local swimming pool?
What you're saying is a sort of stunt show.
Well, it was.
Watmo this week, Watmo on a bike.
Yeah.
That's or Watmo goes for a drive.
Yeah. Well, Now, yes, that's right. Look, I don't think he'll be driving much in the short term, but I'm not saying the show couldn't run.
That bloke. It's so funny. I just like to see him say ordering Chinese.
Belmore introduced the Cock Act to the Council and Cumberland Shire legislators in 1931 to prevent roosters being used as breeding stock in backyards. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Rugby union's back. And the Waratahs are planning to hype up entertainment at their home games, including theme nights.
Oh, is that
according
a great
to
idea?
Greg Growden in the Sydney Morning Herald today. My heart sank.
What, you come as your favourite Waratah?
Yeah, I think
something like that?
That would be one of them. Come as your favourite Waratah. I was going to ask what other theme nights they could have. Right. I would think of Western night.
Country and Western night.
Country and Western night. That's fantastic.
That's always funny.
And I think also you might be able to have, and I think I'm right in saying this worked for the cricket, and I just hope the people who did the cricket aren't doing the TARS work this year.
Right.
Because remember, it was sort of 40 years since they started one-day cricket, and so it was back to the 70s.
Oh, that's
a lot of it.
Great.
People with mows and headbands and stuff like that.
Starsky and Hutch look.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Now, could that work?
Yes, that always works, actually. It's always funny. Those people love dressing up like that.
And
what about come as a copper?
Well, that'd be terrific.
Blues.
Blues. Very good. Very good. And also, how about a punk night? Punk night.
Yeah.
Or,
although I don't know, punk and rugby union don't really go together. Punk and rugby league, yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
how about Brian Ferry? Come as your favourite character.
Come as your favourite.
Well, out of, I don't know, Roxy Music. Not a big lot of people to choose from.
But funny hair.
Funny.
Some of them
funny
have
hair
funny
night.
hair. Funny hair night's good.
And could they have an award? Maybe get, I don't know.
For the funniest head.
For the funniest head, yeah. Maybe a cash prize of $500. Could somebody, some hair care product? Could put that up. Maybe Brill Cream if they're still around.
What a great idea.
Now,
it always works, though, and families love getting involved.
That's what I think it's about.
Yeah.
Though it's great seeing mum and dad and, say, 5 kids all dressed in their Western gear.
Yes, or all dressed as coppers with their little guns and tasers and stuff like that. You know, ready for a great night of rugby union.
Now, look...
Or come as a barrister.
Oh, wow. Or a banker.
Yeah, a banker or a banker and barrister night.
Fantastic. That's great.
Some in silk, others not.
Well,
three-piece suit.
Yeah.
And the others with the silk and the bloody silly periwig.
That's fantastic.
Beautiful.
I know. And what I love also is if some of them could be sort of slightly, I don't know, slightly corrupt or on the wrong side of the law.
Oh.
Or, you know, I don't know how you distinguish them, but, you know, who looks shady.
All right. Well, maybe an unshaven barrister.
Well, you know, there was that great show on the ABC recently with...
or one wearing no trousers.
That's better.
That sort of thing. Just thongs. Thongs and a periwig.
Now, look, there were fears that the New South Wales Rugby Union might be, you know, obviously, as a belt-tightening process, cutting Tarman.
Oh, no. Tarman doesn't cost that much, does he?
I know, it's just a bloke and a wage.
Yeah, but he'd do that
for free.
What, $3 or $4 grand a week? He wouldn't want more than that, would he?
No, I think that's a fantastic wage. Anyway, obviously there was a recent trial against Fiji and Tarman was there, was great, and he got on the microphone for a while.
Oh, I didn't know he was a speaking act.
It is a speaking act, yeah. And then wait for it. Then he had to turn up at Nowra, and it was a terrific arrival because the Air Force dropped him in. There's a helicopter dropped him in the middle of the ground, and it was great, except that the downdraft from the chopper blew over the coffee cart and a portaloo, which was occupied at the time. All funny things. Don't tell me that Watmo hasn't got a show right there.
Yeah.
Because he has.
Well, that'd be funny if it was Watmo in the toilet, in the portaloo. Tarman comes down, boonk, over he goes. Out comes Watmo on the wipe.
Yeah,
Don't tell me that's not funny.
It is.
Suddenly Tarman seeming a bit underpaid on his $3 grand a week.
Well, he's coming up with his
It's quite an elaborate thing, getting the Air Force involved. Portaloos, they're not cheap.
Now,
Watmo doesn't come cheap.
I know Watmo isn't cheap. I mean, he's got... Well,
would the Watmo Act be lost on the rugby union fans? I suppose not.
Look, I think that just with a couple more extra bits of work from Watmo, I think he can jump codes. I mean, you don't get the back page of the Telegraph for free. You have to do something really good to get there. Yeah. And I just think he's got it in him to pull a couple of real tricks out and really sort of cement his celebrity status with the sporting community.
Yes.
So
he's got the what I call the wow factor.
He certainly has the wow factor. Let's not forget that, you know, years ago we would have thought John Hopewada will never make it.
No.
And then, of course, he got into, well, obviously the work with people's dates, and then he got the stinkfist nomenclature. Then he started fighting. Then he started bashing people up the cross. All of a sudden, he's talking to everyone.
That's true.
And in court and all that. I mean, it's a long way to go. Yeah. And I can see Watmo generating similar interests.
Oh,
maybe not exactly the same interests.
Well, why don't the Super 15s and Tarman look to Hopper? Instant recognition.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that in the portaloo? That's Hopper!
The Sydney City Roosters were originally called the Eastern Suburbs Cockboys. This later became the Eastern Suburbs Cockheads, before being shortened to the more familiar names, most notably the Soft Boys, the Limps, and later Easts, or the Transit Lounge. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Just going on with more rugby union, and let's face it, we do have an opportunity to talk a little bit rugby union in this, what I call window, until the rugby league and AFL season starts, when rugby union drops down.
Well, it disappears, doesn't it? Rugby league just obliterates it, doesn't it?
Does.
Obliterates.
Obliterates. Yeah, here at Triple M, it obliterates.
Obliterates it completely.
Now, Waratah's promotional people have said, is it time for Tarman? We're back to Tarman. And what about those Tars? Incredible tonight. Obviously, you know, Rebels, etc.
Yep.
Well, is it time for Tarman to have a friend? Tar woman.
What a lovely idea. And what about a couple of kids, the Tar kids?
Wow.
Why couldn't they be a family?
A Tar family?
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
What a lovely idea. And then you get some relatives in, you know.
Uncle Tar.
Mad Uncle Tar, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Played by Watmo.
Is that right? And Auntie Maud Tar, played by Hopewada. Now, look, and I don't know if you got an opportunity to see the terrific YouTube promotion for the Tars this week. It involved, basically, I think Ben Robinson and barbecuing.
All right.
And obviously looking at the camera while people threw snags at him, trying to hope, lob one into a piece of bread, which he then wanted some sauce. And, of course, he was deluged with sauce.
Sounds funny.
It was. And it's sparked a new wave of memberships from that very specific section of the community who are interested in rugby union and meat.
Yeah, right.
And sauce and barbecues.
Okay. Well, I must look this one up. This sounds very, very funny.
It is a riot.
Yes.
Given that it's rugby.
Well, I know the
union.
Cronulla Rugby League team have a YouTube. They went to one of the kids, American kids, who I think might, I want to say, mime famous artists.
Yes.
And got him to mime the Cronulla theme song.
Oh, get out!
Yeah. Very funny. Very funny.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
Gee, they're not stuck in an idea in the Shire, are they?
They're not.
I saw some sort of promotion, not promotion, redevelopment of their patch, which was going to get them out of debt. It's just incredible.
It is incredible.
Now, I raise all this as a way of reminding people that the punt has been moved on and the ruck is taking its place. Have to be careful sometimes with your words on Triple M, don't you? Anyway, the ruck, the new rugby union show.
Oh, yeah.
Taking over from the punt every Sunday morning throughout the
what's happened to the punt? People love that.
They do.
You mean there's no punting show anymore?
No, sadly not. No, we're hoping to get the punt back up and running.
Right.
But at the moment, there's no one, that interested in getting the punt show up, and there's plenty of people interested in getting the ruck up.
Right. And the ruck is a show about rugby union.
Correct, rugby union. And it's every Sunday morning throughout the Super Rugby season and the Test season. Yeah. They'll be talking about YouTubes where you can find that terrific work of Ben Robertson. I might have said Brett Robertson, his brother, who played rugby league, of course. Now, the stars of the ruck are Tony Squires, Wallaby legend, obviously, played 250 tests for Australia, and Tim Horan and Mac Burke. Oh, yeah. And it kicks off this Sunday between 9 and 10 on Triple M in Sydney.
Wow, what a great idea.
It is.
It's given Sydney a reason to wake up on Sunday.
It has. That's right. 9 o'clock, the ruck, throughout the rugby season, and I'm sure they'll be reviewing a lot of matches.
Oh, I suppose they will.
And they'll be talking about, obviously Tarman, Mrs. Tar. Who could play Mrs. Tar? Mm-hmm. What would be the requirements for Mrs. Tar? Because we already have Tarman. Yeah. Those scenes at Nowra when the Portaloo was knocked over, how they could have made them funnier, etc.
Right.
So it's going to be a great show.
I hope they
Sunday.
talk a lot about composure.
Comfort zone.
And shape.
Well, they're your key things in rugby union. They're three things, really, we talk a lot about, and you'll hear them on the ruck. Composure, comfort zone, shape.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes!
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Now, emails. We've had a couple of emails, and one really good one from Mick. He says, I've been sitting on an idea out in the shed for a couple of years. It may be groundbreaking, it may be useless. But I need to share it with someone. Keeping to myself is killing me. For a number of years, I've been trying to come up with a solution for footy fans during the off-season. I came up with the idea a couple of years ago. Given the Melbourne Cup is run at Flemington in November, why don't we organise a ball v horse contest down the straight 1,200-metre gun barrel at Flemington? We could put 24 to 30 of the AFL's best kicks down the gun barrel, each kicking 40 to 50 metres to the next bloke, relay fashion, and see if they can beat the horse over the same distance. It could be a novelty event between races on Melbourne Cup Day. The public, of course, could bet on the ball or the horse. I think the horse may win, but who knows? Then I got to thinking, hang on a minute, a premium 1,200-metre race in the country is the Golden Slipper. This is smack in the middle of the target market for the Laughing Clowns. That's obviously Kevin Sheedy's crowd. Why don't we do the same thing on Golden Slipper Day? Given we may need more players because of the bend in the track, do you think it could work? What better promotion for the Laughing Clowns in Sydney's West than combining football, racing and gambling? Maybe get the leagues boys involved. We could have them at the 40-metre intervals trying to tackle the horse. He says, I'll leave you experts to work out the logistics, but tell me this wouldn't get the sporting excited, the sporting world excited. It's a terrific idea, isn't it?
It is a great idea.
Do you think there'd have to be rules, though? Because what worries me is if you said, do I think the ball travels quicker than the horse generally?
Yeah.
I think kicking the ball would be quicker than the horse initially.
Yes.
I'm not saying...
But it's a fascinating... But remember, the horses are going to be hitting that 1,200 at pace.
They will.
It's not a standing start.
No,
the difficulty is where does the kicking start? As the first horse's head hits the line, which case you're going to have another line there for the official tweet, off you go kicking, to begin. I mean, we can work these things out.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I just think it's lovely and I think people would appreciate going to the races at that time of year to be reminded of football.
Well, it's
either
perfect.
AFL or rugby league. I just like to see a lot of the players, say in the marshalling area, with the horses.
No, it'd be fantastic.
You know, that could be a real thing. Ladies and gentlemen, today, you know, Big Faloo, whoever the horse is going to be, will be accompanied by Anthony Watmoe.
Yeah, as part of the Watmoe television show.
Yes.
And Anthony will be...
For argument's sake.
Yeah, Anthony will be riding the horse down to the 1,200-metre starts where he'll get off and let Glenn Boss get on.
Yes. Or just walking it down to Glenn Boss. Ladies and gentlemen, the handover is about to happen. Watmoe to Glenn Boss. Are you Watmoe? Go, Manly! And people start thinking, you know.
Football.
Yeah.
Well, I think Mick summed up the idea in that combining football, racing and gambling, especially at this time of year.
Yes.
And why couldn't Watmoe? I mean, it's not his go to pass the ball, but I'm just wondering how many people you'd have to have in a rugby, if they're going to pass the ball along rugby league style. You'd have to have a player probably every 15 metres.
Yeah, 15 or 20 metres. And, your halves, wouldn't you? You'd need, say, 20 or so halves.
Lined up.
All in their colours, all in their uniforms, boots and all of that, looking as if they're ready to play rugby league. I just think that would look fantastic.
Well, you know, the other thing, of course, is I don't know whether we got as far as we would have liked to with the concept, but the John Travolta Cup also was something that I proposed because I think it would fill in that unsightly shape of where there's no football on, especially rugby league, between about the end of the Four Nations and the Charity Shield.
Oh, yes.
You could have the best, say, 2 clubs from every competition in the world, you know, of a certain standard, coming to Las Vegas, for want of a better place, and playing a round robin, say in pools, and then having a knockout once you got to the final 8, taking, let's say you had 4 pools.
Lovely idea. Yeah, I have no problem with that, and I don't think the public would either. I think the public just love seeing football all the time. If it would be 12 months a year, that would be perfect. Look, the only thing that worries me about this kicking business, kicking along the 1,200-metre mark, every now and again a kick might go a bit wobbly and you might have Glenn Boss catching a ball or getting a ball on the back of his head.
Yeah.
Or it going amongst the horses and causing, you know how easily distracted. Horses are very stupid often.
I know.
Especially when they're concentrating on the race and they're just in one foot in front of the other. What? A ball? What?
Too much.
Yes. And it could become an OH&S issue.
It would be an OH&S issue, and I'm just wondering if somehow the ball movement needs to be corralled as well, because I don't like the idea that players can go and run out of the spot where they are, grab the ball and then kick it on. It should be able to land in a spot, in a small spot where they are, so as we don't have this sort of...
test their accuracy.
Test their accuracy, that's absolutely right.
Yes. Well, you wouldn't be selecting, say, Falau or Hunt, would you?
No, not yet. No, we'd want to be proven that they can kick it.
Yes.
To a spot. But it's a fantastic idea.
It is, unless they kick an imaginary ball.
Oh, that's better. That's better. That's their go.
This is The Life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the 2 picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, Jim, in the soundproof booth. Now, obviously, the ruck on Sunday at 9 o'clock, giving, as Roy pointed out, Sydney side as a reason to wake up. No doubt they'll be examining the game plan of the Melbourne Rebels, who are battling at the Stockade tonight against those Tars. Because...
The Stockade, is that what it's called?
The Stockade.
Oh, I like that.
Look, I love the Stockade. I just wish they weren't called the Rebels. No. Do you know what I mean? Because the Rebels, all of a sudden Rebels make me think of the Confederates in America.
Yeah. They mean bushrangers, don't they?
Exactly.
But we've already got the bushrangers.
How about the Ned Kellys?
Yeah, I like that. Or the Killer Gang.
The Killer Gang at the Stockade.
Yeah.
Or Peter Layla. I don't know what they call
Yes, Peter Layla.
Or how about this? Melbourne's Eureka at the Stockade.
Yes.
Now it's starting to get conceptual.
The Eureka at the Stockade. I'm liking that.
Imagine their shirts.
Well, they'd be those flags.
Exactly.
Yeah, with the 4 stars, whatever it was.
And imagine the publicity, the mileage in taking the team out to Ballarat and into that rather darkened room there where the remnant of the flag is.
Yes.
It'd be incredible publicity, unbelievable.
It'd be very moving for the players.
It would. Imagine that. And imagine how moving it'll be when they run out tomorrow night to be the first Melbourne Eureka team to run on to the Stockade.
Yeah. Go Eurekas. Yeah, and the captain would be called Laylor, wouldn't he?
He would, Peter.
Yeah.
Have to be. Now, Melbourne plan to unleash a radical hybrid form of rugby tomorrow, borrowing heavily from the tactics used in Australian football and rugby league in a bid to lure more Wallaby stars to the team. I don't know how that works.
I don't understand that at all. No. If they wanted to play these other codes, they'd be doing it. Why would they want to join the Rebels to play
AFL
rugby league?
Well, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
No,
well, I'm liking it already. This is how Laylor would have worked.
It is. Completely off the page.
Yes.
So what I'm imagining is let me get this right. Instead of their backs being behind the forwards, their backs, which are traditionally forwards, i.e. the faster players, will go in front of the backs.
Yeah.
And have a sort of what I call a Christmas tree and attack.
Something like that, yeah.
Which is really what you've got in the AFL.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, no, that's off the page, isn't it? Let me read it out again.
Is it within the rules? Can you do that legally? I don't think so. They'd have to have a special whistleblower come in.
Well, don't they?
Someone who doesn't know the rules at all or couldn't give a bugger. He just wants to entertain. They need an entertainer.
Oh, well. Wouldn't offside...
Today, blowing the whistle. Right. Anthony Watmo.
Hey!
There you go, Watto. Tweet, tweet.
As part of the Watmo show.
Yeah.
He'll be refereeing Eurekas. Now, look, what I don't quite get is there's an offside rule, isn't there? In rugby?
There is, my word.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, and remember all that stuff about how you can only pick the ball up if 2 feet are on the ground and all that sort of stuff?
All of that, yeah.
Anyway.
That's right, no truck and trailer. Well, this is all stuff to be talked about on Sunday morning. People will be waking up to get their truck and trailer talk.
Exactly, on the ruck. Now, Melbourne plan to unleash a radical hybrid. I'm just reading this again so I get my head around it. Melbourne plan to unleash a radical hybrid form of rugby tomorrow, tonight, borrowing heavily from the tactics used in the AFL football and rugby league in a bid to lure more Wallaby stars to the new team. But surely if you're a Wallaby, you'd want to play in the old way because that's the way you get...
The way you know.
I can't work out exactly what the AFL would offer them. You could understand kicking to position maybe, but nobody playing rugby union would be able to kick.
But you could only kick sort of backwards to someone.
Yeah, or it's parallel, or what do you call sideways, parallel to the touchline.
Sure.
Unless
perpendicular to the... parallel to the touchline, yeah.
Yeah, what would be... Or perpendicular...
To the sidelines. Well, already it's doing me head in. I'm liking it already.
Now, the only other thing would be you could kick into space.
Into space, sure.
But that would take a skill of kicking. Both things would take a skill of kicking, which has never been evident from any place. And would you allow more than one player to kick? That seems to me to... Is that allowed?
Well, I suppose everyone's allowed to kick under this new hybrid system. Everyone's kicking.
That's right. That would be a...
And that's going to be refreshing because the one thing that rugby union has suffered by, not enough kicking.
Well, can I point out... You know, when we were kids, there used to be an old-fashioned kicking duel.
Oh, yeah. Well, you get those every now and again.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really time to go and make a cup of tea when the old-fashioned kicking duel begins.
Now, the Eurekas have held secret training sessions with the coaching staff of the Carlton AFL team, while rugby league coach Anthony Watmo has been coaching the midfield players on running lines specific to the 13-man code for tomorrow night's opener. Well, that won't help.
Wow, because they've got 15.
Yeah, exactly. They just stand two blokes there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
big
not
mistake.
working. Oh.
But what do you think what do you think Carlton could bring to them? The only team that I think could bring something to it would be Collingwood because they're very accurate kicks.
Yes.
And the space, because there's 15 people out there, you have to watch where you put the ball into space and make sure that the player is in motion into the space.
Yes.
So you want to kick it to, obviously.
Yeah, you're talking to Gary Owen with that, aren't you, though?
Well,
We'd call that a Gary Owen.
Right. Is that already part of rugby union?
Yes.
Do the Ruck talk about that a lot?
Well, I suppose they do. Time for a Gary Owen.
Yeah.
Up the ball goes.
Yeah.
You know, it's a sort of hail and hope, really. And then the rest of the team running underneath it with the hope that they drop it or spill it.
Yeah.
And you can maximise
their lack of composure.
Yes. Lack of composure. That's right.
Then,
as long as you get your shape right.
Yeah, keep your shape right and get them out of their comfort zone.
Yes, exactly.
Now, look, I tell you what, if the Ruck aren't talking those big three things, you know they're not serious.
Yes.
Now, I've got to say here is, according to Ross Akeley, who's a former AFL executive, he's the Rebels chief executive, I'd like to think that we can excite some Wallaby types, and if our style of play can be developed relatively quickly and players see us playing a new style of rugby, there may be some real attraction there. And we hear this thing every time, and what tends to happen is they lose matches, so they have to go back and play the conventional game, because the conventional game is there for a reason.
Well, the conventional game doesn't reward, going outside the box.
No. Or kicking parallel to
or kicking perpendicular or parallel to whichever line you choose. Fill in the blank. Doesn't encourage that at all. It encourages hold the ball, run up, fall over, everyone come in behind.
Lay it back. Off
Next
you go
bloke
again.
goes in.
Carlingford legalised the use of a ball and cock in a toilet in 1889. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
And another topic that the Ruck will be talking about on Sunday, no doubt, is what's been described here as the Wallaroos calendar to raise funds for the victims of the Queensland floods. Now, this has been put up by the government instead of the levy as an option.
Oh, okay.
So
how does it work, HG? You buy a calendar?
You buy a calendar and the money goes towards the...
and who's on it, the Wallabies and the Kangaroos?
It appears that way. And now it's a great hands across the water, codes joining together.
Yes.
And it's described here as, it's going to be a bit... Well, I don't know, racy, I suppose, is the word.
Good.
Because the Sydney Morning Herald believes it'll be a bit fruity. Revealing, even. Now, when you hear that in connection with rugby union / rugby league, it's code
hang on to your hats time, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
This could be a real collector's choice.
This is the Terrigal carpet all over again.
Yes.
Fruity. And revealing.
Yeah, right.
2 words.
Uh-huh.
I'll be really waiting for that.
Has anyone seen the images from it yet, HG? No. Was it a closed set, so to speak,
it was
a shoot?
A close shoot. If anybody's seen the attractive St Kilda players away in Miami shoot, it's certainly similar.
Wow, okay.
It's got
Does it
something
doff its cap to, say, the Rate My Poo website? I hope it does.
Yeah,
so you match the player to the poo. Well, great fun.
That's on the back page, or on the back of the calendar.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Inside it, it's much more. It's sort of like I suppose it's rugby league and art.
Okay.
And there's some terrific images. And what's weird is there's a little bit of Watmo in everyone, and you have to find it.
Okay. Can you cut out bits and get a complete Watmo at the end?
You can. Now. Look, just a small thing, because many people ring us and say, what's happening, obviously, Cedric and so on, which we dealt with at the top of the show. We like to keep people up, we like to keep the audience up to speed with Brendan Favola, one half of the Mason twins. Yep. Now, Brendan's future at the Brisbane Lions, Andrew Hamilton got this for the Murdoch people, will be taken out of the hands of Coach Michael Voss and his football department and discussed at a board meeting next week.
Oh, dear.
Which isn't good news for Brendan and Brendan Freaks.
No.
It will debate the cultural issues surrounding keeping the troubled forward against the financial ramifications of terminating the contract.
Right.
Put simply, the board must decide what carries the biggest price, a gamble on Favola or massive costs and salary cap ramifications if, they decide to separate and go their separate ways, or what's called a severance deal.
Yes.
Given that Brendan's on $750,000 a year, one-off payment, ... cash-strapped club, but nor could they afford the final potential loss of draft picks and salary, if they don't do the right thing. The best-case scenario is to get him fit and back on the park, kicking goals, but the board needs to be convinced he has emerged from the self-imposed stint in the rehab, a changed man. Favola will be given the all clear at the end of his clinic stay and present himself to the Brisbane officials next week. Now, the thing I wanted to ask was, it will debate the cultural issues surrounding it. Now, obviously when we think of culture, we think of, sort of choice of music in the dressing rooms.
Ballet
and opera and,
what theatre to go to, what shows to see.
Yeah, and, Brendan's probably got an opinion about all those things.
He would do, yes.
But I'm not sure exactly what the cultural issues are in this case. Should, I don't know, the Carpenters be suitable music for the dressing rooms? Or should they play some of that Jersey Boys gear that's all the rage at the moment? You know, the Four Seasons stuff.
Yes.
Or should they go back to say, I don't mean to get cross-code problems here, but a little bit of Bon Jovi, which is working so well for the rugby league at the moment. You know, is that the sort of cultural issues we're thinking about? Or if Brendan was to have a night out, would it be to see the QTC's version of, say, the Wild Duck?
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I assume the cultural issues are, to steer Brendan more towards these other cultural pursuits.
Instead of, say, on the punt and...
Yeah, because I don't know. It's been a fair while since I've been to the ballet HG, but when I was last at the ballet, it was almost impossible to get a bet on who might fall over or who would make a mistake in the pas de deux or, you know, whether who'd come out in the wrong costume, that sort of stuff. Very hard to get a bet on that sort of thing.
That's true.
I assume the same with the theatre. You know, you can't get a bet on who's going to dry in Act 2. Yeah. What was the pity, though? I think it livened enormously.
It would be fantastic. I think you're absolutely right. You know, who might cut themselves in, say, Romeo and Juliet?
Yes.
Because they didn't tape their knives.
Yes, that's
that
right.
Sort of stuff. Or, you know, things like, I agree with you entirely. And, of course, because you're there, you can't drink in the theatre.
No, you're not allowed to even you can't take a six-pack in and, you know, watch the show. Can you?
Well, I think...
I don't think you can anymore. Well, you certainly weren't the last time I went.
Yeah. Can I say that it probably...
Could you leave that there, Mr. Slavin, they said to me. What? Why?
Well, you were taking in a flagon of red as well.
Well,
it was a long
play.
Now, I think that both things would improve the experience of theatre immeasurably.
Yes.
Imagine the concentration as the bet line came up. You know, I don't know, out damn spot.
Yes.
You know, out damn dot. Hey!
Hey! Oh, well,
Yeah, that's right.
Beautiful. Yeah, well, that certainly could work, especially if you knew the actors and you could...
rig it.
Yeah. Because the other cultural issue is, I suppose, with Brendan, who's he going to live with? Now, I don't think it's right that he lives with Michael Voss, puts a bit too much pressure on him.
No.
But why couldn't we cross-codes here a little bit and say, what if he was to live with, say, Darren Lockyer? Lockyer'd keep his...
Wow, fantastic. What a great idea. Because let's not forget, Brisbane, apart from the recent problems...
Yes.
It's starting to really stamp itself as the premier city in Australia. It's got the Queensland Roar, who look to be, you know, top of the tree. It's got two great, you know, one and a half, if you count the Titans, great, you know, rugby league sides. It's got two.
Broncos, Titans.
Yeah, Broncos, Titans. It's got two AFL sides. Oh, well, if you include Clive Palmer's like Gold Coast United.
Yeah.
It's got a couple of soccer teams, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. On it goes.
Yeah.
It's starting to
So
really...
there's no shortage of people who could bill it, Brendan.
No, that's true.
You know. And obviously they'd pay them. There'd be some sort of, you know, have to be
the club had come to...
under the table.
The club had come to the party.
Of course they would.
Yeah. As long as, you know, Brendan, you know, I don't know, what would he do enroll in, say, a drama course? If he wasn't particularly clear on
you know, cultural I don't know. Issues. Well, he could do music.
Well...
Couldn't he? He could learn to play the flute.
What a great idea. And do, say, selections from Jethro Tull. What a great grand final today at the grand final. Obviously, let's say Collingwood playing Carlton, just or Essendon.
Yes.
Brendan for bowler.
With Aqualung.
The use of the ball and cock in public lavatories was unlawful until after World War I. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Now, look, there's been a bit of follow-up to Eddie Maguire's comments about Falafel Land. And let's not forget the Falafel Land comes alive tomorrow when the Sydney Swans take on the Falafel Land Giants and the Gold Coast Suns in the NAB Cup round robin.
Yeah.
And I was taken by the comments from former Socceroo Milicevic, who's launched an extraordinary attack, according to the Sydney Morning Herald, on the cultures of the AFL and the NRL sparked by Eddie Maguire's Land of Falafel comments about Western Sydney. But what was interesting was he was speaking in Switzerland.
Oh, yes.
Also claimed that recreational drug use was rampant in both codes.
Deary me.
They all crucified, both codes meaning the AFL and the NRL. He says they all crucified Ben Cousins when he's the only one, I respect. Blokes like him had balls. Obviously, they stood up and said they did wrong. Right. Milicevic supported former AFL player Dale Lewis. When he retired, he said 70% of the AFL is on drugs.
Deary me.
I'd back that up 100%. So you get an idea. 70% is on drugs.
How long has he been in Switzerland, actually? Do we know? Or was he...
Some time,
yeah. Isn't that funny? Dame Joan Sutherland, speaking of culture, as we were before, she and Richard Bonning, I think, they lived in Switzerland for many, many years.
Is that because they were understood better there than
I
in
think
Australia?
so. You know, I think so.
When she waddled out as a 90-year-old and played Juliet. People in Switzerland like that?
They did. Mm-hmm. They did, yes. And also, I think they were a little bit disappointed in the culture of the rugby league and the AFL back here in Australia.
Right.
As well as soccer. Right. I think they had a lot of issues in that regard. So Milicevic isn't alone in this regard.
And do you think there will be more people retiring to Switzerland from Australia because of the cultural problems here, presented here? You know, like,
well, we are seeing a syndrome now, aren't we? When it was just Dame Joan and Richard Bonning, I thought, fair enough. But now this bloke's there.
I know.
You start to think, well, maybe there is something going on.
Ducks are lining up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could take, the rogue couple, Bonning and Sutherland, as, sort of, okay.
One-offs.
Yeah, one-offs.
Square pegs looking for round holes.
That's right. Now,
but, there's more to it.
Now, when Dale Lewis says 70% of the AFL is on drugs, and Milicevic says he'd back that up 100%. So the percentage.
So it's 100% of 70%.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
The first thing the AFL...
What's his evidence apart from what Dale said?
Right. The first thing an AFL footballer said to me when I got back to Melbourne and I was in a nightclub was, "Do you want a line of coke?"
Oh, no.
He said, I was happy to, with a shot of Agba. Oh. I can tell you there are players on drugs. Why? Because I'm linked to the underworld, with the underworld.
Oh, dear. What is you part of the supply, is he?
Well, I can't help
From Switzerland?
Well, yeah, Switzerland. They're known pharmacologists over there. Mm-hmm. And I know people, and they tell me things, ... Rest assured, idols in the AFL and the NRL are out taking drugs, and you can cover it up and do good PR campaigns, open brackets, Healthy Herald style, about your strike policy over drugs and try and bag football, when in our game, if someone is caught taking drugs, he means, obviously soccer. They get banned for a year, no questions asked, so don't sell us some PR campaign you think you're bigger than society itself. He went on a bit. He said, and the way they treat women, obviously, out of disrespect, disgrace. St Kilda used to support St Kilda as a kid, now he doesn't anymore. So he's a man of principle. Yeah. Now, look, I don't know how he's connected. Is he a made person? I don't know. Has he done that thing in the garage, with the blood and the razor blade and the oath and all that sort of stuff? I'm not sure. What worries me is are you seeing Underbelly 9?
What, in Switzerland?
Well, that'd be part of it.
That's where it's opened up, wouldn't it? Geneva.
Yeah. Lake Zurich.
Yes.
Smoke on the water.
That's
Big
right.
Purple.
That's right. Car pulls up. Bloke gets out, opens up the boot. In there is a suitcase. Open it up. Boom. There's a soccer ball.
Fantastic. And then alongside of it,
then you cut to a bar in St Kilda.
Oh, hang on! Before you leave, you leave Switzerland, sorry, the soccer ball, a copy of Rugby League Week.
Yes.
And you open the page and circled names.
Yes.
And they're the people.
Then you cut to Melbourne.
Oh, that's fantastic. Underbelly 9, isn't it? What's it going to be called?
In a bar in St Kilda, in walks a couple of rugby league players looking for trouble.
Perfect. And then you cut to your first ad break.
Yeah.
For, say, Pantene. Won't happen overnight, but it will happen. And then maybe a KFC ad.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, mending it. You're coining it. Just
entertainment. Culture.
Oh, the Hunters and Collectors and the Holy Grail. Song often played, say at big football occasions.
It's a very anthemic sort of...
Anthemic. AFL footy occasions often. The Holy Grail.
It's a football song.
It's a football song, yeah. And wouldn't it be great tonight if they could, I don't know whether it be possible to reform Hunters and Collectors and get them along to the Stockade.
Yes.
Because of this...
All dressed like Peter Laylaw. Oh. Wrapped in those flags.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. And start a new tradition with the... Because I think it's fair to say is that in the Wallabies matches, I always connect John Williamson coming out
waltzing
and singing.
Matilda.
Oh, I was going to say...
Just tear comes to your eye.
I know.
Hey, True Blue. I'm gone. I'm rubble.
I know. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you never tire of that, even though you know it's going to come.
Yeah, I know.
They don't get other people to do it, like Delta Goodrum to come out and sing once a Johnny Swagman.
Well, she couldn't do it.
Oh.
She wouldn't know the words. It wouldn't mean anything to her. What's a jumbuck to her?
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. Come on! It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole,
You're
HG?
absolutely right, Roy. What would a jumbuck mean to Delta Goodrum? When Johnny Williamson says
Let alone a jolly one.
Yeah, well...
a sad jumbuck, she might be able to relate to a little bit. Oh, look at that. He's so sweet.
I know. And tuck
Got
a
a
bag.
jolly jump back.
Yeah.
Just get up a nose.
Yeah, and tuck a bag. Tuck a bag.
Tuck a bag.
There's
Yeah.
another. Yeah. When it's putting a whole new light, I'm never going to, I just hope.
Well, you got to look at that
Winston's
song
there
through
tonight.
Delta's eyes.
I know.
You know?
I know. Anyway, look, we've got to push on. We've got the hot lap band.
Swag.
Swag.
Where's your swag, Delta? What? There, next to your jump back. What?
Don't also suggest she sings something like Bound for South Australia either.
No, she wouldn't know.
No, South Australia, what would it mean to her? Okay, we've got a test match game.
Bound? What's she mean by that?
Yeah,
What, tied up in South Australia? Get out of here.
I'm not going to sing that rubbish. It's filth. Now, we've got test match. Play test cricket one day in 2020. It's the authentic all-action game.
Yeah.
And what I like about it is it's a cover, and immediately you spot the problem. There's two bingers playing.
No way.
Yeah, look, I've only noticed it now. There's Binger there, and there's Binger there. This is a bit lost on radio. But it's a two-binger.
Wow.
And it's a bit old because Roy Simons is still in it and looks like Giller.
It's not Binger's older brother.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, thanks. And we're throwing in...
But he didn't look like Binger.
No, this is the one with the more authentic. I'll tell you what, 2 to 22 players, all ages, 6 to 90, improved trigger action, batting and bouncing ball for more realistic action. Honestly, it would be, the only way to get more real is if you're playing ODI in India next week.
Yes.
And that's in
Yes,
Australia.
and looking up the other end and seeing Mrs. Cricket.
Exactly. Now, and the box set of This is the 12th Man, signed by Billy B.
Yes.
It's got him, yes, the 12th Man, Billy Birmingham, 2010. So it's last year. The 12th Man box set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think it's 6 CD, 7 CD collection from Billy.
Brilliant.
For some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
Name 2 ways to improve ballet and theatre.
Now, we've found a winner who
Yeah.
wants a great prize. Who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by
Right.
Alison. Alison, who's joining us from Sutherland. How are you there, Alison?
I'm very well. How are you guys?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now...
You're driving to Mossvale at the moment.
Yeah, but hang on.
sorry.
You're a great Sharks fan, I notice.
I am indeed. Love
Now-
the Sharkies.
What's going on with Kane?
Well, I've heard a little bit. Was he going to sign? He had a better offer. Who knows? I think they all just try to hang out for that elusive amount of money
But
with extra zeros.
Are you disappointed he's not going to be part of the Sharks?
I'm very disappointed because I think everyone put so much onto him. He was the one.
Now, listen, have you been to the YouTube to have a look at the Sharks, that Sharks theme song?
No, I haven't.
Have you
So I
heard
must-
about it?
I haven't either. It hasn't been in the local rags. So
No,
I'm
okay.
honestly
We'll just go to
disappointed.
YouTube and ask it for Sharks theme song.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
great.
we'll do.
I think it's going to be a bumper year for the Sharks.
I'm hoping so. I think the big gal's going to be in there, and
Yes.
You think they might win 3 or 4 matches?
oh, come on, what about 8 or 9?
Oh, 8 or 9,
8 or
fair
9.
enough.
Well,
Yeah,
8 or
that's
9's
good.
fine. Now,
That's good.
hasn't Gal come of age?
He has. I think he's matured enormously. He's filled out nicely.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Now, how's the traffic at Mossvale?
Well, I'm on the one of those M5-y things. I'm on the way, and I'm probably about 45 minutes away.
And are you driving to Mossvale for the weekend or just the evening?
I am. I'm going to visit my mum for the weekend.
Oh, very good.
Okay. Now, is she a Shark fan?
Of course, of course. Way back she would have been a Rabbitohs fan, but no, lived in the Shire for years. You can only ever go for the Sharks.
No, fair enough. Gee, a lot of lean years, though, Alison. Your mum
Yeah.
must have a very philosophical view of rugby league.
I know. I think we're still hoping that the old Steve Rogers or E.T. will come back.
Oh,
Wouldn't it be a dream come true?
Yeah.
Now, are you taking down, say, the Rugby League Week or something like that just to go through the issues with Mum?
Well, no, I'm not, but I think I might have a browse through the Roy Simons.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
You
good.
know?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
remember
got-
tomorrow you could duck into the newsagent. There would be a newsagent in the
Mossvale area.
There'd be a number,
Yeah.
probably. There would have a rugby league, probably a bumper, all the players, moves and changes for in the off-season. I mean, it'd be hours of fun
Plenty
there.
to talk about with Mum.
And you could
So
take
you
a nice sponge cake over with a cup of tea and a copy of
okay,
the
so
Bumper
you
Rugby
think-
League Week.
I should not go for the Women's Weekly and go for the Rugby League Week.
Look, Alison, she's expecting Women's Weekly. Surprise her. It'll be a memorable trip.
You know what? You're on.
Yeah. Now, has she got a Sharks jersey? One of the
No.
modern ones?
No, we don't actually have any Shark jerseys. I did have a flag when I was a youngster and used to annoy the crap out of everyone, but that's about as far as I went.
Right, fair enough. Well, now you need to step up. and get a jumper. And
Can you buy a rugby league jumper in Moss Vale?
You would be able to, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Now, look, at a sports store or something like that. Now, what would be good is you get Mum's name put on the back of it.
Ah, brilliant.
And maybe her favourite player's name.
Yeah, say Paul Gallen.
Yeah.
Gallon on the back.
Yeah,
She would love that. She would love that.
Well, I'm pretty sure a sports store will do all that for you.
Yes. Has Mum got any tats?
You know what? She hasn't, and I don't even think she's thought about getting any. Do you think maybe we should go and get?
Is there any way you can get a tat in Moss Vale? Maybe you could take her down to have, say, the Sharks.
I love Sharks.
I love Sharks on a
I
run.
could, I might suss that out.
I tell you what, you can often get a terrific removable tat if she's not prepared to go all the way.
Yeah.
And you can get, stick-on tats,
Oh,
or you
yes.
can get hennaed tats, or, forget coloured tats, just one colour tat.
Right.
Do you guys have the tats?
Oh,
you got
yeah.
your
Yeah,
favourite
we've got
teams
teams.
tatted on your,
Well,
you know what?
Look, we've got all of that.
Yeah, all of that.
You know, what happens is that sometimes we change our favourite team, so sadly that patch is inked.
That's right.
Now, Alison let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Yep. Now, Alison, name 2 ways to improve ballet and theatre.
Betting and drinking. Woohoo!
Yes, absolutely right, Alison.
I'm
You get
so
the
excited.
test match. You get the test match play, Test cricket one day in 2020 at your place, the authentic all-action cricket game, plus you've got the box set of Billy Birmingham's 12th Man series, 7 CDs in all. Alison, have a great weekend. Regards to Mum. Remember the jumper. Even if she doesn't want to, you'll get plenty of wear out of it yourself. And thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. This is The Life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush. And home is just around the corner. It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentlemen. Jim, now a little bit of Webber news.
Oh, yes. This is Mark Webber.
Yes, our F1 ace. And how about that story that Melbourne could become the first Grand Prix this year because of the troubles in Bahrain?
Well, doesn't this make Bernie Ecclestone look like a goose for saying that he didn't need the Melbourne Grand Prix?
No, well, I just think
he needs it more than anything now.
He does. Where would the
I see it as the Australian Grand Prix. No, I see it as Webber's Grand Prix.
But you know what? I see it as the Asian Grand Prix,
The Asia Pacific.
Like the tennis, the Australasian Grand Prix.
Okay.
Sure, there's events in Singapore and other places, but they're rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
Malaysia's got one, of course. But,
it's rubbish.
And maybe further north slightly there's one too.
Yeah.
But I see the Melbourne Grand Prix, the Australasian Grand Prix, is dominating all of those. And I tell you what, if Melbourne wasn't there, where would it go? I mean, it might start
Gold Coast probably.
No. What I meant was on the world, because obviously the Melbourne one, if it wasn't there, as in, we didn't have that. We had Bahrain, and then we went to Malaysia.
Yeah.
Pakistan
maybe.
What a beautiful thought. Maybe
they'd love it there.
What a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. What I was thinking of, maybe Bangladesh too.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, they had a bit of trouble with the wet season there. I don't know when the wet season.
It's all in the timing, isn't it?
Timing, perfect, yeah. Anyway, going back to Mark.
Mark Webber.
He's leaner and lighter. And
good.
more motivated. This is from the wire services connected with the Murdoch Press.
Yeah.
He's more motivated as he sets out to improve on last year's Formula One, what was described in the paper here as Formula One's title near miss.
Wow. I suppose it was a near miss, wasn't it?
That's the opinion of team owner Christian Horner, who said he had no reason to see why the 34-year-old Australian driver could not continue his F1 career beyond this season. So he's talking, you might have broken that story at the top of the show.
212, Webber, the year of Webber, they're saying.
Now, Horner, of course, had to manage the sometimes frosty relationship between Mark Webber and Sebastian Vettel.
Yeah.
Or Vettel. And he said the team would be happy to offer a new deal if he can maintain his level of performance this year. Mark isn't approaching this year as if it's his final year. I think we've both agreed to keep the contract on a yearly basis at this stage in his career, because it's important for us to see that he's got the speed, motivation, hunger and commitment, all of which look undiminished at the moment. If anything, they're turning burning brighter than ever.
Isn't that good news?
Now, this is the season, remember, I think, again, we broke a story last week where Webber is going to assault 2011 head-on.
They were his words, weren't they?
His words, yes, his words.
He's going to take it on head-on.
Mm-hmm. Tackle it head-on. What do you think, Roy? Does the lighter Lena Webber also include that ambition? And he's got, remember, speed, motivation, hunger, burning brighter. Can those things work together?
As long as he's got the arousal, HG. He's ticking a lot of boxes there with hunger and commitment and all of that, but I haven't heard arousal mentioned.
No.
And arousal is so important at this level.
I know.
At this level. I mean, you look at Vettel.
Aroused.
Yeah, totally.
24/7.
Yeah.
He's got to sleep on his back.
I know.
There's no way he can sleep face down at all.
Whereas Mark, flop him anywhere he can doze off. That's the only difference.
Mm-hmm. Now, can I just say that obviously...
And it's not hard. Someone's just got to tell him, Mark, get aroused.
What?
Get aroused.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Listen, Mark, you're F1. We think you're leaner and lighter. We can see that.
Yes.
But where's the
arousal?
Yeah.
Maybe a call from, say, Shane Warne, someone like that.
Shane Warne,
just one
what a great
call.
idea. Do you know if they talk at all?
Yes. Well, it's not that they don't, but they've never really had the opportunity
to. Yeah, other things.
But it wouldn't be
on.
hard.
Just
we could do it now. Shane, if someone knows Shane, please get a message. Tweet him. Phone Webber -arousal ?
Fair enough.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Now, look, just jagging off that, or shaving off that, if I could, the Hurley disappearance, did you think that was, because of a tiff, or did you think that was planned all along, that Liz would go back, let's say yesterday or the day before?
It's hard to say, isn't it? I did hear rumour that she was going to meet up in London. She had an appointment to meet up with Mark Webber.
And the question, arousal?
Presumably, yes.
I tell you what would be good is if Liz Hurley, and let's face it, if lots of people listening to this show know Liz Hurley, just ask her to send some photos back of
she and Mark.
Well, I wasn't meaning she and Mark. I just meant arousal. Interpret that how you will, Roy.
Yeah.
But if anybody could.
But she looked a bit down in the dumps, mind you, after a long flight. Who wouldn't?
Yes,
and it was a Warneless flight. It wasn't as if she had Shane there to puck her up and tell her gags and stuff, old stories from the slips.
Hey, old stories from the slips. Well, that would put a grin on anybody's dial after a 12-hour flight from Australia, I tell you.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, having Shane. And let's face it, you and I have... We've travelled not as long a flight, but not a million miles from Shane.
No, we have.
And he was on the nod as soon as he got on.
He was.
He's very, very professional.
Yes.
He looked as though he'd done it before.
Yeah.
Well, look, that's good. But what I was worried about was, let's say I think we nattered away last week that the Warne-Hurley romance seemed to be attached to something else, i.e. a promotion of something which hadn't been revealed. Now, the difficulty was is it just me? Did the Australian public lose interest fairly rapidly during the week? And I had to have the TIFF idea seeded to get interested again. Do you think that's a fair reading?
Well, I think that's right. Look, there was plenty of tell and no show. And I think people were hoping to get a little bit of show with the tell.
Hurstville and Malabar enjoyed the annual Festival of the Cock until September 1897, after which time it was outlawed under the Live Animal Act of the New South Wales Parliament, introduced by Sir Henry Parkes. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, Roy, look, going back to a story that you talked about at the top of the show concerning the man they call...
the man they call.
And the spit. Now, James Cameron writes on the emails, I just wanted to flag a few stories that might warrant further inspection on the show. Tiger Woods, the man they call, has been fined for spitting at a golf tournament.
Yeah.
A couple of quotes here which we might get to in a minute. One of which from one of the TV commentators said, could you imagine Jack Nicklaus looking down at a 4 or 5 foot putt, turning to the side and having a big gob off? It had never happened. He went on to say it's a lack of class is appalling. It won't be his legacy. His legacy will be that he's won 14 majors, and if he's not the best golfer in the world or 11, he's very close to it. Now...
Is that his legacy, really?
Well, that's...
I thought his legacy might be more towards the bedroom.
No, well, that's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because...
how will history,
Well, what a fascinating... Should we throw open the lines and have talk back on that?
Yes, we could.
How will history
judge the man they call?
Well, let's decide we'll do that in about 40 minutes' time.
Okay.
And I'll be interested in comments. Will you, often we just like yes or no answers because that's what the best talkback is. But we'll have to obviously take some comment. But we don't.
No, we don't need comment.
Okay, how will we
just
phrase the talkback?
Just yeah, no. Will the man they call be remembered for his golf?
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Now we're with Barry. Barry, what do you think? No. Okay, now we've got Jeff. Yeah. Thanks very much, everyone. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's quality
That's
entertainment.
taking the pulse.
Yeah, taking the pulse.
Yeah.
And we might be able to mark them down. So I think in that way we had 2 for yes
that's
and
it.
2 for no.
Yeah.
And we'd let people know at the end of the night.
Yes.
Say around about midnight. We've
Perfect.
had 4,000 calls and we've had 3,200 say no and 8 say yes, or whatever the numbers are. Now.
And 3 didn't know.
Didn't know.
Just phoned in to say, I don't know.
Now, listen, what worries me is generally, can I just discuss the topic of spitting in sport? Now, if you're a key forward, say, in an AFL,
yes,
you blast out of the block, somebody spot in the midfield spots you, directs the pass, directly into your hands, you're on the point, 50 metres out, obviously you stop, you think this is gettable, you turn around, you put the ball down, you pull up the socks, you have a nice spit to settle things down, adjust the bed flute, take a few steps back, run in, kick the goal.
Yes.
That's a routine.
Yeah.
It's a routine.
Yeah.
It involves the careful use of an ordered approach in developing or settling the mind from running, jumping, catching, marking, fending off to the more difficult skill of standing there and kicking the ball 50 metres in a fairly straight line.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, imagine, you might be Anthony Watmoe at a trial this weekend. All of a sudden you get you see an opportunity close to the line to power over with the ball tucked under the arm and score a try.
Yep.
Well, there's nothing more satisfying than getting up and having a big gooby on the ground there, just where you put it, marking the spot, marking your territory.
Exactly.
I mean, people like that.
Well, as I might have mentioned in days gone by, actually, we used to love sending an oyster south.
I know.
So
but that was a special skill.
Oh, yeah. If you had a nice big greenie and you saw an open mouth of a bloke you'd tackled, what? Straight in the back of the throat. And I tell you,
they don't come looking for seconds, do they? I mean, that does slow up.
Slows up anyway.
It does.
Just for a moment. Just put them off, and you give them a wink then as they're getting up to play the ball. And then you might say a little bit later on, how's it taste?
Belmore introduced the Cock Act to the Council and Cumberland Shire legislators in 1931 to prevent roosters being used as breeding stock in backyards. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
I think people like spitting, though, HG, just to get back to the man they call him. I think the issue was not you're allowed to spit on the fairway. It's on the greens. They don't like the green on the greens.
No, I understand. Look, my only sort of, well, let me...
Kel Nagel always carried a nice big handkerchief in his pocket, and if he had a big one he wanted to get rid of, he just discreetly, before he stood on the greens, just into the hanky.
Oh, look, I loved at the earlier stage of his career where he put the hanky down and had spit into it and then picked it up.
Yes, nice.
I mean, it's a lovely touch,
Well, he was all class, Kel.
Well, that's exactly the point. Now, former tour professional Ewan Murray, now commentator with Sky, voices his displeasure with the man they call.
Yeah.
You look at his worth ethics and he's a credit to the game.
Credit, yes.
Well, anyway, credit to the game, and it falls apart about here, and an inspiration to all those who are trying to become professional golfers. But there are some parts of him that are just as arrogant and petulant.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody now has to come behind him and maybe putt over his spit on the 12th green. Sorry, I let a bit go there myself. It was the spit that got a bit...
Yeah.
Well, it got the weather report involved.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Spit on the 12th green.
Well, I don't think it's right if you've got to putt through someone's gob.
No, well, that's his point. Now, can I point out, it doesn't get much lower than that.
No.
Now,
well, it does. If you've ever played with some rugby league players, I tell you what, you dream of putting in a bit of spit.
I know. But sadly, they're usually from the gastric Gary end of the spectrum.
Well, that's right. That's right. Now, a lot of people find that funny. I don't.
Now, Murray's Sky colleague, Robert Lee, is the European Tour Board of Director, was equally appalled. Well, can I just say this bloke, how long's this bloke been on top? Is it 10 years that he's been on top?
The man
of
they call.
The man they call.
Oh, yeah, he's number 3 at the moment.
Yeah, but, world number 1 for about 8 or 5
Oh,
or 8
yeah,
years.
long time.
Yeah, but he's been spitting all that time,
I know he
and
has.
now they've just noticed.
Yeah.
I mean, where have these people been
Well, he
living?
could get away with anything before, you know that.
Oh, that's true.
And he did.
He did.
He could spit wherever he liked.
True. You know, that was the weirdest thing when I saw him checking in at Crown that time.
And he spat.
I know. Well, hang on a minute. Not once. No. The foyer was pretty well damp by the time he left just checking in.
Yeah, I know.
Now, could you imagine, he says, this is Robert Lee, could you imagine Jack Nicklaus looking down at a 4 or 5 foot putt and turning to the side and spitting? It'd never happen. No. It's a lack of class, appalling. It won't be his legacy. His legacy will be that he's won 14 majors, and if he's not best golfer who ever lived, he's very close to it. But he should also be mindful where he is in the world golf, and what youngsters think of him, because whether he likes it or not, he's a role model. I mean, we've got to re-examine the role model concept, don't we?
I suppose we do. Has anyone pointed this out to Tiger? Does he know he's a role model?
And what happened when he was on the way up and they didn't notice him spitting or throwing clubs into the crowd and stuff like that?
Well, in all fairness, I think the gob works come sort of later.
He's become more gobby.
I think so. Yeah, with this, I suppose, the pressure.
The pressure.
The pressure of life, in the golfish bowl of life that he's in now.
Would you like to see him carry a spittoon around with him?
I think the caddy should. He's Steve, whatever his name is, Steve Williams.
The New Zealander.
There'd be no effort for him to just carry a little bucket.
Pack a spittoon.
Yeah.
And what'd be lovely.
And you could auction it off at the end of 18 holes.
I know, what a terrific thing. Gee, don't tell me that wouldn't be a hot item on eBay. Playing, say, the Masters, day one, the spittoon is full. Now, look, the other thing is what I'd like to do is have a spittoon that when he hit it, it rang. There'd be something extra for the fans.
Sort of thing.
Good on you, well done.
Yes.
Now, and
that should
the
be
crowd would encourage Steve to place it sort of in a difficult lie. Maybe.
Oh, in a sand trap.
Well, a sand trap, or maybe between the legs of an attractive woman, sort of. Or, just give him something.
Yes. Because he is good. I mean, people have seen him the way he putts and hits balls and stuff.
Well,
but if you've ever seen him give a lesson, and I've seen him.
A clinic
with kids. How to gob.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, it's the same prize as earlier, Test match. You can play Test cricket one day and 2020. And remember, this is improved trigger action, batting and bouncing ball for more realistic action. In fact, I've looked at a lot of cricket games over my time, and I've got this right up with the only thing you can do after playing this game is get out there and have a crack yourself with real stumps.
Yeah.
I mean, it is that good. It is that good.
And it improves your skills.
It does.
If you've never been very good batting, just play this game a few times. It'll improve your batting.
The hand-eye coordination is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, it's really good. You know that technique you were talking about last Friday, smelling the ball?
Smelling the ball, yeah.
If you can smell a ball, this is the game for you.
Yes.
Now, also, we've got the box set of Billy Birmingham's The 12th Man, 7 CDs.
Yep.
Billy, of course, Dead Set legend. All his tracks have been played on Triple M over the years. Well, there's 7 CDs set, and don't tell me that Dad wouldn't love it for Father's Day. If you win it, put it in the cupboard, hide it with socks.
Or even keep it for next Christmas.
Oh, Christmas, yeah, what a good idea. Do the Christmas shopping early. There's only 402 shopping days till Christmas, so it's not too late to start. Have I said that right? No, it's not
close
too early.
to. Well.
Anyway, now, look.
300 days.
That'll do. All comers who can answer the following question.
Question is, HG, what Formula One driver has to sleep on his back?
And, Roy, it's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Tom, who's joining us from Dural. How are you there, Tom?
G'day, boys. All good.
Yeah, good. Now, I know you're a Tigers man, Tom. Do you see the Tigers as the dark horses this year?
Well, I should hope so, and I'm just wondering if Benji Marshall's going to make more public statements.
Yeah, well, he's best to keep his mouth shut, isn't he, in this regard?
I should hope so.
Now, would you like to see Sheens given, 5 years like Cartwright?
I was wondering if Sheens would actually get an Order of Australia in the Australia Day Honours list.
What a lovely idea, Tom. Oh. That's great. We should somehow put a petition together to get him one.
Yeah.
Services to the Tigers.
Well, services to the Tigers, that's fine.
Why not?
That's fine. Not rugby league itself, but just the Tigers.
Yeah.
The Tigers culture.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that'd be fantastic. Will you get along to many games this year?
Oh, do my best. Do my best. I'd like to go to Leichhardt Oval.
Well,
it's wonderful there, isn't it? I mean, it's rugby league as it used to be. And you look at that and you say, rugby league, don't change.
Yeah, if you can get a seat, though.
Oh, sure.
Now, would you go to the Sydney Football Stadium, for instance, to see them?
Well, I'm pretty disappointed they've moved the Heritage game to the non-Heritage venue.
I saw that. Yes, I saw that. They took it away from the Sydney Cricket Ground.
That's right.
And would that be what would you call it? A key fixture that you'd like to get along to when they play Souths?
Well, it is. I mean, we those South mongrels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Did you go to the Heritage Round last season to see?
Yeah, that was a very good match.
I think the Tigers got bashed up about 30-0.
Yeah, South won. They won the year before too.
Yes.
So got ground to make up.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why they're moving it? I suspect. I think it's a Tigers' home game, isn't it?
It should be at Leichhardt Oval.
Well, now you're talking.
That's where your Heritage Round is, Leichhardt Oval.
You could have it at Birchgrove Oval.
You could have. That's where rugby league began.
Now, the other thing is...
You'd easily seat 200 or 300 people there.
Yeah.
And are you looking forward to the start of the season? And, will you be disappointed slightly should the Tigers lose their first match, and think, oh, no, here we go again?
Well, as a Tiger supporter, you get used to dealing with disappointment sometimes.
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
I can't wait for the season to start, running the office footy tipping competition and everything.
And have you put your first round tips in yet?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
The two things that surprised me is the enthusiasm for the Bulldogs. There's a lot of talk there. And the statements by Benji that he thinks Parramatta are back. Parramatta would have easily recruited, I was going to say worse than any other team. I don't know that that's grammatically correct, but you get my drift. They brought a lot of players who are fairly ordinary. They've changed the coach, sure, but the coach is going to have to teach the new recruits how to play rugby league, I think.
He's also going to have to teach them the Parramatta culture.
True. Yeah. That's true. Nights out at the theatre and the opera and all that sort of stuff. That won't go over well at all. No, that's true. The Parramatta culture.
Well, the Parramatta culture, it's a bit hard. I don't know what the Parramatta culture is at the moment. Let Hayne do whatever he wants to do. Seems to be the culture.
And then also promise a lot and deliver nothing.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't learned from the Tahu experience.
No, what a loss to rugby league.
Yeah.
And I'm not completely persuaded. I understand why they let the two lads go to the Warriors either.
No.
Mystery.
Anyway, look, Tom, we could talk rugby league forever and probably will. Let Roy set out the question.
Well, there's a show, maybe Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock.
After the ruck,
talking to Tom. An hour of rugby league.
Only if we could get Liz early on.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, we've certainly phoned Liz Hurley. She's back in London, but she loves the Tigers.
And special guest this week, Anthony Watmo.
There's a show.
Sounds great.
Now, Tom, what Formula One driver has to sleep on his back?
Well, it's got to be Sebastian Vettel.
Absolutely correct, Tom. You've got the box set of Billy Birmingham's 12th Man stuff and the test match that you can play whatever you want to, what form of cricket you ever have thought of or dreamed up, continuous cricket, lots of different forms of cricket on your lounge room floor or your kitchen table. Thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
The Sydney City Roosters were originally called the Eastern Suburbs Cockboys. This later became the Eastern Suburbs Cockheads, before being shortened to the more familiar names, most notably the Soft Boys, the Limps, and later Easts, or the Transit Lounge. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, sadly, that takes us away for another week.
I know. It's amazing, isn't it? So, time, it just flies, isn't it? Time doesn't mean anything anymore.
And, of course, it must be about 45 minutes before kick-off in the Eureka Stockade.
Oh, yes.
What about those
The
Tars?
Kelly gang.
Against the Tars v Kelly gang.
Yeah.
And remember, you can hear...
Is the whole Tar family going to be there tonight?
No, only Mum and Dad.
Man?
Tar Man, I think.
And Tar Woman.
Tar Man, Tar Woman. I think they'll unveil the whole family when they play their first home match in Sydney.
Good. Yeah.
And if you want to keep up with the, obviously, the world of Tar, remember the ruck on Sundays at 9 o'clock. Special guest this week, Sterling Mortlock.
No way.
Yeah, Sterling Mortlock. It's incredible. It's a big
Really?
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it?
I'd be fascinated to know what Sterling Mortlock thinks of
the new style of Eureka Rugby.
Mm.
Because I think that's what it's going to be called, Eureka Rugby.
Yeah.
Where they obviously kick, with more precision, either
extraordinary precision. Yeah, perpendicular to or parallel to.
Choose your line.
Circumstance, yes.
So that's all ahead of us. And then next Friday, well, it'll only be a couple of weeks before the rugby league kicks in. Yes. And I don't know who the Tars are playing next week, but they'll be in Sydney, and it'll be exciting.
Will be.
And
I just worried a little bit about the rugby union getting the march on rugby league with this earlier start. And I would, if any rugby league players are listening,
ring up.
Get out and do something this weekend to pull ahead.
Yeah, I know. What a great idea.
A bit of publicity.
Yeah, isn't that?
Well, I mean, I don't want to pick up the paper tomorrow morning and just read about, the Eureka Stockade and the triumph of this new rebel rugby.
No. We won't.
I want to read about something the rugby league players are up to.
Well, we certainly do. And look, can I just say that...
Go out and go to a restaurant.
Now, can I say also that, can I ask people, rugby league people that is, don't necessarily feel as though you have to get drunk, take your trousers off, and, poo in corridors and hotels.
No.
You think of something yourself, something new, something different. Something unusual.
Surprises.
Yeah, surprises.
I mean, that's the thing about rugby league. You think, oh, no, it couldn't. Oh, it does.
Look, can I just say, yeah, exactly, surprises. It hasn't all been done.
No.
Don't believe
There's a lot left.
I know. Remember, you become your own role model in this instance.
Yes.
Here. Don't follow what others done. No. It's a complete waste of time because it won't get reported.
No.
We want something new, diverting, and fun. Fun. Make it fun. Anyway, on that positive note, another great team effort here. Of course, Anna's been on the phones. Just terrific work from Anna.
Yes.
Just finding people, in parts of Sydney and Australia that they didn't even realise they were living there themselves. That's right. Well, I don't know what happened to our technical production. It seems to knock off early, so I don't know who was doing it. I assume Maddie was doing it sometime. Garfield, of course, doing the buttons. Incredible work.
Doing everything.
Well, doing everything. It's just
he has the podcast.
Well, at the same time,
I know.
As I understand it, the podcast will be there in about 30 seconds.
Yes.
Go figure.
We're up to about 70%.
And 100% in 30 seconds.
Yep.
And of course, Skip.
Is he here?
No. Well, look, it's a familiar refrain with Skip, but you know what? I wish he'd sell the boat. I think we'd get a lot more out of him.
We would.
We'll see you next week for more of The Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes. Thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to golfers everywhere. Not often he goes out on a limb and includes everybody playing a certain sport, but this week he has. In particular, to league legend Braithen Astor, who this week confirmed that he'll turn pro when his rugby league career is done and dusted. It's tremendous news. I know people are asking what's his style. His style is like on the big ass Scott, Colin Montgomery. Very like Colin. If it's not up, it's not in. That's the Anasta style. And people are already touting him as a much better golfer than he is a rugby league player. Obviously, that wouldn't be hard. But, let's face it, it's terrific to see, players of the calibre of Braith planning beyond, say, the next 2 or 3 years when the rugby league, well, let's face it, the game of rugby league left Braith and Astor some time ago. But when he finally realises or catches up with that concept. And what a role model. I mean, look, I was just wondering what Ian Thorpe could do when he finishes swimming. I mean, I just let that dangle. And also to Aaron Baddeley, that is Badge.com Baddeley, who snared an elusive big one in Los Angeles last weekend. It was a real major. It's so big I've forgotten it, something like the LA Open. It was just great to see Badge.com back on top of the leaders board. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon. When too much sport is barely enough. Well, what a week. Best week of the year. Well, I was going to say, obviously, of the decade, because the decade's not that old. Let's say the 21st century, best week of the 21st century, and I'm getting close. I think I am. AFL, and are the Skoda GWS Giants ready for the big time? Their first up hit out against the Sydney Swans, the 10, attractive 10, Swans 83, Giants 4. Now, that is our talkback topic. Are they ready? That is, are the Skoda GWS Giants ready? Now, a lot of people may not have an opinion about whether Kevin's Clowns are ready. It doesn't matter. Just get involved when we throw open the phone lines in, say, 3 or 4 hours' time. There's no correct answer. There's no correct answer. There's no right or wrong here. We just want to hear from you. We just want your input. And for God's sake, don't feel as though you have to limit yourself to yes or no. They're ready for the big time, yes. They're ready for the big time, no. You can say, Kevin's an idiot. Wish we didn't have Sheedy in Sydney. All that sort of stuff. Flowerful land, I love it. That sort of stuff will take on, a wide spectrum of opinion. Because when we put the phones up, they'll run white hot. They'll really run white hot when we throw them open today on that topic. And could the NFL be the next step for one half of the Mason twins, Brendan Favola? Now, Brendan, look, he's a lot better than what he was. Let me just say that. And he's had his heart set on joining the forensic section of the police force. I'm not quite sure what that's called, the forensic squad. The people who look for clues. Say there's a crime, murder, bank robbery, somebody having their head stoved in. Brendan wanders about with the magnifying glass and a pair of tweezers and tries to find things that might be used later. Might find, I don't want to be unkind here to Triple M management, might find a pubic hair somewhere, for instance. And that's put into a plastic bag and examined by Brendan back at HQ forensically, puts it on a slide, shoves it under the microscope, and then finds the crim that way. Anyway, look, he's had his heart set on joining the police force, but it might be just a little bit too soon, I'm thinking. So a couple of years kicking in the NFL for, say, a couple of million a year could be just the ticket. It'd allow things to settle in an attractive manner. Before we go on, we've got a cricket clash. This one's for the people of Christchurch, the Black Caps v the mighty Aussies. The most important thing to acknowledge here is not the score so much, but the crowd. This is a country which has 1 billion people in it. India, they've got about 40 at this one. It's an incredible triumph to people there. You forget how hard-working Indian people are. They love their cricket, but they can't put down the tools to go and watch a game. And not like us, we can drop the tools at a moment's notice to wander down and see Punter go around with a team. But this one, no, they've pulled a very big crowd of about 40. And Roy will bring you up to date with the score when he gets a burble in a minute. Rugby union, and everyone knew the Melbourne Rebels would be brilliant, but what about those Tars? Tune it to death. Tars 43, Rebels 0. The Tars take on the Reds in this week's big one tonight. Oh, no, this weekend. That's in the big one this weekend. And the Funky Rebels are rocking the Brumbies tonight. So, Tar Freaks, it's on again this weekend against the Queensland Reds. But bloody hell, those Rebels, they bought something new. Those kicks, perpendicular and parallel to both the try line and the sideline. They just revolutionised the sport overnight. Everybody will be doing it this weekend. Motorsport, V8s. And the Homebush round of supercars will stay regardless of who wins the state vote on March the 26th. That's Roy's mail, and I believe he's right. Great news also is that Melbourne is back on pole for the F1 opener on March the 27th. Given Bahrain is in political turmoil, Eccleston knows which sides his bread is buttered, so he pulled the pin on the Bahrain F1, and Melbourne's back on pole. Incidentally, this year the V8 people, you remember how on Saturday nights, on that one night in December, there's a very big very big blow. Well, the V8 people are reforming the Motley Crew. That's right, the Crew are back for the big blow trackside. They were going to try and get Nirvana to reform, overlooking the fact that Kurt Cobain had sadly died some years ago. But this didn't slow them up. They're going to reform Nirvana as a duo, just Grohl and Novoselic. I would have liked to have seen it. I don't know what they would have played, but that would have been fantastic. And I'd still urge them to do that. Because let's face it, the Monkees reformed this week with 3 of the 4. Why couldn't Nirvana reform with just 2 of the 3? 2 of the 3 ain't bad. I think it was Meatloaf. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I think it was Mr. Meatloaf who said that all those years ago. Nirvana, bound for Homebush in December, racing, and is Black Caviar the best horse in the world? This is not a talkback topic. I'm just asking. It's not a talkback topic. For God's sake, don't ring up when we throw open the lines about the GWS lot and try and persuade me that you're interested in talkback by talking about Black Caviar because you're not. You're not listening. We really don't know we don't want to, get involved in what you think about whether Black Caviar is the best horse in the world. Who cares? The talkback topic this week is about the GWS. Anyway, harness racing and sadly the Inter-Dominion, which I love, and this program goes out on a limb every time this year to promote the Inter-Dominion, which was to be held on March the 25th in Christchurch, is in doubt due to the big rumbles this week. Incidentally, March the 25th, 26th is going to be a big weekend. The AFL season blasts off that weekend as well. This is the life. This is the home of the Plumber Smile. This is the elephant in your car. And now it's time to lock horns with rampaging Roy Slavin. And we can get him on the gargle simply by asking what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past sort of seven. Nathan Tinks Tinkler?
Yes, thank you very much, Mike Nesmith. Or is it Torquay or is it Jones or Dollins?
No, I don't know.
Monkeys.
I'm all for.
Love the Monkeys. Can't wait for that reformation to occur.
Are you disappointed Nesmith won't be there?
I want Nesmith to join him.
Yeah. Do you reckon
he was the heart of the Monkeys?
I know.
Sorry, Brains.
Brains, yeah.
It was the Brains. I mean, we don't associate Brains with the Monkeys too much, but what little I had, Nesmith had it all. Now, where are we? Lindsay Lohan. I'm really worried about Lindsay Lohan.
She's my number one.
I know she is. Yes, I know she is, and has been for some time,
Yes, right.
and understandably. Very talented. But what a crazy girl. Crazy. And I don't know, should we, get some sort of fundraiser happening or something?
Wow, what a good idea.
You know, something to, I don't know.
What, pay a bail bill? Why, you pay the lawyers?
It's all right. What's she going to do in Stir? She's going to go in Stir. She's going on the inside.
Should we buy her one of those...
a necklace. Let's get her a necklace or something like that.
What a lovely idea. What a sort of...
Just something to fiddle with while she's in there. I don't know.
How about a ball of wool and a crochet hook?
Oh, and learn a skill. Ah, what a lovely idea.
I want to hear a word said against her.
No, nor would I.
She's just fantastic.
And, you know, if we encourage people to send letters, she could cut the stamps off and start a little collection of Aussie stamps.
Wow, there's something that could keep you going for a couple of years.
Isn't it?
And how about, maybe she could get a loan of a camera and do we'll send her a couple of scripts of Prisoner. And which is now back on, of course, on, I think,
on
Foxtel.
the inside, the sun still shines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And she could remake them with her mates.
Yes. Now, Brendan, how about rugby league for Brendan? I think that's the idea. He wouldn't have to go anywhere and he wouldn't have to kick much. No. You know, he just run the ball up. The ball up.
He's about 110 kilos.
I know, but he'd go and play for Wigan, something like that. Speaking of Wigan, it looks like Cameron King and Bronx Goodwin are likely to be in the St George team to take them on in the World Club Championship. And it's good to see the name Bronx associated with rugby league.
With Australian rugby league.
Yes, with Australian rugby league. Bronx, Bronx, in case you were confused.
What were the parents thinking?
Yeah, I don't know, but it was all good. So we might, if people would like the name Bronx, just give us a call later. Talk back, yeah, love it, or, oh, that's too much. Just, yeah, nah. We'll take it from there. We just want to
leave the love
a bit of a straw poll. Yes.
Straw poll.
Now, Ricky, should he be recalled? We might examine this box-throwing incident a little bit later on.
Have you tried to work out
Yes, I have. I've been hurling boxes at televisions, trying to recreate. And I haven't been able to break them. God, he must have hit it hard. And they reckon it was on the rebound.
That's right, out of the kit.
Yeah.
He was just sort of dropped it onto the kit and then
bounced off Pup's nut. I'm ready to believe.
Wow.
Now, should Wayne return to the Broncos next year? This is a bit of a puzzling question too. Should he or shouldn't he? Yeah, just give it a call. Yep. Nah. Gennady Turetsky interested in linking up with Ian.
Yes,
Ian.
With
our Ian, yes, in Abu Dhabi. I think Ian was photographed with Premier Keneally yesterday. And what a terrific shot it was. I don't know if you saw it in the papers, HG, but don't
chemistry?
Look good? Yes. Definitely.
I reckon.
Definitely. Something going on there. Now, what I worry about, though, should Ian be in the Middle East, even if he's in a pool, just quietly going about his business with the black line?
You mean with the Facebook revolution going on right across that?
Right across that part of the world.
How secure is Abu Dhabi?
Exactly.
I think he's pushing on to Europe.
Yes, I know that, and I'll be relaxed once he gets to Europe, as long as he's not in Greece, because that's going off as well.
I know.
I mean, honestly, some of these places, what is going on? Now, I mean, he might be able to speak with the Facebook people in Abu Dhabi and say, listen, I'm Ian, I'm here, I'm going about my business. I don't have any association with, the government, anything like that. I'm just an Aussie, a battling Aussie.
Looking for a pool. To get wet in.
Yes. And this is my friend Gennady Turetsky. You might remember him. He was in Australia for a little while. Is Alfie the real coach of the Broncos?
Alfie Langer?
Yeah. Yeah. He's doing the heavy lifting.
Wow.
Yeah. Witches' hats, whistle.
Team selection.
Clipboard. You got it. Jeff Ogilvy on fire at Dove Mountain. Now, actually, I don't know if you've seen this Dove Mountain layout, but it is incredible. And it's been tamed completely. I mean, it's like a pussycat.
By
Ogilvy.
Ogs.
Yes. The big Ogs. And Adam Scott is apparently very pleased with his putting, even though he got beaten, I think 4-2, as they say. But he's very happy with his putter. Headsby holds 507.
Eric Cox was the first rugby league referee to send a player off for the use of coarse language. The team was the Balmain Tigers and the player Leo Noseworthy. The year, 1966, and the alleged words used include the terms cock, head, dick, hole, and bowls. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
And Roy, of course, tomorrow is a big day for rugby people. It's the Kiama Sevens.
Oh, yes,
on
good.
again at the Kiama Showground.
Yes.
Kick-off 8:30am, finals from 3pm, and it's only $10 to see what's described in the press release as the largest one-day rugby sevens comp in the world.
No way.
Now, you and I...
Is that Super Sevens?
Super Sevens, yeah.
Good.
Now, they've got 48 teams and 6 women's teams, 48 blokes teams and 6 women's teams.
Yeah.
So that's 54 teams all up.
Isn't that brilliant?
And obviously, if you want to know more, KiamaRugby.com is the place to go. But it's terrific days and a very entertaining day.
I didn't know Kiama had emerged as the home of Australian rugby.
It has been with this form of the competition up there, right up there. I mean, obviously...
How long has it been going? 150 years?
Probably, yeah. And it's lost a bit of gloss because of the Rebels emerging in Melbourne. And so the axis of rugby has swung wildly towards Melbourne, obviously, because they were just so good last week.
Yes,
Something new, it was different. It was obviously a combination of AFL and Rugby League tipped into the rugby. And I mention this because the Ruck... on Sunday mornings is the new Triple M show, which deals exclusively with rugby, and I'm sure they'll be talking about the Kiama Sevens.
They'd be mad not to.
They would, and probably interview a couple of the participants. And thank goodness, I'm not quite sure what the weather's going to be like, but at 30, I think it's going to be 30 in Sydney tomorrow, be an ideal day. For a game of rugby. And, of course, it's supported by a diverse range of people, including the Air Force Roulettes.
Are they going to be there?
Well, I'm just hoping a flyover at least, maybe at 8:30 in the morning to get the thing.
I thought they might go around the back of a truck.
What a lovely idea. At, say, in between matches.
And you can get their autographs.
And maybe a little bit of, what would you call it, what do you call it, encouragement to join. What do you call that?
Recruiting.
Recruiting, that's the word I'm looking for. A bit of recruiting. Because let's face it, almost anybody could become a roulette.
Yeah. You just got to love speed.
Now, the World Cup in India, Roy, have you got an update on the score there? New Zealand v Australia?
New Zealand is struggling actually under the barrage of Superhead and Tate.
Yes, Tate.
Yes, Tate. At the moment, they're 5 for 73.
Do you think they'll make 100 by the looks?
They might struggle a little bit to get 100. I think actually it depends on how well Taylor.
Well, he's the...
He's living as the danger man. I think he's 6 off 20.
Yeah, he came into first drop. And has held the innings together through the barrage, as you pointed out. Now, this you said, obviously it's a charity game for the people of Christchurch and the New Zealand community in general. You said it was for the Hadley Chapel Trophy. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't that a terrific thing?
The Chapel Hadley is definitely up for grabs in this one. I think we're the holders at the moment of the Chapel Hadley.
Right. And the World Cup itself, obviously it's early days.
Wouldn't that be great for Australia to come home with the Chapel Hadley and the World Cup? Well,
at least I'd say at the moment the Chapel Hadley looks as though it's ours.
Yeah.
And to get the World Cup as well would be a great double.
Yeah, it would be.
And the Gavaskar Border Trophy, is that up?
Who's got the Gavaskar Border?
Well, I think India's got it at the moment.
I don't know if it's up
for
grabs with this run around.
Right.
I mean, if Ricky wanted to push it, he could maybe lean on the Indians through the BCCI. And so, have you got any guts? If you got any guts, you'll put the Border Gavaskar up.
In the final. Yeah. Well, it may not be the final. It might have to be the quarterfinals.
Yeah, whenever we meet.
Yeah, whenever we meet. Fair enough.
Let's put it up there.
And the excitement that this is generating, obviously.
In India. Well, it's unreal, isn't it?
With the punting community, particularly. It's it's white hot, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's white hot.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Very exciting.
And do you think there's... I mean, I get the feeling that people have, I hate to be unkind here, but the people of Australia, it hasn't caught their imagination.
Oh, really? What makes you think that?
Yeah,
it's all the talk where I go, especially Border Gavaskar.
I've changed my mind.
And Chapel Hadley.
The word cock was first used as a term of endearment in 1812 by Governor Lachlan Macquarie when greeting French Captain Pierre Ladouche. "Hello, me old cock," he was heard to have said. This was repeated in the Diary of Soldier What Content. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
In Excess and Mr. Fi. Something's happening with In Excess. I think they've got some legal settlement which will allow a lot of, merchandise that hadn't been seen by the public to be released for, compilation.
I thought you were going to say Mike Nesmith is joining them.
What a brilliant idea. Mike Nesmith and In Excess.
Yeah. Replacing Michael.
Wow. It'd take
out front.
the brains of the Monkeys to replace Michael in it. That is
exactly.
Brilliant.
It's not bad, is it?
No, it's very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Is that one of those coming from that TMZ site in America?
Yes, it is.
Yeah? That's they're leading with that?
Yep.
Nesmith
to join Excess.
Brilliant. Now, look, while we're on, obviously I mentioned the Kiama Sevens just a few moments ago. Anybody heading towards Hay this weekend? Hay, terrific play.
It is a great town, Hay.
Now, obviously there's a big match this weekend of All-Stars playing the Hay Magpies, first grade side, the current first grade side, the sort of trial game.
Yes.
And Arthur Beatson's going to coach the team with Bradley Clyde, Mark Tukey, Simon Woolford, Darren Smith. I keep forgetting which is the one who... There's two Smiths, isn't there? It must be Darren who keeps playing all the time.
Yeah, Darren played until he was about 48.
He did. I think he finished up with the FNQ Cowboys.
I think he did too.
Now, Quentin Pongia, Ricky Stewart's going to play, Ben Rorty, Malman and Gary Belcher, Marcus By, Shane Millard, Lauren Daly, David Peachy, Jason Croaks, David Ferner, Matt Geyer, Danny Nutley, Andrew McFadden.
Now, hang on.
It's quite a big side.
Are they all playing for the Magpies?
No, they're playing against the Magpies.
Oh, against the Magpies.
That's your all-star team.
Mark Tukey, the All-Stars.
Wow.
How did Mark Tukey get in there?
Look, can I just say I think it's in the spirit of...
All right, he's driving the bus or something?
Not bad.
Yeah.
I think he would be used...
If he could fit in a bus.
Exclusively off the bench, running the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I use the word running advisedly in this case. Sort of moving the water towards the player. The players will have to run towards him, though, once he steps over that line.
Right.
Now, Bill Harrigan's flying the MiG down.
Good.
And it's going to be a fantastic match. Mm-hmm. Obviously, some sort of, I assume, charity fundraising event.
It would be.
Yeah. And look, that'll be that's on this weekend. So if you can't make it to Kiama,
have they listed the Magpies side there, HG?
No, they haven't listed the Magpies side. No, not at all. I just sort of wish they had, really.
Yeah, I do too.
Because I think you'd find, it might be slightly stronger lineup or slightly fitter.
I've got a couple of the names here. There's Ned Flynn.
Flinny, yeah.
Flynn's there.
Well, you can build something around Flynn.
Yeah, Dennis O'Brien.
Oh, O'Brien.
Laurie Brewer.
Mm-hmm. How about Trevor Sinclair? Is he getting a run?
Trevor Sinclair is getting a run around. Terry Brennan's there.
How about...
They look like a pretty good side.
That is good.
Yeah, I can't say I've seen any of these players play.
Doesn't matter. Sounds good. When you put...
Well, you got Flynn, O'Brien, Brewer and Brennan up against side. Look, that's your back line right there.
I know. And they put that up against Clyde, Tukey, Wolford.
Well, I'm not convinced Tukey's going to get off the bus.
Yeah. Look,
should they manage to squeeze him in, putting those special doors in.
Listen, I do know that some of the Magpies come from the, the technical side of the trades, and they're prepared to cut the bus open to get him out.
Oh, okay.
The Woolloomooloo Players, an amateur group, mounted the first production of John Madison's 19th century farce, Box and Cox, in Australia in 1964. Colin Crawford played Box and Les Bunnett played Cox. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Now, Roy, that cricket, and sadly Taylor, who was holding the innings together with 4 off 90, he's gone.
He's gone, actually. But Nathan McCallum is not doing a bad job. I think he's, 7 from about 40.
You know, when you say the Chapel Hadley is up for grabs, would that be meaningful to the people of India? Like if you went there?
I think they would. They're great students of cricket.
Are they? Mm-hmm.
Great students. You've just got to mention Chapel Hadley. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get lots of nods, sage-like nods. They can tell you who's held the Chapel Hadley the longest and
and
where it actually resides
and when it last swapped
what it actually
over.
looks like. You'll ask a lot of Australians, draw the Chapel Hadley trophy for us. They're baffled.
I know they are. They are.
But ask any Indian, they can draw it with incredible exactitude. Now, it was Jason Smith, HG, not Darren.
Yeah, sorry.
Trevor's reminded us of that.
Yeah.
Jason Smith, couldn't he hold the ball up? And hold the pass at the last moment. And then you just run at the hole and the ball was there waiting for you.
I know.
He delivered tries on a plate, didn't he?
Sadly, Darren couldn't do any of that.
No, Darren was hopeless.
Would Darren be like...
Which is the one playing?
Darren.
With Tuki's team.
Darren.
Darren, all right.
Yeah, look, I must say I hadn't thought of Darren in years because Jason turned out the other night in the All-Stars Legends of League, Legends of Origin, should I say.
Oh,
and was terrific. Very good. But this is Darren. He did exactly what you described.
Well, what's Jace doing these days?
Well, I don't know.
He'd be coaching somewhere.
He'd have to be coaching somewhere or still
how
playing.
To hold the ball.
Yeah, well, those skills very hard to pass on to the new generation.
They are.
You know,
You're born with them.
Born with them. Now, look, one thing that's disturbed me, and I suppose we have to open up a discussion of the Olympics with Ian Thorpe, is Australia is, and this, how about this? I never thought I'd hear an Australian or read this in an Australian newspaper. Australia is still targeting a top 5 position at the medals table at next year's London Olympics.
Hang on.
I know.
I'm going to stop you there. Top 5?
Yeah, targeting.
Targeting top 5?
Yeah.
I mean, what sort of busted-ass talk is that?
It's appalling, isn't it? I knew you'd be outraged.
I am outraged.
I knew you'd be outraged.
We should be targeting number 1.
Exactly, Roy. Number 1 in the world. We are the best country in the world. We deserve to be on top of the podium everywhere, especially at the Olympics. Those busted-ass countries can only dream about doing what we're able to do. It should read, Australia is targeting a top-of-the-podium finish at the London Olympics. Yeah. Australia, wait for it, is still targeting. What does that mean? It suggested that we might have to target the top 10? I mean, just gets worse and worse and worse.
This is madness.
Madness. That's exactly right. Madness.
This is white flag. Someone's putting up the white flag and calling it the Australian flag. Well, that's not the flag that I salute.
This is The Life. Laying rubber all the way to that nook where your key fits a friendly hole. With the King of Diamonds and the ace up the sleeve, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentleman Jim Daniels. Now, how's that one day going? Have you got any more wickets?
Big fight back from the plucky New Zealanders, the Black Caps. 98 runs HG with the small cost of 6 wickets.
Right. Now, I understand...
This is Nathan McCallum, HG. He's no slouch, 14 from 19.
Well, that's pretty good. He'd be top score, close.
Yeah, close to. Yeah.
I did notice in watching the betting that 2 things. A bloke has put $1.4 million on.
Yes.
At $1.03 for Australia to win.
Yeah.
And the maths apparently means that for the 1.4 risk, he makes $42,000.
Wow.
What could he do with that? He could buy a car.
Yes.
He could reinvest tomorrow, maybe in a big 6 in, I don't know, Rose Hill, and I forget where they're running tomorrow, Rose Hill and Caulfield. So
he must be quietly confident.
He would be quietly confident.
Yes.
However, punters...
Or he's got far too much money.
Well, I think the latter and the former.
Right. It's not that Mark Tukey lookalike that's trying to buy the Newcastle Knights.
Oh, no, I don't think so. But it could, you'd need that sort of hole in the ground, wallet connection.
Indeed.
To be able to afford to do it.
Sure.
Unless, you punted your way, you might have started early in the week, maybe had to go at Ballarat yesterday.
I might have started with $10.
$10, that's right, and just got a lucky streak.
Yeah, keep it going, Turks.
Now, punters have served another timely reminder to the Aussie skipper Ricky Ponting's men. Their aura of invincibility has been shattered. They're swarming on India to break Australia's stranglehold at the ICC Cricket World Cup. Now, this is according to the Murdoch press.
Right.
The co-hosts have been strongly backed to take out Group B. Now, is that our group?
I don't know if we're in
Group A, Group B, anyway, to take out Group B and to go all the way to their first World Cup victory since 1983.
Right.
Bisham Beatty might have been playing then.
Yeah, he would have been.
Now,
I suppose the little master would have been in that team. He's been around that long, hasn't he?
83, it's a hell of a stint. Yeah. 30 years at the top.
Sorry, 1983 or 1883?
1983. Now, in Group B betting, India are white-hot favourites at $2 after being crunched in from $2.60 at the start of the tournament, including a massive flutter of one punter of $5,000 at $2.60. $5,000? Get real. That bloke's put on $1.4 million.
Yeah, $5,000 is nothing.
It is nothing, absolutely nothing. And now, look, I wanted to come back to a topic which we left the audience with, the listeners to Triple M.
Not Lilo.
No, not Lilo. No. Although you can come back to her if you like. I'm quite happy to talk about Lilo and the problems and the crochet hook and all that sort of stuff and what you might do with it first up. I'm more than happy.
Yeah.
And is this justice gone berserk?
Yeah, right.
On a young innocent who, let's face it,
loves jewellery.
Thanks. Loves jewellery. Now, look, the topic we left, this was at the end of last week, was for rugby league people to do something. Because while people are gagging
to pull the head.
Pull the head. Now, I never thought it'd be this good. Michael Jennings from the Panthers has let every rugby league fan know exactly how he feels about Parramatta. Now, I should point out that Penrith, where Michael Jennings plays, the Penrith Panthers take on the Parramatta Eels tomorrow night in a trial.
Well, that's a great match, isn't it?
And
God,
absolutely,
they hate each other.
They do. And I'll give you an idea how bad it is. I don't hate Parramatta players, just the team they represent. Jennings, whose comments will light a fuse ahead of tomorrow night's final trial match against the Eels at Centrebet Stadium. I'll give you that fuse lighting comment again.
Yeah.
I don't hate Parramatta players, just the team they represent.
Wow.
I mean, I thought, when we left it last week, I pleaded with people not to feel as though they had to go out. This rugby league players, the rugby league community, feel as though they didn't have to go out and find a corridor that just had carpet in it and, take the trousers off and go to the toilet on it. You didn't have to do that.
No.
You didn't have to go and get, I was going to say shickered or lick it up and have to wee against a window to get publicity. We just wanted something that was sort of, interesting.
Natural.
That's right. But this, I never thought that people would do this. What Michael?
The only thing wrong with that, lit the fuse business, is that it was lit years ago. It's been burning out of control. This feud.
You mean between Penrith and the Eels?
Yeah.
Or Parramatta and Penrith?
Yeah. He's just hurled a bit more petrol on it.
You said if you come through Penrith Juniors, you're brought up to hate Para.
Yeah.
That's how I was brought up, and I'm sure it's still going on.
Yeah.
Fantastic promotion, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like that between the Hay Magpies and the Hay Penguins.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
How about the Harden Maribel Hawks and the young
Hawks
and the
cherry pickers?
The cherry pickers, the young cherry
hate each other's guts.
They do.
Yeah.
It's a rugby league thing. Jennings was not alone in his ill feelings towards Parramatta. Penrith prop Tim Grant admitted last night, "You're always bred to be passionate about your jersey. Parramatta are the closest team to us, so it's us versus them."
Yeah.
Then Tim Manor says it's easy for Jenko. That's Jerker Jenko.
That'd be Michael Jennings.
Yeah, Jennings.
Jenko.
Jerker Jenko, to say what he likes because he's not getting bashed in the middle. So I don't want to say anything because I'll get smashed. I'm actually Jenko's age. We played against each other a fair bit growing up. Yeah. A lot of us went to school together and played against each other. So there's... Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
There's always been bragging rights. According to Para skipper and Mumbai ambassador, skipper Nathan Hindmarsh, says the Panthers Eels clashes have become bigger, a bigger highlight on the calendar for most fans than the traditional Parramatta Bulldog. That couldn't be right. Traditional Parramatta Bulldog stoush. Could that be right?
Really?
Dogs v Eels now?
This has been superseded by Dogs v... Eels v Panthers.
Well, its point goes to prove your point that the fuse was lit in...
Oh, yeah, back in 67.
Can I say Lytton?
Yeah, Lytton. Why not?
Lytton years ago.
Now, which clash is this? Is this sort of like XXX1V?
Oh, it'd be easily that. Might be, MC1V.
MC1V in the feud.
The feud.
Is there a cup? Sort of like a Hindmarsh Jenko cup.
I think there would be, but it'd be more like Guru v Nudist Cup, for those who know their rugby league figures.
Yeah, right.
I'm not talking about Guru 2 either. I'm talking about Guru 1.
The original and the best. The Smiths Crisp for the Gurus.
Yeah, and the Nudist. Jeff Gerard.
Old Jeff Gerard, the blacksmith.
Yeah, Jeff Gerard, Eric Growth Cup.
Well, hang on, were they on the same team?
Well, they were for a while, but then the Nudist went out to the foot of the mountain to ply his trade.
Oh, that's right, yes. He went right off the reservation, didn't he? He joined the enemy.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Now, Ian.
Oh, yes, Ian.
Look, he revealed he'd only be in the Middle East for a few weeks. Now, when we spoke about this last, he'd set up training camp in Abu Dhabi. Yeah. We went and found the pool that he was training in.
And he had the Egyptian maestro.
The 50-metre Egyptian champ in the butterfly.
Yes.
Who hadn't heard of Ian, but was prepared to down tools and get him turned around and headed towards Olympic gold again.
That's right.
Now, obviously...
hang on, no. That's still happening, isn't it?
Well, sadly, he says in the Murdoch press got this again, he's going to be in the Middle East for a few weeks.
Right.
And he's then to relocate to a secret training base in Europe, believed to be with former AIS head coach Gennady Turetsky in Switzerland.
Oh, well, I thought Gennady was going to Abu Dhabi to spend a bit of time with him there.
That may happen, but you can guess as much as you want.
So he's going to Switzerland?
when he was pressed, he says you can get as much as you want. It's not a secret. There's certain things that I do, and it'll be public knowledge as soon as I start training there. It's no big deal.
Right.
But at the moment, the people I'm bringing in, I want them to be able to train with them. I want them to be able to train pretty much by myself and to be left alone during the training process. Until everything pans out as planned, I won't be letting you know. It's exciting. I'm happy with who I'm training with. I'm very fortunate that I get to work with the best people around the world, including Roy Slaven. Now I can do this. He can bring out the best. Well, the coaches can bring out the best in me. Roy, is there any chance that you would be available to go to Switzerland?
I told Ian I would be.
Mm-hmm.
I've said to him that I will, you just tell me the pool and what time, and I'll be there. I'll drop everything to be there. I think it's that important.
Mm-hmm. Have you...
But I'm getting mixed signals from him, and I'll tell you why, actually. I'll tell you why. On the one hand, he says, I want the best in the world, Gennady Turetsky, etc., to come and help. On the other hand, he's saying he wants to train alone.
I know, it's very confusing.
So it's confusing. So does he want us there or not? I mean, I've got my stopwatch ready.
Mm-hmm.
I can be there.
Have you got a few half-house bricks to throw at him to get him to get a wriggle on?
My word.
Because that's the only language he understands, Roy.
Yes.
That half brick at the feet.
Yes. When you cop one on the ankle, because you're a bit slow.
You think?
Yeah, you think, oh, bloody hell, sorry, Roy, I'll bloody be a bit quicker next time.
Now, look, the progress, he says, Todd Baum got this. He says his progress since coming out of retirement at the start of February following 6 months of training on the sly, he says, I'm really happy with how I've been preparing over the last 3 weeks. I can see the incremental improvement.
Good.
From what was...
but how can you tell if he's time? How can you time yourself?
I know, it's just impossible.
I've tried, and it's very hard.
Yeah.
You got to stop. Pull your head out of the water. Where's the clock? Oh, there it is. Now, what's the time? Because you got water in your eyes. Oh, yeah, it's not bad.
Or you can do it by reaching out as you set off, as you dive in, pressing the watch. You've obviously got to do 100 metres in the 50-metre pools this way.
Yeah.
Swim up the other end, swim down the other end, reach for it, plop, 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 plop,
Yes.
click it off.
Yes.
And
Although Ian might have a style whereby he smashes his watch into the...
Oh, what a good idea.
Into the tile as he arrives, and that freezes the watch
at the moment.
At that moment.
Yeah, very good.
You got to allow for a little bit of, might...
reverberation.
Well, yeah, the hands might move a little on impact. That can throw you out by upwards of 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Half a minute?
Yeah.
In 100 metres?
Yeah.
Oh, you lost the race.
I know.
Now, he says, I can see incremental improvement. That worries me, I think that incremental is dead.
Incremental's wrong for someone like Ian coming out of retirement. It should be monumental changes.
Yeah, that's right, improvement.
Yes.
From what I was doing previously, I think can we look forward towards the end of the year, really make some big improvements. Now, he's hoping to do some racing in Australia prior to Christmas. He's likely to avoid what they call dizzy racing. That's the short course pool stuff where he's always pushing off and he gets a false impression of how he's going. Now, as you point out, you're out at the airport and you saw Ian with the Premier, Christina Keneally.
I did.
And it did look as though, Christina...
They had a lot in common.
A lot in common.
Yeah.
There was chemistry.
Talk.
Talk. Now, look, Ian, another story in the Murdoch Press again. The Swiss Alps, Shapey's his likely base.
He's not going to swim down the Alps, is he?
No.
Mind you, swimming up could be good.
Good. He's got Turetsky there and Jacco Verhaeren, who coached, obviously, Peter van der Hoogenboom. Now, he's Eindhoven. Well, Turetsky, that's where Jacko trains out of.
Has Jacko van Haren committed himself to Ian at all?
I don't think so. I think this is wishful thinking.
So it's just Turetsky at this stage for a couple of weeks.
Turetsky, I think Lee Nugent is prepared to fly over and do a bit of text work with him, like swim 100 today 5 times, 200 12 times, and text me back in times. And
who's keeping the times?
Well,
who's keeping the times? The pool attendant.
I suppose so. The bloke
who may not speak English. And Ian's going to be there using dumb show, me swim, you tiki-tock, that sort of stuff.
And then if the bloke looks a bit baffled, he says, me swim, you tiki-tock. So I'm trying to get the message through. I think it's amateur hour. It's amateur hour. I mean, that's the trouble with swimming.
Even if the bloke doesn't understand tiki-tock and he tries count. You count me swimmy. You count?
Me swim.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holding a hand up.
Yeah.
How many?
6.
Belmore introduced the Cock Act to the Council and Cumberland Shire legislators in 1931 to prevent roosters being used as breeding stock in backyards. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, Green Day there and Wake Me Up When September Ends on The Life on Triple M.
It's a very
now.
sensitive, gentle song, that, isn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
You know, I couldn't help but think
It's
of
almost
it.
a ballad.
Well, yeah.
You'd
but
call it a ballad, wouldn't you?
You would. Part of that, what would you go, snock, that we used to go in for here at Triple M.
Ah, yes.
Sensitive rock.
Sensitive rock.
But now, mercifully, they've moved away from that again. Barry's toughened up. He's hardened up. Hardened right up. And that one just slipped through to the keeper. Now, it's the sort of song Ian would have heard on Virgin Australia flight to Abu Dhabi, because that's why he was out at the airport. It was a maiden flight from
really?
Sydney to Abu Dhabi, and I think Ian took it pretty well all the way up to Singapore.
Did he really?
Now, one thing here, just in this, it's a baffling. I don't really know if anybody knows what's going on. I just hope they do.
Yes.
Australian head coach Lee Nugent is going to join Thorpe in Abu Dhabi early next month and help establish his initial training program.
Right.
How's
How's he getting there, HG? Is he...
He'd be going Qantas, I would imagine.
I'd say so. Yeah, or maybe Emirates.
Emirates.
Well, I mean, there's no shortage of...
flights up to that part of the world.
Gulf Air.
Gulf Air, yeah, true. Etihad. Mm-hmm. Now, we
Even
haven't...
Jetstar might do it.
Well, they made a reach, yes. Yes, it'd be terrific to have Lee Nugent on the maiden Jetstar flight from Sydney to... Where are we going? Abu Dhabi. Now, we haven't finalised anything with anyone. This is Lee Nugent. We're talking to people and we're talking to people, and the two people you mentioned, Turetsky and, Van
Huyen.
No, Verhaeren, Jacko. But they're not the only ones. Oh, it's getting disturbing now.
You mean Henk Doot's been approached?
Henk Doot has been approached to handle the HR side of things. I don't even know what's in Abu Dhabi. That's Lee Nugent.
Well, I can tell you, Lee, not much.
They've got
one pool,
and an Egyptian...
A lot of buildings that no one lives in.
And an Egyptian coach who is prepared to work with Ian, even though he's never heard of him.
Yes.
Now...
And a pool attendant who doesn't speak a lot of English.
But is prepared to do the timing.
He's prepared to do the timing.
Well, at least if he's spoken to...
The ticky-tocky work.
I don't even know what's in Abu Dhabi. My suspicions are it would be pretty difficult to train there, full on for an extended period of time.
Well, it gets very hot.
It was to train with Turetsky and Tenero. Now, hang on, Tenero's a new name.
Tenero's a new... Not Dick Tenero.
Yeah, Dick Tenero, the well-known backstroke coach. I don't think he could live at Varese and commute. Oh, no.
Live where?
Varese, it's a part of, I think, a town in Switzerland, a suburb.
Well, he's going to commute to Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, from Switzerland.
Has Virgin got a line going from...
Must have, from, what would it be, straight out of, what's the capital of
Virago,
Zurich?
what?
No, what's the capital of Switzerland?
Well, let's say Zurich.
Yeah, geez, isn't this some baffling, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't think of the capital of Switzerland.
Yeah. Geneva.
Geneva, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Geez, thank goodness. Well, I was going to say Lucerne.
Has he got to drive? Has he got to drive to Geneva?
Yeah, get in the plane
and get on
down.
some... Who goes from... Swiss Air, I suppose.
Swiss Air would fly down. He'd be on the Virgin or the maiden flight of that, too. Going from Geneva to Abu Dhabi. Today in the cockpit, Mr. Ian Thorpe, ticky-tock. Now, Thorpe has had no shortage of offers since he's come back.
Well, not if Tenero's involved.
No, Jeff Hugel invited him to join the super squad under Grant Stolwinder in Sydney, while the AIS extended the use of their state-of-the-art equipment in Canberra. Thorpe will instead pursue a European preparation. I love a European preparation.
Yeah, it's totally different, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Well,
you have one swim about every 6 months.
Yep.
This is the European style of preparation for a racehorse.
Well, what is different in Europe?
Yeah, it's much thinner.
It is thinner.
It wears you out.
It goes a different way around when you pull the plug out.
It does. Now, European, and he's keen to train under coaches who, between them, have won the 100 metres freestyle at the four of the past 5 Olympic Games.
Right.
Nugent said Thorpe had progressed well in recent weeks. He doesn't use the word monumental, which I think is what we need. I think he'll be glad to get out of the country. Oh, what? I think he'll be glad to get out of the country. He'll be happy to get over there and just think about his swimming and not the other things.
Too many
he has in his life,
distractions here.
whatever they might be.
Yeah.
Isn't that cryptic?
Yeah.
Not to think about the other things in his life, whatever they might be. Soy milk, organic water, pearls, what's on television, Audi cars. They're the other things.
They're the other things, I suppose. Well, what's he going to talk about in Switzerland?
Chocolate, cheese.
Chocolate and cheese.
And
Well,
swimming.
it's not a good recipe
No,
for swimming.
no. You'll get lonely.
You know, it's all right for your, your gymnastics and those sorts of
Well, shot putting.
weightlifting, shot putting, wrestling sort of stuff. But
Swimming.
pool work, cheese and bloody chocolate, they're your enemy.
You know, what
But that's all you can eat in Switzerland. Haven't got anything else.
There's no-
Oh, sure, they've got rosti, a lot of bacon and bacon fat with potato.
Yeah.
But again, that's not a swimming compliant bloody dish.
No cafe kuchen.
Oh, no, that's Germany.
I know. That's what I meant.
But they love their cake in Switzerland.
Now, look, can I just say, what worries me is that's all very well. That's the background story.
The other thing is, actually, list your top 5 Swiss swimmers.
You can't.
You can't.
No, you
I
can't.
tell you why, because there aren't any.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize, and every so often we give away what I call a fistful of rubbish DVDs, just to keep you on your toes, and that's what we've got again. We've got Empress.
I haven't seen Empress. They say it's a very fine film.
Very fine film, straight to DVD.
Is it in English, HG, or?
Yes.
Good.
I'm pretty sure you can get that on the language choices. It's got the great Kelly Shen in it, Empress and the Warriors. It's fantastic. Not to be overlooked, though, Miriam and Max, with all those great
Is that a
voices.
light comedy, HG?
It is
or
a
it
light comedy
darker
done
film?
with what I call Play-Doh-mation. Tony Collette, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Barry Humphries and Eric Banner providing the voices. Then we go into the dark with something from the director of Hostel called Cabin Fever.
Oh, yes.
High-level violence, medium-level and coarse language and adult themes.
Yes, that's just a lot of sex and violence and swearing, isn't it? In a confined space.
In a what would I call it? A log cabin. That burns down.
Yes.
Such is the heat.
And you can't get out.
Descent, we haven't got... Now, people who follow these things know this Descent Part 1. We haven't got it, I'm sorry. We've only got Descent Part 2 today.
But are they standalone films, HG? Descent Part 1 I never saw, but I heard Descent Part 2 is a really good film.
Well, it's darker, bloodier, even more claustrophobic.
Yeah, good. Descent.
And Cabin Fever.
Yeah. Well, it's about it opens up in the top of a hill, isn't it? And
does.
Then they gradually go down
Slide
the hill.
down.
Yeah.
Well, they what happens is it's sort of like a game of strip poker on the way down. All of a sudden they're nude and rolling.
And swearing. Good.
And we've got the Expendables.
Ah, yes.
Big boys film with big guns, big explosions, and even a few big laughs. Well, believe that if you will. And to top that off, we've got the barbecue branding iron, which we've given away with a lot of success in recent years. Yes. This enables you to brand your meat on the barbecue.
Yeah. Or brand a mate if he's had a few.
And the question for women
it's
only...
always funny to wake up with a branding mark on your bum.
Well, especially if it says Fred and your name's John or something like that.
Exactly.
Fred's meat.
Yeah.
Now...
the question is, HG, and this is for women only, the question is, where is it best to hit a swimmer with a half house brick when training?
Who are we talking to, Roy?
You're joined by Rhonda. Rhonda from Campbelltown. How are you there, Rhonda?
Hi, how you going?
Very well indeed. Now, Rhonda, I believe you know swimming very well and you're a coach.
I'm a swimming teacher.
Now, would you be interested in coaching Ian?
Yes, I would be very interested in coaching him with his big feet.
Yes. Now, where would you start with someone like Ian? Would you be prepared to go to Abu Dhabi and...
Yeah, I'd be prepared to go to there.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
And where would you start with him? Would you start with just sprint work or maybe
Yeah, I do
distance
a bit
work?
of sprint work with him, but also do a bit of technique swimming as well.
Have you noticed any change in his technique since he's come back?
I actually haven't seen him since he's come back myself, and me and my husband were just talking about that, and he says, "How do you reckon he'll go?" I said, you don't lose what he had.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good technique, so you don't lose what he had.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's true, in as much as he can still swim. But the question is, can he swim quickly?
Well, that's it. And does he want it enough?
You've hit the nail on the head, Rhonda. Now, let's come to that bit. Does he want it enough?
Yeah, exactly.
Can a coach help a swimmer who doesn't want it enough to want it more?
Not really, no.
No, I was going to say.
No.
Yeah.
No. He has to want it himself.
You've got to have that burning ambition.
For sure.
Yeah, you must have seen many great champions pass through your pool.
Oh, I'm not that old.
No, but kids who just haven't got the burn.
Yeah,
They've got the technique, they're as quick as buggery, but they just haven't got that burn.
Yeah, even when they're little,
Yeah.
you can see if they've got that ambition, Yeah, you can.
And do you earmark them, the ones you see that have got the ambition and are quick, and do you pass that on, say, to Swimming Australia or to...
No, from us, from the Learn to Swim situation, they go to squad. So they move up the ladder, so to speak.
And do you ever keep an eye on them when they've reached squad?
Yep, I sure do.
Okay.
I sure do.
With Ian and his, lack of ambition or his ambition, is it possible to sit him down and say, Ian, you have to have a good hard look at yourself? Sure, you're swimming well, but you're about a minute slower than where we thought you'd be at this time. And you've got to remember, of course, there's lots of swimmers out there who can actually do this a lot quicker than you can. Now, what are you going to do about it? Is that how you'd come at it?
Yes, you would.
Or would you say visualisation?
And fire him up.
Fire him up.
Yeah,
Good.
Fire him
So
up.
you sit him down and say, Ian, you're fat, you're overweight,
That's it.
you're a joke.
You're letting Australia down, Ian.
right.
Think about it.
Forget Australia, Ian, you're letting yourself down and your family.
Your family, Ian.
That's it.
And your soy milk, and your pearls, and your organic water. And the people of China are counting on you too, Ian. It's not just Australia.
Exactly.
And are you able to speak, with that sort of, manner to them, like shout at them?
Oh, yeah, of course you can, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Put your eyes in the water and you swim.
Yeah, very good.
That's good, I like that. Eyes in the water.
Now, how many sessions do you do a week, Rhonda?
I work about 5 shifts a week.
5 shifts a week. And how many children youngsters would you try and, help during those sessions?
Well, we have 4 per class.
4 per class,
So, the end of last year, I was teaching about 140 children.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's wonderful.
Do you find the problem is fear of the water, Rhonda? Is that what they've got?
Yes.
Yeah,
But
so they're not going to put their head under the water and that sort of thing.
That's it. Some of them are very scared when they come to me, but we get over that.
Do you just take them up the deep end and throw them in?
No. No, it's not like that.
No,
you have to earn their trust.
Yeah, good.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And is that where Ian could be going wrong? He doesn't trust the water anymore?
Maybe that's where he's going wrong. Could be. He doesn't trust the water anymore, or maybe he doesn't trust himself anymore.
Maybe he doesn't trust himself. I'm liking that, Rhonda, as a theory. Do you think maybe in Abu Dhabi he's going to be swimming in sand dunes? Do you think that can help?
No, I don't think that would help. No.
Fair enough.
No, I
It'll
don't.
build him up a bit, though, especially if he got reasonably quick on the 50-metre dune.
Yeah, might build him up a bit, but I don't think it would help.
No. Now, Rhonda, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Okay.
Now, Rhonda, where is it best to hit a swimmer with a half house brick when he or she is training?
Ankle.
That's great. Rhonda, do you feel sometimes that you have to resort to a technique like that?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
But I've got a kickboard.
Oh, fair enough. So you get the barbecue branding iron and you get the fistful of DVDs that'll keep you going, for some months in between swimming. Rhonda, good luck with the swimming, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. This is The Life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush, and home is just around the corner.
Gotta get back girl on the love train.
It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim, we're into the final hour for another week.
Yep.
And look, I just noticed the first track that Barry's organised for us coming up is In Bloom by Nirvana.
Oh, good.
And I'm just wondering...
Oh, this is with...
with Homebush in mind at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But
is this with Mike Nesmith out the front?
Exactly. You've read my mind. Could that be the solution? Mike Nesmith out the front of Chris Novoselic and obviously Dave Grohl.
Growley, yeah.
It's got a ring to it.
Well, get Grohl back on the drums.
Back on the drums where he belongs.
Yeah.
Tub thumping.
Yeah. Mike Nesmith can handle the guitar.
He certainly can, and
It'll be
smells
slightly
like Teen
different
Spirit.
it'll
a
be
bit of a jaunty
yeah.
take on it.
Yeah.
But that'd be something for the fans, wouldn't it?
Well,
and
yeah.
don't tell me that Mike couldn't do, and this is a dream, the
Couple of Monkeys covers.
Well, hang on.
Nirvana style.
Wait a minute. First out, In Excess with Mike Nesmith. then headlining Nirvana with Mike Nesmith.
Mike Nesmith.
And a couple of... He's throwing Daydream Believer and...
Yes, he could do that.
You know, I don't know.
Hey with the Monkees.
Yeah, Last Train to Clarksville.
Last Train to Clarksville.
I know. Imagine that with your Nirvana bottom end or your...
With Grolly driving that from behind.
Well, I tell you what, the people are in for a real treat come December. Look, the V8 Supercar drivers...
We should point out, HG, that it's not official yet.
No.
That Mike Nesmith is refusing to join the Monkees, the reformed Monkees of Torque Jones and Dollins, it might be.
Yeah, but the reason is he's got bigger fish to fry.
We think he's joining Nirvana.
Tell you, if anybody could do it, Tony Cochrane could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, V8 Supercar drivers and officials warned the state opposition, that's Barry O'Farrell.
Barry O'Farrell, yes.
It faces a voter backlash if it does not... Yeah, if it does not commit the Sydney 500 race to Sydney Olympic Park and past 2013.
Right.
So
do we know where Barry stands on the
No, we've got
V8
no
Supercars?
idea. Look, I might be able to run that down.
What about Glarus Berejiklian? She's transport. That'd be her portfolio,
I suppose it
wouldn't
would. Transport, yeah, or sporting. I don't know who they're...
I don't know who sport is.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Now, look, roaring success of the event over a couple of years has prompted drivers, including James Courtney, to call on Barry O'Farrell to rule out moving the event from Homebush to Eastern Creek, where the current deal between the state government and V8 Supercars expires.
Well, you wouldn't want to have the V8 Supercars at some purpose-built racing
That'd be the last place you'd want them.
Stupid.
I mean, that would just...
Stupid. Eastern Creek. V8 Supercars at Eastern Creek. Get out of here.
I know. I mean, the way where they thrive is on street circuits like the Gold Coast.
I'd have them in the CBD. Why not do it in the CBD? Get Clovermore involved.
Yeah, she'd love it. We'd have to cut down a few trees, obviously.
Yes. Widen a few streets.
And hold up traffic on Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but I think the City of Sydney would wear that.
They would.
It wouldn't affect everybody. And I know that certain radio announcers love to get involved, you know, who have more profile than us.
Yes.
Now...
what are they going to call it? It's going to be called on radio. The V8 Supercars.
Called on radio?
Called on
Is that
radio.
fact? Is that happening?
Live.
And will, you know, the Nirvana...
Yes, Mike Nesmith.
The Mike Nesmith Nirvana.
Yep. Is it going to be Mike Nesmith and Nirvana or just Nirvana with Mike Nesmith?
The latter.
Yeah, okay.
Now... obviously, the chairman of Tony Cochrane of the V8 Supercars has hosed down. I love somebody who's hosing down.
I love things being hosed down. That's for bloody sure.
Event would not be moved, but O'Farrell admitted he had a personal preference to move the event to ECR, Eastern Creek Raceway. In an apparent vote-saving move, the opposition leader found himself in reverse gear, trying to backtrack from the outspoken comments of Liberal candidate of Woburn, Ned Atty, after a backlash from V8 supporters yesterday morning. Now, how about this?
What's Ned Atty doing?
Well, he's the local member.
What, for Eastern Creek or for where?
I assume at the Homebush, Auburn, the Homebush area.
Yeah, right.
And he's...
But the people of Auburn, the people of Homebush love having the V8 Supercar.
And I'll give you an idea
Surely
of how much...
Atty will be across that.
723 fans went to Homebush, but only 28,511 went to Eastern Creek in the last year out there, 2008. 25,000 corporate clients went to the 2010 Sydney 500, compared with fewer than 300 at Eastern Creek. 15,000 interstate visitors came to the Sydney Olympic Park, compared with a few hundred at Eastern Creek. The 2010 race... Sydney 500 race had pumped an estimated $32 million in the New South Wales economy. Something wrong with that number, Roy? 32 million?
It's 100 million.
Thanks.
We know that. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. I mean, we talk about, you know, getting New South Wales back in the black and getting our, you know, triple A
credit rating and infrastructure on the move.
Infrastructure and all of that.
Roads, tunnels.
I would have a V8 Supercars every weekend.
I know you would.
100 million every weekend.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? That's better than your pokey take, your poker machine take.
Yeah.
Now, this James Courtney said, when we used to drive at Eastern Creek, there was nothing. No spectators, no spectacle. But Homebush event is really, you know, is exactly what the event is supposed to be. It's one of our great events. It's only been 2 years, and look how many people have already attended. For me, it's just up the road. And it's like that for the fans too, and they love acts like Nirvana with Mike Nesmith, and also In Excess with Mike Nesmith as well.
Is there talk of the Bee Gees reforming with Mike Nesmith?
Hang on, he's had a triple bill now.
Barry, Robin and Mike.
Hi. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
I tell you what, he'd get those high parts in
He
Massachusetts and some of those staying alive numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, this is... And then...
He's just got to change his name to Gibb, Mike Gibb.
Oh, my. I love the Bee Gees with Mike Nesmith.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the fifth Bee Gees.
It'd be silly otherwise.
It would. Would be trying to sell the audience a pub.
That's right.
Now, the Sydney 500's carnival atmosphere, this is James Courtney again, with world rock acts like Nirvana and Mike Nesmith, and sideshow and side alley attractions was a big reason for the event's success. Now, that's all great. That's what we think.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all reported by Tyson Otto in the Daily Telegraph, and then the sting in the tail of the article.
Mm-hmm.
However, in an exclusive DT online poll yesterday, readers voted in favour of the opposition plan to move the event back to Eastern Creek. Incredibly, 56% of more than 5,300 readers polled want Homebush event scrapped when the existing deal between the state government and the V8 supercars ends.
No, I don't believe a word of that.
Thanks.
Is there any talk of the Beatles reforming?
With Mike Nesmith.
Paul, we've still got Paul, and it'd be Paul and Mike and Ringo and Mike.
The word cock was first used as a term of endearment in 1812 by Governor Lachlan Macquarie when greeting French Captain Pierre Ladouche. "Hello, me old cock," he was heard to have said. This was repeated in the diary of soldier Watkin Tench. This is the life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
We've got a note here saying that the Lane Cove Tunnel is a car park, meaning obviously there's a big traffic jam in that area. If we can avoid it, that'd be great. Yep. That's the Lane Cove Tunnel. Obviously there's a breakdown or something's happened and we don't have the details, but it does appear that if you can avoid the Lane Cove Tunnel, you'll be doing yourselves a favour. Speaking of cars, an update on the story we broke earlier concerning Mike Nesmith and Nirvana, the V8 supercars and Homebush.
And the Beatles.
Are the Beatles in?
I think so. I think, as far as we know. I mean, if Mike's prepared to step in with the Bee Gees, which he is...
Now, hang on. The bill goes, well, we're going to have trouble with billing, but let's say we can sort that out later on.
Yeah.
I've got Nirvana with Mike Nesmith on top of the bill. Then beneath that, we've got the Beatles with Mike and Mike Nesmith.
Yes.
Then we've got the Bee Gees with Mike Nesmith.
Yes.
And In Excess open the night with Mike Nesmith.
Yes. And hopefully the reformed Monkeys without Mike Nesmith.
That'll be a breath of fresh air on that bill, let me tell you. Now,
with just Talk, Jones and Dollins.
That's right. And I'm a believer. Now,
they
might play that 3 or 4 times because that's the song they remember best.
Daydream Believer, they could open with.
Daydream Believer.
Yes.
I'm Not Your Stepping Stone. That was another one of theirs.
Not just
that was a good rocker.
Yeah, it was.
Fantastic.
It was hard for them, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, well.
I'm not just tremendous poke. That was sort of grunge.
Well, I just
precursed grunge.
Well,
not just step
4 generations, 40 years. No, what I'd love to see is that when, Mike comes out with the Bee Gees, he says, you just heard the Monkeys and they were great, but there's one song they didn't do, which we'll be saving for Nirvana. And, obviously I'm Not Just Stepping Stone being the one that Chris and, Mike and Dave do. Now, according to a late update, the V8...
Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mick, Mike.
Yeah, bend me, shape me.
Yeah.
Well, that would be good. Well,
it should be busy.
It should be Mike, D, Dave,
Dozy, Beaky.
Mike, beginning and end. Anyway, just getting to the point here, the V8 supercars are going to stay at Sydney's Olympic Park, according to the sport's governing body, although they may not have final say.
No.
The V8 SR, or whatever it's called, organisation. The telly yesterday revealed New South Wales Liberal candidate Ned Addy said the state opposition would look to move the race back to Eastern Creek if the Liberals won the coming state election. But the V8 supercar chairman, Tony Cochrane, believes a 2-year-old event will remain at Olympic Park venue regardless of who wins power. We're completely confident. What worries me is people are already making plans and half of them are going to turn up at Eastern Creek and look at nothing. And maybe 20 or 30 are going to wander along, out of the blue.
Homebush, just on the off chance.
Something's on.
Something's on.
I mean, they've got to get their message right.
We've got to get some sort of certainty here.
Certainty,
People want certainty with their V8 supercars.
They do. They don't want to be going places where they're not on.
Well, maybe it could be civil disobedience. Even if they get shifted to Eastern Creek.
We drag them back.
Have it at Homebush anyway.
The Woolloomooloo Players, an amateur group, mounted the first production of John Madison's 19th century farce, Box and Cox, in Australia in 1964. Colin Crawford played Box and Les Bunnett played Cox. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Look, we've just been nattering away off and on during the afternoon about the World Cup in India, and I think now Australia have a monumental task in front of them. I think
Kiwis, the Black Caps
are almost up to 200.
Yeah, 188 when last I heard.
And did they have some people still there?
Yeah, Vittori's there. Oh. Vittori's always worth a few, and I think might have been Nathan McCallum was 50-odd.
Go figure. Now, Russell suggests they start at Eastern Creek and finish at Homebush, the V8 supercars. The only problem there is, where
I like it in principle.
Where do you put the Bee Gees?
Where do you put the Bee Gees? And do we know what O'Farrell feels about this?
No, we've got no idea what the new PM feels. Sorry, the new Premier would feel about it.
Premier-elect.
Premier almost elect.
I wonder if Mike Nesmith would be interested in becoming Premier of New South Wales.
Could easily be. I'm sure he could do it. Now, look, just go back on the World Cup. International cricket chief Haroon Norgat.
I didn't know he was the chief.
Yeah, Haroon's top.
Haroon Norgat.
Yeah, numero uno. Has stuck to his pledge to cut the World Cup to just 10 teams.
Oh, yeah.
Reigniting a row with smaller nations who fear for their future if excluded. Now, can I point out that there's a match later on today where Bangladesh play Ireland?
Yes.
Can I also point out that England were almost beaten by the Dutch?
Yeah. Well, they were beaten by the Dutch a few years back. And I think Ireland gave them a touch-up a few years ago.
Well, certainly this time around, I'm sure that I think it's the Dutch who got very close to England. And then there was another match in which one of the minnows almost took apart a fancied team.
Yeah.
Was it Pakistan? Or?
Yeah, it could have been.
Anyway, he says Lorgat's comments came just a day before the 10th edition of the World Cup kicked off in Dakar with Bangladesh v India. 14 teams are involved in the showpiece, tipped to be the most open in years, including Netherlands, Ireland, Kenya, Canada. It was Canada who almost beat somebody.
Yeah, they did. Day. Almost beat England.
Yeah, sorry, I've got that wrong. And so somebody else got
the Dutch nearly beat England as well.
Oh, Lord, yeah. Well,
England's struggling a bit,
Well, I think it's after
the
Ashes.
We beat them, remember?
We beat them. Yeah, I know.
That's how bad they are.
6-1, I think. 6-1.
How did you feel being part of the English
super
team, eh?
Very, very ordinary. But the ICC wants to cut the numbers because it's become too unwieldy. That can't be right.
What do you mean unwieldy?
It's a very elegant competition.
Yeah.
I mean,
you've got pools. You've got Pool A, Pool B. Is there a Pool C, D,
and E?
No,
just Pool A,
just Pool A and Pool. Well, that's elegant. What do you want? Just one pool? Is that the Norgat position?
I suppose it is.
Pool A? Mm-hmm. That's it?
Chief Executive Lorgat said the World 2020 would be increased to 16 teams from 12, while the 50 over would be trimmed to 10. I mean, it makes no sense. How about encouragement? Afghanistan, they had a team that made the 2020 last year.
That's right. What about the New Guineans? They'd love to put a team in. What about Western Samoa?
Well,
I tell you what I'd love to see, this World Cup of Test cricket.
Yeah, include Papua New Guinea and Western Samoa?
Got it.
How about this?
Any nation that can get together...
11 blokes.
12.
Yes, sorry, 12, yeah.
Someone's got to carry the drinks.
Mm-hmm.
12 people who are prepared to put their hands up and say, we're a team.
I can go further than that. How about a competition, a 2020, one day, I don't care what it is, Pacific Rim countries. You know why? I think we might win it. If we only had to play Papua New Guinea, Western Samoa...
Oh, well, the United States would be involved. They're on the rim.
Well, I wouldn't tell them about it, so they wouldn't put a team in.
South American cricket's going through the roof.
Yeah, but I think...
those Bolivian teams these days.
Yeah, well, strictly speaking, Bolivia...
I think we'd win. I know it's on the other side. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Would we let Bolivia play?
Yeah.
Okay, because they're easy beats. They're Coco and easy beats. They'll be so blissed out.
But if it was a test cricket, I don't get the world involved in test cricket. Test cricket. And I wouldn't mind some countries putting in 4 or 5 teams.
Right. Especially if we could beat them. I mean, it'd be terrible if we...
Well, some of them are not going to go 5 days, obviously.
No.
The Bolivia-Australia game, you'd imagine might be wrapped up by, say, drinks on day one.
Would that be played for the Healy, Roundon Cup? Now, the boss says, we felt in the past few years that 2020 is the best format to develop the game worldwide and provides better environment for competition.
Right.
Kenya and Canada have expressed their concerns to Lorgat's comments. I bet they have. So they, reachable.
Yeah. Well, I think the less Norgat says, the better.
Now, look, hot lap handout approaches, and I don't want to lose this story because the forgotten star of Australian athletics, immediately I'm all ears. The forgotten star of Australian athletics, and I think it's going to be John Stefferson.
Yeah.
It's not. It's Jana Rawlinson.
Oh, bloody hell, I'd forgotten all about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Forgotten star. Jana Rawlinson has quietly slipped back into the country to begin London Olympics campaign.
How does she do that without us knowing?
Well, don't you? This is an Ian Thorpe story in reverse.
It is.
Big noise at the airport. Off he goes on the plane that takes him. Who should
be there?
Jana Rawlinson.
Yeah. Did she say hello to Ian as she was getting the premiere? Because they were together out there at the airport.
She swerved. That wouldn't that be great, seeing the big three together? Christine, Jana Rawlinson and Ian Thorpe.
Yeah.
Now, look, a super fit, according to Scott Gullen, a super fit-looking Rawlinson, you should say gold medal ready. Jana Rawlinson trained for 2 hours at Olympic Park yesterday. The two-time world champion hurdler is set to resume a career in coming weeks.
Right. Training out at Olympic Park? What, in a car? She in the V8 supercar?
No, I think he means Olympic Park.
Oh,
got a different Olympic Park. I think
yeah.
maybe he means Homebush. Could that be right? They'd opened it up to let Jana have a run?
in? Of course they would.
Now,
Of course they would.
Athletics Australia head coach Eric Hollingsworth has been working with UK-based Rawlinson to get her back into the frame for London. I didn't realise she was out of the frame. I thought there was something in the hip pocket.
I thought she might be carrying the flag, just quietly, between you and me.
Jana Rawlinson carrying the flag in London. Surely Thorpe's going to have to do that.
Well, we
now.
might have two flags.
Fair enough. I've always had faith in her. This is Eric talking. I've been working with her for the last 2 years in terms of keeping her in the mix.
Oh, working with her in terms of keeping her in the mix.
You know, names
Good,
come up.
Yeah.
Well, what about
Rawlinson?
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
It's exactly the same as the first hour, or the first hot lap handout today, Jim. Thanks. It's a bunch of CDs. It's obviously the
DVDs.
DVDs, sorry, what am I saying?
pictures.
Yeah, pictures, fuel. That's the difference. I almost made a fatal mistake there. Thinking it was
Unless they are CDs with pictures.
Well, that'd be a new invention. But what worries me was I was thinking Empress and the Warriors. What a great name for a band. And I'd turn over and look at the track listing.
Yeah.
And there's not one.
No.
And it'd find quotes like fast-moving crowd pleaser. Must be the name of the first track. Then I come to the second one, Mary and Max.
Yeah.
Sometimes complete strangers make the best friends.
Is that the first track?
That's the first track. Then we move on to Cabin Fever.
Yeah. They're a great band.
Bloody, and I do mean bloody, fantastic. I loved it. Now you're talking. That's Peter Jackson talking there.
Yep.
Then we go to Descent Part 2, even worse than the first.
Descent Part 2, great band.
Hey?
Great band.
Oh, great band. And then finally, The Expendables.
Yep.
Oh, so many tracks, just special features. And that's their title, first track. And we've got the barbecue branding iron. So it's a great prize, hours of fun. And you can have fun with your mates. And, Roy, the question is for all comers.
The question is as follows, HG. Which band will Mike Nesmith not be performing with at the V8 Supercar Extravaganza? Which band will Mike Nesmith not be performing with?
And who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, yes, we're joined by Mark, who's joining us from Penrith. How are you there, Mark?
Good, thanks, boys. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, Mark, you're getting along to this grudge match between the Panthers and the Eels.
Yes, tomorrow night it should be pretty good.
Yeah.
And have you been to see this fixture before?
I normally do. It's normally on every year, and I live in Penrith, but I do follow the Eels, so...
Right. And whereabouts is it? Is it at it's at Centrebet tomorrow night, the new stadium or the new name stadium?
New name stadium, yeah.
Now, can you recall some of the highlights of this match in previous times? I mean, is it produced, as suggested here by Michael Jennings, a match of great quality, or is it a trial?
Yes, no, it's normally a fairly close game. A little bit of spite there between the clubs, and hopefully Mr. Hayne Train will
do something.
lift the boys.
It's a very good venue to go to, the Centrebet Stadium. I went out there to watch a couple of matches in the World Rugby League Cup a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Very, very good. You're close to the action, and it's a very pleasant If it's a nice night, it's a very pleasant place to be.
Well,
the only thing that's changed this year is the old hill has been pulled down. They've got seats there now, so all the boys used to get up there on the hill, so I'll have to sit down this year and behave.
Right. Oh, good. Good. Now, will you get a bucket of chips or something if you're taking your 10-year-old along? What does he or she expect at the footy?
Normally bucket of chips. Knowing him, his mother will say, make sure I feed him well. He'll get fairy floss and cake. I'd say that's what he'll want.
That's very good. And would the mum think that was a good meal?
Well, she won't know that, will she?
No, fair enough. No. And are you able to, or is your son interested in merchandise, as in maybe a footy jumper as well?
He'd love that.
Yes. Yeah. And is he a Parramatta supporter or is he a Penrith supporter?
Well, believe it or not, he's a Titans supporter.
What?
Titans?
Yeah, he loves little Preston Campbell that used to be a Penrith boy.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
So he's followed Preston up to the
Yeah, he's followed
Gold
Preston
Coast.
Around. He loves Preston.
That's very good.
Isn't that good?
That's very good.
Yeah.
And is he playing at all, Mark? Can you play?
Preston, I think Preston's, he was there. He played last week in the trial for the Gold Coast. I think he's back from injury.
He's back, right.
And so another fixture you'd be going to would be should they play at Centrebet Stadium, Titans v Panthers or Eels at Parramatta Stadium. Would you try and get along to those because of your son's interest in Preston?
I actually promised him this year that I'd probably try to save up the pennies and probably take him to the Gold Coast home game. He wants to go up there just to fly it up and fly it back.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a fantastic.
What a great trip
thing for
him. Just up there for the day and then fly back in. He'd love that.
How exciting would that be?
That'd be. And well, can't believe I'm speechless.
It doesn't get better than that.
It doesn't. No, that's right. And especially if the Titans won. I know it'd be a bit disappointing for you, Mark, but
but you're not worried who the Titans are going to be playing. You just want to take him up for a Titans game. Could be playing anyone.
That's exactly right.
Oh, fair enough, Mark. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, you know Mike Nesbitt?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's not playing for Parramatta, but anyway, with the V8 from Eastern Creek to Homebush, why couldn't one of the James Courtney take a trailer and they play on the back of the trailer on the way round?
What a brilliant idea.
I love that.
Your sound PA style problems might be a bit of a problem, but I think they can...
No, but if they have a good bloody box on the back trailer.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you just hear him coming...
Yes. Say 4 suburbs away.
Yeah,
all
4
people
suburbs
lined up
away.
Parramatta
And you
Road.
get what I think was called the Bernoulli effect. Bernoulli effect, so it's a little bit... It's a little bit higher, a bit distorted until it gets up close.
And want to broadcast it on a digi station.
Oh, awesome.
So everybody can listen. Okay, that's a beautiful introduction. Mark Letroy said at the question, have a swing at it.
Now, Mark, speaking of Mike Nesmith, which band will he not be performing with at the V8 Supercar Extravaganza?
Well, it'll have to be the Monkeys because he's going to be too bloody tired after all the other bands.
That's absolutely right, Mark. You get the branding iron and the fistful of, well, less than great DVDs to while away the next few hours between rugby league matches. Mark, enjoy the season and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M. And sadly, Roy, that takes us away for the show today.
I know, time has gone so swiftly, HG.
It's been incredible. And, you know, the boat has been undermanned today.
I know.
Obviously, the lad who works down in the engine room, it's Matty. He's hardly ever here now. He's got other duties. And, even the phone help that we often get has been, Skip had to step into there.
Skip had to step in and he didn't know how the phones worked.
And, it's hard to imagine. All he had to do is pick up the handset.
And say hello.
And hello. It was beyond him.
Too hard.
And, he's trying to get out from under in that boat.
I know.
It's just amazing.
I knew the boat was a big mistake.
We advised him.
A lot of chickens are coming home to roost on that boat.
You know what worries me is if he had to get another job, he'd be virtually unemployable unless we kept him, obviously gainfully employed here.
That's right.
Now in Garfield, of course, magnificent as ever.
Yeah, rose to the occasion.
Yeah, you know how there's a gap and Garfield's always there to fill it.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So, it's just a tremendous effort. And it
is tremendous because Skip, he's just making gaps and Garfie's just coming in, filling them in.
Now, it was a great week, though, wasn't it? Tremendous stories. Yeah. Thorpe leaving for Abu Dhabi. It's all underway. The
Jana Rawlinson back.
Yes.
Back in the mix.
Yes.
In the medal mix.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who can we put in for the 400 metres? Well, let's not put...
What about Rawlinson?
It's a name that fills the opposition with fear for all instant. Anyway, there'll be another wonderful week of sport ahead of us, and we'll be back next Friday to comment on it all here on Triple M. Thanks for being with us. We'll leave you in the safe hands of Question Mark and the Mysterians. Bye now.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M. This is The Life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, Jim. Isn't that a fantastic promotion, Foo Fighters tickets while the sun is in the sky?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to run this in
It's been very
December.
overcast and bleak today, though.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, you know,
I'd say, has the sun come out at all today? Well, it did. There was a window of about 10 minutes at about 11:30.
Now, did you spot that too?
Yeah.
Right, but I was listening and I didn't hear any
and I thought,
Foo
I'll find out about Foo Fighters now because the sun's out.
Now, look, what's weird is I think right now is about when sun sets today.
Yeah, pretty close too.
So probably wouldn't be able to get any more today.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, fair enough. Now, I know in the news the story broke concerning the AFL betting scandal, and this gives you an idea of how
entrenched
betting is. Concerns, if you didn't pick it up on the news, Nick Maxwell was fined at $10,000, and Heath Shaw is understood to be suspended for 8 weeks. Right. 8-game ban is a massive blow to the Pies premiership defence. Oh, I'm not sure about that. But now, Shaw was suspended for a total of 14 games, with 6 suspended, and was also fined $20,000. So Maxwell was fined a total of $50,000, and Shaw was fined $20,000. These penalties surround a betting plunge on Maxwell kicking the first goal in a match against the Crows. I'll give you an idea of the scale of the betting plunge. Was that announcing the suspension, the AFL operations manager, Adrian Anderson, said Shaw shared $10 with a friend in a $20 bet.
Oh, we buggered.
That's just outrageous. How would he have that much money?
Yeah, where would he get that? Has that been asked? The police involved?
And who was the friend?
Yes. How much did the friend put in?
Well, that friend...
50-50?
Yeah, 50-50 on that one. And that friend and another friend also posted 2 bets totalling $15. So here we have $35. $35. It's an unimaginable amount of money, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. But how much were they set to win on that?
Oh, well, separate question.
See, millions, I assume.
Yeah, would be close to it. When you roll it over into other people kicking the first goals in other matches and all that sort of stuff, which obviously they would have worked
out.
Yeah, as exotic, yeah. As a result of our routine checks and liaison with bookmakers, Adrian Anderson said we became aware there'd been a plunge on Nick Maxwell and he'd come in from 100 to 1 to 25 to 1. Oh, dead giveaway. Gives you an idea of the amount of money held on this particular exotic.
Yeah.
$20 bet
affects the odds that greatly.
Yeah, but it looks like a quarter slashes the price by 4, if I've done the maths right, 100 to 1 to 25 to 1.
Right.
As a result of the information sharing agreements and the power of investigation, our investigators are able to follow the money trail. Oh,
yeah,
Lord,
well,
what
yes,
an elaborate
the money
trail it would be.
Yeah.
Somebody called.
Well, if they're going to be serious about it, why don't they weed them out of the game for life?
Well, how about some sort of, example to
yes,
kids?
Exactly, to kids.
Now, it's been very important to note that nothing that any player had done here had been intent to influence the outcome of the contest. Maxwell was fined because family members made 3 bets totaling, wait for it, an amazing $85.
That we know of.
The key fact here is that, and I'll tell you what, thousands upon thousands changed hand in what I'm calling the underground market.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact because I was run over in the rush.
Sure.
I was fielding on that event.
Yeah. Well, they need to get the Indians in to have a look at this, don't they? Because they know betting like nobody else.
Do you mean the ICC, the International Cricket Control, or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
They've got a subcommittee.
And the people who understand the IPL and all of that and how that works. They need that. I mean, they're just green on this. They're just scratching the surface here. I mean, how long has this been going on?
Years. Well, the game's been going since 88.
Yeah, right.
I'd say it's been going since 1889.
Yeah, right.
Took them a year to size out what the bets were in the exotics, and they've been just plastering away ever since. Now, the key fact here is that Nick Maxwell had no purpose or intent that the information would be used for betting purposes. There's a clear message here to players, coaches and officials that if you do breach the AFL's betting regulations, the chances are you'll get caught. This is the first time I've ever heard of this happening in this manner The amount of money, though, just scandalous. $85, $20 and $15. Where can it end?
Yeah, well, I know. Well, that's the start, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the thin edge of the wedge.
That's the thin edge of the wedge. And how big's the wedge going to be?
Well, do you think...
I mean, we'll all end up as if we're living in Greece.
That's right.
That's the future.
Right.
Unless we can get more bloody poker machines in Victoria.
Yeah. And do you think that there's some way of getting the money out of the AFL into the rugby league? I mean, I know it's a long bow to draw, but could there be some way, a government edict that said AFL's pretty cashed up and it has to give money to rugby league, and one way is the siphoning off some sort of, percentage of the betting throughput?
Yeah.
Let's say, I don't know, 89% of the betting throughput on the AFL has to go to the rugby league.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't mind that.
Code equalisation.
Would that be part of, say, the carbon tax legislation?
Oh, of course it would. You could just tack it on as you get Bob Brown or somebody like that.
Yeah, right. Well, he'd support it.
Rugby league is still considered to be the most green sport in the developed world. The code is determined to reduce its carbon footprint to 5% of its 1908 level by 2018. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, I'm just wondering if a Collingwood-themed poker machine could be developed, which would take a lot of the heat out of this problem that the Collingwood club have, where the players could relax putting, say, a couple of 100,000 of their pay packets through, and still feel as though they were supporting the club.
Not a bad idea. Can you play poker machines at Crown? I guess you can.
Of course you can. Oh, yes, of course you can. Yes, there's hundreds of poker machines at Crown.
Yeah, right.
And, it's just disappointing that this seems to send a very wrong message to kids, this problem with the Collingwood.
Poker machine-loving kids?
Well, I was thinking, that you can bet on other things. I don't think that's a good message to send because it's very elaborate, The game's on. We have to wait until the first goal's kicked. Nick Maxwell gets it. It's okay for adults, but kids want a faster return than that. They want to be able to get the...
That's why poker machines, I think, are great for kids. And you're right. For example, if we had a poker machine, say, in the shape of Nathan Hindmarsh, where you put the coin in his back crack, when he's tackling, that sort of thing. Something, and put that in primary schools. Now, if you could find an equivalent, say, I don't know, Maxwell or one that looks like Mick Malthouse.
Wow.
Mick Malthouse one.
And if you've got, say, 332s, which is Clokey's number, up, that'd mean you got a big payout.
Yes.
And if you could bet on which numbers came up first as well to double the fun.
Yeah, to double the fun. Okay, that's good. And what about, and 3 hindy cracks come up.
All of a sudden, enormous. Yeah, that's right. And the bells go off, ding, 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 upstairs, and somebody comes over with a big check.
Yeah.
Look, the other thing is how important is gambling to, say, the AFL? I mean, they don't have the same, I'm not sure what the Phil Gould equivalent for the AFL, let's say it's Mike Sheehan. Would he write a think piece about how, without poker machines, the AFL is stuffed?
Yeah.
And if so, do you think that we should have protests this weekend at all AFL matches, and I just hope at all rugby league matches, give us the right to punt, sort of that theme sort of protest?
Yes.
What do we want?
Well, I think we've got to take it to Canberra, haven't we?
Right.
Haven't we got to, that's the way to go.
Well, you know what I'd like to see?
If every player of every club in Australia turned up in Canberra, well, that'd send a message, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. I was thinking of some sort of other sort of slightly different thing. I think it's rivalry.
Burn Parliament House down.
Oh, well, yeah, that's always...
If they did that, like all the players got involved with a big wick. Say every player...
Running down, say, from Civic, a wick that ran all the way out to Parliament House, and the place had to keep it going by fanning it, sort of, or blowing on it.
Not bad. Not bad.
All of a sudden, the gunpowder...
Yeah.
Up she goes.
Well, okay.
And
every player arrives in Canberra, let's say, with 5 kilos of say, some explosive.
Yeah, gunpowder. I'm not sure where they buy it, but
you might be able to make it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look online. Don't ask me to solve everything. Some explosive, and they all go into Parliament House, just pretending they're there as
a lobby,
just for a bit of a look.
Yeah,
sightseeing.
Well, getting acquainted with the great democracy rave.
Yeah, we're interested in democracy.
Yeah, let us in. We want to park these bags underneath this seat here.
Yeah, and then the wick. What are you doing with that, you lot? Oh, nothing. It's just a bit of string.
Soaked in petrol. That's the smell you can smell. Now, look, what I was trying to get to was a more informal, but I believe highly effective protest rivalry round this weekend, meaning the suburbs in vague proximity play each other. Haven't got all the facts in front of me, but Penrith playing, obviously the Eels because it's Hindy's 300th.
Oh, yeah.
And they all drag poker machines in.
Oh, that's not bad.
Go into Parramatta. I don't know where it might be played at Penrith or Parramatta. It doesn't matter. They drag the poker machines out on long lead, them up and play them while the match is on.
Oh,
so
good idea. That's how you could see, so people could see, the kids could see people winning all the time.
Exactly. And the lights going off and ding, 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 ding here.
Millionaires just leaving every 5 minutes.
So I've had enough. You put something through. I mean, do you know what I mean? I think that's the problem.
Beautiful idea.
And
now, legally, can you allowed to take a poker machine to a game? I bet you can't. I bet there's some bloody red tape.
There will be. There will be, but civil disobedience is what we want now.
That's right.
And then we can see, the direct benefit, people out there playing rugby league, because people are putting something through the poker machines. And I tell you what, don't tell me that people generally, who might just be, say, watching Channel 9 on Sunday afternoon, or, tonight's game, for instance.
Well, during the national anthem, why not, the players, instead of just standing there doing nothing, I think, God almighty. Why couldn't they have a poker machine in front of them, each of them, just be putting money through? Advanced Australia Fair.
It's a sensational idea.
They're all millionaires.
That's right. By the end
of the game's held up because they've got to get bloody bulldozers out to collect the cash.
Look, the other thing is people casually watching Channel 9 coverage of League this weekend would see the exact nexus that Gould is talking about between the money, the winning, and rugby league.
Exactly.
Writ large.
Exactly. And people will be joining their clubs.
To get involved in the winning.
Yes, God, talk about get the economy moving. People wouldn't be saving anymore. They'd have their savings out.
Yeah. And we're saving
big
more than
armloads
ever.
of cash, bloody let us into the
down.
club, yeah.
Yeah, let us in. I bet you people are queuing up now, banging on the doors. Let us in, we want to put something through.
The first woman to eat a turnip in Australia was the same woman to be the first to eat a carrot. That is Mole Jury, alias Mole Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, and alias Mole. The first man to eat a turnip is not known. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, the short story I wanted to pick up on, the Brisbane Bombers.
Oh, yeah.
This is now a rugby league side that's bidding to be part of the rugby league. Now, there was a poll conducted this week, an extensive poll of rugby league players, and one of the things they said in the poll was that they didn't want any more teams. The players themselves don't want any more teams, never mind what the management think.
Right.
Which is a bit of a...
Well, they're just happy with the Broncos.
Generally speaking, they're happy with the number of teams they've got.
Cowboys, Titans.
Cowboys,
Queensland in general.
Queensland, and then
Brisbane.
they're happy with, say, the joint venture.
Yeah.
St George, Illawarra, Tigers, West.
Oh, this is rugby league
in general.
Fans. Not Queensland fans.
Players.
Players.
Players, yes, players.
God almighty, don't let the lunatics take over the asylum.
Well, well advised, Roy. That's absolutely well advised. But look, they did say that they felt as though there were enough teams as it was.
And
that
players,
Players, and they couldn't see any advantage in letting a lot of blow-ins from all over the place clog the thing up. I think it's part of Rugby League Central here.
Yeah, right.
Which is a terrific read.
Yeah.
And if I can just put my hand on it, I'll be able to give you an update on what they said about
what the players were saying, What the players were given a highly sophisticated questionnaire, weren't they?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Exactly.
Yes.
It was, who do you think the best coach is? Who are you going to meet in the finals?
That's right.
All that sort of stuff. It
That's
was
right.
Very detailed.
Should Shimmy Woosh retire?
Exactly. The downtown rule.
No, 18%. Don't care, 79%. That sort of thing.
Perfect. And this was to do with what the expansion of the code should be. Now, I've just lost it for the minute, my details here, but they'll come to me eventually and I'll be able to bring people up to speed. Having said that, one of the things is the Brisbane Bombers is a franchise, I think that's the term, launched in Brisbane today or during the week to try and garner support for having a second team in Brisbane. Now, let me just get this right. There's franchise ideas or, teams suggested for places like the Central Coast of New South Wales, playing out of Blue Tongue Stadium, the Central Coast Bears.
Graham Park, or the Central Coast Grahams.
That's exactly right, the Central Coast Gra-Gras. We've got the Perth.
Yeah, Perth Reds.
Perth Reds. There's a possibility of another team, say, I don't know.
Another team from Sydney, HG maybe?
Another team from Sydney or Adelaide maybe getting in, or another team in Melbourne where the league's going gangbusters.
That's true.
Now, the Brisbane
Well, soon we'll be talking conferences.
We will.
There'll be the Victorian Conference because they'll have 12 teams in Melbourne.
And they might suck in a couple from Tasmania.
Yeah,
Tasmanian Rugby League is just fantastic.
Going through the roof. Yep.
Taught in schools beautifully. Mm-hmm. Great now that a lot of players going down there to pass on their basic skills. Yeah. Now, what I'm disappointed with is the Brisbane Bombers. It's a bit weak, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a bit weak.
Yeah.
They borrowed an idea from the Essendon Bombers.
Yeah.
And I don't see any connection. I mean, at least...
Are they sister clubs in any way, shape or form?
Not that I know.
No.
And can I point out, at least the Essendon Football Club was near Essendon Airport, where I assume during the war Bombers were based.
Is that where it came from? Okay.
Well,
yeah, fair enough.
In that part of the world, there's Essendon Airport.
Yeah.
And plenty of planes landed there in the past.
Did any Bombers take off? I know there was a whole series of, say, Curtis Kitty Hawks, which are strictly speaking Bombers. Now, were they, I know some were established in Victoria around Melbourne. Were some ever in Brisbane, HG, that did sorties into New Guinea, I want to say?
What a fantastic question.
Because I think they flew from, I want to say, Melbourne through up to Rockhampton, yes. Mm-hmm. And from there, I think they might have taken off for New Guinea.
Yeah. Well, that's possible.
But if they landed in Brisbane, then I'm prepared to accept Brisbane Bombers based on the Curtis Kitty Hawks.
Yeah, but what you'd like is the idea that the wherever this airport was, that somehow this team was located near it.
Do we know where the team's going to be located?
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
We could move it to a place where they had bombers, I suppose. It's like a twang of respectability. But Brisbane Bombers, how about sort of the Brisbane Mudcrabs?
Well, that's true, but what they've gone for, HG, is B seems to be the issue here.
Brisbane Bombers. Right.
Brisbane Broncos.
Yeah, got it.
Brisbane Blue. Now, what can we think of? Bastards.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Well, the Brisbane Bastards give
got a real ring to it.
Attitude. You haven't got the bomber problems. You haven't got the Curtis Kitty Hawks. Did they ever land here?
Where did they fly to?
Those issues evaporate.
Yeah.
There's just issues there of parentage.
True. I had to think about that for a minute, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, well, that's not bad.
That's not bad. And if they just made sure as part of the, I don't know, the foundations of the club, the modus operandi, the philosophy of the club, is that there had to be a percentage of genuine bastards in the team.
Triple M believes free speech is essential for the growth of first-class rugby league. That's why Triple M argues strongly that Mal Meninga is a useless clown, a daffy old handbag, and a petulant goose. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And it now does appear that the NRL are going to take press charges against Mal for his comments.
Yeah, right. The NRL are doing it, not individuals. NRL.
Well, they may be acting on behalf of individuals.
Yes, okay. Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
It is fascinating, isn't it? So this is a
wonder who'll be defending. Who'll be defending Mal? I suppose he'll get a high-powered defence team together. Who's going to? Are the Fogs going to support?
Wow, what an interesting thing. And whether the Niswolds...
Yeah, the Niswolds...
What a difficult position they're going to be in. Do they support the establishment?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Niswolds, and then... could go anyway.
Couldn't it?
And can you see protest marches?
Yeah,
a free Mal movement?
Yes. I can see players with dynamite in Canberra.
Is that right? Dynamite in Canberra?
With wicks.
And I thought that was because...
Free Mal.
Free Mal.
His right to speak. Mal's got every right to call us dogs, that sort of stuff. Rats.
Look, it could affect this program.
Yes, it could.
Because, obviously, let's face it, it's a prominent platform for people to come on and just spout off. Not saying you and I do it, but, a lot of the guests we get.
Yes, and the talkback. We'd probably have to stop talkback, rugby league talkback.
I think that's gone. But this could mean that only positive things can be said.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Because this was all about that tackle, what we called cannibal tackle, concerning Big Dave Coltrane, the Enigma, and the Incredible Hulk Taylor.
Yeah. That's right.
Laid on, and the number of weeks he got off. But it didn't seem to make any difference. That's the irony, isn't it? It didn't make any difference because they won.
Yeah. I know. That will be the first thing the judge says. You know, what's the case here? What, you're calling them rats? Why? Didn't you win? Case dismissed. Get out of here. Get out of here, you big buffoon.
Hey, look, can you...
Court cost to be picked up by Mr. Meninga.
Well, who bought this case?
Wasting my time.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunately, I mean, what a difficult position for the Malearned.
Yes.
If I've got the right...
Yeah, the learned judge. Yeah.
In this matter.
Yeah. You call this bloke a rat. Is he a rat? Has he got a tail?
Teeth?
Has he got, funny ears? Does he eat through wiring?
Is he as cunning as?
No. Case dismissed.
I'd love that now.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize, as you'd expect. Something very, very special coming up in a moment. But we start off anchoring the ensemble of gifts with Tough Dog, four-wheel drive suspension, Tough Truck Challenge, snake racing for 2011.
Snake racing?
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? This is the one they want. Yeah. It's a great DVD of trucks at it, as you'd expect.
You've got to run over a certain number of snakes or something, HG.
In a measure, in 5 hours.
Yeah.
5 hours of snake racing, Australia's biggest off-road 4x4 competition, has been captured on a bumper 2-disc dual DVD set. Commentary by Rick O'Brien and Stewie McIntosh, including over an hour of bonus features where the snakes get to do the talking. Your Tough Truck 2011 memories will live forever with this. 5 hours. It's just incredible. 2 DVDs.
That's great.
Just great. And we're throwing in the AEG power tool, the cordless modelling function tool, right-angle drill, right-angle impact driver, and the oscillating tool head. And we did get an email.
Oh, did they say what it does?
Well, I've lost it, sorry.
All right. So we're none the wiser.
I'm none the wiser. So the player challenge...
Did it seem convincing when you read it?
Incredibly convincing.
Yeah, right.
And it can do a lot more than just, countersink a screw.
Can you use it underwater?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can. As long as you can get underwater, it'll stay with you. Okay. Now, this kit includes the 3 heads, the 2 batteries and the charger. It's great. And we're throwing in your choice of children's pyjamas, size 10 to 12, in rugby league teams, either the Rabbitohs or St George Dragons, St George Illawarra Dragons.
Are they flannelette pyjamas, actually? They look very warm.
Very warm. It's been quite cool in Sydney this week, and these will keep you really warm. And don't they look great?
Don't they look great?
And it'd be great if an eel supported them. Because then, imagine the first time you put them on, coming out in the rugby league pyjamas, groans around the kitchen table.
Yeah.
When you turn out in these.
Fantastic.
All comers are going to ask the following question.
Look, before I put out the question, actually, Ted from Caringbar's been in touch. He's thinking maybe, what about the Brisbane Beauforts?
Now, wasn't the
Beaufort bomber?
Yeah, that's not bad.
A bit lost on people, though.
How about B-52s?
Well, that's not bad.
That's more contemporary.
It is, isn't it? I mean, kids aren't talking Beaufort bombers anymore.
They're not. But they could start again.
Yeah. Well, it'd renew interest in the Beaufort, wouldn't it?
It would. Now, how about the B-50, the Brisbane Stealths?
Yeah, but
or the Brisbane Stealth.
Yeah, but it doesn't go with B.
No, I know, but I'm going with Stealth Bomber.
Brisbane, I know that. Brisbane Belf. Well, yeah. I mean, sure.
Okay. Brisbane Belf. B-E-A-L-T-H.
That's it. That's it. Open brackets, sick. Close brackets. Now,
question, Roy.
Question is, what should players be doing during the national anthem at this week's round of rugby league?
Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Kyle, who's joining us from Laylaw Park. How are you there, Kyle?
Not too bad, thanks, Roy. How are you?
Yes, very well indeed. Kyle, I noticed you're a bit of a Dragons supporter. How did you feel about Shimmy Whoosh, Fubster, hanging up the boots at the end of the year?
Oh, it's obviously sad to hear, but it's if it's time, it's time. I think.
Yeah,
so
well,
he's had a pretty good run. He obviously came back last year and won a comp. So
yeah,
it wasn't bad at all for him, I don't think.
Well, there are going to be some holes in the team next year, are there? With Wayne gone, with Darius Boyd gone, with Shimmy Woosh gone.
Yeah, there are a few holes to fill, but I got plenty of young guys coming through, I think, at the moment.
Yeah,
so, Kyle Stanley, I like.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't mind him.
Now, I notice here as well you're doing some stuff around the house. You're renovating the place, are you, Kyle?
Yeah, nothing too major, just a few bits and pieces around the place. So just sort of bits and pieces in the bathroom, in the kitchen, things like that.
Now, do you get any ideas from these renovation shows like The Block? And there's a renovation show, I think, coming on MasterChef style on 10 soon.
Yeah, the girlfriend is very keen on The Block. She tunes in every night to that one. So she's getting plenty of ideas. And
is she putting pressure on you, Kyle? Pressure on you to, do some of these things?
There is a little bit of pressure coming, I think. So she's getting plenty of ideas, and they're coming thick and fast. So spending a fair bit of time at Bunnings as well.
Right. Now, you're stuck in traffic on the M4. Are you literally stuck, meaning you're not going anywhere?
No, I've just got off and just sort of pulled off to the side of the road to have a chat to you guys. It's pretty ordinary out there with a bit of rain. That doesn't help.
No.
Right. And what's your normal time on the M4? For you, like if it flowed well, what would your normal time be?
If it flowed well, probably about half an hour or so from Silverwater through to Blacktown there.
Yeah. Righto. And you've been on it obviously longer than half an hour already.
It took me longer than half an hour to sort of get onto the M4 today. It's from Homebush, so...
Oh, that's dreadful.
Yeah, not a good run at all today.
No.
It happens.
It does. Now, the other thing is, with the block shows, like tonight, you may make it home in time. We hope you make it home in time. Does the other half often tape it and force you to sit down and watch it with her and point out, we want purple at the feature wall, and then when it goes around the corner there, we want that sort of, tiling or whatever it is? Or she just describes it and it goes one in one ear and out the other?
Yeah, more of the latter, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But she does make a point of getting my attention whenever she sees something that she likes.
Yeah,
right. And can you find those things at Bunnings when you go down on Saturday morning?
Oh, most of the time you can. They're pretty good down there, and it's all good fun though.
Right, excellent.
Oh, that is good.
Kyle, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Kyle, the question is, what should players be doing during the national anthem at this week's round of rugby league?
They should all be playing poker machines.
Would you think that was an appropriate protest, given the attempts by the government to limit people putting money through poker machines?
I think it should. The more playing poker machines, the better for rugby league, isn't it?
Yes.
Exactly. I couldn't have summed it up better. And we've got this fantastic prize, the AEG Power, the cordless multifunction tool. Do you think you'll be able to use that at home?
That would come in very handy at the moment, I think.
Well, that's excellent.
Very handy.
12-volt multifunction, right-angled drill, right-angled impact driver, and the oscillating tool head, which we love. And you've got the choice of pyjamas. Now, if I said to you we'd send you out a pair of Dragons St George Illawarra pyjamas, that might be the best choice, I think, given your interest in the Illawarra Dragons. And
it would be.
Also, I've just lost it here.
There's the DVD sheet of the Tough Truck. Yeah.
I'll just walk around the studio and find it.
Snakes.
The DVD, 5 hours of Trucks versus Snakes. So it's a hell of a prize, Kyle. Good luck with Bunnings this weekend, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Triple M says that the Queensland State of Origin team is rubbish. They're old and stupid, and Mal Meninga is nothing more than the team handbag. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush, and home is just around the corner. It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Oh, yes, thanks very much, Jim. Now, the theme of the day is how rugby league will cope without poker machine, the input from poker machines. And I'll tell you what, there's a terrific Good Guys column this week.
Yeah.
Let me take it from the top. And this won't happen should the Wilkie, registration get up. This won't happen. Hundreds of kids and their families attended a school day fan day at McDonald's Edgeworth this week.
Yeah.
The kids could take part in skills clinics with Knights players, including, wait for it, Jared Mullen, Matt Hilder and Ryan Stigg. And they're also served meals by them.
I'll be buggered.
Forward
How did they get Ryan Stigg to go?
I've got no idea. Forward Antonio Cafusi went straight behind the counter, while Stig Mullen and Peter Matuia preferred the drive-through window. Isn't that incredible? They were helping out at the drive-through window. They cooked all the meals themselves. They packaged them up, and that will not happen. That's a fact. That a promotion like that just won't happen.
Yeah, what a brilliant idea.
Now, the Eels hosted 700 children at Parramatta Stadium this week for this club's annual holiday clinic. The team took the local school kids through their paces, but Nathan Highmarsh was the most popular. Well, why wouldn't it be?
Wouldn't he be?
300th game, 1 billion tackles. And that crack. The Eels skipper is always a huge hit with kids, but the response shocked him as he approaches the big milestone.
Yeah.
The kids spent the entire day with the players, and the club continues to work with local schools throughout the school holidays, teaching them the principles of poker machine play.
Good.
Halfback, this is the Raiders now, halfback Sam Williams organised a fun day out for school kids this week. 120 converged on Northbourne Oval in Canberra. Williams, in conjunction with the Raiders and the sponsors, tailored a 3-day clinic to give the children of the region a chance to learn the skills of Poker Machines Rugby League in a fun and safe environment. He also returned to the camp today. He was there today with the entire Raiders first-grade side to continue the clinic.
Isn't that fantastic?
You know, none of that will happen.
No.
There just won't be the money for it.
No.
There won't be the money for any of these clubs.
Yeah.
They'll go to the wall.
They will.
And isn't it
those
great
700 kids that were there to see Hindy, did Hindy show them his crack? Like, did he just turn around and...
That's what they were there
They
for.
laugh. They find that so funny.
I know. And can I say, for instance, the Raiders 120 had 120, and there's no figures. It just says hundreds of kids, but they're nowhere near the 700. The 700 came for that crack. Do you know what I mean? When you've got a puller, you've got to,
Got to maximise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's the future. Without poker machines, there's got to be a lot of these exotic loose trousered acts getting into rugby league. It'll be the only way they'll be able to find a crowd.
That's so right. Andrew of Lapstone has suggested, what about the Brisbane Buggers?
Well,
would you have to have, by law, a certain percentage of buggers playing?
Well, I hadn't thought that through, no. What a fascinating...
And how would they market that? How would they...
I know, it's not...
How would they represent it? What does the mascot look like?
I tell you what, the Bastards looks like a much easier get.
Much easier, yeah.
Now, look, if we could just go back to last week's show, where I think we broke the story, and we're the only media outlet to do this, to break the story concerning Bon Jovi's non-appearance at the Rugby League Grand Final.
Oh, those bastards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, some people have got onto us via the email at thelife@triplem.com.au, and there's a terrific suggestion from Sam Barclay. He took a little bit of time out to think this one through. With Bon Jovi out of the cornerstone of the grand final entertainment, Motto suggests a suitable replacement. The Tofog. Is that how you say it?
Tofog.
Tofog.
Yes.
Now, Tofog is the 30-odd foot of grunt of former Origin greats. Tofog is a cover band comprised exclusively of fogs, that's former Origin greats, that plays exclusively the music of Russell Crowe.
What?
Think of it as the best of the sporting world and the music world coming together at last.
Now, are the... Okay. Are the Tofofogs all Queenslanders? They
It
are.
looks that way. Can you take us through the lineup?
Well, they've got... who have they got here?
Shane
They've got
Webke.
Shane Webke on the skins.
Pounding out a relentless, some would say metronomic 4-4.
Yeah, Steve Price on bass.
As he is happiest when engaged in the thankless toil.
The three-headed Walters brothers screaming guitar attack selects itself, plus King Wally, who else on vocals? And a funny sax solo from Fatty, a trio of Bacco, the Axe and Choppy dressed as women on backing voiceovers, and band security by John Rebo, and you have Rock Magic. You kind of do, don't you?
Well, as he says...
But there's no one in nappies. We need someone in nappies, don't we?
Well, that'll happen.
Yeah, right.
They'll have a bit of a break, and the Waters boys, will dash off and put the nappies on and come round for a bit of soft shoe out the front.
Yeah.
Now,
imagine sitting in the sheds before the game listening to Wally butcher Ray win.
Can you imagine a more inspiring primer for any player? With Rugby League, will Rugby League squander this opportunity to showcase her considerable talents in the arts?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there was another one about the grand final, wasn't it? Could do with...
well, it was to do with, like you, I'm outraged. This came from Martin Toner.
Mm-hmm.
He says that Bon Jovi bastards, close brackets, are not fulfilling their commitments to perform at the Rugby League. I do, however, see this an opportunity to keep the spirit of Niswellism alive and to fill that void that Bon Jovi, open brackets, bastards, close brackets, have created. I propose that we assemble a band of former New South Wales Origin legends dedicated to celebrating the music of Sherbet and Daryl Braithwaite.
So, hang on.
Called How Niswell's That? I originally thought it would be just a Sherbet cover band, but things would tend to peter away a bit after How's That and Summer Love. With the addition of Braithwaite's smashes, Horses, as the days go by, and One Summer, God, he's thought it through, How Niswell's That? Will have a tight 20 that would fire up the boys before the big game. His line-up has got Ziggy Niscott on drums and lead vocals. God, Ziggy's
big workload.
Mick Fleetwood style. Yeah, well, let's face it, the name of the band is going to be an absolute bugger to pronounce, but if people just stick with what they know and assume the band is named for him, they can call them the Nizzies. Oh, I see. He's suggesting people won't be able to say How Niswell's That.
Yes, they will.
Yes, they will. Eric Groth Sr. selects himself on rhythm guitar with Bar Lamb on lead. No idea if Terry is all musical, but the man could do anything. Well, that's true. Certainly hoping Constable Craig Young can bludge on the blind side behind a bank of Casios and Korgs and knock out some basic keyboard lines. No one will be able to tell whether he's really playing or just taking advantage of technology. And if any accusations are thrown about, Fat Albert would well be placed to investigate given his years of service in the force. Says we find a role for Paul Sirenen somewhere. The Triangles, he's suggesting, even if diminishes advanced ticket sales on any potential English tour, which is, let's face it, unlikely in the first place. To round out the ensemble, I put Peter Stirling and Les Boyd in drag on backup vocals, doing a bit of Eels v Seagulls patter during set breaks.
Wow.
Isn't that great? Between those two ideas, isn't that fascinating?
Brilliant. The same idea.
Same idea, but just a different,
Yeah, Fogs and Niswells. And finally on this, Andrew suggested Spearhead's, what about Supernaut reforming for the grand final?
Well, that's such a silly suggestion, isn't it?
It's not a silly suggestion.
Still alive?
Yes, I do.
Oh, baby animals. Rush you. Don't tell me they couldn't. Maybe
baby
open
animals,
up.
Yeah, true.
For the Fogs/Niswells.
Yeah.
Gee, it's starting to be a night. And I tell you what...
Oh, there'd be fights out the back if you had the Fogs and the... If you had the Tofo Fogs and the Niswell. What were they called?
Yeah.
Niswell. How Niswell's That playing.
Do you think there'd be fights?
Yeah, of course there would.
Well, I just think that let's put baby animals between them.
Okay.
Shows it'll have to be a toss of the coin. God, that'll lead the Nine News. Who gets to play either side of the baby animals?
Yeah.
Yeah. Toss up.
Who goes first?
They wear the maroons.
Who's headlining at the end?
Headlining? I know. Is there enough room for all of this, on the rugby league?
Well, it's getting a bit large, at this stage.
I wouldn't want to rob from the game.
No, the game's got to be put for number one.
And can you see, I don't know where what would you call the legislative agenda is at the moment, but let's say there's so much happens between now and, that one weekend in October that they can't get the pokey tax through, the pokey registration, tax through. Would you see a pokey protest as part of the big one as well?
Yes, you'd have to.
Everybody's sitting there playing pokies.
Yes. Well, people would boycott the game and just go to their local club and play pokies all day.
Have you seen that happen?
Yeah.
How can that work for rugby league? Well, it does in one way.
It does in one way, but doesn't in another, does it?
Well, I hope that doesn't happen.
The tune Galway Bay was first sung in Sydney by Mole Driscoll as part of a welcoming concert for the incoming governor, Governor King. Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, alias Mole Jury, alias Mole, was the first to eat a carrot in Australia, the first to eat a turnip, and is thought to be the first European woman to climb Ross Hill. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Oh, yes, look, just if you want to get in touch with us on the email, feel free. thelife@triplem.com.au. Just two quick ones to finish up with the Rugby League big day. Peter writes, he says he heard our discussions about a suitable song for, the grand final, and then he suggests a song for 2012-2013 seasons. I look no further than progressive metal band Tool, headliners of this year's big day out. I think their actual song's titled Stinkfist. And would interest us greatly, or the Life greatly. A stirring rock anthem, obviously homage to rugby league great John Hopewadi Stinkfist, or John Stinkfist Hopewadi, which is particularly evident in the actual lyrics of the song. Knuckle deep inside the borderline. This may hurt a little, but it's something you'll get used to. Isn't that a brilliant lyric?
It's a brilliant lyric, isn't it?
It's almost as though they'd seen the vision.
Yeah.
Knuckle deep inside the borderline. This may hurt a little, but it's something you'll get used to. If you can get the original, if you can't get the original recording, perhaps Hopper can be convinced to record a cover version.
Well, not a bad idea, is it?
And then there was a lovely one here too from Clinton. Clinton, he says, I'm incensed to hear that Bon Jovi have decided against playing at the NRL Grand Final, like we all are. It just goes to show what a pack of dirty, weak bastards they really are. I believe that in the best interest of rugby league, our friends at the consumer group Get Up should forget about their campaign against Australia's grocery companies and urge all Australians to boycott any and all products associated with Bon Jovi. And I don't mean just their music, but also their films that clown Bon Jovi stars in. I understand that means I can't watch his upcoming performance in New Year's Eve, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Isn't that perfect? Does that mean we'd have to boycott rugby league as well?
Whoa, what a fascinating question. I think it's possible to watch and enjoy rugby league without coming in contact with the vile, disturbing sounds.
Disturbing sounds of Bon Jovi.
Or the bastards.
The bastards.
Yeah. I think it's possible.
Yeah.
I think it's possible.
Because it would mean we'd have to boycott Channel 9 as well, because they play this whenever they play rugby league.
Yes, but I'm sure...
What do we do there?
Well, look, can I just say, I think that the NRL is getting such a lot of emails and, protests and so on. They're going to have to look at this again. And I think it would be timely to get a subcommittee going, maybe people like Phil Gould, the Moore, who's just been fired from the Dogs, who knows his rugby.
Oh, you mean a sort of inquiry?
Inquiry, probe.
What about the ACCC? Could we get the ACCC involved? I don't know what they do, but...
Well, I don't know what they do. I get rugby league people involved.
All right.
Because they're the ones who are most likely to be incensed by the bastards' handiwork.
Yeah.
Get them together and have maybe Gould as chairman, because he understands how to bring people together. He's out there at Penrith doing it. And get some poker machine money behind it.
Yes. And what could they do? Mount some sort of Kidnap them? Kidnap Bon Jovi?
Well, not bad. I was thinking of a get-up-style protest against Bon Jovi being the sound of rugby league.
Yeah, right.
I mean, in the past, we've had great songs. Simply the Best, Wes Carr.
I know.
That's My Team.
It's a long line of brilliant.
Good, yeah.
Brilliant songs.
And it's
with acts that are committed to rugby league. I just feel as if Bon Jovi's not committed to rugby league. That's just my feeling.
Do you know what? I think they've taken the money and run.
Yes.
Now, if you said to me, what happened was they put the money through the poker machines and they got a fortune, which obviously they would, well, I'd feel, okay, they put something back into rugby league.
I think good on them.
Yeah, good on them. Great work.
Good on you, Bon Jovi. Yeah, great.
We'll get you another song from you next time.
Yes.
Because they're thinking of rugby league, but I don't think they did that.
No, they wouldn't know what a poker machine was.
Wouldn't they?
Don't think so.
And they're associated with rugby league?
Yeah, they've got nothing to do. Well, they don't understand the real world.
That'd have been airy-fairy.
Showbiz types. Well, Vegas would have poker machines. Have they ever played Vegas?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think Vegas would have them because they know they're not rugby league.
Yes, exactly. You're never going to get them in the Wayne Newton room.
Oh, it's the big one they can't get enough of, Jebediah, and she's like a comet.
No,
here on the Life.
She's not. She's nothing like a comet.
Now, you can't oversell that. No. Just does everything you want a song to do. Could it be the sound of rugby league?
Oh.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Let's say all these things fall over.
Yes.
Ring, ring.
Suddenly, rugby league's like a comet.
Exactly.
Well, it is, isn't it? It's dirty, it's grubby, it's...
She comes
ticks
around.
all the boxes.
It does. Now, one final email.
Wait, that Schumacher Levy smashed into, was it Jupiter?
Whee!
Well, that was rugby league-like, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was certainly rugby league.
Big hits.
Hindy on the charge.
Yes.
That tackle you remember. Two colliding superpowers.
Yes, like two comets smashing into each other.
Now, Terry from Tilapia here, he says, hate to darken your day, but are you blokes up to speed on what's going on in the World Championship of American Football currently underway in Austria? No, we're not.
No, not really.
Here's some scores that Terry sent us. July the 8th, Australia 0, USA 61.
All right.
July the 10th, Australia 0, Mexico 65. July the 12th, Australia 20, Germany 30. That's 156 points against and 24. Now, I have no problem with 156 against, but surely scoring any points in any American football competition is un-Australian.
Not bad.
Terry's gone out on a limb here.
Well, my question is, how come Mexico bashed us up more than the United States did?
Well, that's an interesting thing. It must be some sort of amateur competition. And I bet you the Mexicans, well, don't want to put too fine a point on it, were helped.
Yeah, right. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
If we had any guts, according to Terry, we would refuse to score in a final against Germany, in the final game against Germany, complain about food, bag the sport, we came to play and come straight home. That is the Australian way. I think you summed it up perfectly there.
That's
and
very
some
good.
sort of suggesting some sort of disenchantment with the coach. On behalf of the skip.
Yeah, do we know who coached us this year?
No.
Wasn't Hank Doot, was it?
No. I don't think Hank Doot knows anything about
Hank
American
Doot,
football.
I heard Hank Doot was taking over the Bulldogs.
Is that right? Is that your mate? Do you know what? I've got this vague feeling the Fubster might be.
Yeah, the Fubster.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's got plenty of time on his hands now.
Yeah. Well, your coach this year, taking over from Kilmore
I think the
at the same time as playing for St George?
No.
You allowed to do that?
No, the doctor's feet will take him through to the finals.
Jimmy Dimmock, yeah.
And then Fubster will take over next year, shoehorn himself in. He says he's fuming. This is Terry. He's a Mad Eels fan. No surprises there. So I don't know quite how this is going to turn out. The American Football World Championship currently underway in Austria. Sounds implausible, doesn't it?
It does.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, we've got another great Snakes v Trucks DVD. 5 hours of Snakes, 5 hours of Trucks. Just battling it out in the Tough Dog 4-wheel drive suspension Tough Truck Challenge. It's just fantastic. That's the 2011 version of that event. We've got Rabbitohs pyjamas this time.
Yeah.
Look, you know, if you're a...
If you're not a Rabbitoh fan, burn them once you get them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What a good idea.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
Mm-hmm.
Or sell them on eBay.
Yes. Or as a protest, send them to Canberra.
Yeah. Now, would you have to add a note or they'll get a message?
They'll get it.
They'll get it. Good. Yeah. Or just don't kill the bunnies.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah. No, it's getting too elaborate.
It is. No, just send them. And don't, I mean, just address it, Canberra. No, nothing else.
Yeah.
They'll know.
There you go.
Posties will know.
Yeah. Okay, and we got the AEG cordless multifunction tool, 12-volt multifunction drill. You know what it comes with? Those two terrific things, the right-angle drill and the right-angle impact driver and the oscillating tool head, our favourite. So it's a three-pronged prize for all listeners who can answer the following question.
Where are the World Championship of American Football being played?
Roy, it's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to?
Daniel from Beaumont Hills. How are you there, Daniel?
I am fantastic.
Yes,
How are
good.
you guys?
Now, you're going to the Samoa versus the Wallabies game on Sunday.
That's right. I'm all pumped for it. To see
Yeah, I bet you are. Now, they're looking very good, the Wallabies, aren't they?
Well, they're doing all right. I'd like to think they're building towards the World Cup. So.
Yeah. Well, hang on. Yes. We don't know if the Wallabies are doing well or not.
Yeah.
The Queensland Reds are doing well.
Most definitely, yeah.
Now, what do you think the score will be? About 90 to Australia and 12 to Samoa?
Probably a bit less than that, but maybe about...
7 for Samoa?
Yeah. Yeah, something more like that, I think, yeah.
Are you convinced by Robbie Deans as a coach, Daniel?
Yeah, I think he's definitely headed in the right direction. He's got some good people working alongside him as well, so... Yeah, it's not just Robbie's the face, I like to think. But
all right.
Excellent. Yeah. Now, what sort of crowd do you think we'll get on the big one on Sunday?
Probably about 100,000.
100,000.
Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I suppose rugby is the number one sport in Australia at the moment. Now, you're also stuck in terrible traffic. Where are you trying to get to?
Well, I'm coming home from St Leonard's and trying to get back to Beaumont Hills, but there's traffic everywhere, and everyone seems to like their horn today. They're blasting away, and it's just not good to be on the road today, that's for sure.
And are you stuck, as in you're not going anywhere?
No, I'm stuck right now.
Stuck.
Oh, yeah, that's not
Lord,
good.
we've been hearing that all day.
Yeah, and weird sort of streets going out that you don't expect to go out. You know, traffic's obviously a little bit of rain and Friday afternoon, and it's not good because there's not even school to complain about.
No,
as in,
it's at the end of the school holidays.
It is. It's the end of the school
a lot of people. Well, you'd think a lot of people would be making their way back into the city.
Well, maybe tomorrow and the next day. I don't know about Friday afternoon.
Oh, they wouldn't pick Friday afternoon. That's
No.
not stupid. But
now, you're also a Rabbitohs supporter, Daniel.
Yes,
You've had a
that's right.
terrible season.
Yes, very much so. Even I'm injured, so...
Right, oh, fair enough. You've caught the bug. And you know, look, so much was expected early in the season. Obviously, the Burgess boys and, you know, Big Dave Coltrane, the Enigma, Incredible Hulk Taylor, and all that sort of stuff. And it
Who's
just
going to come first?
fell away.
yeah. Where's it gone wrong? I mean, are you convinced by Coach Johnny Lang?
Well, I mean, the board certainly aren't. Russell isn't. He's given him the boot, that's for sure. But this new guy seems all right. I'd like to think that South's a building.
Oh, building. I like the Wallabies.
That's right, yes, yeah.
Right, is there any
I
Wallaby...
follow my teams on potential, not success.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Very wise. Now, is there any Wallaby you'd like to come to Souths?
Ooh, well, Curly Beale tweeted during the State of Origin that he'd like to be a part of that, and I mean, maybe that's something the Niswolves could do to get him involved. I don't know.
What an excellent idea.
Yeah.
Excellent idea.
What about Quade Cooper? Do you think we could lean on him to go to the Rabbitohs?
I think, well, if the Souths have the cash, I'm sure he'd come.
Right, fair enough. I think there was rumours similarly along those lines at one point during the season.
Yeah.
Now, Daniel, it's getting close to time for us to be packing up. So, Roy, set out the question. Daniel, have a swing at it.
Where are the World Championship of American Football being played?
Austria.
I must say it snuck under my radar a bit, the World Champion of American Football, and I don't know that the crowds are setting the, I don't know, the wires alight with information.
Have you heard much about it, Daniel?
I've been all over it,
Right. Fair enough.
And the disappointment is Australia building in American football, if I can put it that way.
Are you convinced by the coaching of the Australian-American football team at all, Daniel?
No.
No, good.
Okay, well, the power drill, the pyjamas and the Snakes v Trucks, they're all coming your way. Thanks very much for being part of the life, and good luck with the Rabbits and the Wallabies. Thanks, Daniel, for being part of Triple M.
Until 1872, it was assumed that Castle Hill was the highest mountain in Australia. Castle Hill was originally conquered by Sir Leopold Gordon O'Neill, who later became Goldie O'Neill after the world's first self-administered sex change operation. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Anyway, it's time to say goodbye. We will have to open this account next week when we gather again to present The Life. Anna, of course, brilliant on the phones.
Yes.
Despite difficult circumstances this week. Not to do with her, but to do with the traffic. She was dealing with a lot of traffic complaints. She was looking up, maps on the street directory, trying to work out where they were, finding routes for people around problems, and everybody wanting Foo Fighters tickets.
And the talk back, people wanted to get involved with Hindies, their favourite tackle of Hindies.
Well, that was fantastic. Didn't she handle them well?
She did.
And, of course, there was a lot who wanted to comment on Mal's position.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis this court case, so we couldn't take all those calls to air because they were...
Well, we can't because it's now sub judice. We can't speak about it.
He's weeded them out. Terrific job. Of course, Garfield, he still loves this time of year,
Yes.
And people in the Sydney area or the whole of New South Wales have found it particularly cold this week.
Yes.
He's been outside.
Well, the colder it gets, the less he wears.
I know, it's just amazing.
Yes.
If it gets any colder, he'll come to work nude.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what the management's doing.
Oh, just with ice blocks wrapped around his...
The bed float.
Yeah.
And Skip, of course. He's been talking about going to Tasmania now because it's just about the right temperature for him.
That's right.
He's going to sail down there.
Well, he wants to go down to Tasmania to smoke. Hey, how weird's that?
Well, it
makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. But, that maybe he's got a reason. He's got a chum down there.
Oh, yes.
Who's
happy to bot one.
That's it for The Life this week, Roy. See you next Friday for more of the same. Bye now.
There it is, Lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is The Life.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Yes, sir. Thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. Jim has dedicated today's reads to, obviously, Gold Chisel, who didn't disappoint anybody yesterday when they decided to reform as a four-piece. With, as I understand it, a drummer who once played with the Rolling Stones. Fair enough. You'd go to the top of the tree to pluck a drummer to support Chisel. That's our Chisel.
Charlie Watts joining the Chisel.
Charlie Watts is joining Chisel.
Wow.
And they're doing a 90-day tour supported by this very station. I think it's mainly wineries and, obviously...
Is it billed as Charlie Watts and Chisel?
No, or Chisel and Charlie Watts.
Ah.
Or the Fifth Stone. That's what it's... Enigmatically.
Yeah, right.
The Fifth Stone. It's doing, obviously, wineries and old age pensioners' houses and rooms. Okay. A lot of 10 o'clock shows to fit in with the band's late-night activities. And, of course, he's dedicated today's reads as well to Kyle Sandilands, who inked a deal for a late-night chat show on 7. Obviously, the maths and the English have to be worked out, but this is a dream come true for Kyle freaks across the nation. First guest, Manu. Obviously a bit of banter with Kyle along the following lines. Manu, your cooking gives me the shits. What are you going to do about it? Things like that, hard questions, probing questions.
Yeah, very good, Kyle.
That's it. Then a song from guests, say, I don't know, winner of, Australia's Got Talent. Has it? What? Then out comes second guest, maybe Lady Gaga, a bit of fruity banter with, Kyle not going very far, Lady Gaga, what got you started? Things like that, easy questions like that.
Why don't you wear fish?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And then they might have a bit of they've run an internet poll or internet interaction with the audience, design a costume from Lady Gaga, and then she has to wear it later in the show, high-quality stuff. And then next, because it's in LA, to prove it's in LA, they get Lilo out, who's a bit worse for wear. Kyle, fruity banter again. Obviously, DWTS rating style smash hit. Speaking of Manu, I understand Dinner Date, this show that is the talk of Australia at the moment. What has the bloke got up his cheese-eating surrender monkey sleeve? We'll find out on Tuesday night, as nearly as I can tell. It's going to be incredible. Manu, Young Lovers, Peters Dexter, what more do you want? Can I suggest nothing? Anyway, look, it's all ahead. And just before I go on, can I really remind people to take it slowly if you can postpone travelling around the city of Sydney this afternoon. Probably wise to do so. The weather has made it extremely difficult on the roads. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much body's belly it up. What a week. What an incredible week. Best week of 2011. And I start where I started this time last week, because in rugby league, the fire-up bitch bloke, the dare I say fellow, the shimmy whoosh man, that is the fubster, that is Mark Gaz Fubby Gaznia, farewells Cogra Oval, Cogra Jubilee Oval for the final time last Monday night in an emotional night of rugby league magic. It was just incredible to be there. Obviously, they put the cleaners through the Sharks, no surprises there, and Gaz, he was cheered off, he'd lap of honour, the whole thing. It was just great. And it now looks as though the nickname Gaz is going to be passed on to, and this surprised both Roy and myself this week, on to Gold Coast son Gary Gaz Ablett, who will be now known, obviously, from now on as Gaz. The handover ceremony is at the SCG early next week, and I think that'll be leading the Channel 9 News that night, so you won't miss it. Obviously, Andrew Demetriou comes out, and David Gallup, Andrew Demetriou from the AFL, David Gallup from the Rugby League.
There'll be luminaries from rugby league, people like Phil Gould, Peter Sterling, luminaries from the AFL, people like, I suppose, Kevin Bartlett, and the bloke who does league's teams, I want to say Brian Taylor. And both Mark and, Gary will be there. And we'll see Gaz pass from one great player to another great player. Speaking of emotional magic, Nathan Hindmarsh plays his 300th match and makes his 1000th tackle, but it wasn't enough for the Eels to go, well, as the Eels went down in this night of emotion, enormous night of emotion, to the Panthers in a golden point hit-out. It wasn't a fairy tale. It wasn't to be. Speaking of fairy tales, though, a rugby union and the Australian Rugby Union fairy tale continued last weekend. I mean, what do Scotland and Samoa now have in common? Well, they both can beat the Wallabies, and the shredded fig leaf of the Australian rugby credibility was ripped. What the remaining little bit that was hanging around the gusset there has been ripped off and exposed. We've got nothing left. Nothing left. Well, nothing left until tomorrow night. Wake-up call? By golly, it certainly was a wake-up call. Ding, ding, ding. What's that noise? It's a wake-up call. A wake-up call. I mean, how much of a bigger wake-up call do you need than the Samoans? I mean, they just tailed us everywhere. In every department, they break down the truck and trailer, and that's not the laws of the game. Just everywhere. Ding, ding, ding. What is it again? Wake-up call. And tomorrow night, the Tri-Nations gets underway with Australia v South Africa. The Nuggets, the Golden Nuggets, that's how I'm seeing them. Are we looking for, wait for it, redemption? They're taking their picks and spades and snorkels out to Homebush and face masks. They've got their wetsuits on, green and gold wetsuits, well, mainly gold. Wetsuits on, and they're going to go diving for redemption against a side that'll do anything to win. It's going to be a clash of contrasts. I can't wait. I don't mean to be unkind to the South Africans, but if they see a bit of ball bag, they'll bite it. If they see a gap, they'll fill it. They'll go through it and fill it at the same time. That's no mean feat. They'll do anything to win, the South Africans. It's just great. If they had to be buried up to their neck and honey put on their heads and ants crawling all over them or cockroach buzz them, cicadas coming out of the trees to win, they will. They're that sort of team. AFL and the Spearhead Hall says thank you, goodbye, and suddenly the big man who was a saint originally, then became a swan and ended up a dog, says goodbye. I always never like it. I noticed Gaz and, Hawley have, said, well, we're going and we're going to play a few more matches. We're not sure how many more matches there'll be because we're going to get in the finals. They'll be hanging around like, I don't know, people buried up to their waists in, swamps and covered with honey and ants crawling all over them for a while yet. So they're not going yet, but they're going eventually. Boxing and the Green Tava bout was one for the ages. It was beautifully scripted, I thought, and Danny lost the only belt holding up his trousers, so where to now for the Green Machine? And after the stink, he said he didn't know what hit him. Can I suggest it was Antonio Tava's fist that hit him and put GG into orbit around Coosbane? More on this later. Soccer and Japanese win the World Cup for women with a very exciting action-packed final decided by, yes, you guessed it, a penalty shootout. Cycling. And Kendall Evans, well, look, can I just say today I've got my fingers crossed for the bloke. That's our little Aussie battler on the bike. I had been more certain up until last night that he was in a very good position. Sadly, something's happened, and I'm not so confident that by Sunday the Maillot Jaune will be on the little Aussie battler on the bike, Cadell Evans. Anyway, the agony ends on Sunday. This is The Life, the home of the plumber smile, and your dreams can really come true here. If you dreamed of owning a fingerless bowling ball, stay tuned for one's coming up. And now it's time to lock horns with rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get the large man on the gargle by simply asking, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7? Wake up call?
Yes, thank you very much, Gaz. Now, that's the first time I've called you Gaz.
I know. Won't be the last.
No, I know. How's it feel, Gaz?
Well, look, if Gary Ablett ever gets tired of it, I'm happy to pick it up.
Oh, fair enough.
That's not bad. H.G. Gaz Nelson.
I know.
Well, I think...
Or just H. Gaz.
Wow.
Hey.
Shorten it up completely. I'll write a few checks with that and see how I get on.
See how you go.
See if the bank likes them. If that's the case, I'll keep.
Red Bull are wavering over re-signing Mark.
Why?
Because I don't think he's good enough, I would suggest, or maybe he's asking for too much money. If I was Mark, I'd be happy to pay Red Bull to drive.
Yeah.
For what he's given him.
They've got another bloke from South Australia, though.
I know.
Western Australia, who's pretty good too.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's not as good as Mark yet, so that puts it in perspective.
True. Fair enough.
You know. So, anyway, let's fingers crossed for Mark. Because I tell you what, Formula One, a lot of the interest would go out of it for me if Mark Webber wasn't there. I don't think I'd watch it at all.
No.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'm telling you now, I wouldn't. Even if Gaz, that is the bloke who used to be Gaz, Fubby, even he was called in to race. No, I'm just making it up now.
Yeah, right.
But even if he was, I wouldn't be as interested as if Mark was there. And now, I said it last week, but it bears repeating. Could this be the year of Cadell Evans? No. HG's right. That went last night. Gaz was right. Went last night. I don't know where it went wrong. I didn't have time to look at it. I wanted to, but I had other I was working.
Commitments.
I had working commitments.
Media
It was
commitments.
just on the background, and I just glanced across and I saw Cadell was, he seemed hours behind now. I don't know what went wrong. I know one of the Schleck brothers.
I know.
I hate those Schleck brothers.
I know. Belgians.
Always cheating.
Said they could ride.
They work together.
I know. They cheat together.
They cheat together.
And you can
Are
see...
they Austrians or Swiss?
Belgians.
Oh, worse.
I know. Waffle people.
Worse.
You know what I mean?
Oh, have you ever had a Belgian waffle?
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't. I wouldn't go near it.
I know.
I'm telling you now. Belgian chocolate?
No.
I wouldn't wipe my you-know. Well, maybe I would.
Wow.
Yeah, anyway, less said the better. Little Leighton has a sore foot. Don't like the sound of this.
No.
I don't like when Little Leighton's in any sort of physical trouble.
You know, this is the only bit of him that hasn't been busted.
I know.
The foot.
I know.
I had high hopes of his feet last going the journey.
That's what I said to you. At least his feet are holding up. HG.
Bucket.
Everything else is gone. But look at the little bloke's feet. Don't they look good?
Wheels.
We can't even see it. Well, I can say it about one of them. God, that left foot. Little Leighton's left foot. Doesn't it look good? Steve Waugh calls for all cricketers to be forced to undergo lie detector tests.
I didn't like this.
I think it's a revelation. I think it's about bloody time.
Uh-huh.
I think everyone in the world should be given a lie detector
Yeah.
test.
Oh, I like that.
Every time you leave your front door.
What's your name?
Where are you going? Ding! Oh, get going then. Get out of here. Calls for a timeless test.
What?
Can I say that's the last thing the world needs? You know, in this hurly-burly, crazy world of ours, we want certainty. Could I suggest a 2-hour test? Not a timeless test.
What do they mean, they're played out forever?
Yes.
But
can you imagine watching the Little Master bat for 18 weeks?
No.
You know?
Dullsville.
Yeah. Little Master approaching his 86,000th run.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I tell you what, that'll get people watching rugby union.
It would. It would. Who's that stupid buff-headed captain? Strauss.
Oh, yeah.
Man's watching him bat for 3 days. I mean, where are these people coming from? What planet are they on?
Are you out in the backyard?
I'm out in the backyard. Beam me up, fellas! I don't recognise this world anymore. Is Matt Gitto finished?
Oh,
I think so.
No. Between these two.
Yeah, I think he's gone. How convincing are the Wallabies? Now, our talkback topic today is Robbie Deans the Lord Monkton of rugby? Just a yes or no.
Excellent topic.
It is, isn't it?
Topic
When
of the
you
year.
think about it, yeah.
Well, got me thinking already.
I know.
I don't know how.
Because you think,
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now, Tiger, that is the man they call Tiger Woods. And Steve is
Williams.
He's caddy. They've parted company.
I know.
Because of Steve Williams's linking up with Adam Scott. That's what got under his skin.
Did his head in.
Did his head right in. Even though he wasn't in any of the events that Adam Scott was being caddied by Williams.
Oh, no.
But obviously those two get on in a way that Tiger never did with Williams.
No.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, Williams was always a Tiger to try the broomstick putter and he wouldn't.
No. But can I point out he didn't need to?
No, what he might do now, though.
Yeah,
he might need the broomstick driver.
Yeah.
Is what I'd be calling for the man they call Tiger. I mean, we just don't think about Tiger that much anymore, do we? Hasn't he disappeared?
Well, you see, since the Northern Ireland tilt has emerged from nowhere.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they're getting all the press now.
I know. I mean, they've got 3 or 4 tigers.
I know.
Coming out of Northern Ireland.
Well, it's the Celtic tiger.
Well, I suppose it is.
Golf.
Yeah. How much Tiger feel? Devoed, absolutely devoed. I mean, it's making bloody little Leighton's left foot look good, isn't it? When you look at Tiger Woods, it puts it into some sort of perspective. Hansby, 664.
Lithium, Nirvana. What's happened to the Nirvana Reformation news vis-a-vis the, obviously the grand final?
Vis-a-vis Cold Chisel.
Well, Chisel
is there talk of Dave Grohl joining Chisel?
Oh, on the drums.
On drums?
That's what I heard. I was
disappointed
when they went
he was
to
replacing Charlie Watts.
Yeah, should Charlie find the late night lifestyle too hectic?
Indeed.
Rolly's coming in on drums.
Yes.
So it's great news. And they'll be doing that song to start off their set, as I understand.
That's as I understand it.
I know we're going to disappoint a lot of fans, but we'd like to do this because Grolly's on drums, and he said he'd come if we played Lithium every night of the tour. That's how, Barnsley'd have to introduce it. But I don't mind singing. It's a great song.
No, it's a good song.
This is The Life on Triple M.
The sentence, "Can I have a drive, Dad?" was first recorded in Sydney. It was said by Michael Horden in Hurstville in 1909. Horden's father, Sir Graham Horden, then allowed the 4-year-old boy to steer his new Daimler, resulting in the deaths of Horden Sr., Tinker Ronald Stubbs and his horse Flash Harry, a woman known as Mole Driscoll, Father Paul O'Leary, and the Sullivan twins, Noel and Neil. Michael never drove a car again. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, I think you broke the story that while Thorpe, that is Ian Torpedo Thorpe, is in Switzerland training, Smearson, a.k.a. Sticky, a.k.a. Stewart, is renting his house.
Yeah. Look, an email drew this to my attention, HG, yes. Fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating. Where's Sticky been living? I thought Stick had a house. I thought Stick been doing it tough. He's been living in the backseat of the car or something.
Well, I would say that Thorpe's been away for some time. That is Ian Torpedo Thorpe.
Yes.
Has been away.
The big-footed one.
The big-footed one, the swimmer.
Okay.
He's been overseas for many years.
Yes.
And he's sort of washed up in Switzerland because of Gennady Turetsky being the coach who's been able to do it. Now, can I just point out that while that's interesting, what I find alarming is a story in last week's Sunday Telegraph, is swimming champ Ian Thorpe about to become a dual citizen of Australia and Switzerland?
Now, where's this coming from?
We were told, we were told that this is the columnist, we were told it was about to happen, but he's still racing for Australia if he qualifies for the London Olympics. Thorpe's financial advisors have talked him into becoming a Swiss citizen for taxation reasons.
Right.
The total tax rate in Switzerland can be as high as 40%, but certain provinces in the country do deals with wealthy individuals, open brackets, a.k.a. Thorpe, close brackets, to lower the tax rates to between 10 and 20%.
But surely Thorpe could afford to pay tax in Australia. I mean, ordinary people, ordinary family people, ordinary people with mortgages and commitments manage to pay a bit of tax. I mean...
Well, just let me go on.
Can't he pay a little bit of tax? I mean, for our defence forces, for our
roads,
education, for our hospitals, for our roads, for the infrastructure.
Infrastructure, yeah. Look, we were talking last week about this impost, this savage impost being put on poker machines by the Gillard government. Now, it's going to have to go higher if Thorpe goes to Switzerland.
Oh,
do you know
it just
what I mean?
means the rest of us have got to pick up the Thorpe tab.
I know. Pick up. We're going to have to put, instead of going down Friday nights and putting a couple of hundred through for the kids, we're going to have to be up around the 500 mark every day to pick up. I'll give you an idea of how much. On top of the Australian tax rate, 46%, 46.5% for earnings over 180,000, meaning Thorpe would save a squillion. According to this article, I'm not quite sure how much a squillion is, but let's say it's quite a lot of money, on all new sponsorship money that has poured in since the comeback announcement. Moves to become a Swiss citizen have remained so secret that even his personal manager, Dave Flaskas, appears to have been kept in the dark.
Well, where's the story coming from? Sticky? Is it coming from Sticky?
I assume so. He's found some documents in the house that he's been renting.
Ah, a Swiss passport with the name...
Ian Torpedo Thorpe.
Yeah. Bigfoot.
That's right. And, where you're staying with... Gennady, obviously the address.
Yeah.
All the manager could say is, I don't know, he's been dealing with a lot of paperwork and there's a bit of red tape involved in him living in a country for an extended period. Rebuilding the financial empire after almost going broke several years ago, obviously called in a lot of favours.
And, he's back on his feet now. And, I hate...
Back on his big feet.
Big feet, thanks, yes.
Yeah.
What I'm worried about is that he's swimming for all the wrong reasons.
All the wrong reasons, yes.
In other words, he's not
Wouldn't he
swimming...
go to Monaco? Isn't it weird? Don't you usually go to Monaco if you want to pay no tax? Isn't that...
Exactly. Monaco, there's much better places than...
There are pools there? I know they've got pools there. I mean, I haven't seen them, but I've been told.
Yeah. Well, you could swim in the Mediterranean. How about some of these tax havens like the where am I? Barbados.
Oh, Barbados, yeah.
Or Bahamas. I was getting those two joined together.
Are they
in
good
mind.
tax havens?
Well, I assume so. There's a lot of places out there where you pay bugger all tax. Isn't that why the economy floats out there?
I suppose.
They've got no manufacturing.
No infrastructure.
No
they don't
mining.
manufacture anything. No mining.
Mining.
They don't,
none of the things that make us.
They don't have
retail.
a sheep's back to ride on.
No, that's it. No retail.
No retail.
No, they got no JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman or any of those great firms that we have here.
And therefore no defence force. No
schools.
No schools. No hospitals.
No hospitals. No poker machines.
No, they've just got letterboxes and sand.
Nothing goes in the letterboxes. They got a mail service that's a voluntary mail service. When you get a letter, you walk down and post it.
Yes.
Now, I think you could go there. But I get the feeling there's more to it than that. I get the feeling that Thorpe's had enough of us.
Do you?
Yeah, and he wants to go somewhere where it's a long way away.
But wouldn't the Swiss people, wouldn't they point and snigger the same way people do here whenever he walks by?
What happens? What? And they whisper, there goes Thorpe.
Look at his feet.
Arthur Fatboy Grubb was the first man in Sydney to be charged with bestiality. Grubb was said to be sharing his bed with his dog, his horse, his pig, his cat, 14 of his immediate neighbour's sheep, a parrot called Come Here, and 3 kangaroo rats. He died in prison. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, do you get some, can I just suggest with Thorpe, that is Ian Torpedo Thorpe, that...
The Swiss bloke.
Firstly, do you think he's going to get tired of, that Swiss lifestyle and eventually want to come back to Australia, and then he's caught in this dilemma of, do we cash in his, Bern and Lucerne residencies and just move back to Australia, hollis bollis? Just let that...
I don't know. He'll be eating a lot of rosti. They eat a lot of rosti, don't they? Which is sort of potato and bacon mixture.
I don't like that.
Well...
It's not good for swimming.
Well, I don't think it is.
Now, just put that on pause for a minute. The other thing is, would it be possible to earmark a bit of the money, should the government's savage, draconian, setback for gamblers who want to put a couple of hundred through for the community, could a little bit of that money, assuming that doesn't get up, be earmarked to Bring Ian Home campaign? So as people are going down to
what about a tax exemption for Ian? Now, I can't see anyone in Parliament on either side voting against that.
Right.
I think if we put that up as a private member's bill, maybe get one of our more proactive independents, maybe Rob Oakeshott, could bring this up, get it through the House. Who would argue against that?
What a fascinating question. I can't see anybody arguing. Would this open the door for others, like, I don't know.
Like Gaz?
Well, Gaz, Gaz, or the bloke who's drumming with the Chisel Reformation used to play with the Stones. Because he'd be loaded.
Yeah. You might find other swimmers putting their hand up, wouldn't you? Because they'd be thinking, well, he's a swimmer and he's getting away with it.
Stephanie Rice, who earns an absolute bomb with a rice bubble commercial?
Yes, her. Yeah. And the Nick Darcy, he's got to fork out a fair...
Well, the other bloke, the bloke he hit, might be the person who needs the help.
Well, yeah, but Nick's got to pay him a lot of money as a result of it.
So he's got to raise it.
Yeah, so he put his hand up and say, well, listen, OK, all right, Thorpe's not paying any tax.
Why should I? Yeah, fair enough. And
then you're going to get others. You're going to get, tradies, people who do jobs.
Well, they can't be part of it. There's no reason. There's no earthly reason. Makes no logic. You can't have a policy. You've got to have a pragmatic approach.
Yes.
Case by case.
Case by case.
Darcy. That bloke.
Well, you're going to get a lot of plumbers moving to Switzerland, trying to get dual citizenship so they can run their, run a business through Lucerne or, wherever. And, you'd get, Rob Oakeshott again. I want to put this private member's bill up. We've got,
Do you know what it does my head in?
Martin Banks, plumber from Hurstville.
Yeah.
Who's moving to Switzerland because he doesn't want to pay tax. I suggest we take all tax off here, allow him a loophole.
Well, I reckon the
Thorpe loophole.
It'd be laughed out of the Parliament, I'd hope. Quite rightly too, and a boot up the date for the bloke. He'd have to come in and cop a couple from, I don't know, either side. Now, look, what disturbs me about this, though, is that I don't want to encourage young people...
to go and live in Switzerland.
No, exactly. And they might be making a couple of bob on the way through, whatever they're doing. It doesn't matter, as you point out, plumbers, tradies, bakers, whatever you like.
I just don't want to see a queue at the airport.
Exactly, leaving here.
Millions of people going to live in Switzerland.
On the off chance that the Oakshott law will get up for Ian. But there's something even worse than that. I think it's un-Australian, Roy, to be doing this.
Yeah.
Un-Australian. I never thought I'd say that about Ian Thorpe. But I've turned just in the last, 13 seconds. I've turned. It's un-Australian to be doing this. What is wrong with living here and paying a bit of tax?
Yeah. Well, that's the
We're
question,
not
isn't
overly
it?
taxed.
No. Well, Ian obviously feels we are.
That's the trouble.
The term the bottom line etymologically belongs to Australia. Governor King, who quite famously became enamoured of the charms of Mole Driscoll, demanded a dado line in Government House appear at the exact height of Mole's well-shaped bottom. When the building became the Treasury Building, the dado became the height at which the gold reserves were to be maintained for the running of the colony. This became the bottom line. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, look, the email, and people do like getting in touch with us via the email, thelife@triplem.com.au, has turned up a little bit of gold from Rye here.
Rye's been in touch in the last hour, actually. He said, just a heads up, the brothers Schleck, to whom we referred earlier in the program, the cheating Schleck brothers, this is the Tour of France.
Bike riders.
Yeah, they're from Luxembourg.
Yeah, can I apologise to all Belgians who are listening? Yeah. And I know a lot of people listen to this online in, obviously the Flemish area.
Overseas, eating
those waffles and that, chocolate.
Those crap waffles, crap chocolate you wouldn't wipe, what with. Now, just as a heads up, the brothers Schleck are from Luxembourg, so it's too hard for one to understand their devious, cheating ways since they come from a tiny European tax haven and not paid a cent for anything in their lives, he says here. This is Rye. Good on you, Rye. Now, which begs the question, why isn't Ian Bigfoot Torpedo heading to Luxembourg?
Well, indeed. And you know what, I've got this vague feeling is that it wouldn't make any sense and they'd see him coming. You're coming here for what? Well, I'm a swimmer. Do you know what I mean? Whereas in Switzerland...
Oh, you mean they're not entirely stupid like the Swiss?
Exactly. They're not entirely stupid like the Swiss. So if you said to me, name your top 10 products from Luxembourg, I'm struggling.
I can't think of one.
No.
Apart from no tax.
You see, in Belgium, you got your waffles and your chocolate. You've got 2 out of 10. They might have a bit of cheese that they make and, sort of, I don't know.
They'd be in the Euro, though, wouldn't they? They've sort of slipped through the net. We don't hear it. They mustn't be busted arse. I mean,
Belgium or Luxembourg?
Luxembourg,
I think it's like a principality, like...
I know, but they use euros. Are they part of the one currency?
They are. Don't quote me on this, though.
Yeah.
Don't, writing about currencies in Europe this weekend, for God's sake, don't put me down as your source of correctness on your Luxembourg euro.
Well, they must be doing it all right. I mean, they're not being talked about it, like, say, Ireland or Italy even, or Portugal or Spain,
exactly.
Or
no, they're not
Greece.
presenting any problems like those.
They're not presenting any of those sorts of problems. So maybe this tax-free business, maybe there's something to it.
Well, and get this, isn't Belgium the place where there's a sort of a half... It's divided in half between, Dutch...
The Bells and the Gyms.
Not bad. The Bells and the Gyms.
Yeah.
And the Bells, let's say, speak Dutch, and the Gyms speak French.
That's right.
And they haven't
a bit like Switzerland in many ways, because you've got French,
Italian,
Swiss, Italian Swiss,
German,
and German Swiss.
And Swiss.
Well, no, there's no Swiss.
No, I made that up. Just confused people. But what I was trying to say was that in the Belgiums, the Bells and the Gyms, they haven't had a federal government for some time.
Is that right?
Yeah, they've been governing them, locally, obviously. But they haven't had a federal government because for some reason at the election they couldn't agree, a bit like here. We got closer than them to a result. They got closer to a draw.
Right. So if Thorpe went there, he might be able to unite the principality.
Under the banner of swimming.
Yes, and become president.
Tremendous work there from Lifehouse and Halfway Gone. Sadly, look, can I just say about Lifehouse, we don't play them often, so I don't get a chance to say this. They're down there with Jebediah and Shinedown.
All right. Oh, that bad. Oh, Lord.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to get, don't wave a red rag in front of me, Roy, please, at this moment.
No.
But they're sort of down there.
Yeah, I don't think about them at all, to be frank.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au. This is The Life, laying rubber all the way to that nook where your key fits a friendly hole. With the King of Diamonds and the ace up the sleeve, Roy and HG. HG?
Thanks very much, Jim. Now, the Australian cricket captain, Michael Clarke. We haven't
Gee,
talked
doesn't
much
that
about-
sound weird?
It certainly does. The Australian cricket captain, Michael Clarke.
Yeah.
Now, this is an odd angle on this.
You mean Pup?
Pup, yeah. Michael Pup Clarke. Look, the entertainment writer for, I think it might have been the Sunday Telegram, Jonathan Moran, got this great story. He said he has an image problem.
Oh, right. What, not enough tats? That'd be it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Because I've seen a few bits of him. I don't think he's got tats on his feet.
No, that's available, or the inside on the palm of his hands.
Yes.
Where he could have, house out written on one.
Yeah.
And
not out on the other.
Yeah. Now,
he could have something on his forehead.
I don't know. 6 of the best. Now, anyway, look, he's got an image problem. He's dumped these undies brand bonds as from his stable of sponsors.
You know, I didn't know he wasn't. No, I haven't seen any. Has he done ads wearing underpants?
Yeah,
Has he?
Tons, probably too many.
Right.
Now, Clark's high-profile role with Bonds regularly saw him pose for Sexy magazine and billboard ads in his underwear, showing off his tattooed torso, especially the palms of his hands. Mm-hmm. This is Jonathan Moran writing.
Yes.
The pictures are at odds with the image befitting of an Australian skipper, which many say is the most important sporting role in the country. Well,
Well, add on. I mean, they've all done it. Remember Richie Bena's underpants ads?
Well.
Bena's briefs. Remember those?
They're incredible. They were beige from memory, weren't they? They were an odd colour.
Well, they were very brief. I thought they were a little bit too brief, to be frank. Yeah.
Do you know what? Benno's briefs...
They were the equivalent of a G-string, weren't they?
They were.
Men.
And what happened when he turned around...
That's right.
I know, there was a shock.
Total shock.
The shock.
You couldn't see it affording much protection at all.
Exactly. In fact, people said Benno's bumless chaps might be a better way of describing
exactly.
it. Now...
Oh, no.
Look...
Well, I can't think of a captain here. What about Bradman? Bradman's briefs.
Well,
you couldn't get him out of underpants.
No.
Could you?
In fact, you had to drag him down, hold him down to pull the creams on him, to get him to go out in the middle to bat. Often he wanted to just walk out in his underpants and pants.
Well, he did on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I
mean, there weren't films then. They didn't have cameras then.
Usually some of the
you
night
just read the
tests.
report. Bradman, controversially batting in his underpants today, scored a lively 94.
Now, look, what worries me, it's understood the move is part of an overall change in the direction for the cricketer, who is determined to be taken seriously. Oh, no.
Dearie me.
As captain, after becoming aware of taking risks with this image in the past may have damaged his reputation. Rubbish.
That's rubbish.
I mean, he's so dull.
Well, indeed.
Turning out
everything helps. You think,
everything helps.
Well, he can't be that bad. He wears underpants.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
At least
because you think you make assumptions. I assumed for many years a lot of the cricketers didn't. Davo, I'm sure Alan Davidson never wore underpants.
I tell you, Tubby Taylor.
A lot of them don't. Tubby Taylor, have you ever seen him in underpants? No.
They called him Commando Taylor.
Yes.
Because he always went out there with nothing on. He wouldn't even wear a box, to protect her.
I know. Thought it was weak.
Weak. That's it. Weak. Right. And in India, he felt as though the creams against the flesh.
Well, in all fairness, I don't think he understood what the box was for. No. See, because as he kept saying to me when everyone would say to him, "Hey, Tub, what about the box?" He'd say, "I don't drip."
Triple M supports tax, thumb tax, taxpayers, the mining super profits tax, the carbon tax, Sydney taxi drivers, and Thai strongman Tax in China Wat. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Coming back to Michael Clarke. Look, I worry about this. It's understood the movies, this is dropping the underpants, just going around commando style, is part of an overall change in the direction of the cricketer who's determined to be taken seriously. What'd be great is if
he scored some runs.
Thanks.
That's the best way to be taken seriously.
It doesn't matter what you wear then.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter who you go out with.
Proudly go walk strut about in his underpants.
Now, by signalling his change in image...
If Alan bought a medal, he could just turn up in his underpants. And if he was averaging 209, people would think, oh, well done, Skip.
Yeah. Pup.
Good on you, pup.
Yeah.
Love your undies, pup.
Yeah. Now, Alan bought a medal. Don't tell me that Alan didn't pull an all-rounder out of his underpants. Every so often.
Of course he did.
Now, by signalling a change in image, this is Jonathan Moran again, since taking on the captaincy, Clark has made a number of major adjustments to his life.
Oh, dear.
Clark and his management team wanted to distance the cricketer from a more superficial yet lucrative side of the sporting business. Oh, hang on. He's going to end up in Switzerland along with Thorpe. He's living next door to him.
At this rate, what, to do an underpants ads in Switzerland?
Well, I hadn't thought of that. But what's the story here? He's going to have a Calvin Klein underpant ad instead of a Bonds underpant ad? Or Team Mate? You know, and they're the rugby league underpant.
Yeah. Well, what could he advertise?
Well, that's the trouble. What?
Well, insurance. Hello, pup here. When I want insurance, I turn to...
whoever. Yeah. Or, you know...
get off.
Yeah, exactly. And then what happens if he goes to...
Score some runs!
Yeah, score some runs. Okay, now he says, by heckler, it's good. You know, all of a sudden, score some runs.
Yeah.
Much better way of dealing with it.
Much better way of dealing with it.
People excuse a million problems. They'll excuse murder if you score runs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, indeed.
I don't mean Warney killed anybody, but look at Warney's career. I mean, it's kind of had its ups and downs.
It has.
Whenever he's come back and got a fifer, everything was suddenly forgotten.
Exactly.
His underpant ads, I can't remember them.
No. Did he do underpant ads?
Did hundreds of them.
Bound to. They all did.
They
In
had
fact,
to.
you mention any cricket to me for the last, well, ever since we've been following cricket, right since
Richie Benaud.
Richie Benaud's day. I picture them all
briefs.
just in underpants.
And eating Weet-Bix.
Yes.
I mean, that's all they ever do. Yeah. Now, Michael enjoyed a wonderful 3 years with Bonds.
Did he?
But... But in the end, we felt that people had seen enough of Michael in his undies. Hang on a minute. A lot of people only watch the cricket or watch 9 in summer.
On the off chance you're going to see one of our former or current captains, lazing about in
a pair of briefs. Now, I don't know where it goes from here. I mean, what happens? Can I just point out that if you advertise, say, a four-wheel, well, I don't mean to pick a car, but a four-wheel drive car, it looked just as silly as in underpants. People would see through it exactly the same way. I mean, that's where Thorpe was a genius. He got that organic water. No one knew what it was, so they couldn't laugh at him. And he did soy milk. No one in Australia drinks soy milk, well, apart from millions of
Well, he wouldn't have done underpants.
He wouldn't have
because we'd seen him in the swimmers.
I know.
So no surprise.
Nowhere else to go.
It's just, he's wearing white... Are they white cozies that the big-footed one's wearing? He's changed since he's gone to Switzerland.
He changed. And, of course, over there he'll have to advertise, chocolates and cheese.
Yes, that's all they know, don't they? Yes.
But where are we going with this? Because, we don't really want Pup to change. We want him
No, we
to
don't.
run.
Well, that's right. That's the Pup we love. The Pup who's confident enough, even though he's not scoring runs, he's still confident enough to strut his stuff in a pair of underpants.
Yeah.
Well, if he hasn't got the courage of his convictions, if the underpants were good enough while he was standing at second slip, why are they good enough for its first slip?
Yeah.
What's changed, Pup?
Exactly. Now, the other thing is, the Bonds people had that great character, Chesty Bonds.
They did.
Now, what a role model for Pup, an Australian cricket to get involved with. Chesty Bonds, I mean, it's a natural... Can I describe it as a tight fit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, weren't they more singlets than underpants?
Yeah, they were.
Has he done singlets?
No, but he could, and I don't think it'd demean the bloke. I don't think it'd make people laugh at him any more or less than they are at the moment.
But the singlet might look a bit silly when you're only seeing half the tat.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Tats and singlets don't sort of mix all that well, whereas underpants and tats seem to...
Well, they're excellent.
Well, tickety-boo.
The tune Galway Bay was first sung in Sydney by Mole Driscoll as part of a welcoming concert for the incoming governor, Governor King. Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, alias Mole Jury, alias Mole, was the first to eat a carrot in Australia, the first to eat a turnip, and is thought to be the first European woman to climb Rouse Hill. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, Rugby League. It will be remembered as arguably the most momentous day in rugby league since the famous game was born back on January the 8th, 1908. I'm talking about yesterday.
Oh, that's the commission.
The commission.
Isn't
the
it
Rugby
good?
League Commission.
Isn't it
I'll
good?
read that again. That's Dean Ritchie, who'll be remembered as arguably the most momentous day in rugby league since the famous game was born back on the January the 8th, 1908. Now, hang on, other momentous days. When they got rid of the unlimited tackle rule.
Yeah, that was a big day. The 4-tackle rule, then the 6-tackle rule.
Correct.
Scrums.
When
the day scrums stopped being scrums.
Yeah.
That was a great day.
How about the downtown rule, the 40-20?
Yeah, mousetrap.
The mousetrap. Yeah, that was a great day, wasn't it, when they invented the mouse, first pulled off
Second man play.
Now, we've got so many. The
wraparound.
The wraparound.
Ah, Lord. Do you remember when that was invented, the wraparound, the first time you saw that? I couldn't believe it. It was...
The cannonball tackle.
Yeah.
That's incredible. The chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
Now, all those great days aside, obviously it was a big one because they appear to have formed a commission for rugby league to look after it like the AFL has looked after. One of the great things about this, though, is they then can move on to the problem of what they're going to flog the game off to television. What would I call it? Television impresarios for. And one of the great things is they can flog it off for a higher figure if they put more ads in the game.
Yeah.
Now, the suggestion is when they set a scrum down, when it goes, the ball is, goes into touch, there are moments there where they could insert an ad.
Yes.
Yes. Can I just say, I think that we're only limited with rugby league and advertising by our imaginations, that I'd love to see a lot more use of player interviews to promote products.
Yes.
Phil and Peckish. Say Nathan Hindmarsh just lays on a great tackle, has a bit of a breather on the sideline. Cameras come to him, obviously very literate. Phil and Peckish. Yeah. Duck down and get a Fritz and tomato sandwich from ... fill in the rest.
Yes. That's the future of the game. Because if all the players are wired, they could... There'd be clear signals of when it's your turn to say something. But wouldn't they... I mean, if you're out on the wing and nothing much's happening...
There's
no reason why someone's sideline eye couldn't do a quick interview. What are you thinking about? Oh, razor blade. Razor blades, mate. Yeah. What, are you going to have a shave day? Yeah, I'm going to have a shave. What are you going to use? And off you go. Then you're back into the game. I mean, we can seed ads in all the way along. Can't we?
See, what I love is those grounds where the ad rolls around while the match is on. I love that.
Everyone loves that.
I know.
Yeah.
And I love it when, the commentators are advertising things as they go along.
Yeah. The commentators love that. Rabs loves doing that.
I know. It's terrific, isn't it? Especially when he has to do something which is a bit left field, like, I don't know, Manu's show in the middle of the...
that's right.
And now Try's just being escorted, but don't forget...
Don't forget Pete's new show, Australia, You Can Play the Trumpet.
Tonight, right after rugby league.
Yeah,
I love that.
I love that too. That's the way of the game going forward, isn't it?
So what you've got is you've got this layering of ads in rugby league. So as you start off with, obviously, the commentator advertising. Well, 90% of the call. On the ground, you've got the rolling ads going around the edge. You've got the jumpers and sleeve sponsorships and all that sort of stuff.
Ground sponsorship.
The
3D appearing ads in the middle of the ground there all the time.
You're auctioning off the scoreboard. And the players contributing with their endorsements as they go through.
Yes.
And then, of course, you've got ads to be inserted in places where you've never thought about them. For instance, every time, I reckon what should happen is every time the ball goes into the red zone and the red zone had become an area of the ground, they stop for an ad.
Good idea.
I mean, sure, it'd break up
the players would enjoy it, have a bit of a blow, a bit of a breather.
Especially the defensive players. Inside the 22.
Yep. And, of course, your normal ones, when there's a try scored.
Oh, you get those.
So I did a quick, as you know, we had a rugby league meeting yesterday with some pretty high-powered types, and we came up with a ballpark figure of 1.6 billion, I think it was.
You're working towards that, 1.6 billion for the rugby league.
And I think that's a fair price.
And how are you going to break it down? For instance, State of Origin games will be moved to Monday nights from 20...
look, I don't know. I don't agree with this. I think Wednesday night, people are going to be unsettled by... People are going to see the State of Origin's on and think it's Wednesday, even though it's Monday. That's my feeling. And people are going to be disappointed. They're going to be confused when they get to work the next day, thinking it's Thursday and it's Tuesday. You know what I mean?
So they're going out to lunch on Wednesday and getting hammered thinking it's Friday.
That's right.
It's going to bugger productivity in the station, isn't it? Now, look, what I love, though, is Wednesday seems to me exactly the right, and I love the idea the players...
Hump day.
Hump day, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, I love the ideas the players play on either side of it too, because I think players, if anything, they're paid to play rugby league. Yeah. We don't want to sit them round commentating, thinking about things. We want them to play rugby league. If it's inhuman, get out of the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think sure, burnout, big problem. But the players are paid an enormous amount of money, so much so that most of them are living in Switzerland, tax-free.
Yes.
Virtually, to play rugby league here for a couple of years.
Is that where they're going?
They got very strong competition.
Okay.
There's going to be a standalone weekend next season for the Australia NZ Test. Oh,
the standalone weekend just for that bloody Test match.
Yeah.
So we don't have any of our club matches.
No. It's robbing.
Well, I hate that. That's robbing the public
of league.
Yeah.
And can I point out that I just hope that's the Anzac Day Test.
Yeah.
Why don't they play that on Good Friday? That's
like
their
they
natural
used to.
home.
They used to. Yeah.
That was where it found its natural home. They did it twice. Then they got cold feet and moved it.
Yeah.
I thought it was an ideal, play your Anzac Day Test on Good Friday. Often,
And what happened about the Anzac Day Test that was going to be played in Turkey next year? I mean, is that have they got to that?
There's nothing on that.
Because the Turkish government are right up behind it. I know they are.
For it.
They're paying for it.
They're getting a lot of players out of Switzerland.
Yes.
Training already
offering
at the moment.
Tax breaks.
Yeah.
Switzerland
to play
style.
for Turkey.
That's right.
Now, the annual City Country match will be scrapped. This is what used to be called the Fiasco.
The annual City Country Fiasco, yeah.
2013, it's gone. The mid-season test between Australia and New Zealand will also disappear for that year. I mean...
Oh, Lord.
I mean, it's a nightmare, isn't it?
I know.
Things that you could set your life by, things that you could say, oh, hello, winter's almost over, we're up to the Anzac Day Test, or the Eels be able to get a wriggle on if they want to make the 8. They haven't won any matches yet, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
That's all gone. The mosaic of life, the certainty of Australian life is absolutely being destroyed by this insane administration, hell-bent on ruining the game. That's the NRL Commission. Now, on Origin...
These are toxic changes, aren't they?
Toxic changes, the word I was fishing for.
Yeah.
I didn't want to use it because I thought I'd scare people.
Yeah, I know.
Because they're getting scared enough. Whyalla disappearing.
I know.
The steelworks in Wollongong gone, shut down.
I'm telling you now, there won't be a job for anyone if these toxic changes are made to rugby league.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And can I just ask the knock-on effect?
Manufacturing gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
I mean, the last people leaving, just turn the lights out.
On your way to
Switzerland. On your way to
Switzerland,
where you won't pay any tax. No tax.
Can I get your thoughts on this tipped into the problem of the savage impost on punters at the local RSL and their denial of their Australian right to shove a couple of hundred through?
I know.
It's all stacking up.
It's all stacking up, isn't it? It's all stacking up. I mean, do people want us to live in Switzerland?
Powderfinger on my mind. Is it too early to suggest they reform for a rugby league grand final?
No. No,
or
no,
a V8 supercar knockabout?
Well, we did have an email actually suggesting Zoot.
Oh, yes, we did.
This should come from Andrew Brown.
Yeah.
Who's suggesting he's heard they're getting back together later this year. And pre-match entertainment could be Daryl Cotton doing Same Old Girl, followed by Rick Springfield doing Jesse's Girl. That'd be good. And then at half-time they'd get together and do Eleanor Rigby.
Gee, they thought it through. Andrew's thought it through.
Isn't he ever?
That's fantastic. And if you do want to get involved with us via the email, thelife@triplem.com.au. Now, we come back to these changes that are going to alter the very fabric of Australian life.
Our country. Yeah.
Okay. On Origin standalone weekends in 2013, New Zealand will host its own State of Origin game.
Oh, no, that's the final straw.
I know.
It just dilutes the product.
Yeah.
I mean, State of Origin is ours. There's only one State of Origin. Or is it going to be North Island versus South Island? How pathetic is that?
Auckland v Counties, even worse than North v South.
Oh, it's City v Country. It's City v Country.
How can that be called State of Origin? Can't be called that.
No.
The salary cap's going to be increased next season by $100,000 to $4 million. The meeting of the NRL chairman and the chief executives heard that rugby league is poised to surpass the AFL television rights by securing broadcasting rights worth a whopping $1.4 billion. Now, what worries me...
That's undervalued.
Completely. You had a 1.6.
1.6, yeah.
Now, what worries me slightly is they're going to parcel them up and sell them off so as, let's say, Seven might get the State of Origin rights. Then Friday night football might be on 10.
No.
Monday night football might be on Foxtel.
Yeah.
Saturday afternoon football or Sunday afternoon football might be on Channel 9.
It's a dog's breakfast if you do that.
A dog's breakfast.
It's a dog's breakfast. You'll want to have one dedicated rugby league channel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that could be the local content for that network.
Now,
that could be your local content. No need to have any dramas or game shows, right? It's just rugby league.
Rugby league channel. Now, what worries me is also that obviously we have a premier team of callers, you know, Gus and Peter Sterling and Gouldy and...
Rabs.
Rabs. I got Gouldy there twice.
Yeah, Rabs. Yeah.
Rabs. Now, then we have this B team over at...
Vossi.
Well, he's still with 9 over at 7, who we don't know.
Oh, yeah, who'd be calling it on 7?
Well, big problem. Manu and Pete.
It'd be Manu and Pete with the rugby league. I'm telling you, I'm not going to like that.
And then at 10, you get blow-ins like, let's say, Dave Hughes from the 7pm project and George Negus. I mean, Negus and Hughes.
Forget it. That's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
I'm telling you that now. Manu and Pete at a pinch, sure. Some zany hero
there'd be a bit of novelty interest that'd wear off by round 16.
Yeah, we'll try round 6. I mean, obviously they'd have to jazz it up by having a date. Who's going to help Manu call which attractive Australian's going to help Manu call the footy tonight?
Well, that'd be one of your ads. The winger would be asked that by the sideline eye.
See, now you're thinking, Roy. Yeah. It's going to work, isn't it? Manu and Pete calling it.
Yes.
What are we having at half-time, Pete? Well, I've been cooking up Manu, as you know. I love a fondue. Yeah. We're going to have fondue. Mm-hmm. It's getting back fondue. Mm-hmm. Buy it on eBay for next to nothing. Take it home. Hot cheesing away. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Rugby league food. And all of a sudden, Manu's lipping the lips waiting for half-time. Over at, 10, where they've got Hughesy and George.
George, yeah. Well, there'd be lots of... what's his show, 6:30 with George?
Yeah.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of promos for that.
They're coming up this week on
with 6:30. The winger, yeah. What are you going to watch at 6:30, eh? What are you going to watch at 6:30? Oh,
George has got a special from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, it's George's show, what's that?
He's talking to the Uzbeki Prime Minister. That'll be a riot. I'll be there.
Yeah, well, see, it can't work. You've just got to have one. And if it's going to be 9, fine. But why not make it a total rugby league...
Channel,
network.
I know.
So news could be read by, Braithen Astor this week.
Yeah. Luke Burt
next week.
Yeah.
The weather, here's the weather. Here's Hindy's weather. Hindy, how's it going to be on the weekend? Yeah, thanks, yeah. No, we're going to have a bit of rain. It's going to affect the handling for a couple of boys. You know what I mean? That's your show.
That's great weather.
Yeah. Now, this day tonight, who's on this day tonight?
Well, let's say...
let's say it's Wendell Saylor with this day tonight. G'day, Del, what's your show? Oh, we're looking at detergents. Detergents are rubbish!
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, it's a very exciting prize. Let me say the living end, the ending is just the beginning repeating. Now, this I understand, this CD...
7 o'clock tonight.
7 o'clock tonight will be played in its entirety.
Yep.
So it goes In the Morning, Heatwave, Machine Gun for Another Day, Song for the Lonely, Ride the Wave Boy, Resist, Away from the City United Universe.
Yeah. Is it going to be played in the order in which it was recorded, HG, or is it going to be sort of mix and match, sort of track 1, track 9, track 6?
As I understand it, for people who want to hear Heatwave, that's the second one up. So that'll be on at about, say, 5
So you know where you are.
So you know where you are. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So this is The Living End, their new CD. Mm-hmm. The album, incidentally, is dedicated to the memory of Noel Chaney, who was always the band. I think that might be one of the dads of maybe the lead singer from the band, who appears to be quite a motorcycle, had a sporting connection and was a motorcycle rider. So that's a good dedication there. Now, we've also got, because it's, rugby union time again, Tri-Nations, we've got the George Smith, the biography by Rupert Guinness. George Smith, of course, a long-time servant of Australian rugby. We've also got...
very good in the breakdowns, wasn't he?
Very good,
Smith.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, we've got also the Eastern Creek Karting Experience, International Karting Raceway, 2 15-minute whip-arounds. It's valued for over $85 and includes free membership of Eastern Creek for 12 months.
Wow.
So that's very good. But the real highlight is a Sharks bowling ball.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people will think, well, I've got a number of bowling balls at home. What's special about this? Well, this one can be fitted to your hand.
Yeah.
So if you hook up with somebody with a good drill, they'll be able to put the holes in exactly where they're right for your hand. Now, experts, I'm not a bowler, but experts tell me that this can improve your game by about 400%. So at the moment, if you're bowling, say, 20, you might be bowling about 100 with the fitted hand. It fits you like a glove then. You'll never want to take it off. Even when you're doing that, you'll never want to take it off. So it is a hell of an improvement, this fitted bowling ball. It's revolutionising bowling around the world.
So if you went to any of the bowling venues...
Bowling venues would have a drill that would be able to punch the holes in where you need to go.
Yeah, but you're taking your own ball. How many people get the chance to do that?
I know. Walk in with your own ball. Look like a pro.
Yeah, that's a... God almighty.
And when you give it to somebody to pick up, laughs all round because their hand won't fit where your fingers go. And look at the colour. It's sort of like a... I can't get it out of the box, it's so heavy, but it's just sort of like a sea blue colour.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Gallen, doesn't it, from all angles?
It's certainly got the gal polish on it. And believe you me, if you want to roll a few strikes, this is the one to get behind. So that's great. So your bowling ball, your George Smith, your karting, and your living NCD. It's a great prize.
Yep. The question is, HG, who will be calling the rugby league next year on Channel 7?
Who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, yeah, we're joined by Rachel, who's joining us from Mona Vale. How are you there, Rachel?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, you're not in the car now, are you, Rachel?
We are. I'm not driving though, so it's okay.
No, I understand. Now, how's the traffic your way?
Southbound's going good. Yeah, it's fine so far. So.
And you're driving to dinner. How far do you have to go?
North Sydney. So.
North Sydney. And there's no place between Mona Vale and North Sydney that you could eat?
There's a few, but I think you have to travel to get the good food these days.
Fair enough.
Is it a restaurant you're going to, Rachel, or is it someone's place?
Yeah, no, it's a restaurant. It's called La Capanina. That's it.
And have you been there before?
It's brand new. We went for the opening and then we're back for our first meal there.
Oh, excellent. That's great.
Do you know the people who run it, Rachel?
Yes, yeah. Dad's a licensee of restaurants and liquor, stuff like that, so...
He gets around in the area. Now, what will you be thinking? You know, you'll obviously have already planned part of the meal. What are you thinking of having yourself tonight?
I don't know, actually.
You're going with an open mind?
It's Italian-based, so we'll see how we go, maybe a pasta or something like that.
Maybe. What about a scallopini?
Oh, yeah, veal scallopino.
Veal scallopini might be nice. What about an entree? Oh, you'll have some garlic bread, obviously, but what might a nice entree be? Maybe some, I don't know.
Cheddar's my favourite.
Some scallops, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
And dessert? Will you hang around for dessert?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, good.
Right.
Definitely the ones to hang around for the dessert, but I'm not sure what the menu's got to offer.
They're very good. Now, you're going soon on is it a scholarship, a soccer scholarship to part of America?
Yeah, in North Carolina in America.
And were you taken by the Women's World Cup, which was a fantastic competition, which concluded this week?
Yes, yeah, definitely. It was so good. A few unlucky games there, but... Oh, well.
The quality of the goals, though, you couldn't fault the quality of the goals. I thought it was first class. And
a few of the teams that had possession the whole game didn't end up winning, so it's interesting when it comes like that. It comes down to, penalties and...
Yeah. Yes, and what did you think of the final? Japan, I thought, when they got to the penalty shootout, I thought America was a shoo-in to get a stronger goalie.
Just because I'm going there, I guess, but a bit unlucky. I thought America had most of the possession and on top of it, but anyway.
Well, they just panicked at the crunch time.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, as I understand it, the Women's World Cup next time is in America. Is that right?
I'm not too sure, but that'd be really good if it was, because I should be there because I'm there for 4 years, so...
Wow.
Well, that's excellent timing.
Yeah.
So just as you come to the end of it, you'll be there... Well, obviously it's a summertime competition in there, and it'll be big time. That's great.
Yeah.
And do you have to... You're on a soccer scholarship. I always get confused by this. Does this mean you have to study as well, or you can play football all the time?
It's both, but you do have to go well at both to continue the scholarship.
Yeah.
I'm studying exercise science, so as long as I'm getting good grades in that, the coach will keep playing me in the soccer, so...
Oh, right. So it's a sort of nice arrangement. So, the soccer improves and the passing of the courses travels along with it neatly.
And did you say the course was exercise science?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, would bowling be part of that? 10-pin bowling?
No.
Well, you'd look at the biomechanics of the bowling action, wouldn't you, Rachel?
I think so. Definitely the plyometrics and the training involved in bowling.
Yes, excellent. Well, let Roy set out the question, Rachel, and have a swing at it.
Now, Rachel, who will be calling the Rugby League next year on Channel 7?
Well, I think it would be Pete and Manu.
Can you see them doing a good job, Rachel?
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah. Well, you'll miss it. You'll be in North Carolina.
Yeah, I'll have to...
Still, Dad might be able to record it and send over the DVDs to you.
Sounds good.
Or you'll be able to watch it somehow online, or listen to it at least online.
Yeah.
Now, would you like your own bowling ball that's fitted to exactly your hand?
I would love it.
There you go. Well, you've got one. You've got one. Sadly, it's in Sharks colours, but you can put that aside. You can paint it yourself once you've got the holes drilled in it. And obviously, there's the George Smith story, the Living End CD, and this opportunity to go karting. I hope you can fit this in before you go. 2 15-minute spins around the Eastern Creek Raceway in a go-kart. Sounds fantastic. So it's a voucher for that. Rachel, all the best in America. Good luck with the football, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush. And home is just around the corner.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentlemen. Jim. Now, Roy, emails again. We've had a bumper run on the emails. Mm-hmm. One excellent one here. They say this is obviously Luke writing, they say every cloud has a silver lining. Mm. And with Mark Gasni's retirement, you'd have to say the silver lining comes in the form of countless extra hours to prepare his weekly column.
Well, that's true.
Although you might think it's impossible to improve on the half page of perfection Mark serves up every week, how about more perfection? 5 full pages of Mark Gasni's observations and insights every day. Could you?
Well, I would love to read that. The sales would go through the roof. I know some papers are struggling with their circulation issues, but having Mark do 5 solid pages of observations of rugby league, just...
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Let's go to this week's column.
Yeah.
Memo to NRL, ... Home is where the heart is and soul is for leading contenders come finals time. Home is where the heart and soul is.
He's lost me.
Yeah.
He's lost me. Normally he's very clear.
That's the headline, though.
I reckon he didn't do that. The subs have done that.
Sub did. But he got you in with that headline thinking, I wonder what the bloke's on about this week.
Where is he coming from? Yeah.
Now,
this is the Gaz perspective, isn't it?
The Gaz perspective. You know... How about this? The other thing I saw this week was Matty Johnson's idea on how to improve the finals hype. This is Gaz. I like where he's coming from, adopting this Super League system where the top 3 teams get to pick their opponents and the 4th place team gets the remaining contender. So in other words, your top 8, top 3 pick whoever they want to, and the 4th place gets the remaining contender, should, of course, unless they're picked.
Yeah. What a fascinating system that would be.
Yeah. I don't understand how it builds the hype, but it would give you an extra day.
Extra things to talk about.
Extra things to talk about, and a night of television.
Yeah.
You know, I can see it now, say, Pete and Manu over on 7. They're lucky enough to have the final series.
Yes.
So the first show...
No. The Broncos, they will choose the Storm.
You've got it in one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you might be right, Manu.
And betting on it. And, of course, obviously, there'd be a terrific thing. You'd have a panel of experts saying, who should they pick? Out comes the skip.
Yep.
I forget who's skippering, I don't know, St. George.
Broncos, let's say Darren.
Yeah, Darren. Out comes Darren. Waddles on.
Yeah, we're going to go with the Storm. Thanks, Darren.
See? It's there.
Yeah.
Don't have to do much with it.
No,
and then off
true.
they go. And then now. I came across this when I was watching Super League final series when I was overseas in 2009, and from a fan's perspective, it was a super idea. I'm not quite sure why, but that's just Gaz.
That's just Gaz.
Yeah.
He's allowed that.
It adds another dimension to the big end of the season's games. Everyone wins. Well, except those who lose. And obviously, each week, there's 4 losers in that system because there's 8 teams playing. Now, you got something else there?
Josh Thompson's been in touch, HG. He says, I live in Perth, and as such, I'm sadly unable to listen to your show live because if you're disconnected, unable to join in the talkback topics. Well, I must say, we've missed the Josh perspective in our talkback topics. But... I could hold my silence no longer when I heard you call out for our favourite Hindy tackle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good. Wasn't that great talk back?
It was great.
It was very exciting.
So many memories. Yeah. Now, I must remember that amazing state of origin in which he made every tackle for the first 60 minutes of the game with his team standing back as his backup, as they were not needed. Every time I think of this moment, it brings a tear to my eye.
Wow, I'd forgotten all about that because there's so many great nights.
Yeah.
For 60 minutes, it was just Hindy going one out.
Yeah, just doing all the tackling. You know,
isn't that fantastic?
That's typical. That's what's missing at the moment, isn't it? Personalities like Hindy.
But yeah, no, it's certainly missing.
Missing from that state of origin level.
True.
Yeah.
Now, we got another lovely one here from Dan Moore. He just writes, finally, the voice of common sense is being heard loud and clear. What is the voice of common sense? This terrific news that this is taken from AAP, one of the news services.
Yes.
The Shooters and Fishers Party has won support of the New South Wales government to introduce shooting as a sport in more schools.
In all schools, I hope you said.
Yeah, sorry, in more, i.e. all.
Yes.
The gun control lobby and even some of the New South Wales coalition see the minor party's long-held ambition to get more guns in the hands of children as the price the government must pay for the support of the two Shooters MPs who are needed to get legislation through a hostile upper house.
Yes.
According to Fairfax papers, they want the relaxation of a tight system for registering firearms, an end to the ban on hunting in national parks, and the removal of red tape so as at least the 650 public and independent high schools are free to choose shooting as a sport. Only a handful of schools now teach children to shoot. Police Minister Mike Gallagher has opened the door saying we are open to finding ways to support those schools that wish to offer shooting part of their sports curriculum. I think it should be compulsory.
Well, there wouldn't be a school in Australia that wouldn't support that.
Roy, my question this, and this isn't factored in here, would you like to see shooting obviously start with your 303 and go to your...
Well, I'd start with slug guns, HG. I think every child should be given a slug gun, maybe at the age of 3.
A preschool shooting campaign, age of 3.
Yeah.
Now... remember when Kevin Rudd ran for Parliament, he used to hold up an old clapped-out bit of hardware, and declared this was the toolbox of the future. People pointed out that was years out of date, the one that he held up, and no one in their right mind had used it. Now, be that as it may.
Yes.
Are you seeing, let's say, I don't know, Barry O'Farrell in New South Wales going to the election holding up a gun?
Yes, saying out of these dead hands.
Every kid... in New South Wales, we'll get one of these?
We'll get one of these.
A Remington 810.
Yes.
Beautiful slug gun.
Well, I was thinking more of a Shikata 22. They were beautiful.
That's a European.
Yeah, beautiful
now,
slug gun.
What I'd like to see is people talk, say, the history of weapons, and so this would take up a fair bit of the curriculum.
Well, I think you could tie it in with the ethics classes, actually.
Exactly.
Maybe the ethics classes could be about shooting. You know, there's your ethical dilemma. You know, should we shoot him or not?
Oh, I was thinking, I've got a bat in my sight.
Yes.
Now I see a bunny. Do I go for the bat with a hand revolver?
Well, you're complicating things. Don't you shoot first and ask questions later? Isn't that the ethical dilemma?
Not bad.
Yes.
Bang, bang.
Yes.
Got them both.
They're both dead. They're both dead. Now, how do you feel? Well, I think I'm a good shot. And I think that's fine. I would like to see trapping as part of it as well. If you're going to have shooting, let's have trapping as well. And I'd like to see every child, every primary school kiddie, not only given a Shikata 22 slug gun, but a ferret. A ferret and a bit of netting.
Yeah.
And just saying, kids, get out there.
And have a go.
Have a go.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you get it wrong first time, because eventually, process of bites on the finger, you'll get it right.
You'll get it right,
now,
exactly.
Bow and arrow, Roy, where do you stand?
Absolutely, I'm for it.
And how about a falcon?
What about a knife?
Well, a knife, obviously.
I think a lot of people would feel a hell of a lot safer as a community. And we wouldn't have to worry so much about...
toxic taxes?
Well, about toxic taxes and poker machine taxes and taxes. If and parents getting kids to school, in their cars, if every child was armed with a knife, a slug gun, obviously...
Bow and arrow.
A bow and arrow.
And a ferret with a bit of netting. Now, having got that as the basics, where does it go to from there? Because I can see this...
Dynamite. Wouldn't it be great knowing that every kiddie
was dynamite
was an explosive expert?
Yeah.
An explosives expert who's capable of handling a gun, a knife, a bow and arrow, and a ferret.
The term the bottom line etymologically belongs to Australia. Governor King, who quite famously became enamoured of the charms of Mole Driscoll, demanded a dado line in Government House appear at the exact height of Mole's well-shaped bottom. When the building became the Treasury Building, the dado became the height at which the gold reserves were to be maintained for the running of the colony. This became the bottom line. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes. Always learning things on the show. Now, speaking of that, David has got in touch with us on the email. Just wanted to make sure we knew that the World Snooker event on in Australia at the moment is called the Australian Goldfields Open.
You know, I had no idea. They've kept this one quiet, haven't they?
They have.
Who's promoting it?
I've got no idea. I just hope the gold industry in Australia, I mean, they're going through the roof.
Going through the roof.
They'd have a lot of money. They'd be able to drip a bit off the end towards...
drop the odd nugget towards someone who can...
Yeah, bang a ball.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that occurs to me is that, you know, some of these, what I call less visible events, maybe we should join them all up. You know, the Lithgow Iron Horse event, what's it called? Ironfest.
Ironfest, yeah.
And the Australian Goldfields Open. I mean, why not run them on the same weekend?
In the same town.
Same town, win-win, all round.
Yeah.
You know, you got two things now.
Nick, what a lovely idea.
Nick said, you know, he saw the article concerning Carlos Smearson. He's running the Torpedoes house while Torpedo trains overseas. He's wondering whether the Torpedoes house has adequate table tennis facilities.
Oh, what a good question.
Most interested to know whether there's living quarters of Smearson's own professional live-in table tennis coach.
Well, that's right.
I'm sure what's got in mind there. But,
well,
you know,
Smearson would be... although we thought he might change the game next year, didn't we? He'd be training something else, some other arcane discipline to beat the boys with.
Well,
Dacoits, I think we thought.
Don't tell me.
Or hooky. Remember that?
Hooky. Yeah, I hate hooky.
I hate hooky.
Those sort of preserving rings thrown at a set of numbers on a corkboard.
That's it.
Ooh.
Smearson would love that. Go on, boys, who's for a game of hooky? Betches I'll win.
Well, don't tell me that Mitchell Pearce, Gal,
they'll be out.
They'll be out in the shed.
Yeah.
And when knock, 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 who is it? Sticky, shut up a minute. Boys, quiet. You know, and then obviously go out and see what Sticky wants, see him off the premises, and then back to the
hooky.
Practice. Look, here's another one from Nick, who says, just wanted to do quick thanks concerning the prizes sent. He got the Les Murray book. It's now a great doorstop. And the orbital drill, still don't have any idea what it's all about, but good at for mixing milkshakes.
Well, that's good. That's being pressed into action. That's tremendous. A quick one here from Kerry Tunstall, HG, who says, could we please update the audience on how rugby league is faring in the United States following our last trip there, carrying a pro-rugby league message? Have the efforts borne fruit yet? Well, oddly enough, we were talking to, it might have been John Cartwright yesterday, HG.
The coach of the Titans.
The coach of the Titans, who might have coached at one stage the United States Rugby League team, the Tomahawks.
The Tomahawks.
And he said it's going through the roof.
Yeah, it's very big there.
Yeah, it's one of the largest, it's one of the fastest growing sports in America.
Now, what happens here is that there's a story coming from Kerry Tunstall concerning this. Now, apparently rugby union is fastest growing sport in America.
That's true.
But Johnny says that they swap between the two codes.
They do.
Willy-nilly. And he says that the league is getting the benefit.
He thinks the league's ahead of the rugby union in America, which I think augurs well. Now, are the Tomahawks being invited to the next World Cup? They'd have to be.
They've got to be. I mean, look at the American dominance of women's football generally.
Yes.
Surely the blokes can put a Tomahawk side out on the park.
Of course they could. Of course they could. Yeah.
You know, obviously teach them a thing about how to stage their, you know, by then how to stage their television rights over, you know, obviously areas and origin and, you know, Monday night, Friday night and all that sort of stuff. It'd be pretty complex for them to pick up initially.
Well, I assume when this $1.6 billion deal goes through that there'll be a lot of those channels in the States champing at the bit to
get involved,
get a little bit of rugby league action. Say, in America, you know, Monday night could become rugby league night in the United States.
Well, what a great idea. And when they get the book of, say, Fubby's columns, you know, dare I say.
Oh, dare I say.
Yeah, top 10 in the New York Times best booksellers or best book selling books list.
Yeah.
I mean, all of a sudden they'll know
I
it's
think the
knocking.
time's come to send a couple of players as emissaries of league.
Right.
Just to tour and talk. Go to those town halls.
Well, Darren Lockyer selects himself, doesn't he?
Does.
The way he talks.
Next year.
Unforgettable.
Yes. They'd remember Lockie blowing in.
The trouble is we sent Russell Crowe last time, who I think didn't do the best job because he was a bit Crowe-centric. Don't mean to be unkind.
Well, he had a difficult message to sell. He had Cinderella Man.
Rugby League. Court case.
All of that. Yeah. Very, very tricky. But if you had what I'd call a clean skin like Lockie, on the verge of being an immortal.
Yeah. Would he go on the Letterman show?
He would go on the Letterman show.
I'd be impressed there with how he spoke.
Yes. Well, Letterman would introduce him. You've probably heard of the term immortals. You've probably heard of, Puff, Chang, Artie.
King.
Yep. Well, here's another one. He's not quite an immortal yet, but he's an immortal in the wings. Darren Lockyer. Come on out, Darren.
They play Hey Hey with the Broncos.
Yeah.
Out he comes.
Yeah. G'day, David.
The sentence, "Can I have a drive, Dad?" was first recorded in Sydney. It was said by Michael Horden in Hurstville in 1909. Horden's father, Sir Graham Horden, then allowed the 4-year-old boy to steer his new Daimler, resulting in the deaths of Horden Sr., Tinker Ronald Stubbs and his horse Flash Harry, a woman known as Mole Driscoll, Father Paul O'Leary, and the Sullivan twins, Noel and Neil. Michael never drove a car again. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, look, finishing up the emails with regard to the new rugby league team, the Brisbane Bastards, and certain requirements relating to the playing group, I was wondering whether the father-son rule would apply in the draft. Isn't that an excellent observation from Stephen Bird?
Well, you're absolutely right. And there was another email, HG, with someone suggesting that the mascot or the logo for the Bastards could be a sole woman with a child.
That's a lovely,
provocative thought.
Evocative thought. And also, it wouldn't be difficult to have a charity built around that or a foundation.
A foundation I would prefer.
Let's say the Bastards get, say, somebody really good like, I don't know, Greg Bird to come and play for them, just off the top of my head.
Yes.
The Greg Bird Foundation.
Yes.
Would donate all money to... I'm not quite sure how he described people who don't have two parents anymore. They're not...
Well, perhaps into DNA sampling or something, some technical way of...
To find the other half or the other parent.
Well, the ambition would be a bit like the Human Genome Project, HG, that you would analyse and get samples of everyone in Australia's DNA so you could link everyone together. So there'd be no deadbeat dads anymore. They'd be identified.
Brilliant idea.
Excuse me, sir, come in here. Yes, John Hamilton suggested a mother and a child.
In a beautiful image.
Haunting image.
Haunting, especially connected with rugby league.
Yes.
Just timely. And,
yes. Poignant, absolutely.
Poignant!
Yes.
That's the word I'm looking for. Poignant.
Be beautiful.
And don't tell me Gaz, if he was looking for a column for next Thursday's 5-page spread, could start with those as a few ideas. Now.
That's right. Is there any talk of Gaz moving to Switzerland with his foundation? Is there going to be the Gaz Foundation?
There is.
I don't know what it's going to do yet, but it's going to be established in, I hope, in Switzerland.
Well...
Is there any talk of Gaz going to become a neighbour of Thorpe's?
Well, I don't quite understand why he would be doing that.
Well, get away from tax. Toxic taxes, no matter where you look.
Sorry, how silly.
And the thing about Switzerland is, look, there's no taxes. No one pays tax in Switzerland. And everywhere you go, there are poker machines. Doesn't matter where you are.
And you can punt as much as you like.
Punt as much as you bloody will like. Nobody's bloody looking over your shoulder saying, hey, hang on, Gaz, haven't you put enough through there, mate?
The kids of Switzerland have got everything, Gaz. They don't need any more from you, buddy.
No, I mean, it's just freedom with Switzerland.
It's incredible.
Every kiddie's got a gun. By law, you've got to have a gun.
And a ferret.
And a ferret, and a bit of netting, and a knife, and a bow and arrow, and a spear. Now, that's something we haven't bloody discussed here, spears. I can't tell you the last time I saw a kid with a spear. I can't.
No. I can't either. Homemade spear?
I don't give a fuck.
I can tell you when I last saw a kid on the Brighton jetty. They had a hand sling spear to catch fish.
Oh, yeah, but that was probably some special thing. That was Spear Day or something, was it?
Yeah, it was Super Spear Day.
Yeah, Super Spear Day. Yeah, well, there's not a problem with that. I mean, You take it as read, everyone's going to have a bloody spear on Super Spear Day.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, just normal, just walking around. See you later, Mum, I'm off. Oh, you've got your spear? Oh, God, I've forgotten.
Yeah, no.
I left it at school.
Well, go and
I
get
didn't
it.
leave your gun there. No, I got my gun. What about your knife? You got my knife. Bow and arrow, got that. What about your netting? Yes. Ferret, yes.
Danny Green. We haven't had a chance to talk about this, and we're probably not going to get to, so we just got to have a couple of highlights. Look, this disturbed me. He says, sometimes you take on guys, and this is Danny talking, sometimes you take on guys and you don't win. Daniel Lane got this. I gave him a best, but unfortunately I wasn't good enough on the night. He was a better man on the night, and he gave me a touch-up. If you can't handle that, and you're in the wrong sport. If you bring a bloke like Antonio Tava, he's now 5 times world champion and a future Hall of Famer, into the country, that's what you've got to expect.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're better the man, sometimes you're not. Green said it hurt. It had hurt to see the effect his defeat had on people. And this is the thing that worries me. He said, after the fight, people came up to me, some guys were crying for me. They had tears in their eyes and said, I'm the bloke who lost. The thing that hurts most is I couldn't do it for my family, my friends, Ida, my corner, my brother. The buck stops with me. I couldn't do it for them. Obviously, I wanted to do it for myself, but I fight for other reasons as well. Like, he said he planned to take out sometimes and chill. His plans, but Hyder said the reigning world champions would want to fight him. They might activate the, return bout clause, the rematch clause. I know one thing, when I fight fighters, they're never the same.
This is Tava talking.
Yeah. And I take something out of them, and I don't know where Danny is going to be after this.
Yeah.
I don't know if Danny wants to step back in there right away with me. I don't know what he can say he could have done differently. Is that right? Do you think in Tava's case that they're different people after they've been in the ring with him?
Well, Roy Jones Jr. was never the same, was he?
No, true.
I mean, he came out here and Danny Green took him out, I think it might have been the first 30 seconds. That was it, wasn't it?
He was.
He was never the same.
But did Jake the Snake Rodriguez...
He was never the same.
No.
They're never the same.
No.
And remember when we bumped into Danny Green just yesterday and neither of us recognised him?
Completely.
Didn't know who he was.
And what was...
the weird thing is I didn't think he knew who he was either.
Exactly. You know what my image of him will always be, at 2 o'clock in the morning, after the stink, he comes down to find his mum and dad, who are probably a bit lost, wandering around, say, the casino complex, wondering where to go, wondering how Danny is.
Yeah.
And he bumps into these people who are crying.
Yeah.
It's sport.
And they didn't know who he was.
They didn't know. They didn't have a clue who he was.
Yeah.
He said, I'm Danny.
As if they were meeting him for the first time.
Well, he introduced himself.
G'day everyone, I'm Danny Green.
They said, rubbish, you're not.
You're not. Get out of here. He's our son. We know what he looks like.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, Jim, look, there's no difference to the first Hot Lap handout of the afternoon. The fingerless bowling ball, where you get the opportunity to fit this to your own hand or a loved one's hand and take along to a bowling, 10-pin bowling setup near you and get them to drill the holes exactly where you need them. We've got the Living End CD now. The Living End CD, the ending is just the beginning repeating. That's going to be played in its entirety in just about 15 minutes' time right here on Triple M. And I gave you the track list earlier in the evening or the afternoon. And it's another great contribution to Aussie rock from the end. We've got, obviously, George Smith's book with the Wallabies playing tomorrow night. This is a biography of George Smith, a very valuable servant to Australian rugby. And we've got the karting, what would I call it, gift voucher. It's 2 15-minute spins around Eastern Creek International Karting Raceway. So it's a great prize for all comers. Roy, who can answer the following question?
Yes, the question is as follows, HG. Name 5 things an Aussie child should not leave the house without.
Who are you talking to?
Yes, we're joined by Craig, who's joining us from Woonona. How are you there, Craig?
I'm good, fellas. How you going?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, mate, are you in the traffic?
I have been. I've pulled over.
No, I understand.
Yes.
Is the going difficult today?
It's from Rosebery in Sydney down to Woonona down near Wollongong. Isn't the greatest a trip on a Friday afternoon, mate, I'll tell you.
No.
And it's even worse today, I take it.
It is, yeah. Lovely and wet.
Now, you're a builder. Have you been able to do any building over the last few days?
We have, yeah. We do have a lot of indoor sort of work with renovations and petition fit-outs and stuff like that. So.
Oh, okay. And you try and juggle it so when you know the weather's coming, you move indoors, and when it gets, fine again, you get on the outdoors of the house.
Roy, if I knew when the weather was coming, mate, I wouldn't be building.
No, true, you'd be
doing something better than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the Dragons, are you at all worried? Do you think they're over the, the horror stretch of the state of origin and on track to give Benny one to put in the hip pocket as he scoots up the highway to the Knights?
Well, I do, yeah. I think we've got to give one for Benny and Darius, and obviously Gaz is leaving us as well to... I think you're saying he's going to Switzerland, is he?
He is. Well, we think that's where he'll end up eventually.
Him too, yep.
And, look, do you get along to the games at all?
Probably not as much as what I should. But I definitely try and listen to them on Triple M or watch them on TV.
Yes.
Whenever they're available. So.
Excellent answer,
yes,
Craig.
That is a good answer, Craig.
Now, what I was going to say was, of course, you would have followed the Illawarra Steelers, I suppose, when they were in the competition?
No, I actually grew up in Oatley, up in Sydney, so I'm a St George boy from the beginning, and probably moved down to Woonona about 5 years ago now, I think.
Fair enough.
Were you excited that the Steelers, 100 greatest player or the players of the century were announced this week?
I did take note of it. There was probably only 50% of them that I had heard of.
Yeah, same here. Ben Creagh is in part of the team.
He is?
Did that surprise you?
It didn't. No, I've got a lot of respect for Ben Creagh, to be honest.
We all have, but I didn't realise he was an Illawarra Steeler.
No, I only learned recently. I thought Trent Barrett was, but I only learned recently that he originated from out of town. So.
Oh, right.
Well, if you'd said to me Trent Barrett was a Steeler, I would have said, of course he is.
Exactly. I lost a bet on that one.
Now, Craig, let Roy set out the question as time's getting away from us today, and have a swing at it.
Now, name 5 things an Aussie child should not leave the house without, Craig.
Okay, well, you would have a ferret, a net, some dynamite, a gun, and a knife.
That's excellent, Craig. Well remembered. Now, do you ever get a chance to go 10-pin bowling?
I was actually thinking of taking the kids there tomorrow, to be honest. So.
Wow. Well, sadly, you won't be able to bowl with your very own ball, hand-fitted, but eventually you'll be able to. That's great. So you've got the bowling ball. You can take the kids out to Eastern Creek and they can have a spin around in the go-kart. Not sure how that works with underage kids, but doesn't matter. Something will happen. Living NCD and, of course, George Smith, the biography there by Rupert Guinness. So, Craig, have a great weekend. Stay dry and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Arthur Fatboy Grubb was the first man in Sydney to be charged with bestiality. Grubb was said to be sharing his bed with his dog, his horse, his pig, his cat, 14 of his immediate neighbour's sheep, a parrot called Come Here, and 3 kangaroo rats. He died in prison. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Look, I would just hope everybody can stay dry over the weekend. I'm not quite sure how the weather's going to evolve.
Well, stay indoors would be the best thing,
indoors, yeah.
Or just sit in the car with the windows up.
That's not bad.
There are 2 thoughts.
And, of course, coming up in a minute or two is the new CD from The Living End in its entirety.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, the big one tomorrow night, apart from many big ones on tomorrow night, is the Wallabies' chance of redemption.
Yeah, that's right, against South Africa.
South Africa have sent as nearly as I can tell an under-14 team. As I said earlier, they'll do whatever it takes.
Oh, they've got that South African mongrel, that mongrel.
They've all got that. That goes without saying. They've all got that. You know, if they see an eye, jab it.
Jab it, yeah. See a date, boot it.
Yeah. See a lump, bite it.
Bite it, exactly.
So it'll be an exciting night of redemption, it should be, and underwater redemption.
Yeah. Or you can get your tent. You know how you have tents at home and you think, I wonder if it's waterproof. You could take it out in the backyard, set it up tonight for the kids.
They'd love
Have a
that.
night in the tent.
Kids. Now, look, it's been a really skeleton crew today, Roy.
I know.
They've done incredibly well. A bloke who's never answered a phone before in his life managed to make it look relatively easy.
That's right. That was Skip.
They've skipped, because he's more used to paddling the boat.
Of course.
Up front.
Yeah.
On the
or
bridge.
sitting back with the pipe while everyone does the work.
With the feet up. Oh, well, he did a great job on the phones. And, of course, Garfield, who's just revelling in this weather. He told me before he went outside for a little while today.
He did.
just to really experience it and enjoy it. And
he was hoping the wind would get up.
Yeah, he came back.
He was hoping it might snow in Sydney.
Yeah. Well, he's got to go to the Blue Mountains for that, at the closest. Well, it might be artificial. And, look, we're not sure what happened to the rest of the crew this week, but obviously the weather got them bogged down. But another terrific hit out with lots of great issues.
Yes.
And we'll be doing more of the same this time next week on The Life right here on Triple M.
Yes,
See you then.
and people should email us if they can.
Oh, email us, yes.
Yeah.
thelife@triplem.com.au. We love contributions to the show. And, of course, after the living end, we swing into talk back. Join us for that too. See you next Friday. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise. Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M.
Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life. With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slavin, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to the Brisbane Broncos, who have tagged today, or more importantly this evening's match, PNG Day, in support of the Kumuls 2015 NRL Tilt. It's a wonderful gesture. Roy and I, over the years, over about the past 15 or so years, have been ambassadors for Kumul Rugby League, PNG Rugby League, and have championed their admittance into the NRL at the highest level. And tonight, this goes a step further when the Broncos will be playing in PNG-coloured socks. It's a terrific idea. It's something that's going to get people talking, and it's going to get rugby league sitting up and taking notice that if the socks can play, why can't the rest of the costume play as well? And I think that's the message the Broncos are trying to get across in their match tonight against the Sharks. And I won't be surprised to see a couple of old-fashioned head-hunting, well, pot-boiling, bones through nose, spears, etc., fuzzy-wuzzy angel style of rugby league come to the match tonight. Because let's not forget, Papua New Guinea is the only country in the world where rugby league is the national sport. And also he dedicates today's reads to Manu's dinner date. Now, Manu's dinner date has caused a lot of comment this week, mainly along the lines of where was Manu? We'll get to that later because there's been some excellent emails from the listeners concerning Manu's dinner date. And I was going to start the show with a lovely example of Manu's humour, and I think I might. Manu, I mean, this is the quality of the big bloke. I can't write this. This is Manu, pure Manu. He was interviewed during the week as a lead-up to the dinner date blast off. And one of the questions was, if you want to impress a lady, what is the signature dish you would cook? Now, obviously, I couldn't write that question. That's a terrific question. Manu, I think it might have been Colin Vickery who got this for the Telegraph. If you want to impress a lady, what is the signature dish you would cook? His answer, my scallop bouillon. It's rich, creamy and delicious. The ladies love my sausage. Now, that's the high-quality sort of gear you get every night on dinner date. It's incredible. The ladies love my sausage. That's Manu all over. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much body's barely enough. And what a week. What an incredible week. Best week of 2011 easily. I mean, how often has Australia won the Tour de France? Oh, I just let that dangle out there. I mean, let's face it, this is our Cadel Evans Maillot Jaune Yellow Jacket special. We don't often do it. In fact, we've never done it before. This is the first time we've done the Maillot Jaune special. And we begin with a little bit of rugby league, and the plane train, Parramatta Eel Hainslow, has once again vowed to stay out of the cross. Now, regular listeners will know that the train was shot out a couple of years ago when he turned up for a do in the cross. The shotgun blast settled the bloke right down for a couple of weeks, and he played some of his best rugby league as a result. But he was lured back for a few beers on Sunday. Apparently it was a friend's birthday, and a very head-butt-a-thon got completely out of control, as these things can. I mean, when you've had a few, there's nothing more you want to do, especially if you're a rugby league player, than to headbutt somebody, because you're not allowed to do it as part of the, obviously the rules prevent you from doing it. And Jared,
the plane train, is no stranger to laying on a bit of nut. And so it's natural that somebody would pick him and say, I bet you I can headbutt you, till you drop. Jared, of course, says, of course you can't, etc. One thing led to another. Mercifully, sanity prevailed midweek and both parties agreed that they were being idiots and did not decide to press charges. Rugby Union and the Nuggety boys put away South Africa, the South African visitors Homebush, in an awesome display of raw rugby power. The men in gold are now definitely on track for a World Cup final. The Mandela Plate, which the Diggers unearthed Saturday night, is a piece of silverware this nation can be very proud of. Let's make no mistake, the Mandela Plate, I mean, we've got nothing at the moment. There's nothing in the trophy cabinet, just glass doors and a bit of, cedar woodwork. A beautiful cabinet. I mean, I've got nothing against the cabinet, it's just that it's empty. But with the plate in there, the Mandela Plate, I think it's a building block, a stepping stone, if you like. And the boys, that is the men in gold, can go on now and really bring home Bill, that William Webb Ellis, and maybe get the Bledisloe as well. It's nothing fancy, this plate. I don't want to overgild the lily. It's nothing fancy. Sure, you could eat your dinner off it. It goes without saying, if you had a rack of lamb and a bit of pumpkin and drizzled with a, wine sauce, something a menu might present on dinner date, then you'd look for this plate to put it on. And remember, you've got to put passion on the plate. I mean, that's the most important thing. Heroes are all very well having heroes and dishes, but passion on the plate, that's what it's all about, dinner date. AFL and Spearhead Hall put in a quite ordinary performance in a losing Bulldog size last Saturday at the SCG. I spoke to people at the ground at the SCG, and they were relieved. Relieved, I think, is what their main thing was, knowing they wouldn't have to put up with this sort of tripe anymore from the former Swans Spearhead. And now, late in the week, I see there is a chance he may be wandering out in the Skoda colours for the GWS Giants. Oh, Lord, Kevin, could it get more wrong? I don't think so. London Olympics, 1 year to go. Well, 1 year less 1 week now to go. I dangle that out there knowing a lot of unfit Australians will want to get involved with the magic of the 5 rings, and why not? It's terrific. And the Shanghai results. Look, I don't want to be casting an umbrella of gloom over our Olympics tilt, but this Shanghai study in silver is easily the best thing to happen to Australian swimming in years. They haven't shown their hand. They've kept a lot of dry powder, i.e. about 8 golds, and they've let these silly clowns from Italy and America and Bahrain and all those sort of places do their best in, well, let's face it, who cares, swim off. And the missile, of course, Magnussen, incredible, absolutely incredible. And it was just as great. Ian wasn't there. I think Ian would have been very, very disappointing at this point of the preparation. Let's face it, he's got a year to go. Cricket, and the Australian selectors pick a team of Nevilles and ground staff to take on Sri Lanka as the madness begins for another summer. Cycling, and Kendall Evans, well, as mentioned, snares the big one for a joyful nation, who wept tears of relief. Because let's face it, we've been trying to crack this bugger for a long time, and now we can sit down and put the feet up. The big question, though, that emerged after last weekend's incredible triumph from Cadell, is Cadell as good as the Don? Can I say that Cadell is a whole lot better? I mean, if you had a look at that YouTube footage of the Don trying to ride a bike, it's embarrassing rubbish. I mean, the bloke could wear the baggy green, but throwing a leg over, he was completely hopeless. And that's our talkback topic today, obviously. Is Cadell better than the Don? We just want yes or no. We don't want maybes. We don't want any thought pieces. We just want yes or no. And we'll get through as many callers as we can. I know last week we only got through about 800, but this week we're going to try and really crack the 1,000 with your help. Obviously, it's your show. You want to get involved. This is The Life, the home of the plumber's smile. And now it's time to lock horns with Rampaging Ruth Slavin. And we can get the large man on the gargle simply by asking what caught your eye in the swelling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7. Ian?
Yes, thanks very much, Pete. Is Pete the forgotten man of Australian television? That's the question. I mean, it's all Manu. And I tell you, I've caught wind, well, I've been alerted by James Cameron, who's alerted me to an article that suggests that Manu has been working a little bit blue in Perth.
More sausage work?
Indeed. A double entendre seems to be the go.
His go, yeah.
Go, and there was a lot of talk about mussels and... you only got to let your imagination go where Manu might let it go. But it was all very saucy, and I know a lot of kids and their parents were profoundly embarrassed. It was inappropriate to work blue in front of the kids.
This was at a food and wine show?
Yeah, food and wine show. People went along there to see, create a hero and put a bit of passion on the plate, as you'd say. They just saw blue. It was just blue on the plate with Manu. So,
a smear of gorgonzola.
Yeah. So, Manu's just going to have to be careful. Because I tell you what, Australians can turn. Australians turn. You know, there are a lot of people thinking, well, actually, I didn't mind Pete. Pete's Blind Date. Sounding pretty good to me.
It is.
At least you know you're just going to get weird eyes. You're not going to get anything blue.
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to get that mad stare, which a lot of people find more comfortable, especially when kids are about. Now, Tim Sheens lashes out at Kevin Sheedy and the GWS AFL franchise. Oh, he's just kicking them while they're down. He reckons they're hopeless. Well, they are, but they haven't really had to do much yet. So I don't know where this is going to go, but I like the idea of Sheens and Sheedy. We might try to get them both on the program next Friday, say, and we'll have a debate. Who's the more hopeless, West Tigers or
Giants?
Yeah, them. Well, that could be interesting. Just 20 minutes each. Something like that. Now, Mark gets over... This is Mark Webber. I don't know if you saw this, HG. I don't know. He got overtaken before the first bend. I find this astounding. There didn't appear to be any room for anyone to get past anyone, yet suddenly there's silly old Mark, you know, number one on the grid, second. All of a sudden he's second. And then he gets the lead again because, you know, someone has to do something else, and goes into regulation pit stop. Suddenly he's second again. Well, I mean, what is going on? I just cannot follow Mark at all. He's got the fastest car, the fastest time, but he just doesn't like traffic. The T20 Big Bash launch. God almighty, I don't know if you weren't there, actually, I was. The glamour. Just filled with glamour. Unbelievable. Even Manu was there. The new Gaz, that's Gary Ablett, is convinced code hopper Carmichael Hunt will stay with the AFL for the next 10 years and be a great player. That's just rubbish. Olympic heavyweight John Coates says we should be aiming for 4th or 5th at London. I mean, that's great talk, isn't it? That's great, telling that to your athletes. I want you to come 4th or 5th. Eh? First! We want to come first. Isn't that the whole idea? I mean, we're not a nation of Webbers. There's only one Webber. I mean, it'd be all right, Coates telling Mark that, Mark, we'd like you to come second. Yeah, not a problem, John. Not a problem. Just I won't do anything different. Thank you. Now, Britain Liam Smith. Liam Smith, pencil that name into your little book. He's appointed head coach of Tennis Australia. Now, Liam Smith, he's been the head coach with English tennis for a number of years. He's responsible for the success of British tennis. Tim Henman, Jeremy Bates, and the Scottish bloke who doesn't want to be English and isn't considered English. So he's going to bring these skills to the Australian team, to the young Australian kiddies, our hopefuls who want to be world beaters, who want to win Wimbledon, who dream of being as good as Lil Leighton. Lord, Liam Smith. Todd Carney said to be mentored by Australian cricket captain Pup. Pup got him aside. They introduced, said, hello, I'm Pup. And they would have talked tats for a while because they both got tats. And then they would have talked about how to control the media and how to take control of your own life. Now, that's what seems to be going on. I don't know if Todd needs Pup in his ear. Doesn't he just need some more rugby league? Isn't that the answer? Rugby league? I'd have the bloke playing flag. There, more rugby league the better for Todd. 4 or 5 games a week, minimum. Now, like you, actually, I'm very impressed with the missile, James Magnus. God almighty, he's an Exocet missile, isn't he? Cruise missile, I've heard mentioned, which is probably even better. And God almighty, hasn't he got a kick that last 20 metres? God almighty, reminds me of... Who's that bloke we used to have?
The Swiss.
Yeah, the Swiss bloke.
With the big feet.
Yeah.
I've forgotten his name.
I know, but he reminds me of him in that last 20 metres.
I did see a bloke standing around in London during the week with a lot of paint on him that could have been that bloke.
That Swiss bloke?
That Swiss bloke.
Yes. Hansby! 683.
Governor King was guest of honour when William Tiny Thomas married Henrietta Stumpy Stokes. Thomas was the colony's tallest man, measuring 8 feet 9.5 inches, and Stokes the colony's shortest woman, measuring 3 feet 5. They had 2 children, Mary, who grew to 8 feet 9 inches, and Harry, who stopped growing once he'd reached 2 feet 1 inch. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, something we glossed over last weekend, obviously due to pressure of commitments, was the cancellation, I think not next year, but the following year, of the City-Country match.
Yeah.
Now, this has caused some chat in rugby league circles, and I know you're very close to the people of Lithgow, and the whole Group 10 story, miracle. And there was a lovely column by Daniel Lane, I think, in the Fairfax papers that ran along the following lines. Former international prop Steve Roach vowed he would leave a campaign to fight what he called the arrogance of league officials who wanted to scrap the annual City-Country fiasco. He said, I'm very angry about this. It's a great honour to represent country, and they've just said they'd take that opportunity away from 52,000 registered players in the bush to play for country. They should realise, this is Blocker talking, they should realise 60% of the players in the NRL are from the bush. It's a game's great nursery. Those responsible need to realise you can't treat people like that. It's arrogance. Not everyone can jump into and play Origin, so City Country allowed players to get the idea of how to gel with players from other clubs, how to prepare for a rep game and go into camp. I mean, that's always the baffling part to me, going into camp. That's why I never played Origin. It was so difficult. It's got a lot of benefits and shouldn't just be shunted as some sort of inconvenience. Terry Quinn, the CRL league boss, warned during the week that the NRL could face a backlash from the Code's heartland if they scrap the annual clash, which in recent times have been played on the same night as the Anzac Day Test, which is often Good Friday. Roach said he perceived compromise that the perceived compromise that NRL games would be staged in country areas, meaning, you might see like Broncos v Sharks at Wagga, that sort of thing. If the grounds could be upgraded, he says, were not a solution to a diverse issue. People follow the NRL, of course they do, but they follow the country team more. It really annoys me, obviously, if they're especially people living outside the big cities. I mean, Roy, what do you know that's been planned by way of protests? I've heard of bushfire.
Yeah, look, I've heard there will be a storming of the rugby league offices. I've heard there will be a march. That's I think there are a couple of thousand coming rugby league players. This isn't supporters coming from Orange. I think there are a few thousand coming from Leeton. Certainly there'll be 2,000 or 3,000 coming from Lithgow, and it'll remind people of, say, the Cooey marches back in the day.
Oh, right.
Before the Second World War, where
to get the numbers up.
Yeah, the whole nation just marched, looking for something. On this occasion, there'll be a lot of angry blokes, angry and tired and a little bit worn out, because a lot of them were not as fit as they used to be.
No.
Marching in the order of 700 or 800 kilometres in some instances, living off the land, relying on the goodwill of families as they see them pass by, to come out with maybe a
bowl of soup,
bit of Devon on a bit of white bread with a tomato sauce, something like that. Just something to lift the spirits a little bit. Maybe offer them somewhere to sleep in the backyard, under the wood pile, something like that. I think it's going to get very rowdy. They'll be wearing their Guernseys representing their groups, be it Group 1 through 10 or 12. And I think it's going to be a real wake-up call, I think, for the National Rugby League. And it is arrogant. I very rarely agree with Blocker Roach, but I do on this occasion. By and large, I think Blocker's a bit of an idiot. But on this occasion, I think he's got it absolutely right. Hole in one. Country Rugby League, it's hard to, for people who live in the city, it's pretty hard to understand the thrill it is when you get the call that you're going to represent first to your group. You'll be representing Group 10. Now, when that call comes through, you tell your family, and the excitement spreads. Suddenly there's a barbecue, and your backyard's filled with well-wishers, and the party kicks on for a couple of days. Then you get the call, maybe if you do all right, that you're going to represent country. Doesn't get better than that.
No.
It's just you with maybe 15 other blokes. Just you, bonded, because you come from the country, because you've lived off the land, because you understand soil, and you understand the importance of weather, and you understand what agistment is, and you understand shearing and stuff like that, and fruit growing, and how bloody hard it is just to eke out a living off the land in the bush. And then you go to the city. There are thousands of people that come to look at you, and you're bonded together because you're just blokes from the country who don't know nothing about nothing. All you know is the land, sheep, fruit, vegetables, beef, and rugby league.
Governor King opened the batting in the first game of cricket played in the colony. He scored 3 runs in 9.5 hours. The match was drawn. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, just continuing the idea, I'm just wondering if up the front of the march we could have the country Niswolds. Obviously, New South Wales Origin legends. Many Origin legends for New South Wales have come from the country. Yeah. Would that make a great sight to see? Well, you just reel the names off, really. You know, Mick Cronin, say, up there. Yeah. You know, let's not forget Mick was the first person smashed in the head by Arthur Beetson in the original Origin, the original first encounter of Origin.
It started the concept, didn't it?
It started the concept when Artie punched the crow in the head. Yeah. But country Niswolds, Roy, I mean, they're a forgotten group of rugby league players. I mean, it's all very well for, you know, people to remember Blocker Roach, but there's hundreds of them. I mean, Blocker may not be able to make it due to commitments, media commitments, but there'd certainly be a great gathering of Niswolds, that is country Niswolds, who could head up the march.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if we could have a funds, you know, obviously raise money online for this. I'm not sure, you know, if we could open, say, a site and a bank account that would just encourage, you know, those people. I mean, I know the bush is doing it tough, very tough, but you might be, you know, I don't know, sitting on a pot of sapphires or a gold mine or something like that, and be able to, and you might be making money out of your agistment work, so you might be able to contribute something.
Yeah.
Every dollar would help.
It would. It would.
And then,
I've heard there might be a breakaway. There could be Niswacols. That's New South Wales country Origin legends. Niswacols is a breakaway from the Niswolds. But I hope it just doesn't dilute the Niswold message.
Concept. But I'm worried also, what would the culture be? I mean, you know,
a lot
obviously
of walking and slaughtering and
the slaughtering
pigs and stuff like that, and looking at fruit trees and
agistment, putting up fences.
Yeah, you know what it's like.
Yeah,
grubbing out stumps. Don't tell me it's easy. It's not.
Flattening sheds, putting up a new shed, all that sort of stuff. I mean, that looks easy, but it's not.
No.
And coping with, you know, dare I say it, you know, difficult times.
Yeah. Well,
you know, when the meat price goes, you know.
Well, look at our dollar.
South.
I mean, you try and export some fruit at the moment. You can't. You can't. Try to get a reasonable manufacturing industry happening in a country down at the moment. You can't.
Now, you know, I got a message from people who are growing oranges, and they're saying they're having to dump about a third of the crop because it'll just ruin the price.
Can't sell them.
Can't sell them. Now, how about that as a banner? Please eat more oranges out the front of your Niswolds.
Yeah.
Your country Origin, they're carrying the banner. I mean, it's going to be a win-win situation if we get some of these.
Look, in the old days, we used to have an orange at half-time.
Yeah.
Someone would come out with cut oranges.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that anymore. When was the last time you saw a player eating an orange? I'll tell you, years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Since I've said rugby league does nothing for the country anymore.
No.
It used to.
Yeah.
Used to care for the country. It would reach out and touch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, not anymore. And I tell you what doesn't help. New Zealand apples being allowed in. Next thing you know, we're going to have fire blight. Well, a fire blight, that'll be the final bloody nail in the straw. Is that what I mean?
It is the final bloody nail in the straw. Sounds pretty devastating to me. Now, listen, can I ask about coal seam gas as well?
Yeah.
You know, you've been out there, Roy. You've been out there. You know the Chinese are out there digging it all up. I don't know that they have to dig up the coal seam, but doesn't matter.
They're ruining our artesian bores.
Exactly.
They're ruining our artesian water. That's what they're doing.
The lifeblood of country rugby league.
The lifeblood of country rugby league. That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Oh, yes, all well and good to kick the country while it's down. Cancel city country matches. That's the final nail sitting on the straw. Anyway.
Well, Roy, look, can I just say on a cheerier note?
Yeah.
The standoff between Mal Meninga and the NRL Match Review Committee appears to have last been resolved.
Oh, yeah.
Mal
apologised?
No.
He was subject to the Queensland coach was subject to a defamation suit in the Supreme Court, New South Wales Supreme Court. They've done nothing for the country either, the New South Wales Supreme Court. Don't get me started on them and their hatred of New South Wales country. Anyway, following a controversial newspaper column. However, a legal battle will be avoided if he issues a clarification today.
Oh.
That was on Sunday. Now,
was there a clarification issued?
Our understanding is that it's been settled, and that a set of words has been agreed to. NRL spokesman John Brady said all remaining issues remain confidential. I love a confidential clarification.
You mean he hasn't had to apologise?
He doesn't appear to have, no. The filthy rats comment.
Yeah, the filthy rats comment.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still filthy rats as far as he's concerned? Did he have to change those words in the clarification? Did he have to clarify what he meant by filthy rats?
You mean describe them in more detail?
Yes.
I think that's what he did.
Covered in poo and...
That's right. Sewer, unable to find their way out of a maze, hardly worth the name rat, all that sort of stuff. More fly-bone maggot, that was really what I was trying to get at. That sort of clarification.
Yeah, right. And that was acceptable. That was acceptable to the rats on the judiciary, was it?
It was. It was.
Okay.
Well, Anyway, more life right after this.
Sydney's first restaurant was opened on the 5th of April 1804. Governor King attended the opening and is said to have enjoyed the limited menu of boiled mutton shanks served with a large tankard of rum. The restaurant was closed in May due to a lack of patronage. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
The games 1 year on, Roy. It was a terrifically exciting week with the travelling to Australia of one of those great red double-decker buses and I think the Moody Blues came with it as well, which was just a lovely button for those who could remember the Moody Blues. I thought, we'd never hear of them again.
Did they play Nights in White Satin?
They did. Yes. As the bus went around to its various media commitments, the boys sat on the upper deck and blasted away at Nights in White Satin, which left a lot of the young athletes a bit gobsmacked and nonplussed.
Sure.
But the thing that nonplussed me was, I don't know if you had a chance to see this incredible photo of our gold medal pole vaulter Steve Hooker with his pole and the torpedo in a pair of shorts and hanging onto a pair of goggles out front of Big Ben during the week. And Ian's got the paint on again. It's absolutely, this time it's all over. Remember at the wedding, we were lucky enough to sit near Ian at the wedding of, obviously the oldest and the, Kate. Prince Harry and Catherine. And we were shocked at how red his bonce looks. Well, now he's got that look all over. It must be something to do with his Swiss nationality.
Maybe he's eating too much cheese, HG. Could that be it? Maybe he's got cheese skin.
Cheese skin? Have you heard of that before?
Well, I think for people who arrive in Switzerland, who aren't used to the amount of cheese that they consume, and chocolate, of course, it does have a detrimental effect. Well, I don't know if it's detrimental effect on your dermis. It can give you it can change the colour of the dermis quite considerably and give you a sort of weird orangey red glow.
Oh, well, that's what he's got. He's obviously eaten cheesed up.
Yeah.
Now, how did you see the swimming in Shanghai this week? Were you...
I was disappointed. I was disappointed.
Were you?
Yeah, look, I think there were some standouts, and, the missile, obviously.
The missile.
He's a tremendous talent if he can, keep that big burst he's got going, that explosive burst. The kid's a world beater. But I was a bit disappointed with the women, to be frank.
A lot of silver.
A lot of too much silver for mine.
And do you think we didn't throw down a gauntlet, Roy, in the pool?
I didn't see a gauntlet at all. I saw a white flag.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the attitude to take to London. White flagism. Now, I don't know whether there's, we're going to unearth some kiddies who might be able to cut the mustard on the day between now and then. We've still got 12 months. I'm not in despair yet.
No.
I just don't think we're ready yet. Well, nor should we be. It's still 12 months away.
Yeah.
But they're just looking a little old. Some of these names.
And can I say that this is all tempered by this 5th or 6th is good enough?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I hate that.
I know.
I hate that. Coates has been around for a long time. He's too experienced to
talk down
the tilt, isn't he? I mean, or is he... I mean, is it time for the government to step in and say, Coates, you've done enough?
Yes.
And get someone in who's going to fire the kids up and tell them, we can be number one. We can be number one, and we could be number one if we just had a little bit of confidence at the helm.
I know, it is disappointing. And can I just point out, Bill Sweetenham, regarded as one of swimming's master coaches, he was pleased that the Torpedo and Libby Trickett missed the world swimming titles at Shanghai. He said because of the danger their return could have glossed over any cracks. Now, I don't think... I'm just wondering if... I know he can't swim till November, but I'm just wondering how the Torpedo would have gone up against the Missile. Because I get the feeling the Torpedo isn't quite Missile-like yet.
No.
And...
No, especially if he's got that cheese skin.
Well, orange. The orange look. I'm not speaking for Ian or Libby Trickett. This is Sweetenham. I do so as an observer, looking in from the outside, and I think they can come into London under the radar. It's fantastic. If they can come into London under the radar, it's fantastic. I'm not quite sure how he sees this happening.
Yeah. Well, hang on. Standing in front of Big Ben in shorts with that cheese skin look, is that being under the radar?
No.
It's not, is it?
They can see him
everyone
coming.
knows. I mean, he's Switzerland's most famous person outside Roger Federer. I mean, Federer, Torpedo. Can you name another Swiss? I can't.
Well, hang on. Swiss. Yeah. No, I'm going to struggle.
Yeah, well, there was a Swiss Miss, but let's just stick with blokes for a while.
Yeah, well, the Swiss Miss isn't famous anymore.
Not anymore.
You'd have to Martina Hingis.
Yeah.
God, 20 years ago.
I know. So you got Federer, Torpedo. After that, it's a bit bare, doesn't it?
Does. I think there might have been a soccer player that became famous for a while, whose name escapes me for the minute. He might have played in the Premier League at one point. But, no. Oh, it's a thin light, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Very hard under the radar if you're the only Swiss national that's known.
And the big feet.
And the big feet.
And the size, and of course he's got the soy milk and the organic water going for him as well.
Yeah, I know.
People know that because they love that sort of stuff.
Is he allowed to wear that black costume he wore when he was an Australian?
No, he can't because they banned
it, haven't they?
Well, that was the thing about Magnus's swim. I think I'm right in saying is that was a real... almost up there with the record time set and the black costumes.
Yeah, only about 3/4 of a second behind.
Well, Sweetenham says, I know people are anxious to see Ian Thorpe compete, but patience can deliver a lot of good outcomes. Not sure that's right, but be that as it
like
may.
the Dalai Lama. It's making no sense at all. Are you sure that's what he said and not the Dalai Lama?
Well, I think it comes with a bit of a giggle. Makes it, you know what I mean. You know what the Dalai's like.
I do.
Nothing serious, but it's all... and I'm not talking the Melbourne chuckle here. I'm talking... everything's funny. Now... Similarly, Swimming Australia wants a great performance at these World Championships, but they don't want false economy of where they are. You know, we converted down in Beijing. In London, we have to convert up. You see exactly, Dalai Lama. What does that mean? Sweetenham. That's what he said. In London, convert down. In Beijing, in London, we convert up. Fourth places must be converted into thirds, thirds into seconds, and seconds obviously in gold.
Yeah. Well, I hope he's right. We've got a hell of a lot of silver there, or I'd love to convert those up to gold. Is that what he means?
It is, but what worries me is where these
other... What about those who beat us? What are they going to do? Are they going to convert down?
Hopefully. That Italian lass who swam very well, I thought. She's got to convert down.
Pellegrini, I want to say.
Pellegrini. Who said the Italians could swim? I know I've made these points before.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can't...
She might be as Italian as Ian is Swiss.
Oh, it could easily be.
Could easily be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. And... an excellent swim, and then I was trying to think of some of the others who, I saw a Canadian swim well, and I just scratched my head. I stood there and stared at the screen. I had to put it on pause and get it right that a Canadian had actually beaten an Australian at swimming.
Yeah, I know.
I could understand a ski jumping, sure, or at, that stuff Dale Begg-Smith does for us so well, because let's face it, he was Canadian. Is it moguls?
Yeah, that's right.
With the fence planks on the feet?
That's it. That's it. Well, see, I thought the Worlds was a great opportunity, to see if, say, you are, say in a 100-metre final, and you get home while they're still doing the first lap, it takes a lot of the wind out of their sail.
It does.
And I thought this was a great opportunity to scare everyone about London and think, God, they're so much better than us.
I know.
Let's just give up. That's what I was hoping, but oh no, we've converted down. All our champions are becoming also Rans.
Now we've got to convert up.
And now we've got to convert up, and we're hoping a couple of old busted asses in Libby Trickett and the Swiss bloke.
The orange
bloody
man.
turn it all around. The bloke with the bloody cheese skin. Well, I tell you, that's not going to work.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au. This is The Life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks, Jim. Just going back to that problem of converting up and converting down in the swimming pool, which is something new in swimming. According to Sweetenham, the warning shot came thundering so very close to Australian swimming bow in Beijing. We had 6 people who held world records going to Beijing, but they came out without a gold medal in that event, and it shook up the system. The coaches responded. They've introduced changes that were positive. We have proven leaders in that team with Stephanie Rice, etc., coming back at the right time. So I didn't realise that this had happened, Roy. Were you aware of this, that they were shocked at how little success they had in the pool in Beijing?
I'd heard whispers to that effect, actually, yes. The warning bells had gone off, I think, in Australian swimming. But I don't know if Stephanie Rice coming back is going to be, the answer to our problems.
No, well, she needs to convert up from 5th.
She's got to convert right up now.
She's got to convert into 4th and then 3rd, then 2nd, etc.
Yeah.
Now, look, mercifully, though, historically, the pre-Olympic World Swimming Championships have not been great indicators of Olympic results. Oh, well, this could be good and bad for us on an individual basis, because a lot of things come into play. Many American swimmers, for instance, miss the World Championships to concentrate on their schooling so they can spend the Olympic year focused on the events. Oh, I don't know why you had to tell us this now. I think they'll be keen to look at the results in the men's 4x100 relay, which obviously Australia won in the blokes.
Yeah.
Sweetenham added that in recent times it has become a very good event for Australia. Well, it continues to be so now.
Well, he's not talking down the achievement of James Magnuson, is he?
Well, I hope
Sweetenham?
I hope not. I think this went to bed, in all honesty, before Magnuson's swim.
Oh, okay.
It's not in today's papers.
Yeah, right, okay.
Now, look, a couple of emails on this question. How about this? This comes from Dottie. It's exactly 1 year to go until they light the quadrant to kickstart the London Olympics. They're going to be great, and we wish Lord Coe and his Poms well. However, I don't like the talk coming from Lord Gosper. He was quoted in the Fairfax papers as saying, I think it's going to be wonderful, I really do. The Australian Olympic Committee President, John Coates, said, my view is they'll surpass Sydney. Surpass Sydney, says Dottie. I'm outraged. I don't like anyone putting down Sydney down, especially Gosper. He's forgotten that one Antonio Samaranch declared Sydney to be the best ever. And when one said that, he was talking past, present and future. I don't care how good London are, they can't beat Sydney. They just can't. Are you as outraged as I am? And if so, what disciplinary measures can be taken against Lord Gosper? Now, you flagged this, I think, at the top of the show, that Coates not only was talking down our tilt, 4th, 5th, etc., or 5th or 6th, but now the whole Games is being talked up as better than ours.
Yes, I know. I don't understand it at all. I don't. No. Well, is Gosper still an Australian, or is he Swiss now? That's the question to ask. I assume he's Swiss.
I assume he's moved on too. I assume he's moved on.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw him in Australia? Well, 2000. That was the last time I saw him in Australia, and that's a fact. I haven't seen him in Australia since.
No.
Whenever I see him talking, he's either in Geneva or some other Swiss burg, hanging about as if he bloody owns the bloody place, which he might. He might have. I'm sure he's got property there.
Does he look orange, Roy?
I don't look. He's never been a cheese eater.
No.
But he does eat a lot of chocolate, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that's telling us about the bloke.
Now, still on a similar theme.
I bet it's not Nestles either. That's an Australian chocolate to eat. He'd eat some of that Swiss rubbish.
Like Lindt, that may be not the Swiss rubbish you'd prefer it to, but it's rubbish. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's what does it to you, isn't it? It's the poor quality of their ingredients.
It's too
can
fine.
I just say
fine.
this?
The chocolate's too fine.
Too fine. No passion in the chocolate, Roy. No hero in the ingredient in chocolate. Just crappy old milk and cocoa.
That's
Can't be that. It's got to be excellent milk and cocoa. With a hint of, if you want to put something in it like coconut, it's got to be world-class coconut, not just rubbish that you feed to the dog normally.
Yeah, that's right.
Now,
well, that's Swiss chocolate, isn't it? I mean, it's not...
No passion.
It's not
No
good enough.
passion.
It's not good enough for Australian dogs.
Now, even if they were, it could eat it. I think a chocolate and a dog is not a good mix. Now, here's one from Richard, who's a regular correspondent in Adelaide. If the big-footed one, you know, the bloke we said orange,
yes.
That bloke.
Oh, the cheese-skin bloke.
Yeah, skin bloke moves to Switzerland or Monaco, Barbados or Bermuda. Well, I think we've settled on Switzerland, Richard. Should all Australians now prepare themselves for the disappointing news that the big-footed one probably won't be swimming to Gallipoli as promised? This will cause more pointing and sniggering, especially now he may also be offending the Turkish nation, who possibly underwrote the world TV rights to capture the big-footed one emerging from the surf at dawn on Anzac Day. Well, this is an international incident. Hope Rudd's got over the dicky ticker so he can take on this one. Do the Swiss know anything about Gallipoli and Thorpe swim? If he pulls out, we can already imagine the headline leading special wraparound editions of the Swiss Morning Herald. Thorpe tosses in towel. This is the headline. Thorpe tosses in towel. Big-footed one gives Turkish nation a bath. Might start another Anzac-Turkish conflict, according to Richard.
Well, doesn't this put the Swiss in a difficult position?
Incredibly.
Diplomatically.
A nation of peace, Roy.
Yeah, I know.
Neutrality.
Yeah, well, sure. Just, you know, wave the white flag. That's what
That's their
neutrality
go.
means. That's their go. Yes, all right. Well, but there's no suggestion at this stage that Swiss Ian is not going to do the Anzac swim, is there?
None at all. None at all.
He hasn't said anything. He's probably got that heavy Swiss accent now that's very difficult to understand. But I haven't heard any halting words coming about not swimming.
April 25th, 2014, won't be there.
But I've forgotten to swim. I know he's going to swim up the Bosphorus. I understand that. But wasn't he going to start from here? Wasn't he swimming from Australia?
He was. Well, that was the plan. Well, when he was Australian and understood these things.
Yes.
And was a hero of the nation. Now that he's gone soft and orange, I'm not sure where his loyalties lie. Yes. As I understood it, the swim was going to be from Australia to Anzac Cove with Ian timing touchdown for the first time since he plunged in, say, at Fremantle Wharf, to be on exactly the same, at dawn on April the 25th, 2014. Yes. Now, obviously, you have to get a few things lined up here, but I'm sure that can be done. And people
he could tread water for a couple of days in the Bosphorus if he gets there early.
Yeah,
that'd be the aim. You wouldn't want to get there late. You wouldn't want to sprint for the last 40 or 50k.
Because it was you'd mistimed the run and got the tides wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, but they'll work all that out. They'll work all that out. There's people in the Bureau of Meteorology and CSIRO who can help him with that.
Yeah.
But as I understand it, the people were going to get involved. Like 4,000 might dive in at Fremantle, and then a lot of them would drop off by the time they got to Rottnest Island and turn to head north. Obviously, people can't be expected to give up work. No. But Ian's got his soy milk and his water to keep him going.
Yeah, I know that. I assumed one of the Navy... Was the HMAS Darwin or Canimbla going to go with him?
I think it was the Arunta that was going to be seconded.
Yes. Okay. All right.
To, hang alongside.
Yeah. Well, do we know if that ship is still capable? I know the Defence Minister, Stephen Smith, has been... our ships, hardly any of them float anymore.
No, I know. I think we can get a Collins-class submarine out there alongside him.
Well, I don't think we've got one working.
Oh, well, they make too much noise. That's the problem. We don't mind a rowdy sub-on with Ian, cheesy Ian up top. But look, this is going to be disappointing because I think a lot of kids would like to get involved. And I know, remember, of course, this was going to be about surfboat rowing and life-saving and bringing all the great Australian things that were...
Well, I know a lot of people are only going to Gallipoli for Anzac Day next year on the strength of seeing Ian come out.
Yeah, well, it can't be next year, really, can it? 2012? We're expecting Ian to go 2012, 2013, 2014. It was mainly to do with the original... Have I got the right year, by the way?
Well, hang on. Was the 100 years? Was it the 100
years, yeah. It is the 100 years. 2014. The 100 years celebration.
Yeah, right. Well, a lot of people have booked already,
Oh,
for 2014. Oh, yeah.
And can
you try finding somewhere to stay around Gallipoli at that time of year? It's impossible. They just don't have the hotelier infrastructure to cope with the number of Australians coming. Sure, you can say, we'll just take a tent. Well,
you can't.
You can't.
No. Look,
it's not like here. You can't just live off the land.
Now, and stands, I worry that they won't be able to build big enough grandstands because a lot, as you point out, thousands upon thousands of people are going. Anyway, look.
Well, let's say 10 or 40 or 50,000 are going for the normal Gallipoli celebrations or remembrance, which is fine. But I'm assuming there'll be another million there to see Ian.
Oh, there'll be Ian freaks from everywhere.
And you're going to get a lot of weirdos from Switzerland thinking, this is good. You know, one of us going to Gallipoli, we must have been there. Funny, I don't remember. Why were we taught these things? Questions asked, Swiss Department of Education suddenly, having to revise the literature and see if there was much Swiss involvement in World War One.
Well, rewrite the books to make sure that, people from Bern and Lucerne were there and finding aged people, still hanging around, telling their stories about what it was like and how they'd be going if, obviously their grandsons will represent them, if I can be so bold, or their granddaughters can represent them.
Yeah, but you're right, they're going to have to be a lot of grandstands. Well, people can sit around, up in the hills, much where the Turks used to sit in the old days when we made the first landing.
Are you thinking that this isn't going to happen now, Roy?
What, Ian swim?
Yeah, Ian swim. For a whole heap of reasons. I mean, apart from his problem with being Swiss, I just get the feeling that he's over there because part of the thing is he's got this thing gnawing at the back of his mind, the Anzac swim.
Yeah, I know. My feeling is you'll find a compromise and swim from Switzerland.
The term the bottom line etymologically belongs to Australia. Governor King, who quite famously became enamoured of the charms of Mole Driscoll, demanded a dado line in Government House appear at the exact height of Mole's well-shaped bottom. When the building became the Treasury Building, the dado became the height at which the gold reserves were to be maintained for the running of the colony. This became the bottom line. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, now tonight a great round of rugby league gets underway, and let's face it, one of the highlights of the round is the Tigers v the Manly Sea Eagles. And, look, I didn't think I'd ever be talking about this, but it appears that a 2020 cricket match to raise funds for the Queensland flood victims in the laid-back atmosphere of Manly Oval has really added spice to the clash tonight between these two great clubs, the Sea Eagles and the Tigers. The 40-over game of sedate cricket reignited the long-time feud between the two of rugby league's greatest rivals, which is poised to erupt again tonight at Graham Park. Isn't that a fantastic place to watch a game of rugby league?
Oh, it is. I mean, you can just stay at the Central Coast Leagues Club there and have your tea.
And then waddle
over to Graham Park.
And get a spot. Now, Manly and West Tigers have a history of dislike. We know that tracing back many, many years, obviously Silvertails versus Fibros back in the 70s. But in January, the Sea Eagles invited the West Tigers players, including Benji Marshall, to contest a charity game. The Tigers were filthy that the Manly played to win at all costs, and that's what happened. They claimed...
the Tigers didn't?
No, the Tigers went along in the spirit of fun to put on a day for the fans and largely raise money for the problems in Queensland, the flood problems in Queensland.
Right.
Now, what happens is the Tigers claim the rules were changed throughout the day.
Yes.
So unimpressed by the Sea Eagles' attitude, the Tigers left before the post-match function. The Tigers also claim their players were told to retire, but Manly players were permitted to bat on. And when Jamie Lyon was due in to bat at number 8, with 20 runs needed for victory, the Manly sent out New South Wales batsman Tim Cruikshank, who was able to hit the winning runs. Former New South Wales keeper and Thunder assistant coach Daniel Smith played on the day for the Tigers. He said it was clear one team was there for fun and Manly was there to win. The Tigers boys took it as a bit of fun. The Manly boys were keen to make sure they won. A few of the Tigers boys were disappointed. They were treated as a rivalry and not as a charity game. I didn't bat or bowl, but they sent out Tommy Cruikshank when he destroyed us. At the end of the day, it was for charity and raised money for the Queensland Flood. I mentioned. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit of niggle tonight. Can you see this happening, Roy?
Yes,
you know,
I can.
obviously-
Yeah, look, this isn't just a beat-up, is it, actually, just to generate a little more interest? You wouldn't need to do that. No,
What a fascinating question.
No one would be beating this up, I'm sure.
It does seem a bit of an angle, though,
Well, it's
doesn't
got
it?
grand final written all over it, doesn't it? A sort of a grand final, this, doesn't it?
I hadn't thought of that. But
No,
you're
I'm just thinking of
absolutely
it
right.
now. I mean, isn't that the angle to take? That this could be a rehearsal for the grand final?
You seeing this as a best of three? Cricket in January, the match tonight and the grand final?
Yep.
So we
I
got
am.
one up to Manly,
Yes.
cheating Manly.
Yes.
No surprises
well,
there.
I'm not sure about this cricket match. I'd like to. Were there any ground rules established? There would have been some liaising happening between, say, the Manly Seagulls clubhouse and the West Tigers clubhouse. There must have been some tic-tacking going on between
People
the
talking to people.
Yeah. You know, bring the boys along. Yeah, no, it's just a bit of fun. Yeah, no, it'd be great. You know, we'll just, it's for the, like Queensland, like it's real bad there, like they've had no bananas and stuff, and, and everything's bloody, wind bad,
Wet.
and a lot of rain and stuff, and flood, and, bloody hell, horrible. So, anyway, just come along, we'll have a great time. Now, is that the way it was?
Well, the only thing I can
As soon
compare
as
it
they
to...
got there, it was,
Lord.
right, Crookshank powder.
Yeah, we just keep you as a bit of dry powder, and you come in about 8 when there's 20 to go, and we'll get you to get them, and then we'll win.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing I can compare it to is that wonderful game of rugby league organised by Mark Geyer for the Queensland Floods, which did do things like, they really did make it fun, even though there was a little bit on it and the people loved it. People were there largely to see an early blast of rugby league from Golden Oldies for kicking along the very valuable work done by the nation as a whole in contributing to the Queensland flood relief.
Yes.
But that did seem to have a genuine element of fun. The trouble with cricket is getting rugby league players involved in cricket is they, and then they take it a bit too seriously or something.
Yeah.
You need cricketers involved in making it fun.
Well, I suppose that's right. It depends. Now, who organised it? It sounds as if the Manly team organised it because it was played at Manly Oval.
It does appear that way.
So the West Tigers were invited. Now, were they told to bring nappies or anything like that, just to jazz it up a bit?
Yeah.
As soon as they got there, it was, no, don't get your nappies out. We're not needing those. No, we're playing cricket. This is serious.
Well, it does appear they've got proper, in the image that I've got here, it's got Benji Marshall with a thigh pad and proper pads and gloves and, looks like a, Tigers, sort of informal shirt. So they're playing, like that. So it does look as though they took it seriously.
Now,
but
in that photograph you're talking about there, which might have been in the Daily Telegraph,
yeah.
Doesn't he look like Victor Trumper?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Isn't it unbelievable? Yeah.
It's, it's just unbelievable, uncanny.
Yeah.
And
in fact, when I first looked at it, I thought, God almighty, they've dug up old Vic. Doesn't he look good?
And the other thing is, there's not a million miles from Sir Richard Hadley there either.
No, that's true.
I mean, if he was coming in off a short run or a long run.
Yeah.
I mean, a dead spit for Sir Richard Hadley.
Yeah.
Look, I take your point entirely. Look, there's nothing funnier than, seeing a batter come out with nappy on, say at number 7.
Yeah.
Very, very funny. And or opening, two babies opening is great. Two nappy lots opening. And then when the ball gets hit in the stomach, player goes down.
Yeah.
And then somebody runs over and pulls a couple of kilos of snags out of the shorts and all that sort of stuff. Oldies but goodies.
Well, I love that. I love seeing a player go out with a bat strapped to his leg using the pad as a bat.
Yeah.
And you think, the kids get involved. They say, no, wrong, stupid, you used the wrong, Dad, look, you used the wrong.
Yeah, I know.
People love that.
I know.
You get face painting happening and all of a sudden, there's a lot of money heading towards Queensland.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you want.
I know. The difficulty here was, in the rugby league match that Mark Geyer organised, they auctioned off a couple of slots to run about. Tony Trim, I think the Haberfield Fruiterer, scored a try. Yeah. Well, none of that happened here.
Oh.
I mean, they could have auctioned off the opening spot and maybe, say, first 5 overs or something like that, to get people, get the vibe out.
Yeah, did they have celebrity umpires?
Who would be a celebrity umpire?
Well, I don't know.
Like Delta Goodrum. Somebody who didn't know the rules.
Like Manu. Was Manu invited to come along and share some of his fruity language?
Well, and up the other end, Tony De La Harris.
Well, yeah.
Rugby league.
Well, Pete.
Excellent. Excellent.
Did that happen? I mean,
no.
That would have set the tone. Because there would have been nothing funnier than Manu with a, with an oyster up one end.
The sentence, "Can I have a drive, Dad?" was first recorded in Sydney. It was said by Michael Horden in Hurstville in 1909. Horden's father, Sir Graham Horden, then allowed the 4-year-old boy to steer his new Daimler, resulting in the deaths of Horden Sr., Tinker Ronald Stubbs and his horse Flash Harry, a woman known as Mole Driscoll, Father Paul O'Leary, and the Sullivan twins, Noel and Neil. Michael never drove a car again. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, there's a lot of chat at the moment about rugby league TV rights, Roy, and Stephen Bird has written.
Oh, I saw Stephen's email. It's an inspired idea.
It's a clever idea, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, this makes more sense than anything else I've heard so far in terms of maximising the amount of money. In regards to the mooted $1.6 billion TV rights for rugby league, I feel that the sport is not making the most of this opportunity, and rather than sell the TV rights as a whole package, they should follow the common business practice of splitting the franchise to maximise assets. So, for example, Channel 7 could get the rights to televise the kick-off. Channel 9 could handle the open play. ABC would get the scrums. Probably you'd get them at a bit of a discount. SBS conversion attempts, Foxtel replays of tries, etc., etc., etc. The slight inconvenience of requiring viewers to switch between the channels as the game progressed into these different phases would be more than compensated for by the commercial gains for the greater good of the game, and one that I'm sure all altruistic rugby league fans would support.
Yes.
It's an incredible idea, isn't it?
It's a great idea, isn't it? I mean, there's no reason why, say 7-2 could be your kick for touch channel.
Excellent. Can I just ask...
Nothing wrong with that. That'd attract a lot of people.
Now, can I just ask, let's say dinner date's on with Manu, and all of a sudden they kick for touch. Into the middle of Manu's dinner date, you get Benji Marshall kicking a 20 downtown, a 20-40.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I think people would love that. It'd mix things up a bit, wouldn't it? You know, well, hang on.
I'm just trying to get my head around the logistics.
As long as it didn't happen, if you didn't have the live cross during Manu's 30 seconds on the show.
No.
You know, Manu doesn't do much on that show. It's just, hello, everyone, I'm Manu, and...
passion on the plate.
You love each other. Thanks, Manu. That's it. Well, hello, I'm Manu, kick for touch, you know... You'd hate that if you were only watching the show for Manu.
But, on the other hand, could Manu be the kick for touch man as well?
Yes, he could. Oh, the exciting kick for touch. So much passion there. Remind me of a little bit of tripe I once ate in Sweden.
Exactly. Exactly. Now you get it. And by then, obviously the kick for touch there would have to be a handover, but they do that with lights at the ground.
Yeah, they would.
Because then I keep forgetting if his kick for touch was a dud, they'd have to have a scrum, wouldn't they? Or
would.
Restart from where the kick was taken.
And it'd be up to Rabs to massage the whole thing, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Manu. Well called.
Now,
there you go.
and then all of a sudden you've got Pete doing the...
Oh, yeah, what was Pete doing?
Well, he's doing the scrums.
Scrums, that's right.
And on 7-2, Manu on 7.
Yeah.
And then they cross to 7-2 for the following scrum.
The following scrum, yes.
Yeah.
Pete let's go to Pete for the scrum.
Yeah, and then after brilliant work, Pete, now, where's it gone? Oh, look at that, there's been a break upfield. Let's go over to Channel 9 and Peter Overton. Oh, well, we wouldn't have Peter Overton because he's a bit quiet and not very league,
compliant.
Literate.
No, he's not.
Yeah, compliant. Anyway, you can see how it would work, and the money would be unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. You're talking trillions.
Now, can I just point out that we still need people to be going down to the club and putting 200 through every Friday night?
Oh, my word, we do. I mean, that's the lifeblood of league. I mean, it doesn't matter how much you get, at the front end with your
these sort of grants TV rights.
It might sound like a lot of money, $1.6 billion. A lot of people are going to think, oh, God, that's a lot of money. No, it's not.
No.
We still rugby league still needs your
200 a week,
$40-50 a night. Doesn't it?
Ka-ching! Jackpot. No, it certainly does. It certainly does. And, it's wrong.
Well, in fact, I was talking to the Bally people, and I think it'd be a good idea to just take the jackpots away. Mm-hmm. I don't think people need them. You know, it just costs rugby league money. If there were no jackpots, if people just understood, you put your money in, and that's it. Don't expect anything back. Enjoy your rugby league. That's the payoff, isn't it?
Exactly, payoff. Now, look, can I point out that studies have been done, and people like losing, and the feeling of losing stays with them a lot longer and a lot, stronger than the feeling of winning.
I think that's so true.
This is the hidden thing. This is the great thing about a poker machine is you're losing and enjoying losing. Well, it's not enjoying isn't quite the right word, but the experience of loss is so much more, sustaining and, worthwhile than the thrill, the short-term thrill of winning.
I know. And as long as we keep that culture and that mindset quarantined to the poker machine crowd, because the last thing we want is for that to spill onto the field.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, it'd ruin rugby league.
Ruin everything.
And speaking of winning, Hot Lap Handout.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap Handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, Jim, it's a terrific prize, but we're back with the drills. But this time it's a Ryobi 18-volt cordless drill. Now, it's the sort of drill if you were thinking about doing the hydroelectric scheme in your backyard. That's the Snowy Mountains hydroelectric scheme in your backyard. This would be the drill you'd need. It's got quick adjusting 24 torque settings, 2 lithium battery packs, powerful motor and gearbox producing 3.7 Nm max torque, maximum torque. So it's a hell of a drill. Obviously, if you wanted to divert, say, you might have a creek running down the back and you want to divert that through the house to power the house before it runs out into the stormwater drain, you might have to get a fairly big bit to go in the
What if you wanted to de-beak some chooks if you're part of country rugby league?
Right.
Could you use that?
You could. Again, just the thing that goes in the chuck would be the thing you'd be looking at.
Yeah, well.
You'd need a finer bit.
Yeah.
Than the thing you'd have to remove. You couldn't do it with the same bit that you did the hole to get the creek running through the house to power it up, hydroelectric style.
No.
Do you reckon that's possible, Roy, to divert a creek through your house to power it up?
Yeah, Yeah, well, well, I tell you, it's been done for at least 1,000 years and maybe longer, actually, with water wheels. Now, Millers, why Millers was, so successful, grinding flour.
They made the water push the wheel around.
Well, they rerouted the water to go through their property.
Wow.
Cunning is bloody, the proverbial, your Millers, to power the water wheel, which powered the grinding stone.
Could you run lights off your water wheel?
Yeah, you could.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Is this suggested in the current, debate? Water wheels?
Well, you do get... Well, no, I haven't heard water wheels talked about, but you do get small hydroelectric schemes along the Murray River and the Darling Rivers, HG.
Right, fair enough. Yeah. Now, also...
Not big ones, not big ones, but there'd be 3 or 4 small ones.
They've been built with this drill, I bet. And we're also giving away NRL team mascot watches. There's kids' sizes, and we only have them in Dragons and East colours. I'm not quite sure why. These were obviously the colours that didn't sell. Dragon and East colours. So they're red and white and the tricolour, red, white and blue. Plus the brand new Living End CD. The end is just the beginning repeating. 11 tracks of solid gold Triple M style rock. So it's a hell of a prize. The drill, the watch, and the Living End. Yeah. All comers who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yeah. I should add, too, actually, that Millers and water wheels were referred to in the Doomsday Book. And that's going down. That's going a long way back.
Right. Rugby League, of course, is referred to in the Doomsday Book as well.
Well, of course there is, a whole chapter. Mm-hmm. Now, the question is, HG, what does a kick for touch in Rugby League remind Manu of? You remember Manu, the bloke with the fruity mouth? Works blue?
Who are we talking to? Roy.
Yeah, we're joined by Dom, who's joining us from Greenwich. How are you there, Dom?
Good, thank you, Roy. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, Dom, I notice you're a bit of a Souths fan. You'd have to be happy the way the team's going this year?
Yeah, no, not overly, mate, but Michael Maguire coming next year is good.
Yes. What's the
where
problem
are they
with
going
the team
wrong
at the moment?
Yeah, where are they going wrong? Yeah, Souths. Give us 10 words on where they're going wrong.
Dreadful, abysmal, woeful, lackluster, no heart, struggling.
Yeah, feel free to speak your mind there, Dom. Don't hold back.
No worries, mate. They just can't match with the top teams at the moment.
No, they can't. Now you do. Now you know rugby league because you do a bit of refereeing.
Yeah, just a tiny bit.
Now, at what level are you doing? Flag, first grade?
No, mate. Just lower junior rep stuff at the moment. But
Right.
yeah, only very new into that.
And how are you finding it? How are you finding the culture?
Yeah, it's good, mate. It's not too bad. I've been working in rugby league for a while, so it's good.
Yeah.
You're used to the abuse, are you yet, Dom?
Mate, I've been doing it for 9 years, so yes, very used to it.
Yeah, fair enough. And the rugby league culture, you're fitting in like a hand in a glove, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm a bit different to the normal rugby league person, but yeah.
Now, can I just go back to South briefly before we let that go? Are you entirely happy that Russell Crowe knows what's going on at the club anymore?
Yeah, I think he's still got a fair bit of control, but...
Fair enough. Okay, that's reassuring, Dom, coming from you.
Dom, I look at South and they look to me to be a team that isn't training at all. Do they do any training?
I've actually seen them train, so I'll say yes. Whether or not it's good training is another thing.
Do they have witches' hats out and that weird ladder thing where they have to do the tippy-toe stuff with the ball and all that sort of stuff?
Oh, they definitely would, but not when I was there.
Well, what were they doing when you were there, Dom? What did you...
just a bit of kicking practice for a few of the boys and just, a bit of basic stuff. They were just, nothing too strenuous.
Passing and catching?
Yes, things like that.
Well, just kicking the balls? They weren't working any moves?
No, it was probably just the start of the session, so I'd hope.
And was Coach Lang there barking instructions? Kick it again, Dave Taylor!
Yeah, he was in the background just, being John, but being his normal self.
And what gives you hope that the new bloke's going to whip him into shape?
The fact that he's worked under Bellamy before.
Okay.
And he's got a very good reputation in England.
That's good. Excellent. Excellent.
Well, that's right. Let's hope. And who's going to be halfback?
Adam Reynolds, I think it is, a young kid.
And have you seen many stars come through in your 9 years of blowing? Have you said, well, that bloke's pretty good?
You've seen Will Hopewadi, Kieran Foran.
Fair enough.
They're the main two that I've seen.
Yeah, well, that's Kieran Foran. He's quite a player.
He's all right.
Yeah, he's come from nowhere, hasn't he?
He has a bit.
And are you hoping to go on in the whistle blowing and blow in I don't know, State of Origin test?
Yeah, hopefully, but I don't like to admit to it.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, that's one way to get there.
No, definitely hope so, if possible.
Good.
Well, I can see you, Dom. I can see you out there blowing a State of Origin. I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot. You have to do a lot of training yourself to be a referee, don't you? I know it's not. People think, they just turn up with a pair of boots and run around and blow the whistle. But there's quite a lot of practice each week, and fitness is a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Huge.
So you'd be running sprints, and I don't know, still running sprints even though the season's almost over, and sort of.
Yeah, doing district stuff, like doing stuff at our own level. But yeah, we do at training at the high level. We do sprints, agility, endurance.
And are you happy with your blowing this year? I mean, are they coming out? Are the tweets coming out? The way you like them to come out? Loud, fat, and authoritative.
I haven't got the best whistle blowing technique actually. So.
Well, that's something you got to practice. You can practice that in the car, Dom.
I can. I've actually got the whistle with me. I can do it now.
No, go get it out and show us what you like. Have you got it in the glove box?
Sure. Sorry?
Have you got it in the glove box?
It's in my pocket.
In your pocket? Well, is it a Thunderer?
Yeah, it is.
Acme Thunderer. Can't get a better whistle. You've made a good start there.
Give us a blow.
Yeah, go on, get it out and give us a blast, Tom.
Oh, bloody hell, that's great.
Excellent.
Oh, no, that's one of the... No, you're good. There's nothing wrong with that blowing, Dom.
Yeah. And you've just got to put your hand out directly and indicate who gets the penalty.
Do you, Gabby, Dom, do you say, back at 10, I'm watching you, 9?
Yeah, I like to try and talk them out of as many penalties as possible.
Yeah. Good. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Because you don't want to blow, do you? You don't want to ruin a game by big noting yourself blowing all the time.
100%, yeah.
Do you like to get, say, 4 or 5 blows in the first 5 minutes, Dom, just to, get the pipes working?
You like to set your standards, but, I don't like to go too over the top.
Yeah. And do you ever call them over and have a word? I'll have a word with you, 9, over here.
Yeah, I do. That's a fair bit.
And what do you
Keep
say?
him down.
Yeah, keep him down. Do that again, and you're going to be getting an early
In the
start.
bin.
Yeah, it's something like that.
And are you satisfied with the quality of touch judges or touch referees in the competition that you're working in, or are you left out there by yourself?
No, the area where I'm in, we're very good.
Yeah,
good. Excellent.
And do you like to have a bit of a word to your touchies before you run out, and what your expectations are of them? If the ball's out, I want to see a clear signal of where the ball went out. If I see a foot in touch, I want to know, you're absolutely certain of whose foot it was, that sort of thing?
Yeah, somewhat sometimes, but a lot of the time I know they know what they're doing, so I don't really need to talk to them. They're quite good at their jobs.
Yeah,
excellent. Now, Dom, obviously you're stuck in traffic there, so you've got all the time in the world to talk to us, but I can see the news rapidly approaching. So, Roy, set out the question and, Dom, have a swing at it.
Now, Dom, what does a kick for touch in rugby league remind Manu of?
A piece of tripe you ate in Sweden.
Have you seen kicks for touch like that, Dom?
Oh, mate, every weekend.
Every weekend. Well, you get the Ryobi 18-volt cordless drill. Obviously, you heard of what you're getting, the 2 lithium battery packs, etc., the powerful motor. You get team mascot watches. Sadly, we don't have any Souths watches, but we've got Dragon and Easts. What would you like out of that lot?
Oh, my mum's a Dragon supporter, so...
there you go.
Dragon's going to be good.
And you get the Living End CD. That's great. Keep blowing, Dom, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Arthur Fatboy Grubb was the first man in Sydney to be charged with bestiality. Grubb was said to be sharing his bed with his dog, his horse, his pig, his cat, 14 of his immediate neighbour's sheep, a parrot called Come Here, and 3 kangaroo rats. He died in prison. This is the Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is The Life, with familiar heads up front holding a perfect flush, and home is just around the corner.
Gotta get that girl on the love train.
It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentleman. Jim Daniels in the soundproof booth. Now, Roy, tonight, obviously a big match at Graham Park.
Yeah.
Manly West Tigers. But
Well, a grudge match, I heard.
Grudge match, that's right, based on a cricket match earlier. Look, it's great that these matches are being toured around, but I don't think, today seems to be a day where we're suggesting rugby league decide to get back to doing things correctly and not get too swayed by the problems that lie up ahead. For instance, the sellout crowd for the match tonight, even though it is a sellout crowd, it's suggested that Central Coast fans shouldn't get their hopes up about Gosford team, a Gosford-based team joining the NRL anytime soon. I think there's quite a strong movement in the area for the Central Coast Bears to be the next team into the NRL. Yes. Officials at last week's NRL's Clubs Conference, where you spoke quite extensively and passionately about getting the PNG Kumals into the competition.
Yes.
Anyway, the Clubs Conference made it clear they do not believe another team should enter the competition until 2015, and Southeast Queensland, Perth and New Zealand were more preferable options than the Central Coast Bears. In fact, Sinbin, that's a column in the Fairfax paper, has been told that Gosford's best hope of getting a team would be if an existing Sydney club relocated either there or to Perth and the competition was expanded to 18 sides. Well, that's unlikely to happen in the short term. A Sydney team relocating to...
I always hoped it was going to be Easts go to Perth, because I think the Perth Easts would be great.
Oh, that's got a real ring to it. Is there any chance of that?
I'd like to think so.
Do you think Todd Carney could lead them to Perth? If you know what I mean, you know, that he's back and obviously now playing the football of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I can see the people of Perth falling in love with the Easts.
Yes.
And they'd feel much more connected to the rest of the continent if they had a team in their midst that was known as Easts.
They would.
They wouldn't feel so lonely and out of the way and stupid, would they?
Well, that's coupled with, I just put that on pause for a minute because, as mentioned at the top of the show,
But sorry, actually, the Central Coast Bears, that is a Sydney team relocating to the Central Coast. The Bears.
I know, but who can remember? How old would you have to be alive to remember the North Sydney Bears?
Yeah.
You know, you're not, you know, you've passed preschool.
Yeah, that's true.
You're probably past primary school now. Very few kids in early high school would remember the North Sydney Bears.
Don McKinnon.
Well, simply the Bears.
Yeah.
As a catchphrase.
Yeah.
And what was that kid who had Jason Martin, had a
Jason
record
Martin,
in the top 10.
Take it to the top.
Take it to the top, yeah. Well, Huey McGahn. No, he played for East, didn't
he? Yeah, Perth East.
Perth East. Yeah. It was Graham, wasn't it? Mark Graham.
Mark
who
Graham,
came from New Zealand.
yes. God almighty.
A long time ago.
Yeah. I think Billy Moore might have had a time as
Billy
well.
Moore, he went around there. David Fairley might have been there, one of the final run on.
You see a lot of champions. Well, there'd be a lot of people on the Central Coast who'd remember them.
Yeah, they'd be getting on.
Well, I suppose they would.
I mean, I'm not knocking them, but they'd... Now, the other thing is I wanted to put that on pause for a minute and consider that story I broke at the top of the show, that tonight the Broncos are running on with P&G socks.
Yeah. I think that's great. I think that's true. Imagine how excited the boys will be in PNG when they watch the game, which they do, and they look at the legs of the Bronx,
and they
think, hey, they make
there's
the
our socks.
Yeah. Either that or they'll be really annoyed that someone's stolen their socks.
Yeah,
sold them to the Broncos at a cheap rate,
and now they're
rascals have been involved.
Well,
they'll be going home checking to see if their socks are still in the drawer.
Well, the thing that worries me is why don't they wear their jumpers? I mean, whoever's calling the match tonight will be focusing on pointing out those socks.
Yeah.
And then the camera work has to, go down and find below the night tool area.
Well, that'll be the quiz area. That'll be Vossi calling that. He'll have to talk about the socks a lot, I suppose. But it does raise the bigger issue. Why not the Central Coast Cummels? Couldn't the Cummels go to the Central Coast?
Yeah,
forget the Bears. No one remembers them, but people love Cummels. And the Cummel culture would, I think, a perfect fit.
It'd be a tight fit.
Yeah, for the Central Coast.
You mean that head-hunting reggae rascal stuff?
Yeah.
That would be a tight fit on the Central Coast. A lot of outrigger canoes, do you think, on Lake Mamora?
Sure.
They'd have a paddle-in day.
A lot of no-go areas. You can't walk there because you might lose your head.
Fair enough. Now, speaking of, jumpers and things, Todd Carney has signed 100 caps for fans as part of the club's mission to raise awareness for Dementia Foundation's Spark of Life approach. When playing the Bulldogs must be, tomorrow night.
All right.
East playing the Bulldogs. Well, that's the Perth Easts playing the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night. Along with wearing specially themed shorts and socks to bring attention to the cause, the Roosters have ticketing offer whereby fans get a sideline seat, a Carney-signed Roosters cap for $60, and all funds obviously donated to the Dementia Foundation. Now, you see what I quickly glossed over there? The specially themed shorts.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, thanks very much.
Well, I assume it would be the players go out and play without shorts as if they have dementia. They forgot their shorts. Oh, poor buggers. Oh, they've got dementia. You've got to understand. Is that what happened? You forget things. That's right.
Excellent. Why are they playing nude? It's to raise money for dementia. It's another tight fit.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I like the idea that Todd Carney came up with the specially themed shorts.
Yeah.
Now, rugby league's such a forgiving thing, isn't it? That all of a sudden here a person who was in the bad books just seemingly last week is now in charge of the charity promotions at a club.
That's right. Well, look, if he's good at it, and by the looks of things he is, I mean, that's a brilliant idea. The signing of the caps, you think, oh, great idea. Well, that's brilliant. People sitting on the sideline, yeah, brilliant. But then the special shorts.
And do you think they should be auctioned on eBay as well? Or do something further. Yeah, do something further with it.
Well, you'd have to see what these shorts look like first. I mean, there's the theory that there's no shorts, as discussed. What else could they do with the shorts?
Yeah, I don't know.
Stains around the back area and the gusset.
How about this, Todd?
Well, I don't know what.
What, poorly wiped?
Lifestyle issues. When you've got dementia, you do forget to wipe.
Now, how about this? A neatly drawn, realistic pair of buttocks on each short.
Yes. Not bad.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it should be, not on the front, obviously, on the back.
Yeah, well, a target on the back.
Target
You know,
on
the
the back.
bullseye right where the date is.
Well, they're all really good, and they're all specially themed, I would have thought. They've got enough to run till the end of the season now, just in 10 minutes' work from us.
Yeah. No, that's a brilliant idea. Brilliant.
Do you
idea.
think, though...
And that's going to get a lot of people going to the match who ordinarily
wouldn't
have
normally
gone.
go. No.
You know,
no,
why are you
absolutely
coming?
right.
Well, I'm really interested in these specially themed shorts. Because my grandfather has dementia. And I just want to come to honour him by looking at these
specially themed shorts and maybe get a pair that he could wear.
Well, yeah, get a pair to show him. Well,
what happened at the rugby league for him?
Yeah. It's not going to work because you're going to forget as soon as you tell him. What are these shorts again? They're for you, Pop. Remember? You got dementia? This is the dementia shorts? Yeah, but what are they here for? Well, I brought them here for you, but what are they? They're dementia shorts for you. Yeah, but what are they here for? They're here for you. Get it? Yeah, but what are they here for? They're for you!
Sydney's first restaurant was opened on the 5th of April, 1804. Governor King attended the opening and is said to have enjoyed the limited menu of boiled mutton shanks served with a large tankard of rum. The restaurant was closed in May due to a lack of patronage. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
That would have been a great meal. Pity I wasn't around to sample it. Lamb shanks and a...
Well, boiled lamb shanks. People don't just boil them anymore. People get too fiddly with their lamb shanks, don't they?
They do. They watch Manu on television.
Yes. Putting the passion in.
That's right.
I rather a shank without passion.
Just boiled.
Yeah.
Now, look, this bobs up every so often, but the Penrith ground announcer, Scott McRae's been in trouble again.
Oh, yes.
This must have bobbed up at the Seagulls and the Penrith Panthers game last weekend. And he's been slapped on the wrist following comments which were ruled by the NRL as unacceptable.
Oh, yes.
The NRL, hard to imagine this, isn't it? The NRL wrote to the Panthers, this is the sport that has themed shorts and, you know, people struggling to hang on to it and so they find carpet, you know, etc. The NRL wrote to the Panthers officials yesterday warning the club. When we say Panthers officials, I think we mean Mr. Gus Gould. They wrote to Gus, warning the club faced hefty fines should the former soap star overstep the mark again. The Scott McRae's the name of the ground announcer. Manly official Peter Peters, or sometimes known as Zorba, was incensed, claiming McRae had aimed comments at Will Hopewade, the son of controversial former Sea Eagles John Stinkfist Hopewade. He said
sort of
McRae.
comments?
Well, he said McRae had said typical Hopper, and added of the comments by the former E Street star. This is E Street. Gee, that's a while ago.
It is, isn't it? That might have had Wheels in it with Marcus Graham's.
And
Marcus Graham was Wheels.
Marcus
and
Graham.
the Reverend Bob was in it.
Yeah, who played the Reverend Bob?
Tony Martin.
Tony Martin, that's right. And Scotty McRae, obviously. And Melissa Tecouts, the well-known singer,
yes,
was in it, playing...
Right, a troubled youth.
Youngster.
Yeah.
Okay, now, this is Zorba. In 45 years of rugby league, I've never heard such unfair, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Wow.
That's a big rap, isn't it?
Coming from Zorba, yeah.
And 45 years of involvement with rugby league.
Yeah.
This was the most unsportsmanlike and unfair comments he's ever heard. Now, NRL's Director of Football Operations, Nathan McGurk, said the Panthers have been warned about possible fines in the future after the ground manager also expressed concerns in his report. God, they're detailed, aren't they? They write about everything.
The ground announcer's got to do a report every week.
Appears
what
that way,
I
ground
said.
manager.
Welcome, everyone. If you want to leave now, has someone got a Falcon? F1U 9, I think it's an 8.3. You've left your horn on. That sort of thing?
Yeah.
That'll be in the report?
That'll be in the report. We've written to the Panthers. Yeah. We've written to the Panthers today regarding comments from the ground announcer, which we believe was unacceptable. I've reminded them of the strict guidelines. Oh, I didn't realise there were guidelines. And informed them of further breaches could result in substantial fines. Substantial fines. How would they ever collect these fines? McRae, however, has denied making comments aimed at Hopper, that's Stinkfist too, and said he'd listened to the recordings to make sure. And then he went on
They record the ground announcements as well. I suppose when they do their reports, they've got to give an accurate...
Yeah, well, coverage, if you know what I mean. Of the,
well, they wouldn't have a stenographer there writing down immediately, you just said it.
No. I'm sure soon the technology, it may well be already available to convert speech into text.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah, I mean, you can get an app for your iPhone that does that.
Well, and then probably transmits it to NRL
Straight
headquarters.
To NRL HQ.
And has somebody
Gallup just looks at the
sits
ground
there.
And, yeah, just keeping an eye on the Penrith ground now and say, oh, yeah, someone's left their horn on.
Now, it was a weekend of weirdness.
Yeah.
Because
do we know what McRae said? Is there any reportings of what he said?
Well, all we've got is the phrase typical Hopper.
Typical Hopper. Right. Did young Hopper at the time have his finger up someone's bum? Is that the suggestion? Is that what he means? Is that what he's getting at? Well, I hope not.
No. Well, typical Hopper.
Typical Hopper. I don't know what that
sort of just.
Well,
no.
Well, yeah. Well,
See,
Zorba
I
took
see
offence. What does Zorba understand? I mean, if I was prosecuting here, I'd get Zorba in and say, what do you understand by the term typical Hopper?
I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. I mean, it's all in Zorba's imagination, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think once you hit Scott McRae with a telephone book a couple of times, to get the truth out of him.
You would. What did you mean?
Yeah, that's
what
right.
Do you mean?
I
mean he was like his old man.
Yeah, that's right. Ran like his old man. That'll do. Now, that's one incident. The other incident was this mysterious event in the King's Cross nightclub that involved the plane train.
Oh, yes.
What's
he doing there? He was told not to go there. He swore he'd never go there again.
I don't know what happened. He was
shot at last time. He was shot at.
Yeah. Can I say that this is an incident? It seems that sanity prevailed, and it's an incident of what happened on the dance floor stays on the dance floor.
Oh, yeah.
Because, as I understand it, Hayne, the plane train, turned up at the police to press charges, but then somehow the boss of the Parramatta Rugby League organisation, Paul Osborne, Painless Paul Osborne, said the pleasing things was that they've had a good conversation. I've spoken to Anderson a couple of times. Now, Anderson may be the person who was Josh Anderson was the other half of the struggle on the dance floor, and he seems like a decent bloke. It was just one of those things that happened. Some joking escalated, but here we are today. But as I've said, I'm pleased it's all been resolved.
Well, I suppose he's right in a sense. I mean, no one was killed, were they?
No. Excellent observation, Roy.
I mean, no one was killed.
Yeah.
And
you and I know rugby league, Roy.
Yeah.
And these things can happen, about, laying on a bit of nut. Well, let's see who can break a table. Now let's try it on each other, that sort of stuff. It does get out of hand very quickly when you've, sunk about 50 beers, doesn't it?
Oh, my word, actually. I mean, the thing about rugby league, as I've maintained all my life, and why I love it, is that every rugby league player is like, is like a keg filled with dynamite. You've just got to face it. And I tell you what, after a few beers, the wick gets shorter and shorter and shorter. And that's the beauty of rugby league.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, it's that incredible prize of the Ryobi 18-volt cordless drill. The 24 torque settings, the 2 lithium battery packs, the gearbox and powerful motor producing 3.7 Nm max torque, plus the NRL team watches in wanted. Well, we'd love to get them in Kummel's colours, but we can't, so we got them in Dragon and East colours. Yeah. And the brand new Living End CD just mentioned in connection with Raise the Alarm, the end is just the beginning repeating. 11 tracks of solid gold rock. For all comers who can answer the following question, Roy.
Yes, the question is, HG, what would make Perth people feel less lonely and stupid? What would make Perth people feel less lonely and stupid?
And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Graham from Penrith. How are you there, Graham?
Great. Good, thank you.
Now, Graham, I notice you're a Dragon supporter. What's wrong with the Panthers?
Oh, I've been a Dragon supporter all my life.
Do you don't remember back in the day when the original Gaz was playing, do you?
No, I'm not that old. That old. But I remember the white boots.
Yeah.
I remember sitting with me dad watching the 75 grand final.
Yeah.
With the Langlands with the white boots, could hardly run, and oh, geez.
Well, see, he had a needle, didn't he? He had a painkiller, and it hit a nerve, and he lost control of his leg.
Yeah, he probably lost control of his Jats crackers too at the time.
Yes.
But anyway.
Yeah, and that might have been played against Easts, wasn't it?
It was East, yes.
And they got beaten 38-0 or something.
38-0, yeah. But the Dragons came back last year and beat them down at the SCG, so that was pretty good.
That was very good. Now, how are you seeing the team travelling this year? Can they do it again?
Well, you don't win grand finals in September or July. It's October, so maybe they will get their act together this weekend, especially with the Rabbitohs, and then they got the Tigers after that at the Sydney Football Stadium, so that should be all right.
Yeah.
So,
now, do you go along and watch the games at all, Graham?
yeah, I've been to all the home games at Cogra this year. I've got a Red V membership from the wife for Christmas, so that was good. So my mate and myself are going down to Wollongong this weekend. We get the train from Penrith and then down to Wollongong from Central. So, yeah, we head down there this weekend.
And were you there the other night for the emotional farewell to Cogra from the other Gaz? The current playing Gaz. And did he get a lap of honour afterwards?
No, he came nearly straight off the ground. So he didn't realise it was his last game at Cogra.
Well, I thought the papers were all talking about Gaz's last game at Cogra.
Yeah, well, he didn't even know.
He may not read the papers, though, Roy.
Well, he writes for the bloody paper. You'd think he'd read it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, since they changed the rules about having the final series at a...
yes, of course.
Home games in the final series now. So.
Yes. And what do you think about the suggestion that we were talking about earlier, Graham, about various aspects of the game being called and franchised out to various networks? So you might have the scrums on 9 and the kicks, the golden points on, say, 7, and then back to 9 for the the kick-off. And do you think you could keep up?
Yeah, well, you sit there with your remote control, flicking from channel to channel, so all those armchair experts.
Yes.
They should be all right with their remote control, flicking from 7 to 9 to 10.
Yep. No, fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah,
fair enough. Now, Graham, let Roy set out the question and have a swing.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Graham, what would make Perth people feel less lonely and stupid?
Having the Sydney Roosters locate to Perth.
Can you see the name Graham Perth East's working?
Yeah, for sure. Perth East. Yeah.
Yes. No, it's excellent. Yes, you're absolutely right. You get the Ryobi 18-volt drill, the watches. Obviously, you'd like a Dragons watch.
Oh, yeah, Dragons. Oh, yeah, that's go marching in.
Fair enough. I'll let that, you can carry on when you get off air in the truck there, and the brand new Living End CD. Graham, thanks and good luck on the weekend, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Governor King was guest of honour when William Tiny Thomas married Henrietta Stumpy Stokes. Thomas was the colony's tallest man, measuring 8 feet 9.5 inches, and Stokes the colony's shortest woman, measuring 3 feet 5. They had 2 children, Mary, who grew to 8 feet 9 inches, and Harry, who stopped growing once he'd reached 2 feet 1 inch. This is the Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And just before we go, we did get one email concerning Manu's dinner date from James, and James writes, I like many of the millions of viewers who watched Manu's dinner date on Tuesday night were baffled to see the great man given only 5 minutes, if that, of airtime in the actual show. While I was thrilled to see no role for Pete in the show, this positive was overshadowed by the disappearance of Manu, whose only line appeared to be, "Can you win someone's heart by cooking them a wonderful meal? I think you can." Manu didn't even do the voiceovers during the show and was left to some faceless individual to provide the commentary. Are you able to shed any light on the thinking from Seven about Manu's role in the show? Perhaps they're holding back a lot of unseen footage on the cutting room floor involving Manu, likely to be included in the extra section on the DVD when it hits the stores. I don't know if I can wait that long. Roy, I know we've talked a little bit about this, but do you have any hard intelligence on why Manu's been cut from the show?
Well, he does work Blue HG.
Yeah,
and if he can't control that blue stuff that he comes out with, that
There's nothing to put
double
in.
entendre smut, let's face it, let's call a spade a spade. He's a smut merchant. Now, if that's his go, well, that's not your family viewing, is it?
No.
Now,
And
maybe
do you
Manu's
think-
got to learn that there's a time and place for smut, and on national television during family viewing periods is not the time nor the place.
No.
But like a lot of people, I was very... Well, see, is the show called Dinner Date or is it Manu's Dinner Date?
Well,
I thought it was going to be Manu's Dinner Date.
Certainly
In which
been
case you
badged
get
up.
a lot more of Manu on the show.
Certainly been badged up on the big bloke.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I just wonder why Seven thought it not right to include a scriptwriter in the budgeting of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to write many lines, like, put passion on the plate.
Yes.
Ingredients.
Tell her you love her with your food.
Yeah, that's right.
With your fish finger.
Got to have the fish finger's the hero in the story.
Yes.
Ingredients, some sort of attitude towards the ingredients.
Yes.
Fresh is best, all that sort of stuff. Then maybe offer some advice as they went through. But it appears that's all been cut out.
Yeah. Well, I thought, Manu would talk to them after they'd gone out together.
Yeah.
How did you find him? Oh, he was great, Manu.
Did you like his sausage?
Yeah. See, there you go. Well, I don't
It's
know.
irresistible.
I know it is.
Sadly, he can't help himself, can he? Anyway, it's been another wonderful show today, and obviously like to thank Anna for terrific phone work.
Well, maybe they get rid of dinner and just have a show called Manu's Date.
in which he could talk blue, as much blue as he likes.
Yeah.
Like all that, she likes my sausage, that sort of gear.
Yeah.
He'd open up with that. Hello, everyone. She likes my sausage. Now, Anna was fantastic on the phones again. And, I think there was the best phone she's ever given today.
For sure.
It was just fantastic. Garfield, of course, sensational. Sadly, the weather's warming up, so we may have seen the best of Garfield for the year.
Yep.
And Skip, he's got a very big speaking engagement coming up tonight, and we just wish him well for that. And we have made some suggestions. Yeah. We have made some suggestions about what he can do, and I think the line about the sausage, feel free to use it.
Oh, yeah.
And, Roy, it's been a wonderful afternoon passed in this way, and hopefully next Friday we can do it all again.
Yeah.
We'll see you then. Thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M. Bye now.
There it is, Lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M.